The green teas crushing Victories in the 70s, chapter 96 to chapter 120. In fact, to be precise, a sprained waist could not make his wife happy. However, if she could not be happy, she naturally could not do that, which meant that she could not have children. Therefore, he was not wrong. Huang Qimin scratched his head. His face was as red as a cooked pig liver. Zhou Yan frowned and retorted, Huang Guden, you still dare to say that you are not an alarmist? You are an alarmist. Having children is a woman's business. What does it have to do with us men? Huang Qimin despised him and said, Zhou Yan, you are bullshit ting. How can a woman have children without a man? Have you ever seen a woman have children without getting married? Zhou Yan. It seemed to make sense. When Rugi recovered from the shock and said, the doctor did not tell me that I can't have children. Are you sure? Zhou Yan heard this and immediately changed the topic. Yes, Huang Guden, you are not a doctor. I think we should ask the doctor tomorrow. Huang Qimin, these two ignorant guys. Huang Qimin felt that his authority was being questioned and was very annoyed. In fact, what he wanted to say was that his waist injury would affect his happiness with his wife. If this was told to the doctor, it would be really embarrassing. Therefore, in order to defend his authority and to let the two of them know what was going on, Huang Qimin went to the guard and brought 2 dogs over. Zhou Yan was even more confused when he saw the dogs. Huang Guden, why did you bring 2 dogs over? When Rugi was also confused. Huang Qimin snorted. Open your eyes and look carefully. There were 2 dogs, 1 male and 1 female. It was spring, and the recovery of all living things was the season for animals to mate. As soon as the 2 dogs approached, it was as if thunder had struck the earth. The male dog pounced on the female dog and began to turn into a pile driver. When Rugi and Zhou Yan were both stunned. In this era, there were not many people who raised dogs, and there were even fewer stray dogs on the road. Although the two of them had seen dogs, they had never seen dogs do such a thing. Zhou Yan's eyes widened. Yellow Guden, what are they doing? Huang Qimin blushed. I'm giving birth. Oh no, I'm giving birth to a dog. When Rugi. Zhou Yan, actually, it was still a problem of this era. There were no films to watch, no books to talk about sex education, and no parents or friends would talk about sex education. The two of them were suddenly open to a whole new world. Huang Qimin continued to explain to the two of them with a red face, look, if this male dog's waist is sprained, can it still do this? Zhou Yan shook his head and subconsciously looked at Wenrugi with sympathy. His eyes seemed to be saying, brother, I'm sorry for your loss. Wenrugi, after the science lesson was completed, Huang Qimin wanted to take the 2 dogs out, but the 2 dogs had not finished their business yet. They were interrupted and stuck together. The female dog cried out in pain. Her voice was very mournful. Director Zhuang Zhenghui happened to be passing by and immediately ran over when he heard the sound. The 3 of them looked at each other and the air was silent for a few seconds. Huang Qimin, director, it's not what you think. Let me explain my ass. Director Zhuang looked at the 3 of them with an indescribable look. What the hell are you doing? You actually brought 2 dogs here in broad daylight. You guys are. I can't look at you. When Rugi, Huang Qimin, Zhou Yan, the 3 of them blushed like cooked red prawns and couldn't explain themselves. It was very awkward. Ever since they won first place in the culinary competition, the restaurant's business was getting better. Especially after they moved to a new restaurant, whether it was the decoration or the venue, it looked more impressive and classy than before. Many people would specially come to Dongfeng restaurant to treat people from their work to a meal. However, because Dongfeng restaurant was still a state-run restaurant, there was a limited supply. When things were sold out, they would not sell anymore. When the time was up, they would close the restaurant. The only good thing was that they sold a lot of seasoning packs. Previously, Tong Xuelu wanted to suggest selling beef meatballs, but it was delayed by the competition. After that, various things happened, so she didn't mention it. However, she now had a new idea. She wondered if she could set up a small factory in the name of the government and sell things all over the country. Although she didn't plan to work in a state-run company in the future, she wanted to make some achievements now. First, she could accumulate experience. Second, she could promote the economy. Third, she could leave a good impression in front of the leaders. In the future, if she wanted to go solo, the road ahead would be easier. However, it wasn't easy to open a factory. The Ministry of Commerce might not be able to make the decision. She might need the help of little Joe's father. During this time, she didn't get too close to the Su family. They kept in touch, but they weren't too close. After all, Su Yueshan was still young. If they got too close, there might be all kinds of gossip. However, as little Joe's benefactor, this relationship couldn't be broken. As for how to bring up the idea of opening a factory, she had to think carefully. Because she didn't have any ideas for the time being, she put this matter aside and continued to read. During this time, she made use of the time and finished studying the first-year textbook. Now, she was studying the second-year textbook. She took notes and recited at the same time. A few employees occasionally came up and heard the sound of her reciting the textbook. They couldn't help but admire Manager Tong even more. She didn't forget to study even though she was in this position. No wonder she could be promoted so quickly. It was because she was prepared and capable. Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu were encouraged, but they still had doubts in their hearts. Therefore, during lunch, the two of them voiced their doubts. Manager Tong, why do you still want to study the middle and high school textbooks? Do you want to go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university? If one performed well in the unit, there was a chance to be recommended to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Tong Xuelu shook his head. I don't plan to go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. However, I feel that we have spent so much time studying in school. Once we start working, wouldn't it be a waste of time and effort for so many years? Also, as I said last time, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. If an opportunity arises one day and needs to use this knowledge, do you think I, a prepared person, will be able to grab it, or you, who are not prepared, will be able to grab it? Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu said in unison, of course it's you, Manager Tong. Tong Xuelu nodded. Since you all understand this, you can pick up the previous knowledge and study it again when you have time. This opportunity would come at the end of the year. Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu were both high school graduates and qualified to take the college entrance examination. In addition, Xiao Tian had graduated from middle school. If he wanted to study, he could also take the college entrance examination. However, with his knowledge, it would be difficult for him to pass. When Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu heard this, they brought their textbooks to the restaurant to study the next day. Because everyone's mind was focused on studying, no one thought about scheming against each other. At noon, Fang Jingyuan came again. Zolv, it's my birthday in 2 days. I want to celebrate with you. Also, I want to bring my boyfriend to meet you. When she said this, Fang Jingyuan's cheeks seemed to be smeared with rouge. She looked shy. Tong Xuelu was used to seeing her use her smelly fart to scare away blind dates. Seeing her like this, he felt it was strange. You actually want me to cook for you, right? Seeing your boyfriend is indeed convenient. Fang Jingyuan's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Xuelu, you're just too smart. Nothing can escape your eyes. Tong Xuelu thought for a moment and said, okay, it happens to be Sunday. You can come to my house. Fang Jingyuan looked at her emotionally. Zolv, why aren't you a man? If you were a man, I would definitely not want my current boyfriend. Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes at her. As soon as Fang Jingyuan left, the phone rang. Tong Xuelu walked over to answer it and was shocked. Uncle Zong, take a breath. What did you just say? Uncle Zong, Zolv, Ruguay injured his waist at the base. The commander and I are going to the base now. Do you want to come? Tong Xuelu frowned. Is it serious? How did he get injured? Uncle Zong, I heard that a cabinet hit his waist. He can't move now. I have to go and take care of him for a few days. Tong Xuelu, I'll go too. Uncle Zong, then wait for us at the restaurant. We'll drive past the restaurant to pick you up later. After hanging up the phone, Tong Xuelu informed the restaurant staff and bought the pastries and dumplings. He told them to make more later. After 20 minutes, Piao Jinny's car arrived. Tong Xuelu got into the car and saw old Mr. Wen's worried face. His brows were tightly knitted together. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that when Rugi was seriously injured, Tong Xuelu's face turned pale as the thought of being paralyzed flashed through her mind? Old Mr. Wen didn't notice Tong Xuelu's expression. He had just received news that when Rugi's mother was likely to return to Beijing with her husband. Once they returned, that woman would definitely come looking for Wen Rugi. He couldn't let his peaceful life be disrupted. He had to think of a way to stop them from returning to Beijing. Old Mr. Wen's face stiffened. He did not expect his expression to scare Tong Zulf so much that she was on tenterhooks throughout the journey. They arrived at the base. The moment Tong Xuelu entered the dormitory, she saw Wen Rugi lying on the bed with only his head sticking out of the blanket. Was he really paralyzed? If he was really paralyzed, then Wen Rugi's life would be over. Before she transmigrated, medical science couldn't even help a paralyzed person stand up again. If Wen Rugi was really paralyzed, would she have the patience to take care of him for the rest of his life? Wen Rugi looked at Tong Xuelu. His mind was also filled with Huang Qimin's words. You can't have children. You can't have children. Old Mr. Wen's heart ached to see him like this. You can just go and move things. Why did you let the cabinet hit you? Uncle Zong was also heartbroken. He took out the things he had brought over and checked if there was any water in Wen Rugi's water bottle. He was as busy as a spinning top. Piao Jiani winked at him and said, "Hurry and get better. I have something to discuss with you later." Wen Rugi understood immediately. Although Piao Jiani was a talkative person, he had a good job. His parents were both working in the company and they were easy to get along with. If Jiao Yuncher was together with Piao Jiani, his teacher would be at ease. Old Mr. Wen nagged for a long time. Seeing that Tong Xuelu didn't have a chance to talk to Wen Rugi, he stood up and pulled Piao Jiani away to give them some space. Tong Xuelu sat down on the chair beside the bed, feeling conflicted. Don't think too much. Rest well. You'll get better soon. Wen Rugi looked at her and frowned. I'm afraid I won't get better. His waist had been hurting for the past 2 days. Every time he moved, he would break out in cold sweat. He couldn't even sit up, let alone move like a male dog. Tong Xuelu pursed her lips. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe there will be a miracle. Wen Rugi's face was pale. Zulf, I can't hold you back in this state. Just pretend that my proposal didn't happen. You can find a good partner later. Tong Xuelu felt as if someone had pinched her heart. She wasn't sure if she had the patience to take care of Wen Rugi for the rest of her life. Now that she heard what he said, she felt reluctant and sad. Rugue, don't worry. Even if you're paralyzed, I won't abandon you. Once the reform was over, she would make a lot of money and go abroad to treat him. She would use the best medical treatment to help him recover. If he really couldn't stand it, she would hire professional medical staff to take care of him. Wen Rugi was stunned. I'm not paralyzed. Hearing his words, it was Tong Xuelu's turn to be stunned. If you're not paralyzed, then why are you saying that you can't recover? You want to break up with me? Wen Rugi's face flashed with embarrassment. I might not be able to give birth to a child. I don't want to hold you back. Tong Xuelu's gaze fell on a certain part of his lower body. Her eyes widened. Could it be that the cabinet had hit that position? When they were kissing in the hotel, she could feel a certain part of his body being imprinted on her. That shape was very impressive. Now, she didn't even have the time to enjoy the pleasure, but he was already paralyzed? Tong Xuelu felt an indescribable pity. What did the doctor say? Is he sure that you can't make it? Wen Rugi's fair face flushed. The doctor didn't say. I can't move my waist. My colleague said that this will affect my ability to give birth to a child. Tong Xuelu blinked. Wait, so you only injured your waist and didn't hurt anywhere else? Wen Rugi nodded. Tong Zul felt more and more that something was wrong. What did your colleague tell you? Tell me the whole story. Although Wen Rugi felt that what happened that day was very embarrassing, he definitely had to give Tong Xuelu a clear explanation. Therefore, he blushed and told him everything that happened that day. After listening to him, Tong Xuelu's face was filled with question marks. She knew that Wenrugi was very pure, but she didn't know that he was so pure. However, when she thought about the lack of sex education in this era and thought about the silly and cute faces of the top physics students in The Big Bang Theory, it was understandable. Tong Xuelu said gently, "Don't worry. Even if you can't make it, I won't abandon you." Wenrugi was touched. But, actually, he didn't want to break up with her more than anyone else, but he really didn't want to hold her back because of him. Tong Xuelu revealed a shy expression. "I heard from my adoptive mother that if a man's waist can't make it, he can let the woman be on top." Wenrugi stared blankly at Tong Xuelu, his face reddening bit by bit. Neither of them spoke, and the air was filled with ambiguity. Tong Xuelu covered his face with both hands and said, I didn't want to say such embarrassing things, but I was afraid that it would be bad for your health if you kept it to yourself. Anyway, don't worry, I won't despise you. I don't mind being on top either." Wenrugi's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. "I'm sorry for making things difficult for you. Don't worry, I won't let my imagination run wild in the future." As long as he could have children, there was nothing he couldn't do. However, his heart couldn't help but race at the thought of that scene, and his face became even redder. "Did your foster mother tell you about that intimate scene at the hotel that day?" Wenrugi felt that his foster mother was so wild that she would actually discuss such matters with her foster daughter. At the same time, he felt that his foster father's waist was very pitiful because it had been so many years. Tong Xuelu looked at him shyly and said, "That's not it. That's because in your dream, you did that to me." Wenrugi's heart trembled. "So you had that dream too?" This time, it was Tong Xuelu's turn to widen his eyes. "So you had that dream too? Hurry up and tell me, what did you dream about? Did you take liberties with me in your dream?" Wenrugi's ears turned pink, and his heart was beating so fast that he couldn't take it anymore. "In my dream, you took liberties with me, but I was willing to be taken liberties with." Oh wow, Tong Xuelu didn't expect him to say something like that. "Then how did I take liberties with you?" Wenrugi stared at her with his ink-black eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin's voices came from outside. The pink bubble in the room was suddenly burst. Tong Xuelv hurriedly stood up and saw two men walking in. Tong Xuelu had met Huang Qiming before. She smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Comrade Huang. It's nice to see you again." Huang Qiming was flattered. "I didn't expect Comrade Tong to remember me. Are you here to visit Rugue?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes. I was worried when I heard that he was injured, so I came over with Grandpa Wen and the others. Thank you for taking care of Rugue for the past 2 days." Huang Qiming waved his hand. "Rugue and I are brothers. It's my duty to take care of him." Zhou Yan nudged him with his elbow and mouthed, "Introduce me to her." Huang Qiming then pointed at Zhou Yan and introduced, "This is Zhou Yan, also Rugue's brother. In the base, the three of us have the best relationship." Zhou Yan scratched his head. "Hello, Comrade Tong." Tong Xuelu smiled. "Hello, Comrade Zhou. Thank you for taking care of Rugue." "You're welcome. It's my duty." After some small talk, Tong Xuelu and Piao Jiani returned to the city. Grandpa Wen and Uncle Zong had to stay at the base to take care of Wenrugi. There were extra dormitories in the base, so they didn't have to worry about not having a place to stay. Tong Xuelu asked Wenrugi to rest well. As for the proposal, it would have to wait until he recovered from his injury. Before Tong Xuelu came, Wenrugi thought that he couldn't have a child. His mood had hit rock bottom. Now that he knew that Tong Xuelu didn't leave him even under such circumstances, his mood soared. After Tong Xuelu left, Huang Qiming and Zhou Yan could still sense the sour taste of love on his face. While Uncle Zong and Grandpa Wen went to clean the room next door, Zhou Yan hurriedly asked, "Have you told your girlfriend that you can't have a child?" Wenrugi nodded. "Yes, she said she doesn't mind." As for the woman on top, he instinctively felt that he didn't want to share such a thing with other men. Zhou Yan and Huang Qiming heard this and said with envy, "Comrade Tong is so nice to you." Wenrugi's lips curled up slightly. She is indeed very nice. She was so nice that he was willing to give her the whole world. Knowing that Wenrugi was fine, Tong Xuelu could finally rest assured. Thinking about today's blunder, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Piao Jianni saw the smile on her face and asked, "Comrade Tong, have you seen Comrade Jiao again?" Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "Why are you asking this?" Piao Jianni revealed a rare shy expression. "I think Comrade Jiao is quite a nice person." Tong Xuelu, do you mean you want to date her? Piao Jianni, that's what I think, but I don't know how she feels about me. Tong Xuelu said, I'm not familiar with Comrade Jiao, so I don't know how she feels about you. However, I know that she is very close to Sister Danhong. I don't think she has high hopes for you too after what you did to Sister Danhong back then. Piao Jianni bit her lip. I had a bad mouth back then. I later realized my mistake. Does Comrade Jiang still hate me? Tong Xuelu, Sister Danhong has suffered so much. I think that the world can understand her, but as her friend, you can't hurt her. You owe her a formal apology. Piao Jianni had helped Jiang Danhong more than Wenrugi to be able to escape from the production team and successfully report her. Uncle. Jiang Danhong had even stayed at Piao Jianni's house for a while. If Piao Jianni hadn't had such a bad mouth, Jiang Danhong would have been very grateful to him. But now, this gratitude was reduced. After Jiang Danhong left the Park family, she kept in touch with Piao Jianni's parents. She would often buy things and visit them. However, she was always cold to Piao Jianni. Piao Jianni thought for a while and said, I understand. I will find time to apologize to Comrade Jiang. It was already dark when they returned to the city. Dongfeng restaurant had already closed, so Tong Xuelu went straight home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Tong Mianmian running over with her short legs. Sister, why are you home so late today? Tong Xuelu rubbed her head. I was busy. What did you do today? Tong Mianmian counted with her fingers. Grandma Shen taught us how to sing The Red Star Shines on Me to Fight. Mianmian learned it all. Tong Xuelu laughed. Mianmian is so good. Do you want to sing a song for me? Tong Mianmian's face turned red. She replied shyly, yes. Then, she tilted her head and started singing. A small bamboo raft swims in the middle of the river. Walking on both sides of the majestic green mountain. Eagles spread their wings and soar. Even if the storm comes, the burden of revolution is on my shoulders. Tong Mianmian's voice was crisp and sweet. Although it still had a childish tone, one could vaguely see the female singer who would be famous all over the country and even overseas. At this moment, Tong Xuelu finally understood why she was so popular. It was because her voice was really good. Although she was still young, to be able to sing a song so well and express the emotions in it so well, it was really a talent. After she finished singing, Tong Mianmian looked at her sister with watery eyes. She looked as if she wanted to be praised. Tong Xuelu hugged her and kissed her. Mianmian, you sang really well. Tong Mianmian's face turned red with happiness. She stuck out her chest, feeling shy and proud. Seeing this, Tong Jessen lowered his head with a sullen look on his face. Tong Xuelu glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She blinked her eyes and didn't say anything. When the siblings finished their studies and Tong Jiaming went to take a shower, Tong Xuelu walked over and asked him, why didn't you say anything the whole night? Was the homework too difficult? Tong Jessen raised his head and looked at her. Then, he lowered his head and stared at his homework. Sister, am I too useless? His second brother was good at studying and could learn anything quickly. His little sister was obedient and sang well. He was the only one who couldn't do anything. Tong Xuelu said, who said that? Everyone has their own strengths. Aren't you very good at painting? Tong Jessen became even more depressed. The teacher doesn't allow me to draw on the textbook. She also said that it was a waste of time. Tong Xuelu said, you can use another book to draw. I don't think it's a waste of time. You can draw whatever you want after you finish your homework. In the past, people who could draw could become artists. Although there are no artists now, factories like garment factories need people to draw clothes and design clothes. Therefore, it's not useless to be able to draw. Tong Jessen's eyes lit up. Sister, can I really be a designer in a garment factory if I can draw? Tong Xuelu nodded. But first, you have to be educated. Many factories require a middle school education or above to recruit people. In the future, there will be more and more people studying. Therefore, if you want a good job, you have to study hard. Tong Jiasun was usually afraid of studying. However, when he thought about how he could find a job by drawing in the future and not have to go back to his hometown to pick up pig feces, he suddenly felt that studying was not that scary anymore. Sister, I don't have any more books. Can you buy me a new one? Tong Xuelu readily agreed. Sure, I'll buy you some books that specialize in drawing. However, you have to promise that you will finish your homework before drawing. Also, you have to pass the exam. Can you do that? Tong Jiasun nodded vigorously. I promise that I will finish my homework properly and pass the exam. As long as he could pass the exam, it should not be too difficult. As for the excellent and full marks, he could forget about it. Tong Xuelu also did not require him to get full marks, so he took note of this matter. On Sunday, Tong Xuelu went to the restaurant to buy some things. After that, he asked for leave and came back. Then, he took the siblings to the department store. Speaking of which, this was the first time the 4 siblings went shopping together. Tong Jiaming and his siblings were very excited. When they arrived at the department store, the 3 siblings kept looking around. Fortunately, the people who entered the department store were all the same. No one felt that their appearance was out of place. However, Tong Xuelu still felt that they were too inexperienced. When she resigned from the restaurant in the future, she would bring them out to broaden their horizons when she had time. Tong Jiasun suddenly shouted, "Second brother, look over there. They are selling shoes. Let's go over there quickly." Tong Xuelu said, "Let's go over and take a look. However, you can't yell like that when you're outside. Do you understand?" Tong Jiasun's face was a little red. "But other people yell like that too." Tong Xuelu said, "Other people are other people. You guys are you guys. I hope that you guys can be well-mannered and educated children." Tong Jiaming and Tong Mianmian nodded their heads repeatedly. Tong Jiasun also quickly nodded his head when he saw this. Nothing would go wrong if he followed second brother and little sister. When they arrived at the shoe cabinet, Tong Jiaming's eyes were glued to the white sneakers. His eyeballs couldn't even move. Tong Xuelu said to the salesperson, "Please bring a pair of white sneakers, size 35. The salesperson took out a pair of white sneakers from the glass cabinet and said arrogantly, "You can just compare them with your feet. You can't try them on." Tong Xuelu said, "But what if they don't fit?" The salesperson said, "What size are you sure you want to wear? How can they not fit?" Tong Xuelu was speechless at the service attitude of the people in this era. She rolled her eyes and said, "I'm the manager of Dongfeng Restaurant. Do you know why I sold ma la tang?" When the salesperson heard that she was the manager of Dongfeng Restaurant, her eyes widened like a bull's. "Are you really the manager of Dongfeng Restaurant?" Tong Xuelu took out her work permit. "How can I lie about this kind of thing?" The salesperson's eyes lit up. "So you're manager Tong, the one who defeated a bunch of male managers and chefs. I really like your beef balls. You can try on the shoes. Anything is fine." Tong Xuelu was speechless. She hadn't even started to explain why she sold ma la tang, but the salesperson had already been conquered by her charm. She felt as if she had punched cotton. However, since the salesperson had already spoken, she would save her breath. This was the effect of her status. She didn't need to think of a way to persuade the salesperson to surrender. Tong Jiaming and Tong Jiasun were shocked when they saw the scene. This was especially true for Tong Jiaming. The convenience brought about by this identity was like a seed that was deeply implanted in his blood until one day it would sprout. After buying the shoes, Tong Xuelu brought the 3 of them to the stationery counter and bought a lot of stationery for the 3 of them. She then went back to buy milk candies. Less than half an hour after they went back, Fang Jingyuan came with meat and vegetables. There was a man in his mid-20s who came with her. The man was of medium height and had delicate facial features. His skin was fair and he looked like a girl. He was indeed quite good-looking. However, this type wasn't Tong Xuelu's type. Fang Jingyuan introduced the 2 of them shyly. Zolv, this is my boyfriend, Xiangpeng. Brother Xiang, this is my friend, Comrade Tong. Xiangpeng smiled and said, I often hear Jingyuan mention you. It's an honor to finally have the chance to meet you today. His lips were red and his teeth were white. If he was dressed as a woman, people would believe that he was a woman. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, It's an honor to meet you too. It's windy outside. Come in quickly. After entering the house, Tong Xuelu poured tea for the two of them and took out some candies to serve them. Fang Jingyuan's eyes lit up when she saw the red date walnut candies. Zolv, why are you so good? You cook well and your candies are delicious too. I really want to stay at your house forever. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, If you stay at my house forever, your parents will come looking for you. Tong Xuelu noticed when he said this. Xiangpeng smiled, but his eyes didn't fall on Fang Jingyuan. However, Fang Jingyuan's eyes drifted to Xiangpeng from time to time. She even looked shy. From the looks of the two of them, it felt like Fang Jingyuan was passionate and Xiangpeng didn't seem to be moved. However, some people were more introverted or difficult to fall in love with, so she didn't take it to heart. Tong Xuelu said, Comrade Xiang, are you very busy at the Education Bureau? Xiangpeng smiled and nodded. It's quite busy. I'm a secretary and usually follow the leader's schedule. I don't even have time to rest when the leader is on break. Fang Jingyuan heard this and complained, I always say that he's busier than the leader. We've known each other for almost a month, but we've only met 4 times, including today. If it wasn't my birthday today, he would definitely say that he's busy again. Xiangpeng said apologetically, It's my fault. I'll make more time in the future. Fang Jingyuan blushed and snorted softly, That's more like it. Tong Xuelu looked at Fang Jingyuan's shy face and knew that she was really moved. They chatted for a while before Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen to cook. Fang Jingyuan stood up and followed him, leaving Xiangpeng alone in the living room. Tong Xuelu planned to make a big plate of chicken and longevity noodles for Fang Jingyuan. He would also make a small stir-fried pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After the meal, he would make her a chicken cake. Fang Jingyuan heard the names of these dishes and almost drooled. Zolv, you're so good to me. Now that she thought about how the two of them used to fight every day, she really felt that she was blind. She couldn't see how good Tong Xuelu was and missed out on so many years of delicious food. Tong Xuelu quickly chopped the chicken, washed it, and blanched it in a pot. Then, he peeled and cut the potatoes, chopped the green peppers, red peppers, and onions, minced the ginger, garlic, and dried red peppers into small pieces. Fang Jingyuan helped him with some small chores. Zolv, what do you think of my girlfriend? Tong Xuelu poured the ingredients into the oil pot and stir-fried them. He's okay. But you guys won't get married so soon, right? Fang Jingyuan's cheeks turned pink. He's not young anymore. His family has been urging him. He said that he also wants to get married soon, so he wants to come to my house next month to propose marriage. Tong Xuelu almost choked on his own saliva. So soon? Are you ready to live with him for the rest of your life? Fang Jingyuan nodded shyly. I think he's good-looking. I can eat 2 more bowls of rice just by looking at his face. Tong Xuelu, she was even more obsessed with looks than she was. I think it's too soon. You guys have only met 4 times and don't know each other's personalities. I think you guys can take it slow. The ingredients were fragrant and the kitchen was filled with a seductive aroma. Tong Xuelu added the bean paste and stir-fried the chili oil. Then, he put the chicken pieces into the pot and added rock sugar and soy sauce to color them. Finally, he poured a bowl of water and stewed it on high heat for more than 10 minutes. Fang Jingyuan said, I know his personality. He's very considerate. He knows that I like to eat good food. Every time we meet, he will bring me food. He's also tolerant of my personality. I think we're very suitable for each other. Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. Since the other party said so, what else could she say? When the chicken was almost cooked, she put the other ingredients into the pot and stir-fried them. After the sauce was melted, she added the seasoning and was ready to plate. Fang Jingyuan smelled the seductive aroma and put all her attention on the delicious food. Tong Xuelu saw this and did not try to persuade her anymore. When all the dishes were on the table, Xiangpeng looked at the table full of delicious food and his eyes lit up for the first time. No wonder Jingyuan always praises you. Comrade Tong's food is indeed full of color, aroma, and taste. Just the smell is enough to whet one's appetite. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, Comrade Xiang, you're too kind. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Let's eat. The chicken in the big plate was smooth and spicy. The potatoes were soft and delicious. It was spicy and fragrant. It was very satisfying to eat. Using the soup from the big plate of chicken, one could eat a bowl of rice without any other dishes. Tong Jiasun wolfed down the food. He was very happy that his sister had bought him a drawing book. Now, he could eat delicious food again. He felt that life was simply too wonderful. Halfway through the meal, Xiangpeng suddenly talked about something he saw in the newspaper yesterday. Recently, there's a female Lei Feng. Speaking of which, she has the same surname as Comrade Tong. Fang Jingyuan was curious. Her surname is Tong? What's her name? Don't tell me she's Zulf's family? Xiangpeng said, that female Lei Feng is called Tong Jinjin. I don't know if you know her? What? You said she's called Tong Jinjin? Fang Jingyuan was shocked when she heard Tong Jinjin's name. Because she was too agitated, she bumped into the longevity noodles beside her. The longevity noodles were knocked over. The boiling soup flowed out and landed on her thigh. It was so hot that she jumped up on the spot. Ah, it's so hot. It's so hot. When one was unlucky, even drinking cold water would get stuck in one's teeth. Fang Jingyuan jumped and screamed. Coincidentally, she stepped on the soup on the ground. She slipped and fell towards Xiangpeng. If Xiangpeng had supported her, it would not have been a big problem. Unexpectedly, just as her body was about to fall towards Xiangpeng, Xiangpeng subconsciously pushed her away. Fang Jingyuan lost her balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Her forehead hit the ground heavily. Immediately, her head was bleeding. Blood quickly dyed the ground red. The air was quiet for a few seconds. No one present had expected things to turn out like this. This was especially true for Xiangpeng, who was completely stunned. When Fang Jingyuan fell towards him, he subconsciously pushed her away. He did not expect her to fall, and he did not expect her head to bleed. Xiangpeng came back to his senses. His hands trembled as he tried to support Fang Jingyuan. Jingyuan, are you okay? Don't touch her. Tong Shui LV dashed forward and lifted her leg to kick him. Xiangpeng was caught off guard. His whole body was kicked to the ground, and he gasped in pain. Tong Xuelu did not bother to pay attention to him. He looked up at Tong Jiaming and said, Go to the hospital and call for an ambulance. Be quick, but be careful. Tong Jiaming came back to his senses. He nodded and ran out. Okay, I got it. Tong Xuelu ran into the room and took a clean handkerchief to wrap Fang Jingyuan's forehead. Fang Jingyuan had already fainted. She could carry Fang Jingyuan to the hospital when he bled at the back of his head, but she could not carry Fang Jingyuan now. Even if she could, the bicycle could not carry both of them. Tong Mianmian was so frightened that her eyes widened. She was so shocked that she forgot to cry. When she came back to her senses, she burst into tears. Tong Xuelu looked up and comforted her. Mianmian, be good. It's okay. Sister Jingyuan just fell. Can you go to Grandma Shen's house next door with your brother? The little girl was obviously scared, but she still nodded obediently. Okay. Tong Xuelu looked at Tong Jiasun, who was also panicking. Jiasun, take your sister to Grandma Shen's house. Okay, I'll go now. Tong Jiasun nodded with his eyes wide open. He took his sister's hand and turned to leave. When Xiangpeng saw that Tong Jiasun was going to call for help, he panicked. Comrade Tong, I didn't do it on purpose, Tong Xuelu interrupted him. I know you did it on purpose. Xiangpeng still wanted to explain, but Tong Xuelu looked at him as if he was looking at an unrecyclable piece of trash. Tong Xuelu exuded an aura, shut your dog mouth, don't touch me. Xiangpeng was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. His face was pale. When the Wei family heard what had happened, Wei Zhigua and his grandson Wei immediately ran over. When they saw the blood on the ground, they were shocked. Zolv, what's going on? Tong Shuelu, Grandpa Wei, my friend was pushed down. I've already asked Jiaming to call an ambulance. Can I trouble you to go to my friend's house and inform her family? Wei Guozhi nodded. Let Xiaoran go. I'll go to the hospital with you. Wei Ran nodded repeatedly. Sister Zolv, tell me quickly. I'll go there right away. Tong Shuelu told him the Fong family's address. Wei Ran memorized it a few times, then went home and rode his bicycle quickly. 20 minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. Tong Shuelu and the medical staff sent Fong Jingyuan to the hospital. Xiangpeng was dragged to the hospital by Wei Guozhi. Today was Fong Jingyuan's birthday. When Fong Jingyuan left in the morning, her mother told her to go home early because the family wanted to celebrate her birthday in the evening. Who would have thought that within a few hours, she would be sent to the hospital with a bloody head? The Fong family was shocked and worried. They took the money and tickets and rushed to the hospital. Fong Jingyuan's forehead had a big cut that required 7 or 8 stitches. The doctor said that she had a slight concussion and had to stay in the hospital for 2 days. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, the Fong family came over. Fong Jingyuan's mother's eyes were red. She grabbed Tong Shuelu's hand and said, Zolv, how is Jingyuan? Is she okay? Tong Shuelu asked the doctor to explain to the Fong family. When Fong Jingyuan's mother heard that her daughter had 7 or 8 stitches, she burst into tears. That child has been scared of blood since she was young. She must have been scared to death after losing so much blood. Fong Jingyuan's mother then asked the nurse to bring her to see her daughter. Fong Jingyuan's father was worried about his daughter, but he was obviously calmer than Fong Jingyuan's mother. Zolv, tell me, how did Jingyuan fall? Tong Shuelu pointed at Xiangpeng who was standing in the corner and said, Jingyuan slipped. Not only did he not catch her, but he also pushed her away. That's why Jingyuan fell to the ground. Xiangpeng's face seemed to be drained of blood. Seeing Fong Jingyuan's father glaring at him, he was so scared that he stuttered, Uncle Fong, listen to me. Bang. Fong Jingyuan's father walked forward and punched Xiangpeng in the face. Xiangpeng's face was smashed to the side, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Before Fong Jingyuan's father could punch him again, the Xiang family arrived. What are you doing? Why did you hit my son? Fong Jingyuan's mother rushed over and grabbed Fong Jingyuan's father's hand. She even used her body to shield her son. Fong Jingyuan's father's eyes were red with anger. He glared at Xiangpeng and said, Your son caused my daughter to fall and hurt her head. I'm already letting him off easy by not killing him. Fong Jingyuan's father ran over and saw his son's bruised face. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. Let's talk nicely. My son has always been educated and reasonable. How could he do such a thing? Fong Jingyuan's father then turned around and asked his son, Little Peng, what happened? Tell Dad. Xiangpeng's mouth twitched and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Dad, I didn't mean to push Jingyuan. She suddenly fell and I was shocked. I wanted to catch her, but I didn't expect her to fall to the ground. TSK. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless, Tong Shuelu sighed in amazement. Fong Jingyuan's boyfriend really didn't have a good character. Fong Jingyuan's mother heard her son's words and immediately regained her confidence. Did you hear that? My son didn't push your daughter. Your daughter fell on her own. My son was kind enough to help her up, but he didn't. What right do you have to hit him? Fong Jingyuan's father was so angry that his face turned red. Xiangpeng, do you have the guts to say that again? Xiangpeng was so scared that his body trembled. He hid behind his mother. Anyway, I didn't push Jingyuan. I'll still say the same thing when I go to the police station. Fong Jingyuan's mother puffed up her chest and suddenly flew into a rage. I'll let you hit my son. I'll let you hit my son. I'll fight you to the death. She scolded and reached out to scratch Fong Jingyuan's father's face. If the other party was a man, Fong Jingyuan's father might have fought him fair and square. But now that it was a woman, Fong Jingyuan's father couldn't hold his ground. He dodged and retreated, and accidentally got a few red scratches on his face. Tong Xuelu walked over and said, Uncle Fong, since the other party said that she's not afraid of going to the police station, I'll go to the police station now to report her. She was about to walk out as she spoke. Xiang Peng's heart trembled when he heard this. He hurriedly shouted, Dad, stop her. Don't let her go to the police station. Fong Jingyuan's father responded and chased after Tong Xuelu. He wanted to grab her hand. But just as his hand touched Tong Xuelu's sleeve, Tong Xuelu turned around and slapped Fong Jingyuan's father's face. She said righteously, Old hooligan, are you going to the police station with your son? Fong Jingyuan's father's face was slapped to the side, and the left side of his face was burning. What was even more embarrassing was that the people around him looked over and pointed at him. Fong Jingyuan's father's face turned red and white. Fong Jingyuan's mother saw this and stopped attacking Fong Jingyuan's father. She turned around and pounced on Tong Xuelu. Little b****, I'll beat you to death. Xiang Peng, who was behind her, was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He shouted, Mom, don't hit her. Her grandfather is the commander. Fong Jingyuan's mother heard this and came to an emergency stop. She looked very funny. Oh, things are getting interesting. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. Earlier, when Xiang Peng suddenly mentioned Tong Zhinzhin during dinner, she felt that something was wrong. But before she could react, something happened to Fong Jingyuan. Now that he mentioned her identity, Tong Xuelu felt that something was wrong. Seeing the commotion, a nurse came over and scolded, This is the hospital, not a place for you to fight. If anyone dares to make a ruckus, get out. Fong Jingyuan and Fong Jingyuan glared at each other with fear in their hearts. Xiang Peng said, Dad, Mom, I remember that I might have accidentally pushed Jingyuan. Because I panicked. But I really didn't do it on purpose. She's my girlfriend, my ass. Fong Jingyuan's father was furious. From today onwards, you're not my daughter's girlfriend. No matter how much his daughter liked this boyfriend, he would never allow them to be together. Otherwise, he would rather break her legs and take care of her for the rest of her life. Fong Jingyuan's mother puffed out her chest. So be it. Do you think my son cares about your daughter? My son is a good worker and is handsome. There are plenty of girls who want to marry him. Your daughter, on the other hand, has no manners at all. Fong Jingyuan's father glared at her. Say that again if you dare. Fong Jingyuan's mother was incomparably fierce. She was not afraid of a tall and strong man like Fong Jingyuan's father. I'll say it again. Your daughter farted in front of my son on her first blind date. Which well-mannered girl would do that? What are you staring at? Hit me if you dare. Hit me. Fong Jingyuan's father really wanted to hit her, but no matter how reasonable he was, it would be unreasonable. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. Tong Xuelu reminded him, Uncle Fong, do you want to report them to the police or ask them to pay? Fong Jingyuan's father came back to his senses. Your son pushed my daughter. If you don't pay, I'll send you to the police. In fact, even if they went to the police, Xiang Peng would not be arrested. Neither the Fong family nor the Xiang family wanted to go to the police. In the end, after a long struggle, the Xiang family paid the Fong family 100 yuan. Fong Jingyuan's mother took out the money from her pocket and spat on the ground. We're unlucky to meet people like you. After saying that, she pulled her son away. Fong Jingyuan's father held the money tightly in his hand. He was so angry that his face turned green. After Fong Jingyuan's mother found out about the Xiang family's behavior, she was so angry that her chest hurt. If I knew that he was such a person, I wouldn't have let Jingyuan go on a blind date. Fong Jingyuan woke up just in time to hear this. After being stunned for a moment, 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. When Fong Jingyuan's mother saw that she had woken up, she immediately stopped scolding her. Jingyuan, you're awake? Why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Fong Jingyuan pouted and cried. Mom, how could he be such a person? He wasn't like that before. Fong Jingyuan's mother quickly comforted her, but Fong Jingyuan still couldn't stop crying. Fong Jingyuan's mother was both disappointed and distressed. She had no choice but to ask Tong Xuelu for help. Tong Xuelu walked into the ward and looked at Fong Jingyuan, who was still crying. If you don't cry, I'll give you 2 bags of red date walnut candy later. Fang Jingyuan's tears stopped abruptly. She blinked and said, add a red date cake too. My heart is hurt. I need to eat something sweet to comfort my heart. Tang Xuelu nodded. No problem. Fang Jingyuan raised her hand to wipe away her tears and sighed. Okay, then I won't cry. Fang Jingyuan's mother, who was standing at the door, was speechless. Fang Jingyuan's father, who had red marks all over his face, was speechless. If they had known that their daughter was so easy to coax, they wouldn't have wasted so much saliva just now. Tang Xuelu said, you should be glad that you saw that he was a piece of trash before you got married. Otherwise, wouldn't you have been at a disadvantage if you only found out after you got married? Fang Jingyuan's eyelashes were still wet with tears. She blinked twice and said, you're right. I won't look for a good-looking man in the future. Once bitten, twice shy. If I go on blind dates in the future, I won't look for good-looking men. I'll only look for ugly ones. Tang Xuelu was speechless. You don't have to. At this moment, Fang Wenyuan rushed to the hospital with sweat all over his forehead. Dad, Mom, how is Jingyuan? Fang Jingyuan's mother said, she's already awake, but there are a few stitches on her head. I don't know if it'll leave a scar. Thinking of this, Fang Jingyuan's mother wanted to slap Xiangpeng to death. Fang Wenyuan walked in with a sullen face. Unexpectedly, he was stunned when he saw Tang Xuelu's face. Ever since he fell sick last time, he had accepted the fact that Tang Xuelu no longer liked him. However, he didn't know why, but he often thought of her. Fang Jingyuan said, Big brother, don't stare at Zulf. She already has a boyfriend, and she doesn't like you. Fang Wenyuan was speechless. Alright, seeing that his sister's mouth was still as annoying as ever, he knew that she was fine. Tang Xuelu stood up and said, have a good rest. I'll come and see you later. Fang Jingyuan looked at her eagerly and said, remember to bring some delicious food. Tang Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he walked past Fang Wenyuan, he said, Comrade Fang, I have something to ask you. Can you come out for a while? Fang Wenyuan was stunned again. Then, his heart started to beat wildly and he said, okay. Tang Xuelu walked out first and went to the small garden outside to wait for Fang Wenyuan. Fang Wenyuan quickly followed. The spring sun shone warmly on Tang Xuelu's fair face. The spring breeze blew the fine hair on her forehead. The red mole under the corner of her eye was bright and charming. It made people's hearts beat faster. Fang Wenyuan used to hate the red mole at the corner of her eye. Now, he felt that the red mole was very beautiful. Tang Xuelu heard footsteps and turned around. Comrade Fang, I have a few things to ask you. Fang Wenyuan forced himself not to look at the red mole at the corner of her eye. Go ahead. When we were eating, Xiangpeng said that Tang Zhenzhen has become a woman. Do you know about this? Fang Wenyuan thought that she was going to ask about him. He didn't expect that it was related to Tang Zhenzhen. I know. It was reported in the news 2 days ago. Tang Zhenzhen saved a mother and son from drowning at the farm. In order to save them, she almost got caught in the whirlpool. The mother and son thanked her for saving their lives and went to the newspaper office to find a reporter to report about it. Tang Zhenzhen sacrificed herself to save others. She wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. For Tang Xuelu, who had transmigrated from the novel, Tang Zhenzhen's actions were all too familiar. A bad person transformed from the farm into a woman. TSK. Tang Zhenzhen wanted to use public opinion to clear his name. Even if Tang Zhenzhen really saved the mother and son, who would think of going to the newspaper office to find a reporter? She dared to pat her chest and say that everything from saving the mother and son to finding a reporter was arranged well. However, Tang Zhenzhen was at the farm. With her ability, she definitely couldn't control so many things. She didn't know who was helping her behind the scenes. Fang Wenyuan saw that she didn't speak for a long time. He thought that she was worried that Tang Zhenzhen would make things difficult for her after he came out. Are you worried that Tang Zhenzhen will regret and take revenge on you? You don't have to worry. Tang Xuelu shook his head. I'm not worried. I'm just curious why she suddenly became a woman. The Xiang family, especially Xiangpeng, is a little strange. You'd better investigate this person. Feng Wenyuan was confused. What do you mean by strange? Tong Xuelu paused and said, I suspect that he deliberately got close to Jingyuan. I also suspect that he doesn't like women. Feng Wenyuan was even more confused. His face was full of question marks. Tong Xuelu explained to him, have you heard of the ancient homosexual? I suspect that he is a homosexual. When she saw that Xiang Peng didn't have any love for Feng Jingyuan, she didn't think that he was gay. After all, some people's feelings were more restrained. However, when he saw Feng Jingyuan leaning towards her, he seemed to be frightened. He also seemed to have seen something disgusting, so he subconsciously pushed her away. At that time, she was standing at an angle where she could see Xiang Peng's expression clearly. At that time, she was sure that Xiang Peng not only didn't like Feng Jingyuan, but he might also be a lesbian. As for why he went to Feng Jingyuan, it might be because of pressure from his parents and the people around him. He had no choice but to find a woman to marry. Moreover, he suspected that he got close to Feng Jingyuan because of her. Feng Wenyuan, Tong Xuelu, you are Jingyuan's older brother. I'll have to trouble you to investigate this matter. Feng Wenyuan came back to his senses and quickly nodded. Okay, I will investigate. Tong Xuelu said, I have to go back. My younger siblings are still at home. After sending them to the hospital, she asked Wei Zhigua to go back. She was worried that Shen Wanrong couldn't handle the children alone. Feng Wenyuan watched her turn and leave. An indescribable panic surged in his heart. He suddenly shouted, Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu turned around and looked at him. What's wrong? Feng Wenyuan looked at her misty almond-shaped eyes. His heart was beating like thunder. Why don't you like me all of a sudden? Tong Xuelu's lips twitched. Who wants to be treated with kindness every day? After speaking, she turned around and walked away. Feng Wenyuan looked at her graceful figure and felt a sense of loss. He wanted to ask if he would have had a chance if he hadn't treated her that way. If he said that he regretted it. However, when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say a word. Tong Xuelu ignored Feng Wenyuan's dilemma. Speaking of which, Feng Wenyuan was the male lead in the novel. Perhaps because of her arrival, Tong Zhenjin and Feng Wenyuan didn't have any interactions. Now, it seemed even more impossible for them to be together. She just didn't know who was helping Tong Zhenjin. When she returned home, Tong Mianmian was already asleep. Tong Xuelu explained the situation to the Wei family and carried Tong Mianmian home. Tong Jiaming had already cleaned up the bloodstains in the house. Tong Xuelu praised the two brothers. In the middle of the night, Tong Mianmian woke up crying from her sleep. She even had a low fever. Tong Xuelu quickly got up and fed her fever medicine. He coaxed her for a long time before she fell asleep again. The next day, Tong Xuelu went to work with dark circles under his eyes. He kept yawning. At this time, the Tong family in the compound was full of joy. It was even livelier than the New Year. Tong Zhenjin walked into the compound surrounded by his family. When the other people in the compound saw Tong Zhenjin, they immediately surrounded him enthusiastically. Zhenjin, you're back? Zhenjin, I saw the news about you saving people. You're so brave. I saw it too. Zhenjin's selfless spirit is a living Lei Feng. You're also the pride of our compound. Zhenjin, what were you thinking at that time? The current was so strong. Weren't you afraid? Tong Zhenjin smiled modestly and said, when I saw the mother and son being washed away by the water, I only wanted to save them. I didn't think about anything else. Actually, these words were all reported in the newspaper. However, everyone still asked over and over again. They wanted to hear Tong Zhenjin say it personally. Tong Zhenjin's attitude towards everyone's questions was very humble. He didn't have a trace of impatience. When everyone saw her like this, they couldn't help but have a better impression of her. Zhenjin is so beautiful and kind. I think our logistics department should reward Zhenjin for her bravery. I agree. This kind of glorious thing should be publicized more. Aunt Tong, you have such a kind child. You're lucky to have such a kind child. Hearing everyone's words, Tong Zhenjin's mother was so happy that her face was flushed. Don't praise her. This is what she should do. We've taught her to take pleasure in helping others since she was young. Since she was young, some people caught the faulty wording in Tang Jinjin's words. However, no one dared to say it directly in this situation. Everyone surrounded Tang Jinjin and asked him for a long time before leaving with satisfaction. After returning to the Tang family, Tang Jinjin was once again surrounded like stars surrounding the moon. Kai Chunlan personally poured a glass of water for Tang Jinjin. Jinjin, you must be thirsty after talking so much outside. Drink some water. Tang Jinjin's heart was full of pride, but he showed a modest smile on his face. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'm thirsty. Kai Chunlan looked at Qin Yueling proudly. Drink it quickly. I'll pour more for you after you finish. Qin Yueling didn't say anything. Tang Jinjin's mother was dissatisfied. What are you doing? Didn't you see that Jinjin is back? Go to the dining hall and get some meat and vegetables. Qin Yueling said, Mom, it's not time to get food yet. Tang Jinjin's mother wanted to scold her again, but Tang Jinjin said, Mom, I'm not hungry now. I'll ask sister-in-law to get some food later. Qin Yueling didn't expect Tang Jinjin to help her out. She was very surprised. Kai Chunlan saw that Tang Jinjin was nice to Qin Yueling, so he quickly flattered him. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to phoenixes, and mice are born to dig holes. If Zilv hadn't framed Jinjin, how could she have gone to a place like the farm? The living room was silent for a few seconds after he said that. Tang Jinjin's mother remembered that Tang Xuelu had been caught red-handed. She said awkwardly, Why did you mention that person out of nowhere? Kai Chunlan curled his lips and said, Mom, I'm just angry. She caused Jinjin to go to the farm, but she was living a good life as a restaurant manager. If Jinjin hadn't worked hard, our whole family would have been laughed at. Tang Jinjin's eyes flashed with jealousy, but he said, Let bygones be bygones. It was a misunderstanding. I don't hate Zilv anymore. Don't mention the past again. Everyone looked at Tang Jinjin in shock. They felt that Tang Jinjin seemed to have changed into a different person. Kai Chunlan asked carefully, You really don't hate Tang Xuelu anymore? Tang Jinjin shook his head. I never hated her. I was just angry at that time. In fact, Zilv and I are fated. I want to be good friends with her. Everyone, Tang Xuelu had wanted to talk to Minister Lin about setting up a factory, but because of Tang Jinjin, she had to postpone the plan again. It was still a collective economy. If the factory was not done well, she could be called a capitalist. Without Tang Jinjin, she was confident that it would be done well. Now that Tang Jinjin had come out in advance and someone was helping him, she felt that it was better to be careful. Now, the restaurant staff admired and respected her as the manager. However, in order to strengthen their trust, Tang Xuelu decided to reward them with the profits from the seasoning packets. First of all, the two chefs worked hard every day to make so many delicious dishes. They are the backbone of our restaurant. Today, I want to reward them with 20 yuan each. When Master Meng and Master Lei heard that there was a reward, one was stunned, and the other was so excited that his face turned red. Master Lei's eyes reddened. Thank you, Manager Tong. I will work harder in the future. When he quit his job in his hometown and came to Beijing, he was always on tenterhooks. He was worried that he would be ostracized by his new colleagues and that the dishes he made would not be to their liking. He did not expect that not only would he be accepted, but he would also receive a reward. Master Meng came back to his senses. His hands were trembling. Me too. Me too. He had been a chef for so many years, but this was the first time he received a reward. Tang Xuelu nodded and looked at the three waiters. Meng Qingqing, Guo Qunyu, and Wu Lizhu. The three of you cleaned the restaurant every day and served the people wholeheartedly. You made our restaurant the best restaurant in the city. This is your contribution. I want to reward each of you with 10 yuan. Meng Qingqing and the other two were so excited that their faces turned red. Although the reward was not as much as the chef's, 10 yuan could buy a lot of things. This was an extra reward. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It made them happy. Finally, Tang Xuelu looked at Guo Weiping and Xiao Tian. The two of you worked very hard to learn cooking from the two chefs. Take turns to go shopping with me. I want to reward each of you with 7 yuan. Guo Weiping was so excited that he almost cried. Thank you, Manager Tong. I will definitely work hard in the future and treat the restaurant as my home. He was still a temporary worker. He thought that he would not receive such a reward. He did not expect that Manager Tong would not forget about him. Xiao Tian was also very excited. After all, he had only been here for a short period of time. He did not talk much in the restaurant and was not eye-catching at all. After the reward was distributed, Tong Xuelu said, as a part of the restaurant, I hope that you can treat the restaurant as your home and take care of it. Our restaurant is becoming more and more famous and popular. There will definitely be people who are jealous of us. Therefore, we have to be more careful in the coming days. Everyone saw that Tong Xuelu had suddenly become serious and did not react for a while. Tong Xuelu said, first of all, we have to ensure that the restaurant is clean and safe. We must not let the customers eat expired or spoiled food. Do you still remember what happened at the restaurant last time? Everyone nodded in unison. I hope that you can take this as a warning. Also, if someone asks you about the restaurant, I hope that you can tell me. If someone gives you money to destroy the restaurant or hurt me, the manager, I also hope that you can think of Lu Dongcheng in the past. You must not do anything stupid. Master Meng stared at her and said, Manager Tong, don't worry. I, Master Meng, will be the first to swear that if I do anything to let down the restaurant or Manager Tong, I will be struck by lightning. Seeing that Master Meng was swearing, the others hurriedly rushed to swear. Tong Xuelu did not believe in things like swearing. However, she looked very touched at this moment. Seeing that everyone is so united, I am relieved. Our will is as strong as an impregnable fortress. What can defeat us? Guo Qinyu said loudly, no, nothing can defeat us. The others followed suit and shouted, scaring the people who passed by the restaurant entrance. Tong Xuelu nodded with satisfaction. She felt that she had the ability to do multi-level marketing. After Feng Wenyuan separated from Tong Xuelu that day, he had been investigating Xiang Peng's affairs. Then, he really did find some clues. Xiang Peng was 28 years old this year, but he had never been in a relationship before. It was not that he had never been in a relationship before. He seemed to have been in a relationship with 2 women before, but they broke up in less than half a month. In such a short period of time, they could not be considered as a relationship at all. They could only be considered as getting to know each other. The Xiang family was not bad, and Xiang Peng's personal condition was also good. No matter how picky he was, he should have at least been in a relationship before. The Xiang family said that Xiang Peng was focused on his work and served the people wholeheartedly. That was why he delayed his personal life. Feng Wenyuan had heard of this before. At that time, he did not think that there was a problem. However, after being reminded by Tong Xuelu, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. However, after secretly investigating for a period of time, he did not find any evidence that Xiang Peng was gay. It was not good for him to go around asking about this kind of thing. Once the news got out, he would be easily bitten by the other party. There was no evidence that Xiang Peng was gay, but he did find out if he was related to Tong Xinjin. At this time, he was sitting in the living room of the Tong family. He looked at Tong Xuelu and said, Xiang Peng is the secretary of the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Deputy Director Wang has a cousin who is the minister of the finance department. Minister Yan of the finance department was the witness who saw Tong Xinjin save the person. Tong Xuelu frowned slightly and asked, Minister Yan? How old is he? Feng Wenyuan said, around 35 or 36 years old. He is a capable person, but I heard that he is a little impetuous. People who wanted to do big things should not be immature. This was also the reason why he did not win against Su Yueshan and was elected as the deputy director of the reform committee. Tong Xuelu did not understand why Tong Xinjin would suddenly be related to such a person. However, Tong Xinjin was a person who had been reborn. Now that he was related to such a powerful person, she had to be more careful in the future. Tong Xuelu did not ask Feng Wenyuan to continue investigating. After all, this matter involved too many people. Since the other party did not make any further moves, it was best for her to remain silent. Feng Wenyuan did not go home immediately after leaving the Tong family's house. Instead, he went to wait for the rabbit. During this period of time, he knew Xiang Peng's schedule and knew that he would be working overtime today. After waiting for half an hour, he finally saw Xiang Peng walking over while playing a tune. A fire ignited in Feng Wenyuan's heart with a bang. During this period of time, Feng Jingyuan had a headache from time to time, but this scumbag was living a comfortable life. The more Feng Wenyuan thought about it, the angrier he got. When he saw Xiang Peng approaching, he threw the brick in his hand at him. Bang! Xiang Peng was not prepared and was hit. His head immediately started bleeding. He was so scared that he screamed loudly. When other people came, Feng Wenyuan had already run away. There was a big hole in Xiang Peng's forehead. It was much more serious than Feng Jingyuan's. He was sent to the hospital for more than 10 stitches. The doctor said that his wound was too big and would definitely leave a scar. In addition, he also had a moderate concussion. Xiang Peng had a splitting headache and vomited. He could not go back to work for a while. Seeing him like this, the Education Bureau asked him to rest at home. Then, they assigned the secretary's job to someone else. The Xiangs suspected that the Fangs were behind this, but there was no evidence or witnesses. They could not do anything to the Fangs. Xiang Peng's mother and father fell ill one after another. The family of 3 was sent to the hospital. When Rugi's waist was almost fully recovered. He had no problem sitting or standing, but he still felt a little sore after sitting for a long time. Today, when Rugi called Tong Shuelu at noon. After the two of them talked about their daily lives, when Rugi asked about the thing he was most concerned about. What did your grandpa say about the proposal? Tong Shuelu, my grandpa said to let me make the decision myself. When Rugi's heart was beating like thunder. What do you mean? Tong Shuelu, back then, Liu Bei asked Zhuge Liang to help him 3 times. You want me to spend the rest of my life with you? You brought Grandpa Wen to ask me. Don't you think this is a little too unromantic and hasty? When Rugi blinked. You want me to visit the Tong family 3 times? Tong Shuelu pursed his lips. There's no need to visit the Tong family 3 times. However, I want a romantic proposal. As for what counts as romantic, you have to think about it yourself. After hanging up, when Rugi's brows furrowed into a knot. What kind of proposal would count as romantic, when Rugi thought about it for an entire day but still couldn't think of anything? This was much more difficult than doing experiments in physics. After work, he went to consult Huang Qimin with this question. Who would have thought that even Huang Qimin was stumped this time? Huang Qimin scratched his head and said, isn't the proposal just buying 2 kilograms of pork and telling the Xiang family that you want to get married? How else do you propose? When he proposed marriage to his girlfriend, he brought 2 kilograms of pork. Both parents sat down and agreed on a date. The proposal was considered a success. What romance? Was the pork not delicious? When Rugi could think of a romantic proposal, Zhou Yan had already received a leave of absence and went home to propose marriage. He followed Huang Qimin's method and bought 2 kilograms of pork and brought his parents to the Xiang family to propose marriage. Needless to say, it was a success. The Wang family and the Zhou family felt that the two of them had been dating for a while and it was time for them to get married. Now that both families were interested in each other, they decided to settle the marriage. Zhou Yan was so happy that his mouth was about to reach his ears. However, when he thought about how he hadn't held hands with his girlfriend yet, his heart itched and he wanted to take this opportunity to hold her hand. Wang Xiaoyun knew that the two of them were about to get married. She lowered her head and blushed. Zhou Yan raised his head and looked outside. Then, he took a deep breath and reached out to her hand. Just as his hand was about to grab hers, footsteps came from outside. Xiaoyun, ask Zhou Yan if he wants to have lunch at home. Zhou Yan was shocked and slapped Wang Xiaoyun's hand hard. What a big mosquito. Wang Xiaoyun was also shocked. At the same time, she felt a burning pain on the back of her hand. She looked down and didn't see the mosquito's corpse. Instead, she saw that the back of her hand was red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Xiaoyun, Zhou Yan, the two of them looked at each other and the room was silent for a few seconds. Soon, Zhou Yan's shrill scream sounded in the room. The little swallow wears flowery clothes and comes here every spring. I asked the swallow, why do you come here? The swallow says, take care of yourself. The spring breeze was chilly, and new buds bloomed on the trees on both sides of the street. They were green and pleasing to look at. Tong Xuelu got off work early today. When he got home, he instructed Tong Jiaming, help me send these 2 sets of pastries to the Feng family and the Wen family. Tong Jiaming did not suspect anything. He took the pastries, got on his bicycle, and left. As soon as Tong Jiaming left, Tong Jessen came over and asked mysteriously, Sister, what are we going to do next? Tong Xuelu said, help me with the housework. Then, paste the paper cuts made by Grandma Shen. Yes. Tong Jessen saluted and took a broom to clean the living room. Tong Mian and Mooncake followed behind him like 2 little tails. Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She washed the pork tenderloin and cut it into shreds. Then, she added egg white, starch, and soy sauce and mixed them well. She cut the dried tofu into small pieces. After the pot was heated, she threw the shredded pork into it. She scooped it up as soon as it changed color. Then, she added sweet sauce and white sugar and stir-fried it over low heat. When bubbles appeared, she put the shredded pork into it again. After stir-frying, she added shredded cucumber and dried tofu. A plate of shredded pork with soy sauce was ready. Then, she made pig ear salad and 2 other side dishes. Then, she made red date cakes and hollow sugar cookies. When Shen Wanrong came in, Tong Xuelu was making hollow sugar cookies. She added water to the flour and stirred it while pouring. Then, she added butter and kneaded it into a dough. Then, she covered the pot and stirred the dough. Shen Wanrong looked at her dexterous hands and said enviously, your hands are so nimble. I can't do it. I can't make anything delicious in my life. Tong Xuelu added a small amount of flour into the sugar. As he stirred, he said, Grandma Shen's hands are used to make clothes. Leave the cooking to Grandpa Wei. Shen Wanrong pursed his lips and smiled. By the way, I heard from Zhuzu's grandfather that the army wants to find a partner for your grandfather recently. Your grandfather was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Is he that scary? Her biological grandmother had passed away for so many years. If her grandfather wanted to find a partner, she would not stop him in principle, as long as the other party's character was good enough. Shen Wanrong smiled and said, I heard that he's in his 40s. He's good at laundry and cooking. It's a pity that your grandfather doesn't want anything. The army can't force him either. Grandpa wrote a letter last time saying that he should be transferred back to Beijing before the end of the year. As Tong Xuelu spoke, she cut the dough into more than 10 pieces. After flattening it, she rolled it into an oval shape. She put the white sugar filling in the middle and pinched both sides to prevent the filling from leaking out. Then, she rolled it into an oval shape again. When the time came, she would have to take the college entrance exam. After the exam, she probably wouldn't be able to stay at home every day. If her grandfather came back at that time, he would be able to help take care of Tong Jiaming and his siblings. Shen Wanrong said, I heard from Zhuzu's grandfather about this. I heard that your grandfather also asked someone to look for a courtyard house in Beijing. I've been your neighbor for a long time. If someone else were to come over, I wouldn't be used to it. So, I asked Zhuzu's grandfather to look for a courtyard house. It would be best if our families could be next to each other when the time comes. Tong Xuelu brushed a layer of honey on the surface of the dough and sprinkled a layer of white sesame seeds. She smiled and nodded. That would be the best. I also want to be neighbors with Grandma Shen. After she was done, she put the dough into the oven to bake. After Tong Jiaming delivered the pastries, he came back with 2 boxes of desserts in his hands. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he felt that something was wrong. The lights in the house and the kitchen were off. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet. Did everyone in the family go to the Wei family next door? Tong Jiaming carried the 2 boxes of desserts to the living room. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he heard a pop sound as the lights were turned on. A burst of cheers followed. Happy birthday! Tong Jiaming was startled. His eyes widened, but he held the desserts tightly in his hands so that they didn't drop. Tong Jessen grinned and said, Second brother, were you startled? Big sis said that she wanted to give you a surprise. Tong Jiaming looked at the house full of people smiling at him. The walls of the house were pasted with happy birthday stickers, and there was a table full of food on the table. Tong Jiaming grabbed the desserts in his hands tightly. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yes, I was startled. He was also very happy. Wei Zhuzhu ran over and grabbed his hand. Brother Jiaming, come over quickly. Everyone is waiting for you to eat. I'm so hungry that I've lost weight. Ha ha ha, everyone was amused by Wei Zhuzhu's words. Tong Mianmian also rubbed her stomach. Second brother, Mianmian's stomach has lost weight. I want to eat. Tong Xuelu said, everyone, quickly sit down and eat. The food won't taste good when it gets cold. Tong Jiaming was pulled to sit down. He picked up a piece of shredded pork with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. The moderately salty and sweet pork filled his mouth. The sauce was rich, smooth, and sweet. It was so delicious that it made his nose ache. This was the first time he celebrated his birthday. When his parents were still around, they didn't have the habit of celebrating their birthdays. In the past, he heard from his classmates that their parents would cook red eggs or make longevity noodles for them on their birthdays. Although he didn't say anything, he was very envious. He thought that nothing would happen today like before. He didn't expect that they would give him such a big surprise. Tong Jiaming slowly chewed on the shredded pork, and the corners of his mouth curled up little by little. The other children quickly grabbed the hollow sugar cookies to eat after they finished their meal. The hollow sugar cookies were hollow in the middle. After biting open the front and back, they used the hollow sugar cookies as binoculars and looked at each other through the holes. They had a lot of fun. After they were done playing, they ate the sugar cookies bite by bite. The hollow sugar cookies were fragrant, crispy. It was easy to get addicted to eating them. After clearing the dishes, Tong Xuelu took out a brand new military satchel and handed it over. This is your birthday present. Tong Jiaming's heart raced. He looked at the military satchel in disbelief and asked, is this really for me? Tong Xuelu nodded. The others also have presents for you. Hurry and accept it. Tong Jiaming's eyes stung again. Thank you, sister. The Wei family gave Tong Jiaming a set of new clothes made by Shen Wanrong. Tong Jessen and Tong Mianmian gave him a toy top and candy respectively. A few days ago, Commander Xiao sent a military water bottle back. Tong Jiaming's hands were stuffed full of gifts, and so was his heart. Tong Jessen looked at his second brother enviously. He wondered if he would get a surprise like this on his birthday. At this moment, Tong Xinjin was talking to Minister Yan Yanggan, in a bungalow. Tong Xinjin frowned and said, Minister Yan, what's the matter with that guy with the surname Xiang? Didn't you ask him to get close to Feng Jingyuan? Why did I hear that they broke up? Yan Yong'an's face was gloomy. Don't mention him. He can't do anything right. Are you sure that Tong Xuelu has the ability to predict the future? Tong Xinjin nodded. Yes. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to the logistics compound and the art troupe to ask around. She used to be arrogant and domineering. She couldn't do anything. In short, she's completely different from how she is now. Yan Yong'an lit a Hontishan cigarette. He took a puff and slowly exhaled. Did she know how to cook? He must have sent someone to ask around. It was because of this that he felt it was inconceivable and troublesome. Tong Xinjin shook his head and curled his lips. How could she know how to cook? She's never even been to the kitchen. I suspect that she's been possessed by some demon or ghost. At first, she suspected that Tong Xuelu had been reborn like her. However, Tong Xuelu's personality was completely different from her previous life. Furthermore, he could cook so well. Therefore, she quickly rejected this idea. Later on, she realized that her soul could come back. In that case, Tong Xuelu's soul could also have been possessed by someone else's soul. In the past few years, no one dared to mention this kind of feudalism. Even if they did, no one would believe them. However, Yan Yong'an believed in this kind of thing. His ancestors were fortune-tellers. He knew more about metaphysics than anyone else. This was also why he believed Tong Xinjin's words in the past. Yan Yong'an exhaled another puff of smoke. Xiangpeng has already exposed himself. It's best that you don't look for Tong Xuelu for the time being. Also, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll alert the enemy. Tong Jinjin looked at him with a fascinated expression. Okay, I'll listen to you. However, when are you going to marry me? Yan Yangon turned around and pinched her chin. Are you in such a hurry? Tong Jinjin's cheeks turned pink. I want to become your woman as soon as possible. Then, I'll help you become a superior person. She only dared to tell him everything she knew after they got married and had children. Otherwise, she was worried that she would be abandoned at any time. Yan Yangon blew a puff of smoke in her face and laughed softly. I've already mentioned divorce to my wife. I'll marry you once I'm done here. Tong Jinjin narrowed her eyes. Will she agree to divorce you? Yan Yangon let go of her chin. His expression turned cold again. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, I'll marry you. His aura was very strong. When he was expressionless and silent, he always gave people a sense of oppression that made it hard for them to breathe. Tong Jinjin didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. By the way, didn't I ask you to help bring Tong Xuelu's girlfriend's mother and her family back to Beijing? Why haven't they come back yet? Yan Yangon frowned even more. I asked someone to help bring their family back. However, they were intercepted and can't come back for the time being. In the end, it was because he didn't have enough power. Otherwise, how could the other party dare to go back on their word? Tong Jinjin frowned as well. Why is everything going so wrong? Could it be that Tong Xuelu is behind it? She originally wanted Yan Yangon to bring Wenrugi's mother and her family back to Beijing. Wenrugi's mother was a good knife. In her previous life, she had forced Wenrugi into a dead end. Once Wenrugi was in trouble, she didn't believe that Tong Xuelu would be indifferent. As long as Tong Xuelu was in pain, she would be happy. However, she didn't expect her plan to be ruined as soon as it started. Just thinking about it made her depressed. Yan Yangon said, that's possible. We don't know who that woman is right now. Her connections and power are stronger than ours. Therefore, we have to lay low. As long as you help me climb up the social ladder, you can deal with her however you want when we become the most powerful. Tong Jinjin thought about how he could trample Tong Xuelu under his feet in the future and smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't make a decision on my own to look for her. Yan Yangon nodded his head in satisfaction. Zhou Yan returned to the base with a flushed face. When the people in the base saw him, they couldn't help but ask, Researcher Zhou, why are you smiling so happily? Could it be that good news is near? Zhou Yan grinned and said, you guessed it right. I'm engaged to my girlfriend. We'll get married in June. When everyone heard this, they congratulated Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's smile almost reached his ears. After work, he couldn't wait to tell Wenrugi and Huang Qimin about his engagement. Huang Qimin said, brother, congratulations. I told you that my proposal method would work. Wenrugi looked at the table and didn't say anything. Zhou Yan showed his white teeth. Now, Rugue is the only one who hasn't gotten engaged. Rugue, you have to work hard. Wenrugi said, okay. His expression was indifferent. Huang Qimin said, you still haven't thought about how to propose to your girlfriend? If she doesn't think 2 kilograms of pork is romantic, then buy 4 kilograms. If that doesn't work, then buy 10 kilograms. Is that romantic enough? Wenrugi was speechless. Since when did pork equate to romance? Zhou Yan said, my and Qimin's partners are still the most simple. 2 kilograms of pork is enough. Rugue, you're in trouble. Wenrugi, who had been silent all this time, finally said, that's because my partner is different from others. She's one of a kind. Naturally, 2 kilograms of pork won't be enough. Huang Qimin and Zhou Yan were stuffed with dog food, and their hearts were filled with disgust. These words made it sound like their partners were worthless. But when they thought about it, it seemed a little worthless. They only used 2 kilograms of pork to propose. Forget it. In the future, they couldn't let their partners come into contact with Wenrugi's partner. Otherwise, once there was a comparison, they might cause trouble. Huang Qimin suddenly saw that Zhou Yan's ear was red and there was a scar at the tip of his ear. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Zhou Yan, what happened to your ear? Zhou Yan held his breath and stammered, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into a wall when I was walking. Huang Qimin looked at him suspiciously, you don't look right. Even if you bumped into a wall, it shouldn't be like this. Your partner didn't twist your ear, right? Zhou Yan's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, how is that possible? My partner is so gentle and considerate in front of me. If I tell her to go east, she doesn't dare to go west. If I tell her to sit down, she doesn't dare to stand. How could she dare to touch me? Huang Qimin, really? Next time when you guys hold a banquet, I'll ask her if she's really so obedient to you. Zhou Yan, when Rugi ignored the two of them. After dinner, he went to Director Jiao's office. Jiao Bakan saw that he was frowning and asked with concern, I heard that you've been asking people about romantic proposals. Is that true? When Rugi's ears turned slightly red, yes, my partner said that she wants a romantic proposal. I've thought about it for a long time, but I don't know what would be considered romantic. Jiao Bakan said, you asked so many people. Why didn't you ask me? When Rugi froze for a moment. Because his teacher had been in China for many years, he subconsciously categorized him as an elder in China. In the past, the elders' marriages were all arranged by their parents. Especially during the war, they might not even have 2 kilograms of pork. Therefore, he didn't think of asking his teacher. Now that he thought about it, he was negligent. Jiao Bakan put down the pen in his hand and said, tell me, you asked so many people. What ideas did they give you? When Rugi said, Qimin said to bring 2 kilograms of pork to his partner's house. Zhou Yan did the same. Some people said to use snacks or food. In short, they all said to eat the same kind of food. It was more or less the same. Jiao Bakan shook his head, it's simple enough, but it's not romantic at all. In the past, when foreigners proposed abroad, they would buy a bouquet of flowers, put on a ring, and get down on one knee to propose. In foreign countries, such a proposal is considered romantic. In fact, he had proposed to Zhong Shulan in the same way back then. Thinking of the past, he couldn't help but smile. When Rugi's eyes lit up, teacher, I want to take a leave of absence to propose. Jiao Bakan rarely saw him like this, go. If you don't succeed this time, don't come back. When Rugi nodded, turned around, and hurried back to his office. He took a small notebook out of his drawer and wrote, a proposal must be romantic. First, there must be flowers. Second, there must be a ring. Lastly, he must get down on one knee. After he finished writing, he packed up and went to the director to ask for a leave of absence. Then, he returned to Beijing that day. Huang Qimin and Zhou Yan only found out that he had asked for a leave of absence after work. They were very curious. Huang Qimin said, do you want to bet on whether Ru Gui will succeed this time? Zhou Yan remembered the bet they made last time when they had diarrhea and said cautiously, I bet that he still won't succeed. The loser will have to treat the winner to a meal at a state-run restaurant. Huang Qimin laughed, okay, then I'll bet that he will succeed. You just have to prepare to treat me to a meal. When Rugi returned home and told Grandpa Wen and Uncle Zong about the romantic proposal. Then, the 3 men of the Wen family began to prepare. The next day, Tong Xuelu went to work as usual. When she came back from shopping, she saw Wen Rugi suddenly appear at the entrance of the restaurant. She was shocked, why are you back? When Rugi's ears were red, do you have time to go somewhere with me now? Tong Xuelu asked, did something happen? When Rugi nodded, yes. Looking at his serious face, Tong Xuelu subconsciously thought of Tong Zhenjin. She hurriedly went in to inform the others, then got on Wen Rugi's bicycle and left. Wen Rugi carried her and the two of them disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tong Xuelu realized that he was not going to the military compound. Where are you taking me now? Wen Rugi licked his lips and said, you'll find out later. Hearing this, Tong Xuelv blinked her eyes twice, and her heart became heavier. They were going to the hospital. Did something happen to Grandpa Wen? Tong Xuelu had all kinds of bad guesses in her heart. Unexpectedly, Wen Rugi did not drive her to the hospital. Instead, he drove her to the park where they had their first date. Tong Xuelu was stunned again, why did you bring me here? Actually, when she entered the garden, she vaguely realized that she had guessed wrongly. At the same time, she had another guess. Wenrugi took out a piece of cloth from his pocket and said, "I'm going to cover your eyes now. Is that okay?" Tang Xuelu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You've already prepared the cloth. Can I say no?" She then closed her eyes. At this moment, she had already guessed what Wenrugi was going to do. However, she was very curious about what Wenrugi had prepared. Wenrugi gently covered her eyes with the cloth, then took a deep breath, held her hand, and led her to the bamboo forest. There was a bamboo forest on the west side of the park. The bamboo forest was quiet and there was a pavilion in the depths of the bamboo forest. Usually, people rarely came here. Wenrugi brought her to the pavilion, then released the cloth and said, "You can open your eyes now." Tang Xuelu's eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. Then, she subconsciously covered her mouth. "Where did you get so many flowers?" She saw that the pavilion was covered with camellias. There were white, pink, red, and red flowers. There were also red and white flowers. The petals were layer upon layer, and the flowers were bright and gorgeous. She almost thought that she had mistakenly entered the world of flowers. Wenrugi took out a box from his pocket, opened it, and knelt down on one knee in front of her. "I'm not good with words. I just want to tell you that no matter how long it takes, I will cherish you very much." Tang Xuelu's gaze fell on the gift box in his hand. In addition to a gold ring, there was also a Shanghai brand tourbillon watch. It was exactly the same style as the one he was wearing, but it looked a little smaller. She looked up. Finally, her gaze fell on Wenrugi's face, which was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Tang Xuelu's heart was filled with a sweetness that she had never felt before. This man was really good-looking. Every part of his face was in her heart, and he had the appearance that she liked. She couldn't help but want to kiss him. She kissed him until his lips were red and swollen, and kissed him until he couldn't breathe. His proposal was not considered romantic compared to the one in her previous life. His words of love were also very simple, but they damn well moved her. At this moment, Wenrugi's heart was beating like thunder. He was so nervous that his palms and back were sweating. Just when Wenrugi thought that his heart was going to beat too fast and suffocate, Tang Xuelu reached out her hand and said confidently, "Why aren't you putting it on for me?" Wenrugi was stunned for a moment, and then it was as if fireworks were blooming in his heart. He stood up nervously and took the watch and ring out of the gift box several times. Then, he carefully put it on for her. The watch was just right, and it made her wrist look incomparably fair. However, the ring was a little too big. Wenrugi also noticed it. "This ring was worn by my great-grandfather when he married my great-grandmother. Later, it was passed down to my grandmother. My grandfather said that this one is to be passed down to you." "Oh, so it's a family heirloom." Tang Xuelu looked at the jade on the top and thought that this ring must be expensive. A cool breeze blew, and the lake rippled. The pavilion was filled with the fragrance of camellias. This scene finally made Tang Xuelu feel that it was somewhat romantic. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. She wanted to boldly give him an engagement kiss. Just as she moved closer to Wenrugi, the sound of Eru and Suona suddenly came from the bamboo forest. Tang Xuelu's body trembled. "What's that sound?" Wenrugi pointed at the bamboo forest and said, "Grandpa and Uncle Zong are playing music for us to celebrate." Tang Xuelu looked in the direction he was pointing at, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. He saw old Mr. Wen holding a suona and playing it while swaying his body. If someone didn't know better, they would think that he was a prince playing the violin. The suona could make Chopin cry and Beethoven silent in the music industry. Listening to the noise in her ears, Tang Zolv wanted to cry. Return. Her. Wave. Man. Proposal. Tang Xuelu wanted to go back on her words, but it was too late. She and Wenrugi discussed getting engaged first and getting married after 2 years. Firstly, she was still young. Secondly, she would be taking the college entrance examination at the end of this year. She really didn't want to go to college with a big belly. She planned to finish her studies in 2 years after entering college, then get married and develop her career. For Wenrugi, as long as she agreed to marry him, he was willing to wait for 12 years, let alone 2 years. However, because Commander Xiao was not in Beijing, the engagement ceremony had to wait for him to come back. The date of the engagement also had to wait for Commander Xiao to come back to discuss. Because the people from the business department were coming today, Tong Xuelu had to go back to work. When Rugi rode his bicycle to send her to the restaurant. After Tong Xuelu left for a while, old Mr. Wen was still very excited. Little Zong, we have to celebrate today. Uncle Zong was also very happy. Yes, we have to celebrate. But Commander, little 9 and little 10 are still young. They can't eat it. Old Mr. Wen looked at him with disdain. Can't you borrow a chicken from someone else? Uncle Zong remembered that old Zhang's chicken was edible, so he nodded and went out. Old Zhang knew that when Rugi's proposal was successful, so he was not stingy with the chicken. He agreed to send a chicken to the Wen family as a congratulatory gift. After old Jiang agreed, Uncle Zong went to the chicken farm. After Xiao Wang slaughtered the Jiang family's chicken, Uncle Zong carried the chicken back. When he passed by the flower bed, he suddenly heard 2 women complaining. I don't know who is so wicked. They actually plucked all the camellias in the courtyard. All of them? No way. Yes, they are wicked. All the camellias were plucked clean. They are cleaner than a bald man's head. That's really wicked. I had an appointment with my colleagues to come over this weekend to admire the flowers. Now that they are ruined like this, how can I explain it to them? I'm so angry. I'm going to report it and ask the guards to catch the damn flower thief. Uncle Zong stopped and almost tripped over his own feet. He pretended that nothing had happened and walked past the 2 women. When they were far away, he ran wildly. Commander, I'm afraid we can't hide the fact that we are flower thieves. Old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong turned themselves in. If they didn't turn themselves in, it would be even more embarrassing if they were found out. However, they couldn't tell others that they used camellia flowers to propose to Xianxia. Otherwise, they would be criticized for being too capitalistic. After some consideration, they told others that they needed camellia flowers for medicinal purposes. Hence, they plucked all the camellia flowers at once. The camellia flowers in the courtyard were actually ownerless. Every year, every family would pluck a few flowers to wear. However, it was the first time that they plucked all the flowers at once. Everyone was shocked to find out that the flower thieves were old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong. Commander Wen, you should have said so earlier that you're going to use the flowers for medicinal purposes. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have scolded you so harshly. Exactly. But then again, Commander Wen, what medicine are you going to use? Yeah, what medicine are you going to use? This is the first time I've heard that camellia flowers can be used for medicinal purposes. After saying that, everyone scanned the 2 of them from head to toe, only to realize that they were glowing and agile. They didn't seem to be sick at all. Old Mr. Wen coughed and pointed at Uncle Zong. Little Zong has bloody stools. Every time he goes to the toilet, he bleeds profusely. I was afraid that he would bleed out at this rate. Hence, I asked around and heard that camellia flowers can treat bloody stools. That's why we went to pluck some flowers. It was like a bolt out of the blue. They were struck by lightning. They were speechless. Uncle Zong widened his eyes and stared at old Mr. Wen in disbelief. Commander, you, old Mr. Wen interrupted him. Little Zong, I know it's hard for you to talk about this, but if we don't make it clear to everyone, they won't believe us. Hence, you'll have to bear with it. Uncle Zong was speechless. Commander, can you be any more shameless? Upon hearing old Mr. Wen's words, everyone shifted their gaze onto Uncle Zong. Some even stared at Uncle Zong's buttocks. Uncle Zong felt an inexplicable pain in his buttocks. Little Zong, I really couldn't tell that you had such a problem. Yeah, little Zong looks like he's in good health. I didn't expect him to bleed every time he goes to the toilet. It's scary just thinking about it. Uncle Zong, just focus on the treatment. We won't pursue the matter of the camellia. I remember that my family also grows camellia. I'll pick some for you later. I'll help you look for it later. Me too, Uncle Zong looked like he had nothing left to live for. Thank you, but I don't need it. Uncle Zong was getting more and more embarrassed, while Commander Xiao was also gnashing his teeth in anger. His good granddaughter had been taken by a pig less than half a year after he had recognized her. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. Infuriated, Commander Xiao made a call to the base to teach Wenwurgi a lesson. He then made a call to old Mr. Wen. However, old Mr. Wen did not have the time to care about him. In order to pluck the camellias, he volunteered to water the plants in the courtyard for a month. Since Commander Xiao couldn't find him, he had no choice but to call Wenwurgi to give him a scolding. Wenwurgi's attitude was very good. No matter what Commander Xiao said, he would listen. His temper was so good that Commander Xiao couldn't scold him anymore. Although he was angry, Tong Xuelu had already agreed. Commander Xiao didn't want to break up the couple, although he really wanted to. After discussing with old Mr. Wen, they finally decided to hold the engagement party in May. Tong Xuelu and his siblings hadn't met the elders and relatives of the Xiao family yet. Taking advantage of the engagement party, they gathered together and officially changed the surnames of Tong Jiaming and Tong Mianmian. Although Wenwurgi was scolded twice by Commander Xiao, anyone with eyes could see that he was in a good mood. "Rugue, I heard that you're getting engaged too, right?" Wenwurgi smiled faintly. "Yes, the engagement party is scheduled for May. It was 1 month earlier than Zhou Yan's." "Congratulations, then. You and your partner look very compatible." Hearing this, Wenwurgi's smile spread to his eyes. "Thank you." He also felt that they were a good match. The news of Wenwurgi's engagement soon spread throughout the base. Many girls and leaders sighed. How could such a talent end up in an outsider's field? However, although it was a pity, no one would do anything to sabotage or seduce him. After knowing that Wenwurgi's proposal was successful, Zhou Yan's heart ached for his wallet. "Rugue, I've treated you to a state-run restaurant 3 times because of your relationship. It's too wasteful to talk about relationships." Huang Qimin picked his teeth and savored the braised pork at noon. "Zhou Yan, don't talk nonsense. You don't have any judgment. Why are you blaming Rugue?" Zhou Yan sighed. Rugi had been at his wits' end before. "I thought he wouldn't be able to think of a way. Who knew that he would succeed in his proposal this time? By the way, Rugi, what method did you use to propose?" "Wenwurgi, the director told me this method. You need to prepare flowers and a ring, and you need to kneel down on one knee." Zhou Yan's eyes widened. "A man should not kneel down. Did you really kneel down to your partner?" Huang Qimin was also shocked. He had never heard of kneeling down to marry a wife. Wasn't this like a feudal slave? Wenwurgi's face was calm. "She's my partner. In the future, she will bear my children. I just kneeled down to make her happy." "What's wrong with that?" He heard that a woman's pregnancy was very difficult, and giving birth was even more painful. He just knelt down gently. It didn't hurt or itch. He didn't feel that it hurt a man's dignity. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin still couldn't understand. Anyway, it was impossible for them to kneel down to their partner. And it was too extravagant. Not only did he ask for a ring, but he also asked for flowers. Forget it. In the future, they still couldn't let their partner know Wenwurgi's partner. After the 3 finished eating, they went back to work. Wenwurgi returned to his office, took out a small notebook from the drawer, and wrote down seriously. She likes romance and white flowers. She also likes the suona. Mission: learn how to play the suona. Tong Xuelu had been guarding against Tong Xinjin. But strangely, there was no news from Tong Xinjin. No one from the Tong family came to show off in front of her. It was as if they were strangers who didn't know each other. Although she didn't know what Tong Xinjin wanted to do, as long as he didn't provoke her, she wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. Before noon, Piao Jiani called the restaurant and asked Tong Xuelu to reserve some good dishes. "Tong Xuelu, what do you want?" "Today, we have dumplings, braised fish, and spicy chicken." "What do you want?" "Piao Jiani, then we'll have all of them. It's best if you can cook them yourself." Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you want to cook? Are you treating your boss or your partner to a meal?" "Piao Jiani, neither. I'm treating Jiang Danhong." When he came back from the military base to visit Wenwurgi, he wanted to apologize to Jiang Danhong. However, Jiang Danhong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough to ask his mother to help persuade him. Only then did Jiang Danhong relent and agree to meet with him. He planned to apologize to Jiang Danhong today. Tang Xuelu understood immediately. Okay, you can come over when the time comes. At noon, Piao Jiani and Jiang Danhong arrived at the restaurant. Jiang Danhong was thinner than the last time they met, and her face was a little pale. Tang Xuelu asked with concern, Sister Danhong, you don't look well. Are you okay? Jiang Danhong smiled and shook her head, I'm fine. I just caught a cold a while ago, but I'm fine now. Tang Xuelu said, I didn't know you were sick. I'm so sorry. Jiang Danhong waved her hand, it's not a serious illness. I didn't want to trouble others, so I didn't let anyone know. Tang Xuelu knew her personality, so he didn't say anything else. He asked her to find a seat, and she went in to cook some spicy chicken. Piao Jiani stood and watched them talk. When they finished talking, he quickly said with a smile, Sister Danhong, please sit. Jiang Danhong looked at him and said, it's better if you call me Comrade Jiang. I can't afford to be called sister. Piao Jiani looked embarrassed, Comrade Jiang, I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have said those things. Now I deeply understand my mistakes. I sincerely apologize to you. As he spoke, he stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong raised her eyebrows and looked at him, are you apologizing to me because you want me to put in a good word for you in front of Xianxia? Piao Jiani scratched his head and didn't try to hide, I'm sorry, and I also want you to put in a good word for me. I've wanted to apologize to you for a long time, but I was too embarrassed to say it. It was only when Comrade Tong told me last time that I made up my mind. He bowed again, I'm sorry, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Who would have thought that the dignified captain of the criminal investigation team would apologize like a grandson? Jiang Danhong couldn't help but smile, I can forgive you for the sake of your parents, but don't even think about putting in a good word for me. Piao Jiani felt a toothache, but he still smiled, okay, I'm relieved to hear that from Comrade Jiang. He believed that Jiang Danhong wouldn't belittle others behind their backs. As long as she forgave him, she wouldn't say anything bad about him in front of Jiao Yunshi. That was enough for him. Jiang Danhong cursed in her heart, dog of a man, but she didn't say anything on the surface. Tang Xuelu asked Meng Qingqing and Guoqinyu to serve the dishes. Braised fish wasn't difficult to make, but many people would easily break the fish skin when cooking this dish, resulting in an ugly appearance. However, Tang Xuelu's braised fish skin was intact, and the meat was tender and soft. The taste was fresh and fragrant, and it melted in the mouth. One could eat 2 bowls of rice mixed with soup without any other dishes. It was very appetizing. Spicy chicken was spicy and fragrant. Spicy chicken was not a difficult dish to make, but the meat made from spicy chicken was easily dry. Although it went well with rice, the texture was not as tender as stir-fried or sliced chicken. However, Tang Xuelu's spicy chicken still retained its tender and chewy texture. The moment the chicken entered the mouth, it immediately felt different. The aroma of scallion, ginger, garlic, chili, and other ingredients was fully integrated into every piece of chicken. The more one chewed, the more fragrant it became. Halfway through the meal, Tang Xuelu walked over and said, Comrade Piao, don't forget to eat the chicken butt. I saved it for you. Piao Jiani's mouth twitched violently. Tang Xuelu was really ruthless. He was worried about Wenrugi's future. He was afraid that he would have to listen to his wife for the rest of his life. However, when he saw Jiang Danhong staring straight at him, he could only pick up the chicken butt and put it into his mouth with a bitter smile. Although it was chicken butt, it still tasted delicious. It was fine as long as he didn't think that it was where the chicken pooped. However, the more he told himself not to think about it, the more he thought about it. Piao Jiani almost vomited. Tang Xuelu and Jiang Danhong looked at each other and smiled when they saw Piao Jiani's reaction. They were professionals at taking care of men. Jiang Danhong was not a petty person. Since Piao Jiani had apologized to her, she would pretend that nothing had happened. After taking care of the man at the restaurant, Tang Xuelu returned home and realized that there was another man to take care of. Oh, no, it was a male dog. Mooncake was already 7 to 8 months old. He had grown from a small puppy into a big, valiant dog. With the arrival of spring, Mooncake welcomed his first estrus. The moment Tong Xiaolu entered the house, she saw Mooncake hugging Tong Jessen's leg and doing something indescribable. Tong Jessen smiled innocently when he saw her. "Sister, look at how cute Mooncake is. He keeps hugging my leg and moving around." Tong Mianmian, who was standing at the side, widened her big, watery eyes with a face full of innocence and curiosity. Tong Xiaolu's mouth twitched when she saw this. She could not blame Mooncake for being too wretched. After all, this was his biological reaction. However, it was not good to let Mooncake continue like this. Hence, after some consideration, she decided to make Mooncake a eunuch dog. That night, she announced her decision during dinner. "I want to find someone to sterilize Mooncake." Tong Mianmian blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Sister, what is sterilization?" It was to remove his balls. However, she could not tell them this directly. Tong Xiaolu coughed and said, "Mooncake has grown up into a big dog. In order to prevent him from fooling around outside, I plan to make him unable to be a dog father for the rest of his life." The three Tong siblings were shocked when they heard this. Tong Jessen, in particular, jumped up to protect Mooncake. "Sister, isn't Mooncake too pitiful? Humans have offspring. Why can't Mooncake have offspring?" Tong Xiaolu, Mooncake seemed to have sensed danger. He was usually very clingy to Tong Xiaolu, but now, he ran far away and hid in Tong Jessen's arms, not daring to come out. Tong Jessen said, "Sister, can you not sterilize Mooncake? Even if you want to sterilize him, at least let him be a father before you do it." Tong Mianmian nodded her head vigorously. "Sister, please. Mooncake is so pitiful." Tong Xiaolu, at this moment, the Wei family next door came over with vegetables. After hearing Tong Xiaolu's words, they also pleaded for Mooncake. Wei Zhuzhu said, "Sister Zolve, let Mooncake be a father. When Mooncake has a child, our family will help him raise the child." The Wei family had long coveted the Tong family's dog. However, they could not find any family's dog, so they did not raise one. Since everyone was pleading for Mooncake, Tong Xiaolu finally agreed to let Mooncake keep his seed and sterilize him in the future. As a result, Mooncake's balls were temporarily saved. Tong Zhenjin wanted Minister Yan to divorce his wife as soon as possible, but this matter was full of twists and turns. Minister Yan's wife, Du Mei, suddenly fell ill. At first, she vomited and had diarrhea. Later on, she fainted and fell down from time to time. She lost weight rapidly. She went to the hospital several times for checkups, but the doctors could not find the cause of her illness. Before Du Mei fell ill, she worked for the Women's Federation. After she fell ill, she was very weak and could not go to work. It was fine if she did not go to work for a short period of time, but it was impossible for her to take a long leave of absence. Du Mei sold her job under her husband's persuasion. The people who bought her job were none other than Little Jiu's maternal family. The Gu family originally bought the job for their second daughter-in-law to work. However, their second daughter-in-law was pregnant and their eldest daughter-in-law had a job. In the end, the job fell into Gu Ilan's hands. Du Mei vomited and had diarrhea frequently, so she did not have enough nutrition. She was so thin that her cheeks were sunken. Her face was sallow and she looked very ugly. However, Minister Yan did not dislike her at all. Not only did he take care of her personally, but he also often took her out to play and walk. Every time they came back from playing, Du Mei's complexion would be much better. Therefore, Minister Yan would accompany her to climb the Great Wall whenever he was free. As long as Du Mei wanted to go, he would personally accompany her. Sometimes, when Du Mei was too tired to walk, Minister Yan would personally carry her on his back. There was no filial son in front of the sickbed for a long time, and there was no virtuous wife in the house for a long time. However, Minister Yan proved to the world that there was a virtuous husband in front of the sickbed for a long time. Many people were moved by Minister Yan's love for his first wife. Everyone was moved by Minister Yan's affection and loyalty. Du Mei's relatives also sighed that Du Mei was lucky to have met such a good husband. Minister Yan and his first wife's love for each other was even reported by the newspapers. In the past, there was Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Today, there was Minister Yan and his first wife. For a while, the whole capital was talking about this topic. Everyone was moved, except for Xianxia. Because Dumei was sick, the divorce was delayed. She hadn't even seen Minister Yan in person for more than a month. If she hadn't received snacks from Minister Yan during this time, she would have suspected that Minister Yan had a change of heart. Xianxia was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. She kept cursing Dumei in her heart. Previously, she only wanted Dumei and Minister Yan to divorce. However, since Dumei was sick, she suddenly felt that it was better for Dumei to die than to divorce. After all, divorce was not good for Minister Yan's reputation. Moreover, as the biological mother of 2 children, Dumei would always stand between her and Minister Yan. However, if Dumei died, this problem would not exist. On this day, Minister Yan accompanied his wife Dumei to climb the mountain again. The more they walked, the more remote they became. There were no tourists around. Dumei was out of breath. "Dad, let's go back. I'm a little tired." Minister Yan squatted down in front of his wife. "I'll carry you there. There is a steep cliff in front of us. The scenery is very beautiful. I want to take you there." Dumei was touched. "You are very tired. I'd better walk by myself." Minister Yan smiled gently. "It's okay. Come on up. I have good stamina." Dumei's nose twitched. She leaned on her husband's back. "I feel very happy." Minister Yan's lips curled up. "As long as you feel happy." Then he carried his wife on his back and walked towards the cliff. After more than half an hour, the two of them reached the highest peak of the cliff. The scenery of the cliff was indeed very beautiful. It was breathtaking. Looking down from the precipitous cliff, everything became smaller. A gentle breeze blew, making people feel better. Dumei was about to turn around and talk to her husband when she suddenly felt a force pushing her. Ah, there was a shrill cry around the cliff. Many people at the foot of the mountain saw Yan Yangon rushing down the mountain like a madman. "I beg you, my wife fell down the cliff, please help me save her, I beg you." Yan Yangon cried so hard that his snot and tears came out. His face seemed to be drained of blood, and he looked like he was going to collapse at any time. When people heard that someone fell down the cliff, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. "Where did your wife fall down? Is she still alive? I think we should report this to the Public Security Bureau as soon as possible." "Comrade, don't panic. Drink some water before you speak." Yan Yangon did not take the water bottle that the other party handed over. His hands were shaking nonstop. "My wife slipped and fell from the cliff above. I don't know if she's still alive. I can't see her," sob sob sob. As he spoke, he covered his face and cried again. Some people had been to the cliff above. When they heard this, they knew there was no hope. "That cliff is so deep. She must be dead after falling down. Comrade, I think you should go to the Public Security Bureau. Maybe the Public Security Bureau can help you save her." The highest peak of the cliff was more than 800 meters above sea level. Below the cliff was a dense forest that hadn't been cleared yet. Even if they wanted to save her, they couldn't. Yan Yangon fell to the ground as if his strength had been drained from his body. In the end, he was helped by 2 or 3 men to the Public Security Bureau. When they arrived at the Public Security Bureau, people found out that he was actually a minister. Moreover, they were the loving couple that was reported in the newspaper some time ago. Everyone sighed. When the Public Security Bureau received the report, they were very cautious. They immediately sent a few Public Security Bureau officers to the cliff with Yan Yangon. But as a passerby said before, the cliff was more than 800 meters deep. If someone fell down, they would definitely die. Moreover, they would die without an intact body. The road to the bottom of the cliff wasn't accessible in a day or two. Moreover, they didn't know if there were wild animals in the forest. In other words, Dumei's body couldn't be found. Everyone comforted Yan Yangon and told him to restrain his grief. Yan Yangon didn't want to give up. He cried and begged the Public Security Bureau officers to help him. He even knelt down and kowtowed to them. When the passers-by saw his affectionate look, their eyes couldn't help but turn red. At the same time, everyone felt that although Dumei was pitiful, she was lucky to have a husband like Minister Yan. In the end, Yan Yongan fainted from crying and was sent back to the Yan residence by the police. After that, Yan Yongan fell ill and was bedridden. Within a few days, he was all skin and bones. If it weren't for his parents crying and begging him to live, and the 2 children holding him back, he would have died with his first wife. Such a touching love story was reported again. Everyone was moved by Yan Yongan's deep feelings. There were even unmarried girls who came to the Yan family and said that they were willing to marry Yan Yongan and take care of her husband and children for the deceased Dumei. However, all of them were rejected by Yan Yongan. He said that he only had his first wife in his heart now. If he were to marry again in the future, it would definitely not be for the sake of love, but for the sake of taking care of his family, elders, and children. He couldn't give those girls feelings, so he didn't want to hold them back. Tang Jinjin only found out about Dumei's fall a few days later. After a short period of shock, she raised her head and laughed loudly. She was really favored by the heavens. Even the heavens were helping her. Not long ago, she cursed Dumei to die. She didn't expect that she would really die. Tang Jinjin was so happy that she walked around the room. Her face was glowing. This was great. Dumei was dead. There was no one between her and Yan Yongan anymore. For more than a month, she was so frustrated that she couldn't eat or sleep. Now that the biggest stone in her heart was removed, she suddenly felt hungry. She took out money and tickets from the drawer and rushed out of the house to Dongfeng restaurant. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked back. She originally wanted to go to Dongfeng restaurant to meet Tang Xuelu and hint at Wenwugi's untimely death in her previous life. However, she calmed down after being blown by the wind. If she went there like this, she would alert the enemy. If Yan Yongan found out, he would definitely blame her. Now that Dumei was dead, she should obediently lay low and wait for Yan Yongan to marry her. As for Tang Xuelu, even if she didn't do anything, Wenwugi's mother would force Wenwugi to his death in the future. Moreover, when she became Yan Yongan's wife, she had many ways to deal with her. Therefore, Tang Jinjin went back. However, since she succeeded in cursing Dumei, she changed it to cursing Tang Xuelu from today onwards. Tang Xuelu only found out about this when Fang Jingyuan mentioned it. At this time, Fang Jingyuan said with an envious face, "Zulv, why do you think some women are so lucky to meet men who are loyal to them?" Tang Xuelu was making white sugar cakes. Who are you envious of? She added clear noodles and white sugar into the glutinous rice noodles, then added boiling water and slowly stirred it. She also added an appropriate amount of lard to prevent it from sticking. Fang Jingyuan looked at her movements and explained, "Haven't you heard about the love story between the head of the finance department and his wife?" The head of the finance department? Tang Xuelu's movements were slightly startled. Is the head of the finance department surnamed Yan? Fang Jingyuan nodded, "That's right. You obviously know about it. Then why did you say that you didn't know?" Tang Xuelu said calmly, "I think I've heard about it somewhere before, but I don't know much about it. Can you tell me more about it?" As she spoke, she kneaded the noodles into dough and rolled it into a 30-centimeter long strip. Then, she rolled the strip into a circle and finally put it into a pan of oil to fry. Fang Jingyuan watched her fry the white sugar cakes while he told Tang Xuelu the news he read from the newspaper. Tang Xuelu's heart chilled when she heard it. *T about touching people deeply, *T about never leaving each other. Her intuition told her that there was definitely a conspiracy behind this. If Yan Yongan hadn't gotten together with Tang Jinjin, she might have been able to believe it. However, once this person got together with Tang Jinjin, she would rather believe that a sow could climb a tree than believe in a dog's love for a man. Yan Yongan's wife fell sick in the past month or two, which was after Yan Yongan and Tang Jinjin met. Then, she slipped and fell off the cliff. She suspected that the female comrade named Dumei was most likely pushed off the cliff by Yan Yongan. Even her previous illness might not have been an accident. However, since Yan Yongan dared to take Dumei to the hospital for a checkup and dared to ask the newspaper to report it, he definitely didn't poison Dumei. Then, what did he do? Fang Jingyuan saw that she didn't speak for a long time, so he covered his face with envy and said, "Do you also feel very touched? I think that female comrade named Dumei is quite pitiful, but at least she has no regrets. To be able to meet a man who loves her so much, she won't regret even if she dies." Tong Xuelu looked at her coldly and said, touched my ass. People can only be happy when they're alive. What's the use of loving each other when they're dead? Fang Jingyuan frowned and said, I don't agree with you. Comrade Du definitely didn't want to die, but she didn't have a choice. If no one remembers her when she's dead and someone still loves her after she's dead, don't you think that the latter would make her feel that she didn't live her life in vain? I don't think so. If Xiangpeng didn't push you down in my house that day, but in a place where no one was around, and didn't send you to the hospital after pushing you down, and waited for you to bleed to death and then cry to the outside world, wouldn't you feel that you didn't live your life in vain? Tong Xuelu put the fried white sugar cake in a circle and put it on a plate. The fried white sugar cake was golden in color, and after it was wrapped in a layer of white sugar, it was snow white, like cotton candy. Fang Jingyuan thought of that scene and shivered. Are you going to say that Minister Yan is that kind of person? Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes and said, I didn't say anything. As she spoke, she divided the white sugar cake into 3 plates. She took one plate to the study room for the 3 Tong Jiaming siblings, sent another plate to the Wei family next door, and left the last plate for Fang Jingyuan and herself. Fang Jingyuan's heart was full of pink bubbles just now, but now that the bubbles were popped, she suddenly couldn't be envious anymore. She picked up a white sugar cake and put it into her mouth. The white sugar cake was sweet, soft, and chewy. It was delicious. Fang Jingyuan ate a few in a row before sighing and saying, men are too complicated, and relationships are even more complicated. Delicious food is my favorite. Tong Xuelu glanced at her and didn't say anything. She was thinking about Tong Zhenzhen and Yan Yangan. It wasn't appropriate to tell the Wen family about this. Although old Mr. Wen used to be a commander, he had retired many years ago and didn't care about things anymore. If she told him about this, he would definitely use his connections to let others be wary of Yan Yangan. However, she didn't have any evidence. So far, Yan Yangan hadn't done anything to hurt them. Once this matter was spread, it was very likely that he would bite back. Similarly, it wasn't very useful to tell Grandpa about this matter. He was now in the Northwest, and the military was a completely different department and unit from the government. If he stretched his hands too far, it would easily attract the attention of the military. Tong Xuelu thought about it and felt that she should mention this matter to Little Nine's father, Su Yueshan. Su Yueshan and Yan Yangan worked in the same government, and the two of them used to be competitors. Yan Yangan might have already hated Su Yueshan. She planned to make a trip to the Su family tomorrow. Fang Jingyuan didn't get angry even though he didn't get a reply. Oh right, let me tell you, my older brother seems to have made up his mind to go on blind dates. Although I used to think that he was a piece of shit, I think it was my older brother who beat up that bastard Xiangpeng last time. Tong Xuelu came back to his senses. Isn't it your older brother's duty to stand up for his younger sister? The Feng Wenyuan in the novel was very disgusting. After he married Tong Zhenzhen, although he didn't harm the original owner of the body with Tong Zhenzhen, he never stopped Tong Zhenzhen's actions either. His cold attitude pushed the original owner of the body into the abyss. At first, she was influenced by the plot of the novel, and Feng Wenyuan was very narcissistic, so she had a bad impression of him. However, after interacting with him for a few times, her impression of Feng Wenyuan changed slightly. Feng Jingyuan picked up another white sugar cake and put it in his mouth. He smiled and said, that means my older brother is not bad. I hope he can find me a good cook. Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. That night, Feng Jingyuan insisted on staying the night. He even wanted to sleep in the same bed as her, but Tong Xuelu kicked him to sleep with Tong Mianmian. Tong Mianmian usually slept well, but that night, she dreamt of something and punched Feng Jingyuan in the eye. That night, there was a shrill scream in the Tong family's courtyard. The next day, Feng Jingyuan pretended to cry with one of his swollen eyes and swore that he would never stay the night with the Tong family again. However, after Tong Xuelu made her a fried dumpling, she immediately changed her mind. Tong Xuelu went back to work and bought groceries. Then, he took half a day off and brought the 3 Tong Jiaming siblings to the Su family. The Su family welcomed them when they came over. Especially little Jiu, who smiled so widely that his teeth could not be seen. Sister Mianmian, I missed you so much. I wanted to go and play with you, but Grandma said that I can't always go to your house because it will bring trouble to you. Tong Mianmian patted his head like an adult and said, then you have to be obedient and listen to Grandma. Here, I brought you some candy. Little Joe smiled even more happily and said, I also left some candy for Sister Mianmian. Come with me. The two little people held hands as they walked to Little Joe's room. They looked so cute and obedient that everyone couldn't help but smile. Tong Xuelu glanced around the living room and said casually, why don't I see Comrade Sue and Comrade Gu? Little Joe called her sister. According to seniority, she should address Little Joe's parents as uncle and auntie. But the three of them were about the same age, so Tong Xuelu really couldn't bring herself to call them comrade. Mother Sue took out the fruits and candies in the house and said with a smile, Little Joe's father went to the countryside for an inspection. He won't be back for a while. Little Joe's mother went back to her parents' house. So that's how it is. Tong Xuelu sighed in his heart. This was really bad timing. But there was no use being anxious now. He could only wait for Su Yueshan to come back. Inside the room, Little Joe took out all the candies and biscuits he had collected. At the same time, there was a green thing in his hand. Tong Mianmian stared at the thing in his hand and asked curiously, what is this? Little Joe said, this is an iron frog. My grandpa bought it for me. It's for you to play with. Tong Mianmian had never played with this thing before, so she didn't know how to play with it. Little Joe laid on the ground and demonstrated for her. The iron frog was wound up and jumped on its own. Tong Mianmian was so stunned that she forgot to close her mouth. This green thing was so magical, Little Joe came over and watched the frog jump with her. Sister Mianmian, do you like it? Tong Mianmian nodded. I like it. Little Joe said, then I'll give it to Sister Mianmian. Tong Mianmian remembered that her sister had told her not to take other people's things. She waved her chubby little hand. I can't take it. Sister will scold me. Little Joe tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then I'll lend it to you to play with. When you're done playing with it, you can return it to me. Tong Mianmian tilted her head and blinked her big watery eyes. Okay, when I'm done playing with it, I'll return it to you. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. It was as if they had done something amazing. Before lunch, Tong Xuelu brought Tong Jiaming and the other siblings back. After that, she went to the Su family to look for Su Yueshan a few times, but she didn't see her. Su Yueshan was especially busy this year. He was almost always working non-stop. She couldn't go directly to the government to look for him. After all, there were too many people in the government. Moreover, Yan Yonggan was working in the government. She was worried that she would alert him if she went there. She had no choice but to ask Feng Wenyuan to keep an eye on Yan Yonggan. If anything happened, he would inform her at any time. However, the strange thing was that there was no news of Yan Yonggan after that. There was also no news of Tong Jinjin. Time flew by and it was May. This weekend was the day of Tong Xuelu and Wenwurgi's engagement. Old Mr. Wen was even more excited than his own engagement. Since April, he had been dragging Uncle Zong to buy new clothes and shoes. In short, they had to be new from head to toe. Old Mr. Wen used to live a simple life. Many of his clothes were still worn even after they were patched up. However, this time, he was extravagant for his grandson's wedding. Uncle Zong also bought a new set of clothes. In it, he was even more handsome than old Mr. Wen. Old Mr. Wen was jealous. Commander Xiao and the Xiao family arrived in Beijing on Saturday. As there was not enough room, they all stayed in the guest house. Commander Xiao was in a bad mood at the thought of his granddaughters. Engagement tomorrow. His face was sullen, and no one dared to approach him. Commander Xiao had two brothers. He was the second son. His two brothers didn't come this time. Instead, they arranged for their son and grandson to come. At this time, Xiao Yanghua, as the representative of the first family, gave Tong Xuelu a gift in advance. It's not convenient for us to come here. We don't know what you like, so we thought about it and decided to give you some New Year's money. You can buy whatever you want. Tong Xuelu looked at the thick stack of money wrapped in red paper. It was probably a lot of money. Thank you, uncle. I won't stand on ceremony. Xiao Yanghua nodded and smiled. That's how it should be. We're family. Don't stand on ceremony. Xiao Weiguo looked at his cousin, Tong Xuelu, with amazement in his eyes. I heard from second grandpa that not only are you good at cooking, but you also became a restaurant manager with your own ability. How admirable. Before coming here, he had heard that his cousin was very capable. Now that he saw that she was not only capable but also beautiful, his heart was filled with pride. They didn't have any sisters in their lives. They were all boys. The elders despised and regretted it. Suddenly, second grandpa, who was single, had two precious granddaughters. His biological grandpa and third grandpa were envious. This time, his other brothers all wanted to come over. He won the opportunity by arm wrestling. Before Tong Xuelu could answer, Xiao Yanghua said, "Don't you feel embarrassed that your cousin is more capable than you? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to come over." Xiao Weiguo was speechless. After that, the third son of the Xiao family also came over. As if they had made an agreement, they also gave Tong Xuelu New Year's money. At night, Tong Xuelu opened the red packets. Wow, the 2 red packets added up to 800 yuan, this was a huge sum. The next day, everyone came to the Tong family's courtyard early in the morning to help. Tong Xuelu didn't choose to hold the banquet at a restaurant because it would be too conspicuous. In this era, weddings and banquets were held at home. Almost no one would go to a restaurant. At this time, she could only keep a low profile. As for why they chose to hold the banquet at the Tong family's residence, it was because the Tong family's residence was big enough. Moreover, this courtyard belonged to the Wen family. If it were an ordinary person, they might mind holding an engagement banquet at the bride's house. However, the Wen family had no objections to this decision. Because the restaurant couldn't close, after some discussion, the restaurant staff asked Chef Meng to come over and help cook. At the same time, he also gave them a radio. This radio was bought by the restaurant staff through pooling money and buying tickets. A radio cost about 40 to 50 yuan. However, because it was only an engagement, according to the current customs, most people wouldn't hold an engagement banquet. Therefore, this congratulatory gift wasn't cheap. Tong Xuelu smiled and accepted the gift. Then, she led Chef Meng and the others to the kitchen to cook. When Rugi was helping to greet the guests outside, his mouth was almost stiff from smiling. Seeing that no one was coming over, he took Tong Xuelu's enamel jar and poured a glass of water. He added some brown sugar in it and then brought it to the kitchen for Tong Xuelu. When Tong Xuelu's eldest cousin-in-law saw him coming over, she couldn't help but tease him. I didn't expect the new son-in-law to be so considerate. Our Zulva's going to be lucky in the future. The third cousin-in-law smiled and nodded. That's right. I've been married to Zulf's cousin for many years, but I've never seen him pour me a glass of water. When Rugi's ears gradually turned red. However, his eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu took the enamel jar and took a sip. The water was neither too hot nor too cold. It was just right. She couldn't help but smile. Everyone was fed a mouthful of dog food when they saw how sweet the two of them were. Other than a few familiar families, there was also an uninvited guest at the engagement banquet. This person was Xiao Qingping, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Xiao Qingping had been transferred back from the Xinjiang army and would be serving in the Beijing army from now on. Previously, he was interested in Tong Xuelu. However, because they often played together when they were young, he had a deep impression of her. Later, when he returned to the army and got busy, he quickly forgot about her. Later, when he heard from his cousin that Tong Xuelu was already in a relationship, he could only sigh and accept this fact. A real man wouldn't worry about not having a wife. However, even if they couldn't be a couple, they could still be friends. Tong Xuelu's cooking was so delicious that he unilaterally declared that they were good friends. Tong Xuelu was stunned when he saw Xiao Qingping arrive with 2 kilograms of pork trotters and 2 cans of malted milk powder. He subconsciously asked, "Does your mother know that you're here?" Xiao Qingping scratched his head. "She knows. I apologize for what my mother did to you in the past. Moreover, you're already engaged, so she won't say anything unpleasant." Mother Xiao began to regret when she saw Tong Xuelu climbing up the social ladder step by step. Of course, she didn't regret stopping her son from getting close to her. She still felt that Tang Xuelu's personality wasn't suitable for her son. She regretted being a snob and using such an aggressive method to come to Tang Xuelu's door. In the end, she only dared to do that because she saw that Tang Xuelu was an orphan. Later, the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She didn't dare to appear in front of Tang Xuelu anymore. Come in. Since she was already at the door, Tang Xuelu couldn't drive her out. Moreover, Mother Xiao was the one who was slapped in the face. She wasn't angry at all. As soon as Xiao Qingping entered the door, he saw Fang Jingyuan coming out of the house. Fang Jingyuan's eyes widened. Why are you here? Xiao Qingping looked at her. Then why are you here? Fang Jingyuan looked proud. Zolv and I are best friends. Of course, I have to come to her engagement. I remember that you used to bully Zolv when you were young. You even bullied her until she cried. How can you have the face to come here? Xiao Qingping said, didn't you fight with Zolv like a black-eyed chicken when you were young? If you have the face to come here, why can't I? Tang Xuelu rolled his eyes. You don't have to fight. Both of you used to bully me when we were young. Fang Jingyuan, Xiao Qingping, Tang Xuelu was about to go into the kitchen to continue cooking when Fang Jingyuan mysteriously pulled him aside. Zolv, Tang Zhinzhin asked me to pass you a message. I don't know if I should tell you. Tang Xuelu frowned. What did she say? Fang Jingyuan said, she said that she wishes you and Comrade Wen a long life together. She said that you will definitely be able to grow old together. Tang Xuelu frowned. That's what she said? Fang Jingyuan nodded. Yes, not a word missing. What do you think she's doing? Did she really sincerely wish you well? Would Tang Zhinzhin really wish him well? Unless the sun rose from the west. Tang Xuelu, you didn't tell anyone else about this, right? Fang Jingyuan shook his head. No, I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid that it would affect your mood. Tang Xuelu blinked. Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't tell anyone else about this. She actually wondered if Tang Zhinzhin or the Tang family would come uninvited today. However, after thinking about it, Tang Zhinzhin might do such a stupid thing, but Yan Yangon probably wouldn't. However, she didn't expect that Tang Zhinzhin couldn't help but ask someone to pass on the message. But what did she mean by that sentence? She wished that she and Wenrugi would grow old together. They would definitely grow old together. Tang Xuelu felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Seeing that everyone in the house was talking and laughing, she suppressed this feeling and continued to help in the kitchen. After half an hour, the dishes were finally ready. The banquet was set up in the courtyard and everyone sat at 3 tables. There were braised pork knuckle, stir-fried pork intestines, braised pork, braised chicken, corn and radish bone soup, and 3 or 4 types of vegetables. Every dish was meticulously prepared by Tang Xuelu. As soon as they sat down, all kinds of fragrances assailed their noses, making them salivate uncontrollably. Xiao Weigua took a deep breath and said, no wonder second grandpa always says that Zolf's cooking is delicious. Just by smelling it, I can tell that it's delicious. Commander Xiao said proudly, of course. Do you think I'm lying to you? My granddaughter's cooking is unrivaled in the whole of China. Tang Xuelu's mouth twitched. Grandpa, be humble. You don't have to be like this. Old Mr. Wen usually liked to argue with Commander Xiao, but when he heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Old Mr. Xiao is right. I've lived for so long, and Zolf's cooking is the most to my liking. Tang Mianmian at the other table heard this and sighed to Xiao Jiao. I've lived in this world for almost 4 years, and I think my sister's cooking is the best. Xiao Jiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I've lived for more than 5 years, and I also think your sister's cooking is the best. Pfft. Ha ha ha, hearing the 2 children's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The courtyard was filled with joy. Commander Xiao suddenly glared at Wenrugi. Rugue, remember this. If you dare to bully Zolv in the future, I'll be the first to punish you. Before Wenrugi could answer, old Mr. Wen said, Old Mr. Xiao, I'll be the first to break his legs. Wenrugi. That's too scary. Seeing Wenrugi's deflated expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh again. After a round of scolding, they finally started to eat. Tong Jiasen deliberately didn't eat in the morning in order to eat at noon, and now he was starving. Hearing that he could eat, he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a big piece of pork trotter for himself, and began to chew on it. Delicious, he had never tasted pork trotter as delicious as this. The braised pork trotter was bright red in color, and the skin was soft and tender. When he bit into it, his mouth was filled with the rich aroma of meat. The stir-fried pork intestine was spicy and fragrant, and the pork intestine didn't have any strange taste. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. The braised pork was crystal clear, and it melted in his mouth. It was simply impeccable. The braised pork was tender and chewy, the corn and radish bone soup was rich, and the vegetables were crispy. It was simply too satisfying to eat. Xiao Weigua and his brother finally understood why their second grandpa tried to transfer back from the northwest to Beijing. It was because of their cousin's cooking skills that they wanted to move back to Beijing. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin were also eating and exclaiming that Wenrugi was too lucky. Their fiancée was also very good, but her cooking skills couldn't compare to Tong Xuelu's. Because of this, they had lost again. Piao Jiani was also very envious. He wanted to pursue comrade Jiao Yunshi, but he still hadn't made any progress. Back then, he thought that Wenrugi would be single for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that Wenrugi would get engaged before him. Would Wenrugi get married in 2 years, but he still hadn't won comrade Jiao Yunshi's heart. A sense of crisis rose in Piao Jiani's heart. Halfway through the meal, everyone gradually slowed down. They continued to talk and eat. At this moment, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin stood up. Huang Qimin smiled at everyone and said, "Hello, uncles, aunties, and children. We are Ru Gui's colleagues at the military base. We are also his good friends. Today is his engagement, so after some discussion, we have decided to perform for everyone to liven up the atmosphere." Tong Zolve had an ominous premonition in her heart. Sure enough, after Huang Qimin finished speaking, Zhou Yan ran out of the house. He held a suona in one hand and a piece of colored silk in the other. He grinned at everyone and said, "We will perform a suona and a yanga dance." Everyone cheered and applauded when they heard this. Tong Xuelu was speechless. At this moment, Wenrugi leaned over and whispered to her, "I also learned how to play the suona. I will perform for you later." He had wanted to perform at the engagement banquet today, but Huang Qimin and Zhou Yan said that he wasn't good enough. What a pity. Tong Xuelu was speechless. There was no need for that. She couldn't imagine such a good-looking person like Wenrugi playing the suona. No, she had to find a chance to persuade him to give up such a weird hobby. Huang Qimin started playing the suona, and Zhou Yan started twisting the colored silk. The scene was extremely eye-catching. However, with a perverted instrument like the suona, it was impossible not to be lively. When the children saw that Zhou Yan was dancing, they all ran over to join in the dance. The scene was very lively. After the performance, Tong Xuelu's eldest cousin brother, Xiao Weigua, and third cousin brother took out a bottle of Mao Tai and walked over to Wenrugi with smiles on their faces. Third cousin brother placed 2 cups on the table and said with a smile, "Future cousin-in-law, today is your big day. How can there be no wine?" Xiao Weigua opened the bottle of Mao Tai and filled the 2 cups to the brim. "Come, let's toast to everyone." Third cousin brother said, "It's best if we drink cross-cupped wine." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. In this era, a bottle of Mao Tai cost 8 yuan. It was the most high-end wine. Tong Xuelu hadn't tasted Mao Tai in this era and wanted to give it a try. However, before she could touch the cup, Wenrugi took it away. Wenrugi picked up the 2 cups and said to his 2 cousins, "Zolve is a woman. It's not good for her to drink. I'll drink it for her." Xiao Weigua nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you can drink it alone." Third cousin brother was also very satisfied. "Since you're so protective of Zolve, we can rest assured that you can take care of Zolve." Wenrugi tilted his head back and poured the 2 cups of wine into his mouth one after another. The wine cups that his 2 cousins brought over were large ceramic cups that were slightly smaller than bowls. After drinking 2 cups of wine, Wenrugi's face instantly turned red. Tong Shualu looked at his red face and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Wenrugi's eyes stared straight ahead. Wenrugi's ears turned red. Wenrugi smiled mysteriously. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Wenrugi lay unconscious on the table. Tong Shualu, everyone, Zhou Yan shouted, "Is Rugue drunk?" Huang Qimin touched his chin. "He's most likely drunk. He's passed out after 2 cups. His alcohol tolerance isn't good." The two of them were instantly satisfied. Their alcohol tolerance was better than Wenrugi's. They won this round. His 2 cousins didn't expect Wenrugi to be so bad at drinking. They quickly helped him to his room. Because Tong Jiaming and Tong Jiasen had a lot of things piled up on their beds, Tong Shualu asked them to send Wenrugi to his room. The others went back to eating. After dinner, they helped to clean up the dishes. After that, some people went home. Old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao moved to the Wei family's house. The Xiao family wanted to visit Tianan Gate and the Forbidden City. The courtyard suddenly quieted down. Tong Shualu poured a cup of warm water into the room. "Rugue, how are you feeling? Do you want to get up and drink some water?" Wenrugi closed his eyes and didn't move. His cheeks were pink. Tong Shualu put down the enamel jar and turned around to get a wet towel to wipe his face. Unexpectedly, he woke up as soon as the towel touched his face. Wenrugi's eyes were as dark as ink. They were as deep as a bottomless lake. Tong Shualu looked into his eyes and was stunned. "You're awake?" As soon as she finished speaking, her hand was suddenly grabbed by him. He exerted some force and then the world turned upside down. When she opened her eyes again, she fell onto the bed. Wenrugi was on top of her and looked at her without blinking. There was a flirtatious look in his eyes and some emotions that were different from usual. "Rugue?" Tong Zulf keenly sensed that he was different and called out his name softly. Wenrugi didn't say anything. One of his hands was still holding her wrist. Tong Shualu poked his chest with the other hand. "Get up. It'll be bad if someone sees us." Unexpectedly, her hand was grabbed the next moment. Both of her hands were pressed above her head. Wenrugi was strong and domineering. He was completely different from the cute guy who blushed easily. Oh, did he become a domineering CEO after drinking, or did he want to play a role? The domineering CEO forced himself on her. She could do it. Tong Shualu blinked and looked scared. She whispered, "Little CEO Wen, what do you want to do to me?" Wenrugi's deep eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly bent down and kissed her lips. She was caught off guard. His kiss was overbearing and wanton, bringing with it a wildness and power that had never been seen before, covering the sky and covering the earth. Tong Shualu was kissed until she couldn't breathe. Wenrugi didn't seem to be satisfied. He pried open her lips and entered her mouth. Attacking and conquering. Inch by inch, he invaded her territory. It was as if he wanted to eat her up. Tong Shualu felt Wenrugi's stormy kiss for the first time. She felt dizzy. Wenrugi, who usually blushed, liked to tease him. The domineering Wenrugi made her heart beat faster. She liked both the two different Wenrugi. The temperature in the room was slowly rising. Commander Xiao came back from the Wei family's house next door to get some things. He had a bad feeling when he saw Tong Shualu's door was closed. He tiptoed over like a thief, only to hear Tong Zulf's voice coming from inside. "Rugue, let go of me. I can't breathe." Commander Zhao's face turned pale. Commander Zhao's face was ferocious. Commander Xiao gritted his teeth. Commander Xiao found a broom in the yard and was about to rush in and beat Wenrugi to death. Just then, a voice came from the room again. "No, you've been up there for a long time. This time, it's my turn." Then there was a bang in the room. Commander Zhao's face turned red and white. It was very interesting. Commander Xiao wished he had never come back. It was too awkward. He put the broom back and went straight to the Wei family. However, he saw old Mr. Wen walking over as soon as he reached the door. Old Mr. Wen glanced at his face. "Why is your face as red as a monkey's butt? Is there something wrong with your body?" Commander Xiao glared at him. "You're the one with a problem. I just exercised in the yard. I'm much stronger than you." Old Mr. Wen humped and walked past him to enter the room. Commander Xiao hurriedly stopped him. Old Mr. Square, what are you doing? Get out of my way. I'm going in to see if Rugue is awake. Commander Xiao refused. I just checked. He's not awake yet. You can go back first. That brat will go back himself when he wakes up. Old Mr. Wen snorted. Rugue will be your grandson-in-law from now on. Why are you still calling him brat? Commander Xiao snorted. I'm his elder. I can call him whatever I want. Old Mr. Wen was so angry that his beard trembled. He was a typical grandson who could scold others but not others. He snorted and pushed Commander Xiao aside to go in again. Commander Xiao held the door tightly. Didn't I tell you that Rugue will go back himself? Why are you going in again? Old Mr. Wen sized him up. Old Mr. Square, you're not right. What does it have to do with you? If I don't look for Rugue, can't I look for Zolf? Commander Zhao's face turned even redder. No. Old Mr. Wen was about to scold him when an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that Tong Xuelu had caused a misunderstanding when he first came to the house. Did old Mr. Square cause a misunderstanding too? However, whether it was a misunderstanding or not, the youngsters didn't have the chance to spend time together. It was better not to disturb them now. Old Mr. Wen's ears turned red and he humphed. Fine, I won't go. Tell Xuelu that I'm going back. Commander Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect old Mr. Wen to be so easy to talk to. But why did his ears turn red all of a sudden? Commander Xiao had an idea. Could it be that he had heard something that he shouldn't have heard? Thinking of this, Commander Xiao blushed even more. If anyone came over, they would see the two commanders blushing like a monkey's butt. In the room, after Tong Xuelu and Wen Rugi fought for 3 rounds, Wen Rugi fell asleep again. Tong Xuelu walked out of the room with a red mouth. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and headed to the Wei family home, only to realize that old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong had already left. Unsure if she was being paranoid, she felt that old Mr. Wen's expression was a little strange, and he did not dare to look her in the eye. She thought about it, but couldn't come up with a reason, so she stopped thinking about it. When Rugi woke up an hour later. When he woke up, he found that his mouth was swollen, the skin was broken, and his clothes were wrinkled. When he looked in the mirror, he found that there were 2 rashes on his neck. That thing looked very similar to the red mark on Huang Qiming's neck. He found it very strange. Could it be that he was allergic to alcohol? How could an allergic reaction cause his mouth to be so swollen? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Tong Xuelu pushed the door open and walked in. Tong Xuelu wanted to laugh when he saw Wen Rugi's appearance. He looked like a weak man who had been taken advantage of after drinking. Wen Rugi rubbed his temples and said, I'm sorry that I caused you trouble when I was drunk. Tong Xuelu handed him the enamel jar in his hand. Do you know that you can't drink? Wen Rugi took a sip of the water. The temperature was just right. His eyes were filled with tenderness. I know. I drank it before. 1 cup and I got drunk. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. You got drunk after 1 cup and you still dare to drink for me? Do you know what you did to me after drinking? Wen Rugi's heart skipped a beat. His gaze fell on her lips, which were also slightly swollen. I didn't act like a hooligan after drinking, did I? Tong Xuelu nodded seriously. Not only did you act like a hooligan, but you became very wild after drinking. You even pressed on top of me. It was as if thunder had struck. Wen Rugi's face instantly turned pale. I'm sorry. I didn't think that I would act like a hooligan after drinking. Tong Xuelu said with a straight face, I'll let it go this time. Fortunately, we're already engaged. You can't drink outside. Otherwise, if you act like a hooligan to other female comrades, your life will be ruined. Wen Rugi quickly nodded. Don't worry. I never drink outside. Whenever the missile launch was successful or other experiments were successful, the base would hold a celebratory banquet afterwards. However, he had always refused to drink. Tong Xuelu nodded with satisfaction. That's good. I'll forgive you for being wild this time. I've made some snacks for Grandpa Wen. Remember to bring them back when you go back. Wenrugi's ears turned red. I'm sorry. I won't drink any more in the future. Won't drink, then? She wouldn't be able to see the overbearing president Wen anymore. How could that be? Tong Xuelu coughed and said, you don't have to blame yourself too much. It's good for a man to be wild once in a while. Wenrugi? What did she mean? Was it better for him to be wild or not? Wenrugi looked confused. When he went out, he bumped into Commander Xiao, who was coming back. Commander Zhao's eyes were like two cold swords that were out of their sheaths. If looks could kill, Wenrugi would have been cut into pieces. The next day, in front of the Xiao family, Tong Jiaming and Tong Mianmian changed their surnames to Xiao Jiaming and Xiao Mianmian. However, the four siblings were all registered in Commander Zhao's household register. From now on, they were no longer orphans who could be bullied by any random person. Tong Xuelu felt that it was good that she didn't have to change her surname. She had been using this name before she transmigrated and didn't want to change it. That afternoon, the Xiao family left Beijing. After the Xiao family left, Commander Xiao took Tong Xuelu and her siblings to see the houses. They went to see two Sihiyuan one after another, but neither of them was suitable. The first one was too small and the layout was very cramped. Moreover, it was shabby and it would cost a lot of money to renovate. The second Sihiyuan was large enough and the interior decoration was well preserved. However, it was said that a family of 4 had been killed in that Sihiyuan. It was simply a haunted house. Commander Xiao didn't believe in ghosts and gods. However, Tong Xuelu was a transmigrator and she didn't think it was a good idea, so she didn't agree. Commander Xiao saw that his granddaughter was not satisfied, so he waved his hand and said that he wouldn't buy it. He would continue to look for houses later. Since last year, more and more people would be rehabilitated and more houses would be returned. Many of those whose properties had been confiscated were unwilling to return to their original places after they got their properties back. The main reason was that they were afraid of staying in the cowshed. They were afraid that one day they would be criticized as capitalists or rich peasants. After they got their houses back, they would sell them as soon as possible. This would be a good opportunity for Tong Xuelu to buy some houses. Therefore, she was not in a hurry to buy a house. Commander Xiao didn't buy a house and went back to the northwest on the third day. After the engagement, Tong Xuelu went back to work. However, Tong Jinjin's words were like a big stone that fell on her heart. She had been thinking about what he said for the past few days. You two will definitely grow old together. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this sentence was wrong. There was no doubt that Tong Jinjin wouldn't give her his blessings sincerely. Therefore, she asked Fang Jingyuan to bring this sentence to her. It was more likely that she was showing off. But what was she showing off? Suddenly, Tong Xuelu's face turned pale and her hands trembled uncontrollably. She remembered a plot in the book that was briefly mentioned. After being reborn, Tong Jinjin was like God's favorite and was invincible. After the economic reform, she asked Fang Wenyuan to go into the sea to do business. The couple made a lot of money. On her 22nd birthday, Fang Wenyuan specially held a grand birthday party for her. On that day, a guest who came to the party told the news that the beloved disciple of the father of missiles committed suicide. At that time, Tong Jinjin sneered when he heard the news. He thought to himself, sure enough, he is dead. At that time, the author seemed to have written that plot to set off Tong Jinjin's good luck. Only she could be reborn and change her fate. However, other people were not so lucky to be reborn. In this parallel era, the father of missiles was Jiao Bakan, and his only student was Wenrugi. Could the person who committed suicide be Wenrugi? Tong Xuelu was shocked by this discovery and was speechless for a long time. Meng Qingqing brought the guest upstairs. When she passed by the lounge, she was shocked when she saw Tong Xuelu's appearance. She ran in and asked, "Manager Tong, are you okay?" Tong Xuelu came back to her senses and said, "I'm fine. I just remembered that the door of the house was not locked." Meng Qingqing said anxiously, "Manager Tong, you should go back quickly. It would be bad if a thief broke into the house." Tong Xuelu nodded and said, "I'll go back and take a look. I'll leave the restaurant to you." Meng Qingqing said, "It's almost lunchtime now. Manager Tong, don't worry." Tong Xuelu put on her coat and walked out of the restaurant. She turned around and walked towards the courtyard. However, halfway there, she suddenly calmed down. With Tang Xinjin's personality, he would definitely not tell her the truth. On the other hand, she would not be able to explain how she knew about Wenrugi's suicide. She might even expose the fact that she had transmigrated. Moreover, ever since she transmigrated, the plot of the book had been completely disrupted. Tang Xinjin's life did not go smoothly. She and Feng Wenyuan were not together. Moreover, they had acknowledged Commander Xiao as their grandfather. When it came to Wenrugi, why did he have to follow the plot of the book? Although Wenrugi's personality was a little introverted, he was determined. She could not figure out why he would commit suicide. Even if he really broke down one day, as long as she was by his side, she would not let him go to a dead end. After thinking through this, Tang Xuelu heaved a sigh of relief. She almost fell into Tang Xinjin's trap because she was too concerned about him. If she really went to Tang Xinjin, that would be a problem. Therefore, when Tang Xinjin asked Feng Jingyuan to pass the message, he might have been testing her. After all, her personality was very different from that of the original owner of the book. It was reasonable for Tang Xinjin to be suspicious. However, since she was already out, she did not want to rush back to the restaurant. Tang Xuelu turned and walked towards the department store. Wenrugi gave her a watch and a ring for the engagement this time. She also wanted to buy something for him. However, in this era, there were too few materials. Even if she had money, she could not spend it. She walked around the department store but did not see what she wanted to buy. Finally, she came to the imported goods counter. Although the economy was not developing well, there were still imports and exports. However, it was not as good as later times and there were many restrictions. There were not many things sold at the imported goods counter. There were watches, alarm clocks, and other small items. Because foreign exchange certificates were needed to buy imported goods, many people did not have foreign exchange certificates. Therefore, there were not many people at the counter. Tang Xuelu glanced at the counter and said, "Please take out the alarm clock and the Swiss Army knife for me to see." The salesperson took out the items. Later, as technology became more and more advanced, many electronic and smart products became more and more popular. Things like the Swiss Army knife were gradually eliminated. However, after more than 10 years, the Swiss Army knife was still very useful. The Swiss Army knife contained scissors, a flat blade, a screwdriver, tweezers, and a can opener. It was very convenient. Tang Xuelu asked for the price and then bought 2 Swiss Army knives and 2 alarm clocks. She spent all the foreign exchange certificates she had brought. After walking out of the department store, she thought that it would be better to send them to Wenrugi today. However, when she looked up, she saw 2 people walking towards her. She immediately frowned. One of the 2 people walking towards her was little Zhou's mother, Guilan. The other person was the person she wanted to meet just now, Tang Xinjin. But how did these 2 people get together? She had been trying to find Su Yueshan for more than a month, but she could not meet him every time. Su Yueshan was not even in Beijing for more than a month. A few days ago, she did not come to the engagement party. She did not expect Tang Xinjin to be so fast and reach out to Guilan. She was wondering if she should confront Tang Xinjin directly when Tang Xinjin and Guilan saw her. Tang Xinjin held Guilan's hand and walked over. "Sister Zolve, are you also shopping in the department store?" Guilan was shocked when she heard how she addressed Tang Xinjin. "Xinjin, you and Comrade Tang know each other? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? But then again, both of your surnames are Tang. Are you relatives?" Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows quietly. Although she saved little Zhou's life, her relationship with Guilan had always been very calm. It was neither good nor bad. But from the way she addressed Tang Xinjin just now, it could be seen that her relationship with Tang Xinjin was very good. Tang Xinjin smiled and said, "We are not related in terms of blood, but Sister Zolve and I are very fated. We have to talk about it from when we were young." Then, she told Guilan about how they were kidnapped when they were young. Later, they were found by the Public Security Bureau and they were mistaken. But she did not mention that she sent Tang Xinjin to the farm. Guilan was shocked. "I didn't expect you to have such a relationship. Comrade Tang is my son's benefactor. Speaking of which, the world is really small." Tang Jinjin smiled and nodded. Yes, the world is really small. Sister Zolve, don't you think so? A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Tang Xuelu felt that Tang Jinjin had changed a lot. In the past, although she wanted to pretend to be a white lotus and a good person, she was not smooth enough. But now, Tang Jinjin seemed to have been polished off. There was no sharp point to be found on her. If someone did not know, they would really think that they had a good relationship. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "We are all in Jing City. It's normal to meet each other." Guilan suddenly frowned and said, "That's not right. With your relationship, why didn't you see Jinjin and your family on the day of Comrade Tang's engagement?" Tang Jinjin showed just the right amount of embarrassment on her face. Sister Zolve didn't invite my family, but I asked a friend in the courtyard to send my blessings. Sister Zolve, you should have received my blessings, right? Guilan frowned more tightly and looked at Tang Xuelu with disapproval. Comrade Tang, although I shouldn't say this, Jinjin's parents have raised you for more than 10 years. You should at least tell them about your engagement, right? Don't you think you are too heartless? Tang Xuelu sneered in her heart. This was the reason why she couldn't be good friends with Guilan. Of course, she could use her means to make Guilan happy, but he was too stupid. She didn't even have the interest to make him happy. Moreover, with her current identity and status, she didn't need to go around seducing NPCs like she did in the beginning. Tang Jinjin's eyes flashed with a touch of pride, but on the surface, he said, "Sister Ilan, don't say that about Sister Zolve. She must have her reasons for doing this." Tang Xuelu nodded and her eyes instantly turned red. She does have her reasons. A while ago, my foster mother was admitted to the hospital because of appendicitis. I didn't even go to work and immediately went to the hospital to visit her. Who knew that I would overhear her telling someone in the ward that dragons give birth to phoenixes and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes and that I was born to a mouse? I also caused you to go to the farm. Guilan covered his mouth. Jinjin, you went to the farm? When did this happen? Tang Jinjin's face suddenly turned pale. Tang Xuelu also covered his mouth and looked shocked. Didn't she tell you? She beat up a Mian on the street and twisted the Mian's ear until it bled. She also said that she wanted to kill me. After that, she was sent to the farm by our comrades from the Public Security Bureau. She only came back recently. Guilan, Tang Jinjin, Tang Xuelu, because so many things have happened, the relationship between our families isn't very good. That's why everyone has a tacit understanding to not meet and interact with each other as much as possible. Guilan pulled her hand out of Tang Jinjin's hand and laughed awkwardly. I just remembered that I still have things to do in the office. I'll not go shopping. After that, she said goodbye to Tang Xuelu and turned around to run away as if there was a ghost chasing after her. After Guilan left, Tang Jinjin finally broke his facade. Tang Xuelu, you won't be arrogant for long. Tang Xuelu raised his eyebrows. You're not pretending anymore? Weren't you doing a good job just now? Tang Jinjin gritted his teeth and glared at her. Aren't you curious about what I told Feng Jingyuan to tell you the other day? Tang Xuelu blinked her misty almond-shaped eyes and said with a puzzled expression, Didn't you wish me and my fiancé to grow old together? Don't tell me there's something else behind those words? Tang Jinjin stared at her intently, but he couldn't read her expression. Don't pretend anymore. I know you know what I meant. Tang Xuelu shook her head. I really don't know. Tang Jinjin was so angry that he leaned back. You're so, when she spoke up to hear, she suddenly bit her lips fiercely, and then she turned around and left. Tang Xuelu looked at Tang Jinjin's back and frowned again. One Tang Jinjin wasn't scary, but one Tang Jinjin and Yan Yangan would be difficult to deal with. It seemed like she had to meet Suyueshen as soon as possible. In the evening, Feng Jingyuan came to the restaurant angrily. Tang Xuelu looked at her and asked curiously, Who provoked you again? Feng Jingyuan chewed her beef and said fiercely, Let me tell you. My mother said that she's going to introduce me to a young and promising man. She said that he's not only Panin, but he's also very talented. She also said that if I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to get this opportunity. Do you know who she's talking about? Tang Xuelu, didn't you say that you'll only look for ugly girls in the future? Fang Jingyuan choked and said with a red face, I said that because I was angry. Later, I thought that if I find an ugly girl, what if my children look like her in the future? So, after thinking about it, I still think that I should find someone who's good-looking. But that's not the point. The point is, do you know who I met? Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. Don't tell me it's Xiao Qingping? Dong. Fang Jingyuan dropped the beef meatball in her hand on the table and looked at her in shock. Zulv, you're amazing. How did you guess? Tong Xuelu, it was a random guess. Fang Jingyuan looked at her with admiration. You guessed it so casually. You're amazing. That's right. The person I went on a blind date with is Xiao Qingping. Not only is he very talented, but he's also Panin. How could my mother say that? Look at Xiao Qingping's small eyes. Even mung beans are bigger than his eyes. Tong Xuelu, the more Fang Jingyuan thought about it, the angrier she became. She picked up another beef meatball and took a big bite. Xiao Qingping isn't good-looking, but he still has the nerve to complain that my forehead is big. I'm so angry. Tong Xuelu, don't have double standards. You can complain that he's ugly, but why can't he? Complain that you're ugly? Fang Jingyuan didn't understand what double standards meant, but she understood the latter part of the sentence. Zulv, whose friend are you? How can you speak up for Xiao Qingping? Tong Xuelu said, by the way, is your brother not in Beijing recently? Fang Jingyuan was shocked again. How did you know? My brother went on a business trip recently and won't be back until next week. Tong Xuelu nodded. No wonder. No wonder Fang Wenyuan didn't tell her that Tong Xinjin had joined the Women's Federation. Fang Jingyuan was curious. No wonder what? Tong Xuelu shook his head. Nothing. By the way, did Tong Xinjin join the Women's Federation? Fang Jingyuan was stunned. She shook her head. I didn't hear about it. Did she join the Women's Federation? Who did you hear it from? Well, it seemed like she couldn't get any useful information from Fang Jingyuan. On the weekend, Tong Xuelu asked for leave again and took Xiao Mianmian to the Su family's house. Thankfully, Su Yueshan was finally home this time. When little Jiao and Xiao Mianmian met, it was as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Xiao Mianmian said in a childish voice, Little Jiao, let me tell you. I changed my surname. I'm no longer Tong Mianmian. I'm Xiao Mianmian now. Little Jiao's mouth formed an O shape. Then, she patted her head like a little adult. No matter what your surname is, you're still my Mianmian sister. Xiao Mianmian's eyes curved into crescents. Little Jiao, you're so obedient. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard what the two children said. After some small talk, Tong Xuelu said, Comrade Su, I have some work-related matters to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you now? Su Yueshan was stunned for a moment. She quickly nodded and said, Sure, let's talk in the study. She stood up and led Tong Xuelu to the study. Since they were alone, the door to the study wasn't closed. Tong Xuelu also chose a seat that was a little far from Su Yueshan. Su Yueshan said, Comrade Tong, what do you want to talk to me about? Tong Xuelu said, a few days ago, I saw Comrade Gu and Tong Xinjin together in front of the department store. Tong Xinjin is my adoptive mother's daughter. She was sent to the farm previously and I had something to do with her. Su Yueshan was a smart person. She frowned when she heard this. You're saying that the female comrade Tong Xinjin deliberately got close to Ilan? Tong Xuelu said, I have this guess. I also think that she might have been instructed by someone. Who? Minister Yan from the finance department. Su Yueshan was stunned when she heard this name. Then, her frown deepened. Tong Xuelu continued, according to the plan, Tong Xinjin should have returned from the farm in 3 to 4 months. However, she became a living Lei Feng after saving a mother and son from drowning. The person who witnessed her saving them was none other than Minister Yan. Tong Xuelu didn't say anything else. As for her suspicion that Yan Yongan killed his wife, she definitely wouldn't say it at this time. After all, she didn't have any evidence. Su Yueshan also couldn't investigate Yan Yongan because of what she said. She only needed to attract Su Yueshan's attention and let him keep an eye on Yan Yongan. As for the other things, justice grinds slowly but surely. There would be a time when they would pay the price. Su Yueshan was indeed a person who did great things. He immediately understood what she meant. Thank you, Comrade Tong. I will make sure that Ilan doesn't interact with Tong Xinjin in the future. As for keeping an eye on Yan Yangon, he didn't say it out loud. However, the two of them were well aware of it. Tong Xuelu was about to stand up and leave when a voice came from the door. Comrade Tong, although you are my son's savior, does that give you the right to tell me what to do in my life? Do I have to get your permission to make friends with someone? Gu Ilan rushed in from the outside. His fair face was flushed red. Although his voice was still soft and weak, the accusation in it was very obvious. Su Yueshan said, Ilan, it's not what you think. Comrade Tong just wanted to remind us that Tong Xinjin isn't a person who is worthy of being friends with. Gu Ilan frowned. Xinjin isn't that kind of person. Moreover, she has never said anything bad about Comrade Tong in front of me. Tong Xuelu sighed in his heart. Comrade Su, Comrade Gu, I believe that the truth will come to light. I won't say anything else. I'll go back first. Last time, she had clearly let Gu Ilan see Tong Xinjin's true colors. She had also deliberately distanced herself from him, but she didn't expect them to reconcile in the blink of an eye. She didn't know what Tong Xinjin had said to Gu Ilan, but in her heart, Gu Ilan was no longer a brainless person. At this moment, Tong Xuelu was angry. It was useless for her to explain. In this case, she might as well not explain. After Tong Xuelu finished speaking, he turned around and left. Su Yueshan's face turned cold. Do you know what you just said? Comrade Tong is little Joe's savior. Just based on this point, you can't talk to her like that. Gu Ilan had never seen Su Yueshan so fierce to him. Tears flowed down his face. You actually scolded me for another woman. Su Yueshan frowned. Can't you think before you speak? If other people heard what you said, they might think that Comrade Tong and I are having an affair. Gu Ilan covered his face and cried. You didn't, but who knows if she did? Su Yueshan was really angry. Gu Ilan, shut up. Gu Ilan was shocked. His face turned pale. I won't shut up. If she didn't have any bad intentions towards you, why did she come to our house time and time again? She even asked about your whereabouts every time you came back. She couldn't wait to find you. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Su Yueshan picked up the enamel jar on the table and threw it on the floor. The room fell silent. Tong Xuelu heard the words coming from the room, and the corners of his mouth twitched coldly. The thing she was most worried about had happened. She had been very careful to keep a distance from Su Yueshan, but she didn't expect that in the eyes of others, she had become so unbearable. Mother Su and Father Su heard the quarrel and ran in. Comrade Tong, why are little Joe's parents quarreling? What happened? Tong Xuelu said, well, you should go in and ask Comrade Su. It's getting late. I have to go back to work. I'll take Mian Mian home first. Little Joe heard his parents quarreling and was so scared that his eyes turned red. When he saw that Mian Mian was about to leave, he looked up. Sister Mian Mian, come and play with little Joe next time. Little Joe has to go and comfort his parents now. Xiao Mian Mian nodded. Little Joe, go ahead. Tong Xuelu thought that she probably wouldn't bring little Joe to the Su family in the near future. After she left, Tong Xuelu didn't know how Su Yueshan and Gu Ilan resolved the matter, and whether Gu Ilan distanced himself from Tong Xinjin. After returning from the Su family, she called the Northwest Army and told her grandfather about Tong Xinjin. Commander Xiao told her not to worry and said that he would ask someone to keep an eye on Yan Yangon. However, he was in the Northwest Army after all. The military and government didn't interfere with each other, so it wasn't easy to find someone to keep an eye on him. Once something happened, it would be even harder for him to stop it. However, she had already done everything she could. She didn't care about anything else. But half a month later, something happened in the Su family. Su Yueshan and Gu Ilan were arrested, and the Su and Gu families were also put under surveillance. Tong Xuelu did not find out about what happened to the Su family through her grandfather or Feng Wenyuan. She was the one who was asked to investigate. That afternoon, the restaurant was still buzzing with activity. Since Master Lei had diarrhea and did not come to work today, Tong Xuelu was cooking with Master Meng in the kitchen. Many customers saw that Tong Xuelu was cooking and quickly ordered 1 or 2 more dishes. If they did not order now, they did not know when they would be able to eat. At this moment, a group of people rushed in from the outside. Since the restaurant had expanded, there was no need to line up outside like before. Everyone waited in the restaurant. However, this group of people asked the waiter where Tong Xuelu was the moment they arrived. Meng Qingqing was frightened by the aura of the person who asked the question. She stammered, "Manager Tong, she is cooking in the kitchen." The group of people rushed into the kitchen. Someone was not convinced. What are these people doing? How can they enter the kitchen directly? His friend who was sitting next to him quickly pulled his hand. No one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Can't you see that those people are not ordinary people? The group of people were all wearing black Chinese tunic suits and looked serious. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Some people were frightened. They quickly put down the food in their bowls and ran away, afraid that they would be implicated. More people stayed to watch the show. When the group of people came in, Tong Xuelu was cooking stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. Stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots was a common dish. It did not require much skill. Because the bamboo shoots were tender, crispy, and inexpensive, many people ordered this dish. When the sauce was added, the aroma exploded in the kitchen. When the group of people came in, they smelled the aroma and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "May I know who is Comrade Tong Xuelu?" The leader glanced at them and asked. Tong Xuelu raised her head and looked at the group of people. She said calmly, "I am." "May I know who you are?" The leader said, "We are from the Political Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. We need to bring you back to cooperate with our investigation." Political Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. As soon as these words were said, the people in the kitchen all gasped in unison. Xiao Tian, in particular, was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Simply put, the Political Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security was the anti-espionage department of the Ministry of Public Security. It was no wonder that the faces of the people in the kitchen changed when they heard the name. Tong Xuelu scooped up the fried pork with bamboo shoots and placed it on a plate. "Okay, I'll go with you." After saying that, she didn't give any instructions to Master Meng and the others. She just followed the group of people and left. Although she didn't know why they were looking for her, her every move was being watched by these people. Therefore, it was better for her to speak less and do less, lest she implicate others. The customers outside craned their necks to look in the direction of the kitchen. They wished they had clairvoyance so that they could know what was going on in the kitchen. Soon, everyone saw Tong Xuelu walking out of the kitchen with a group of men in Chinese tunic suits. The entire restaurant was silent. Tong Xuelu looked straight ahead and calmly walked out of the restaurant. As soon as the group of people walked away, the restaurant immediately boiled over. "Oh my God, Manager Tong was taken away. Could it be that Manager Tong did something illegal? It's very possible. I've always said that a young girl can become a first-class restaurant manager. There must be something going on." "What do you mean? Do you have any insider information?" "That's hard to say my ass." Master Meng came out of the kitchen and glared at the man. "I'm telling you, if you dare to talk nonsense and slander Manager Tong, I'll be the first to punish you." Guochunyu also stood out. With his hands on his hips, he pointed at the man and scolded, "What the hell are you talking about? Tell us, what insider information do you have about Manager Tong? If you can't tell us, don't even think about leaving this place." In fact, the man didn't know anything. He was just envious of Tong Xuelu, a woman, being able to become a restaurant manager. Now that she was in trouble, he took advantage of the opportunity to step on her. He purposely made it sound plausible. When he saw that everyone's eyes were on him, he suddenly felt a sense of pride. He didn't expect the restaurant staff to stand up for Tong Xuelu. Now that he was glared at by Master Meng and scolded by Guochunyu, he immediately stood up and ran away. He didn't even want the food he ordered. Seeing that the man ran away, Master Meng looked at the crowd and said, "Manager Tong didn't do anything illegal. She was invited back by the relevant department for an investigation. If you dare to talk nonsense outside, be careful that you'll be invited to tea by the Public Security Bureau. When the crowd heard this, most of their curiosity disappeared. What was left was fear. Everyone was worried that they would get into trouble, so they shut their mouths and didn't dare to talk about it anymore. After the last customer left the restaurant, Master Meng looked at the few people in the restaurant and said, "I believe that you know how Manager Tong treats us. Whether it's for Manager Tong's sake or for your own, I hope that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. You can't even tell your family members." Guo patted his chest and said, "Master Meng, don't worry. Guo, will be the first to promise that I won't say a word about Manager Tong after we walk out of this door." Meng Qingqing and the others quickly followed to show their determination. It had to be said that Tong Xuelu's impartial attitude and the fact that she rewarded everyone with bonuses played an important role at this time. In the eyes of the restaurant staff, although Tong Xuelu was young, she was a very capable and easy to get along with. They had never been bullied since they entered the restaurant, and they didn't need to scheme against their colleagues. In short, they didn't want anything to happen to Tong Xuelu. If there was a new manager, they might not be treated as well as they were now. Master Meng nodded. "I hope that you can keep your promise. If anyone dares to double-cross me, I won't let you off easily if I don't find out." Everyone spoke again to show their determination. At this time, Tong Xuelu was brought to the Political Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. This was the headquarters of the Public Security Bureau. The incident happened so suddenly that the Piao Jiani of the Qingnan Public Security Bureau definitely didn't know that something had happened to her. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Tong Xuelu was brought to an interrogation room. Other than a door, there wasn't even a window in the room. There was a table in the interrogation room, and chairs were placed on both sides of the table. After Tong Xuelu was brought in, she was asked to sit on one of the chairs. The person who brought her in then walked out, leaving 2 people in the room to keep an eye on her. Tong Xuelu didn't have the time to think about what had happened until now. She had a few guesses in her mind. She felt that Tong Zhenzhen and Yan Yonggan were most likely to have done something, but she didn't know what they had done. She was worried that they would use the incident between Grandpa and Wenrugi as a breakthrough. However, after thinking about it, she quickly ruled out the possibility of Grandpa being involved. If something had happened to Commander Xiao, these people wouldn't have treated her so well just now. She was afraid that she wasn't the only one here now. As for Wenrugi, it was possible. After all, Tong Zhenzhen had just mentioned Wenrugi a while ago. Just as she was feeling uneasy, the iron door was opened again. 2 men in black Chinese tunic suits walked in. The man walking in front was in his 40s or 50s. He was tall, had a square face, a bulbous nose, and a pair of sharp eyes. The man walking behind him was about the same age. He was tall and thin, with a long and fair face. His eyebrows extended past the corners of his eyes. He looked very amiable. Behind them was a very young man with a notebook and a pen in his hands. He looked like an officer who was taking notes. The 2 men sat down in the chairs opposite Tong Xuelu. The serious man introduced himself. "I'm Wu Zhou, the captain of the political security team. This is the political commissar, Wang Yihe." Tong Xuelu said calmly, "Hello." Wu Zhou saw that she was so calm and looked at her in a new light. "Comrade Tong, we invited you here this time because we want you to cooperate with us in an investigation." Tong Xuelu said seriously, "I'll tell you everything I know. I'll do my best to cooperate with the investigation of the Security Bureau." Wu Zhou was very satisfied with her attitude. "Comrade Tong, do you know Suyueshen and Guilan?" Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that something had happened to the Su family. She nodded. "I know them. Last September, I saved a little boy from human traffickers. Later, I passed by the Public Security Bureau. That little boy was the son of Suyueshen and Guilan." Wu Zhou continued to ask, "When was the last time you saw them?" Tong Xuelu thought for a moment and said, "It was half a month ago, which was May 25th. It was a Sunday. I brought my sister to visit the Su family. Ever since I saved Comrade Su's son, Xiaojiu, our families have been interacting with each other." The clerk at the side quickly recorded down what she said. Wu Zhou nodded. Did anything special happen during that time? When Tang Xuelu heard this, she knew that they had investigated everything clearly. If she dared to hide anything at this time, she was afraid that she would get into trouble. Therefore, she skillfully told them what happened that day. Of course, she hid the part about Yan Yangan. She wasn't sure if Sui Yueshan would confess to this matter. She prayed in her heart that he wouldn't. Otherwise, if he asked later, she wouldn't be able to explain herself clearly. Fortunately, she wasn't unlucky. Fortunately, Sui Yueshan wasn't a stupid person. After hearing her words, Wu Zhou's expression didn't change much. In other words, Gu Ilan suspected that there was something going on between you and Comrade Su that day, causing the two of you to have a fierce argument? Tang Xuelu corrected him. It's a misunderstanding. I don't know why Comrade Gu would have such thoughts. I've known Comrade Su for half a year, and the number of times we've met can be counted on one hand. Moreover, I just got engaged to my fiancé in May. I'm very loyal to my fiancé's revolutionary feelings, just like my loyalty to my country. Regarding this, I dare to swear on my character and dignity that there's nothing going on between Comrade Su and me. Wang Yi has suddenly said, but according to what Gu Ilan said, she quarreled with Sui Yueshan because of you. It was also because of you that she was forced to become enemies with a comrade named Tang Zhenjin. I want to know why you specifically went to the Su family and asked Sui Yueshan to stop Gu Ilan from dating Tang Zhenjin. Tang Xuelu's expression was calm, but in her heart, she was cursing. It's a long story. Wang Yi has smiled and said, it's okay. Take your time. We have plenty of time. Tang Xuelu explained the grudges between her, the Tang family, and Tang Zhenjin in detail. She also told her about the incident in front of the department store. In the end, she revealed a trace of embarrassment and said, the main reason why I said that was because I couldn't stand it. Tang Zhenjin slandered my reputation outside, so I hoped that the Su family would stand on my side and not interact with Tang Zhenjin. At this time, she couldn't show that she was smart and shrewd. Otherwise, she might not be able to walk out of this door. Therefore, she portrayed herself as a petty girl who liked to haggle over every little thing. She persuaded Gu Ilan not to interact with Tang Zhenjin because she couldn't stand it, not because of any political reasons. Wang Yi had continued, when you were interacting with the Su family, did you notice anything strange? Tang Xuelu thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Because I work in a restaurant, I don't have any days off except for applying for leave. Therefore, I don't interact much with the Su family. Occasionally, I would go over to talk about family matters. Except for that one time half a month ago when I said something that I shouldn't have because of my selfishness, which caused the couple to quarrel, there was nothing else. Wang Yiha, then what kind of person do you think Sui Yueshan is? Tang Xuelu said cautiously, he's a charismatic leader, and a responsible father and son. Wang Yiha looked at her with her long eyes. You seem to have missed out one thing. I heard that Sui Yueshan and his wife have a very good relationship. Based on Sui Yueshan's feelings for his wife, do you think he would show his wife the country's documents? Tang Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She finally understood what had happened. She calmed herself down. I don't know. I don't know much about the relationship between the couple. Wang Yiha nodded and didn't say anything else. Wu Zhou continued to ask, do you know a female comrade named Mu Shuhui? Tang Xuelu shook her head. I don't know her. I've never even heard of her name. Wu Zhou and Wang Yiha looked at each other. Wu Zhou continued, Comrade Tang, thank you for your cooperation. Please keep what happened today a secret. Also, you can't leave Beijing before the investigation is over. You have to promise that you'll be available whenever you're summoned. Tang Xuelu looked serious. Yes, I promise that I'll cooperate with the investigation by the Security Bureau. No matter who it is, I won't say a word about what happened today. Wu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. You can go now. Hearing these words, Tang Xuelu breathed a sigh of relief. When she came out of the Security Bureau, she realized that the back of her shirt was soaked in cold sweat. In this day and age, being associated with the word spy could lead to eternal damnation. Even if she wasn't worried about herself, she didn't want to implicate her family and the Wen family. From what she heard just now, she guessed that Gu Ilan must have seen Su Yueshen's confidential government documents. Then, Gu Ilan intentionally or unintentionally leaked the information to Mu Shuhui. If she guessed correctly, Mu Shuhui should be the spy. Now, she couldn't be sure. 1. Did Mu Shuhui leak the information? 2. How was Mu Shuhui discovered? Was Tang Jinjin involved in this? However, she didn't dare to ask about these two things now. She knew that although the other party let her go, there should be someone watching her. Tang Xuelu slowly walked back to the restaurant. When the restaurant staff saw her, their eyes lit up. Manager Tang, you're back? Are you okay? Tang Xuelu glanced at their faces and shook her head. I'm fine. I'm just cooperating with the investigation. However, don't tell anyone about what happened today. If you get into trouble, I won't be able to help you. The restaurant staff nodded, indicating that they wouldn't tell anyone. Because of this, the atmosphere in the restaurant was a little heavy. Tang Xuelu was also a little absent-minded. She immediately went back. After work. After returning home, Tang Xuelu didn't tell her siblings about what happened today. She also didn't tell the Wei family next door. She also didn't call the Northwest Army. Spies were too sensitive. The fewer people involved, the better. However, 2 days later, Fang Wenyuan came to look for her. When Tang Xuelu saw him, she frowned. Why are you here at this time? Fang Wenyuan worked in the organization. He must have heard that Su Yueshen, the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, was arrested. He should have guessed that she was involved. Therefore, he shouldn't have come at this time. Fang Wenyuan lowered his voice and said, let's go inside and talk. Tang Xuelu had no choice but to let him in. Xiao Jiaming and her siblings were doing homework in the study. Tang Xuelu brought Fang Wenyuan to the living room. Fang Wenyuan didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. Su Yueshen and Gu Ilan were arrested. The Su and Gu families are also being watched. Your grandfather told me not to interfere with the Su family's affairs. Commander Xiao received the news a day or two later. When he heard the news, he was also very anxious. However, because it was too sensitive, he didn't dare to contact his granddaughter in person. Instead, he told his granddaughter through someone else. Tang Xuelu nodded. Don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. This was a national matter. It wasn't something that she could fool around with her green tea tricks. She knew her limits. Su Yueshen was harmed by Gu Ilan. However, everything happened for a reason. He should have expected this day to come when he chose a brainless wife like Gu Ilan. As for what would happen to him in the future, she couldn't guess. Fang Wenyuan sighed in relief. Also, the person who reported Gu Ilan was Tang Jinjin. You have to be careful of her in the future. Tang Jinjin again. Tang Xuelu paused for a moment and said, do you know how the report was reported? Fang Wenyuan, the spy was a female comrade named Mu Shuhui. She had been working in the Women's Federation for more than 10 years. She had always been honest and quiet. No one would have thought that she was a spy. I heard that she had a good relationship with her colleagues in the Women's Federation, except for Tang Jinjin. Tang Jinjin had a conflict with Mu Shuhui when he started working in the Women's Federation. The two of them were like fire and water. Later, Gu Ilan had a falling out with Tang Jinjin and got together with Mu Shuhui. Later, Tang Jinjin found out that Mu Shuhui's whereabouts were strange. He reported Mu Shuhui to the Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. When Mu Shuhui was caught, she was just passing on the information she had collected. One of the information was obtained from Gu Ilan. That was why Su Yueshen and her husband were arrested. Tang Xuelu frowned. Tang Jinjin must have used her ability to be reborn again. She must have known that Mu Shuhui was a spy. In that case, the reason why she went to work in the Women's Federation was probably because of this. She was now very suspicious. She had stopped Gu Ilan from being friends with Tang Jinjin. All of this was part of Tang Jinjin's plan. In other words, all of this was part of Yan Yong'an's plan. If that was really the case, then Yan Yong'an was really too scary. Fang Wenyuan looked at her unpredictable expression and said softly, you don't have to worry. You won't be implicated in this matter. Tang Xuelu came back to her senses. She coughed and said, "Thank you, Comrade Fong. From now on, you should try not to come over to my place to avoid attracting other people's attention." Fong Wenyuan's eyes dimmed. He pursed his lips and said, "I know. If anything happens in the future, I'll ask Jingyuan to come over and inform you." Tong Xuelu nodded her head. That night, Tong Xuelu couldn't sleep. Tong Zhenzhen also couldn't sleep. However, she was too excited to fall asleep. Tong Zhenzhen climbed out of bed and walked around the room with her coat on. Great! Su Yueshan was pulled down. Yan Yongan said that even if she could escape unscathed this time, he wouldn't be able to reinstate her as a judge. The deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee was an important position. He wouldn't let a derelict take over. In other words, Yan Yongan's opportunity had come. Yan Yongan had already said that he had a 90% chance of being promoted. When the time came, he would come and marry her. The reason why things went so smoothly this time was because she helped Yan Yongan. In her previous life, her husband worked in the Public Security Bureau for his entire life. She had heard from him that Mu Shuhui was a spy. In her previous life, her husband wasn't very capable. Other than tormenting her, he also liked to tell her about work matters. That was why she knew so much about the government. This time, she told Yan Yongan about Mu Shuhui. After Yan Yongan found out about it, he started to make plans. First, he sold his wife's position in the Women's Federation to the Gu family. Then, he let her work in the Women's Federation. As for her falling out with Gu Ilan, it was also part of Yan Yongan's plan. It was just a little earlier than planned. The last time she met Tong Xuelu in front of the department store was an accident. However, it was also because of this accident that their plan went much smoother. Tong Xuelu probably didn't expect that by helping them, she would push the Su family into the abyss. In the future, when the Su family found out about this, would they hate Tong Xuelu? She was looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Tong Zhenzhen grinned. After another week, Tong Xuelu saw Su Yueshan, who had been released. When he saw Su Yueshan again, Tong Xuelu was shocked by his appearance. He remembered the first time he saw Su Yueshan. He had just come back from the cowshed. Although he looked thin, he was in good spirits. However, at this time, Su Yueshan's face was full of stubble. His cheeks were sunken, and he looked very dispirited. The most important thing was that the light in his eyes had disappeared. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. "Comrade Su, you're out?" Su Yueshan nodded. "I'm here to apologize to you." Tong Xuelu moved aside and said, "Come in and talk." Su Yueshan thought for a while and finally walked in. When he came to the living room, Tong Xuelu poured him a glass of water and took out the snacks in the house. "You don't have to apologize to me. Speaking of which, I should be the one apologizing. I haven't been to the Su family during this time." During this time, she didn't inquire about the Su family's affairs or visit them. It wasn't because of the fickleness of human nature, but because reducing contact was the best way to protect each other. Su Yueshan waved his hand. "Since you let me in, it means that you're not a snobbish person. I'm sorry that our matter implicated you." Tong Xuelu shook his head. "I was just taken in for questioning. By the way, where's little Joe's mother? Is she out too?" As soon as he said this, Su Yueshan's eyes flashed with grief. "No, I'm afraid she won't be able to come out." Tong Xuelu's hand trembled, but he didn't say anything. Su Yueshan lowered his eyes and said in a very low voice, "I don't even know if she's still alive. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let her work at the Women's Federation." When Gu Ilan first proposed to go out to work, he hesitated at first. After all, Gu Ilan was too naive. However, later on, he thought that it wasn't right for her to go back to the Gu family every day. In addition, the director of the Women's Federation in that department was his friend's mother. She promised to look after Gu Ilan, so he agreed. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he never thought that there would be a spy hiding in that department. He also didn't think that Gu Ilan would leak his information to the spy. The information wasn't an important secret, but it didn't change the nature of the matter. He was removed from his position as the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee because of dereliction of duty. Gu Ilan was arrested for assisting the spy. Even if she could keep her life, what awaited her was life imprisonment. Thinking of this, Su Yueshan's eyes turned red. Tang Xuelu guessed that the consequences of this matter would be very serious, but when she heard the result, she still fell silent. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere in the living room was very heavy. After a while, Tang Xuelu broke the silence. "Comrade Su, what do you plan to do next?" Su Yueshan's eyes burst with anger. "Our Su family has come to this point because of our negligence, but if no one is behind this, we won't be separated." This time, the person who reported little Zhou's mother was Tang Xinjin. If I'm not wrong, the person who instigated her behind the scenes should be Yan Yangon. He had already heard that Yan Yangon was very likely to take over his position. Tang Xuelu was silent for a while. "If you want to investigate Yan Yangon, it's best to start with his dead wife." Su Yueshan looked up. "Comrade Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Xuelu said, "I suspect that Yan Yangon's wife was killed by him." Su Yueshan was obviously shocked by this sentence, and he didn't say anything for a long time. "I don't have any evidence to prove my words, but just you wait. He should be marrying Tang Xinjin soon." Su Yueshan quickly came back to his senses. "You're saying that Yan Yangon killed his wife to move his position for Tang Xinjin?" Tang Xuelu nodded. Su Yueshan frowned. "But there's one thing I don't understand. Why would Yan Yangon do this? Is it because he loves that female comrade Tang Xinjin very much?" In his impression, Yan Yangon was definitely not someone who would let personal feelings affect his work. Tang Xuelu shook his head. "I don't know about this. I just think that everything is too coincidental. Yan Yangon just happened to be Tang Xinjin's witness, and Tang Xinjin just happened to go to the same women's federation as Guilan. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. Many coincidences are caused by people." Of course, she knew the reason, but she couldn't say it out loud. Su Yueshan pondered over her words. After a while, he said, "Thank you, Comrade Tang. I'll remember what you said, but you'd better not tell anyone else what you said just now." Tang Xuelu nodded. "I understand." Previously, she had underestimated Yan Yangon's ability. Now that Yan Yangon had successfully pulled Su Yueshan down, he would definitely target the Tang family in the future. Before he did, she had to kill him. Therefore, when she said those words, it meant that she was going to join forces with Su Yueshan. Su Yueshan sat for a while and left. After that, there was no news from him. Tang Xuelu didn't tell Wenrugi that the Su family and herself were being investigated by the Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. However, old Mr. Wen still found out. Old Mr. Wen was so angry that his beard trembled. "This child, why didn't you tell me such a big thing happened?" Tang Xuelu hurriedly comforted him. "Grandpa Wen, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but the Security Bureau didn't allow me to. Moreover, I was only taken in for questioning. Nothing else happened after that." Old Mr. Wen was still very angry. "Zulv, you're engaged to Rugue. We're family. If something happens to you, how do you expect us to feel?" Tang Xuelu took out the pastries she brought. "Grandpa Wen, I know I'm wrong. No matter what happens in the future, I'll definitely tell you. However, don't tell Rugue about this." Old Mr. Wen glanced at the pastries she brought and snorted. "Don't do it again. However, if you want me to forgive you, it's not something that can be done with these pastries." What an old imp. Tang Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That day, she prepared a table full of delicious dishes for old Mr. Wen, making him so happy that he could only see his teeth. During this period of time, Tang Xuelu had been lying low, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, this opportunity came. On this day, Fang Jingyuan rode his bicycle to the restaurant and ran upstairs excitedly. "Zulv, guess what I heard?" Tang Xuelu shook her head. "I can't guess." Fang Jingyuan looked proud. "I didn't expect that there would be a day when you couldn't guess. Let me tell you, Tang Xinjin is getting married. The person he's marrying is Minister Yan, the person I told you about last time." Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." Fang Jingyuan said, "I heard that Minister Yan's son drowned. Tang Xinjin happened to pass by the lotus pond and saved him." Minister Yan wants to thank her and also has someone to take care of the two children. Therefore, he wants to marry Tang Jinjin. Tang Xuelu's eyes lit up. They had always neglected one thing. Tang Jinjin always saved people from drowning, but did Tang Jinjin know how to swim? She remembered that in the book, Tang Jinjin was a landlubber, and she had no chance to learn how to swim in this lifetime. She could use this opportunity to break the lie between her and Yan Yangan. However, this was not enough. She did not know how Su Yueshan's investigation was going. Fang Jingyuan was still chattering. Why do you think Minister Yan fell in love with Tang Jinjin? However, Minister Yan really disappointed me. I thought he loved his wife very much. How long has it been? His wife's body is still cold, and he wants to remarry. Men are really unreliable. Tang Xuelu did not answer her. After sending Fang Jingyuan off, she went directly to the Su family. This was her first time visiting the Su family after the accident. Su Yueshan's mother was startled when she saw her. Zulv, why are you here? Su Yueshan's mother was thinner than before, and she looked much less energetic. Tang Xuelu said, Grandma Su, I have some work matters to discuss with little Jiu's father. Su Yueshan's mother frowned and finally let her in. Little Jiu's father just came back. He should be in the study now. Tang Xuelu understood what Su Yueshan's mother wanted to say. At the same time, she was grateful that she did not vent her anger on her. When she went in, she saw little Jiu sitting under the swing with a dazed expression. Su Yueshan's mother followed her gaze and her eyes turned red. That child rarely smiles after his mother's accident. Tang Xuelu's heart ached, but this was not the time to comfort others. She turned and walked towards the study. Su Yueshan was also startled when he saw her. Comrade Tang, did you find something? Tang Xuelu said, I came to tell you about Tang Jinjin and Yan Yangan. Su Yueshan's eyes lit up. I just found something. I was going to look for you tomorrow. You came at the right time. Tang Xuelu told Su Yueshan about the breakthrough he had thought of. Su Yueshan clapped. That's a good idea. By the way, I found some clues about Yan Yangan killing his wife. Now, with your information, I'll report him tomorrow. Then, he told Tang Xuelu about the information he had found. Then, the two of them discussed the next step of the plan. Tang Xuelu didn't leave the Su family's house until it was dark. The next day, Su Yueshan went to the Supreme People's Procuratorate to report Yan Yangan for using his power to create a fake people's hero, Tang Jinjin. Although Su Yueshan had been pulled down, he still had connections. His report was quickly sent to the director of the Malfeasance and Infringement Investigation Office. After a meeting to discuss it, Yan Yangan and Tang Jinjin were quickly investigated. The results of the investigation showed that Tang Jinjin had never learned how to swim. However, in order to obtain more evidence, they planned to test Tang Jinjin's swimming ability on the spot. After Tang Xuelu found out, he expressed his willingness to be one of the actors. That day, Tang Xuelu asked Tang Jinjin out. When Tang Jinjin saw Tang Xuelu, he smiled proudly. Why did you ask me out? Tang Xuelu said, I heard that you're going to marry Minister Yan. Tang Jinjin raised his chin like a peacock and said proudly, why? Are you jealous? Don't tell me you're trying to curry favor with me? Tang Xuelu gave him a strange smile and walked towards him. I'll curry favor with you. Before Tang Jinjin could react, Tang Xuelu lifted her leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. Tang Jinjin stood by the bridge. The railings of the bridge were very low, not even half a person's height. Tang Jinjin took a few steps back from the kick. Her thighs hit the railings and she gasped in pain. What was worse was that she couldn't control her strength and fell off the bridge. Ah! Tang Jinjin screamed in fright, and then fell into the water with a plop. Help! I don't know how to swim. Help! Tang Jinjin struggled in the water. The people from the prosecutor's office were shocked when they saw this scene. F***ck, isn't this woman Tang Zulf too fierce? They thought that she would fall off the bridge and let Tang Jinjin save her to prove that Tang Jinjin didn't know how to swim. They didn't expect her to kick Tang Jinjin into the water the moment she arrived. Amazing, she was really amazing. Tang Jinjin did not expect Tang Xuelu to kick her. Although it was already early summer, she still shivered from the cold after falling into the water. What was worse was that she could not swim. At this moment, Tang Jinjin had completely forgotten that she was the female Lei Feng who saved 3 people from drowning. She struggled frantically like a drowned rat. "Help, I can't swim. Save me." While struggling, she drank a few mouthfuls of water. She almost choked on it. Tang Xuelu admired Tang Jinjin's struggling face for a while before he said to the workers by the river, "Why aren't you saving her?" Tang Jinjin's death was not regrettable, but how could she die so easily when she had yet to be used as a tool? The workers from the prosecutor's office came to their senses and jumped into the river one after another to save her. 2 of the workers swam to Tang Jinjin's side, pulled her hands, and pulled her to the shore. Tang Jinjin had already drunk a lot of water. When she reached the shore, she was trembling and vomiting. She looked very embarrassed. However, the more embarrassing part was yet to come. Today, in order to show off to Tang Xuelu, she specially wore the newly made Indeed Fine dress. The reason why Indeed Fine was eliminated in the future was because it had 2 fatal flaws. One was that it was airtight, cold in winter and hot in summer. The other was that once it came into contact with sweat or water, it would stick tightly to the body and become very transparent. At this moment, Tang Jinjin's Indeed Fine dress stuck tightly to her body. The back of her dress was stuck to her butt, and her underwear was clearly visible. It was very embarrassing. The faces of the men present turned red. They did not dare to look at Tang Jinjin directly. Tang Xuelu looked at Tang Jinjin, who looked like she was wearing see-through clothes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. She did not expect Indeed Fine to become like this when it came into contact with water. The Indeed Fine dress that when Rugi gave her would probably have to be shelved in the future. A few children ran to the river and pointed at Tang Jinjin and laughed. "Ha ha ha, look, that woman's underwear is exposed. Why is her skirt tucked into her butt? Isn't it uncomfortable? Maybe she didn't have any paper to wipe her ass with?" Tang Xuelu, everyone, when Tang Jinjin heard the child's words, he looked down and immediately screamed, "Ah!" She covered her chest with both hands, but realized that the bottom of her skirt had also become very transparent. She hurriedly separated one hand to protect her bottom, but this way, she had no hand to pull the skirt at the seam of her butt. In short, it was so awkward that one could dig out a villa with their toes. The deputy director walked over and ordered the officers to take Tang Jinjin away. "Hurry up and bring him back. The workers are going to get off work soon. It won't be good if they make a scene." The 2 female officers hurried forward to grab Tang Jinjin's hands. "We are from the public prosecutor's office. Since you and Minister Yan are involved in deceiving the public, we have to bring you back for investigation." Tang Jinjin was struck by lightning. Tang Jinjin's face was pale. Tang Jinjin's hands were trembling. The public prosecutor's office, did they find out that she was pretending to save someone? She thought of Tang Xuelu. No wonder that B*TCH suddenly asked her out, she was too careless. Moreover, she came out without Yan Yong'an's knowledge. Tang Jinjin's heart was filled with hatred. She resisted with all her might. "You are all liars. I won't go back with you. Let go of me, let go of me." Ah, the limestone by the shore was covered with moss. She used too much strength and slipped, causing her to fall forward. A loud bang was heard. Tang Jinjin's face hit the ground first, and her forehead heavily knocked against a bluestone slab. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. The 2 female officers hurriedly helped Tang Jinjin up. There was a bloody hole on Tang Jinjin's forehead, and his nose and mouth were broken. Blood flowed everywhere, and it looked very scary. Tang Jinjin saw stars and reached out to wipe his head. His hand was covered in blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Wasn't this too unlucky? However, when dealing with a bad person like Tang Jinjin, it wasn't too much to be unlucky. Tang Xuelu looked at Tang Jinjin, who was being carried like a dead pig, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Yan Yong'an didn't know that he had been reported. He also didn't know that Tang Jinjin had already been implicated. At this moment, he was sitting in his office with a red face and receiving flattery from his subordinates. I have said this before. A leader like Minister Yan who is selfless and far-sighted will be recognized by the higher-ups sooner or later. Minister Yan is good at strategizing and empathizing with his subordinates. More importantly, he understands the people's feelings. The development of the country needs a leader like you, Minister Yan. The flattery from his subordinates came one after another. Yan Yong'an's expression was serious, but those who knew him well would notice that his hand was gently tapping on the side of the chair. This was a gesture he made when he was in a good mood. At this moment, the office door was pushed open with a bang, and a group of men in Chinese tunic suits walked in. The few people in the office were shocked and turned to look at the people who rushed in. Yan Yong'an frowned, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. A skinny man jumped up like a flea when he saw this. "Which department are you from? Who allowed you to come in?" The group of people didn't speak. A series of footsteps came from outside. "We are from the Malfeasance and Infringement Department of the Public Prosecutor's Office. We want to bring Minister Yan back for investigation regarding the matter of him abusing his power to create a fake hero." The office was silent for a few seconds after he finished speaking. When Yan Yong'an heard the words Public Prosecutor's Office, his fingernails scratched the chair. And the nail of his index finger was flipped open. His fingers were connected to his heart, and it hurt so much that his face twitched uncontrollably. Yan Yong'an stood up and said, "So it's Deputy Director Zheng." However, Deputy Director Zheng's accusations are all false. "Deputy Director Zheng, please be careful with your words. It won't be too late for Minister Yan to explain himself when he arrives at the public prosecutor's office." Deputy Director Zheng's eyes fell on his hand as he spoke. "Do you want to go to the hospital to have your hand checked? If you go there now, you might even meet Minister Yan's fiancé, Comrade Tong Xinxin." Yan Yong'an's heart sank, but he said calmly, "What happened to Comrade Tong?" Deputy Director Zheng chuckled. "Comrade Tong fell into the water. She almost drowned because she can't swim. After she was rescued, she accidentally slipped and was sent to the hospital to have her wound bandaged." The subordinates in the office heard the words "can't swim" and looked at each other. Wasn't Minister Yan's fiancée promoted as a living lay feng because she saved people from drowning? One of the people she saved was Minister Yan's youngest son. How did it become that he couldn't swim and almost drowned? So, they couldn't help but look at Yan Yong'an's face. Yan Yong'an's heart sank. "I won't admit to things I didn't do, but I will cooperate with the investigation." Deputy Director Zheng smiled. "That's the best. Minister Yan, this way please." After Yan Yong'an left, the entire finance department exploded. Minister Yan was taken away by the Malfeasance and Infringement Investigation Office. Minister Yan's fiancée can't swim and almost drowned. These two pieces of news spread throughout the entire government department as if they had grown wings. Everyone was shocked on the spot. If Minister Yan really created a fake hero, then he might not be able to come back. Yan Yong'an was taken all the way back. As soon as he stepped into the prosecutor's office, he saw Su Yueshen's face. Su Yueshen looked at Yan Yong'an coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Minister Yan, we meet again." Yan Yong'an looked at Su Yueshen. "Comrade Su, weren't you fired? Why are you still in the government department?" Su Yueshen smiled and said, "Minister Yan, you might not know, but I'm the one who reported you." Yan Yong'an, when he wanted to get Tong Xinxin out of the farm, he had to let her make a contribution. Being a living lay feng was the easiest thing to do. He had also carefully considered how to become a living lay feng. Tong Xinxin didn't have the ability to save the dying and heal the injured. The risk of putting out a fire was too high. If the fire was too small, it wouldn't highlight her contribution. If the fire was too big, she might burn to death inside. After thinking about it, saving a drowning person was the easiest thing to do. Therefore, he found a relative to pretend to be a drowning person. In order to reduce the number of people who knew, he even became a witness himself. Of course, him being a witness made the matter more convincing and easier to spread. At the same time, he also considered the possibility of Tong Xinxin being exposed. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who had to prove to the world that they had the ability to save someone after saving someone. It was just like how people who put out a fire wouldn't be asked to rush into the fire to save someone again to prove their bravery. Similarly, no one would ask Tong Xinxin to jump into the water to prove that she could swim. However, in order to avoid being exposed one day, he had thought of a countermeasure. He planned to make Tong Xinxin fall seriously ill after they got married and then imprison her at home. This way, no one would find out. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect Su Yueshan to be so perverted. What Yan Yangon didn't know was that the perverted person wasn't Su Yueshan, but Tong Xuelu. Minister Yan, this is just the beginning. Seeing Yan Yongan's face turn pale little by little, Su Yueshan felt an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. Just you wait, I'll send you down to the 18th level of hell step by step. The ominous premonition in Yan Yongan's heart became even stronger. What did Su Yueshan mean by this? Could it be that he still had other evidence? Thinking of his wife who was pushed down the cliff by him, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Then, Yan Yangon was directly brought to the interrogation room. Deputy Director Zheng laid out all the evidence. Minister Yan, your relative has already confessed that you bribed her to help drown her. As for the reporter who helped you write the report, he also turned himself in. What else do you have to say? Yan Yongan's face was ashen. I have nothing to say. Just one step, and he would have taken the position of Deputy Director of the Revolutionary Committee. Deputy Director Zheng's face was solemn. What do you mean you have nothing to say? If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. Yan Yongan's heart was filled with grievances. I did it. The officer on the side quickly recorded it. Deputy Director Zheng asked someone to bring Tong Xinjin in. After a while, the door was opened and Tong Xinjin was brought in with his head bandaged. Deputy Director Zheng said, Tong Xinjin, you just said that you were forced by Yan Yangon, but you couldn't provide any evidence. Now, I want you to confront each other face to face. Looking into Yan Yongan's eyes, Tong Xinjin's hands began to tremble. She didn't want to push the responsibility to Yan Yangon, but she really didn't want to go back to that damned place. Deputy Director Zheng, Yan Yangon, what do you have to say to Tong Xinjin? Everyone present, including Tong Xinjin, thought that Yan Yangon would definitely curse. Unexpectedly, he looked at Tong Xinjin and nodded. That's right, I did everything by myself. I used my power to force Tong Xinjin to obey my orders. Otherwise, I would make her stay in the district for the rest of her life. Tong Xinjin was forced by me to cooperate with my plan. The interrogation room was silent for a few seconds. Tong Xinjin looked at Yan Yangon as if he had seen a ghost, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Deputy Director Zheng's brows furrowed. Yan Yangon, do you know how many years you'll be sentenced to? Yan Yangon looked calm. I know what I am talking about. Tong Xinjin finally came back to his senses and screamed, Deputy Director, you heard it. I just said that I was forced, but you didn't believe me. Can you let me go now? Deputy Director Zheng didn't expect things to develop like this. With a dark face, he ordered people to take them away and lock them up. That night, Tong Xuelu found out that Yan Yangon had sacrificed himself to save Tong Xinjin. Could this be the legendary true love? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shiver. Su Yueshan frowned, because their confessions are the same, and Yan Yangon took the initiative to admit that he forced Tong Xinjin. I'm afraid that Tong Xinjin will be released in a few days. He didn't expect that Yan Yangon would still protect Tong Xinjin at this time. Tong Xuelu also couldn't understand. Then don't worry about it. Tomorrow, continue to report Yan Yangon as planned. Without Yan Yangon, Tong Xinjin was like a tiger without claws and teeth, unable to jump around for long. Su Yueshan nodded. The next day, the prosecutor's office received Su Yueshan's report, and it exploded again. If last time it was only the pupils that were shocked, this time it was the whole body that was shocked. Deputy Director Zheng said, Comrade Su, do you have any conclusive evidence? I have both a witness and material evidence. Su Yueshan said as he handed over the information he had. Deputy Director Zheng looked carefully at the information he handed over, then pointed to a name and said, Why does this witness only have one name? Su Yueshan lowered his voice, because, Deputy Director Zheng was silent for a while after hearing his words, I have to discuss this with Director Zhou. Wait for me here for a while. As he spoke, he hurriedly left the office. Deputy Director Zheng left for a whole hour before returning, his eyes flashing with determination. Director Zhou has agreed. This time, we will do something big. While waiting, Su Yueshan's heart was in a mess. He had never felt so uneasy before. He thought that the two directors might not agree to his plan in the end, but he didn't expect them to agree. These days, Su Yueshan's thin face glowed for the first time. Thank you. Thank you for your trust. Deputy Director Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, I watched you grow up. I originally thought that with your ability, you would definitely be able to climb to a higher position. Who knew? Who knew that man proposes, God disposes? He had met such a despicable person. Su Yueshen's mouth curved into a smile. I don't want to think so much now. I just want some heinous people to get the punishment they deserve. Deputy Director Zheng sighed. Go, bring your mysterious witness here. Su Yueshen nodded and turned to leave the prosecutor's office, then rode his bicycle to Tong's house. Tong Xuelu observed his expression. How is it? Did the two directors agree? Su Yueshen's eyes shone. They agreed. I came to pick you up at my house, and then let you do Comrade Du's makeup. Tong Xuelu's eyes lit up. I just thought about it. I think it's better for me to go directly to the prosecutor's office to do Comrade Du's makeup. Su Yueshen thought about it and nodded. That's good. This way, the prosecutor's office will know what we are doing more directly. Tong Xuelu didn't take Su Yueshen's bicycle. Instead, he rode his own bicycle and followed him to the Su family's house. Then, together, they took the three witnesses to the prosecutor's office. Deputy Director Zheng saw that he had brought 4 people over at once. He looked at them and said, Comrade Tong, why are you here? Are you also one of the witnesses? Tong Xuelu shook his head. No, I'm here to help with the makeup. Deputy Director Zheng, I didn't expect Comrade Tong to be so versatile. The office has been prepared for you. I'll get someone to take you there. An officer came over and took them to the office. Tong Xuelu seized the time to do Comrade Du's makeup. Comrade Du was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Comrade Tong, I'm very scared. I'm worried that I'll mess this up. Tong Xuelv held her hand, looked at her and said, a kind and tenacious female comrade like you, I believe you can do it. Comrade Du looked at her hands that were held by him and suddenly blushed. Comrade Tong, my heart is suddenly beating very fast when you look at me like this. Tong Xuelu, female comrade, why are you blushing? You don't look right. At this moment, Yan Yongan was brought to the interrogation room again. Deputy Director Zheng said, Yan Yongan, we received a report that you poisoned and murdered your wife Dumei. Do you plead guilty? Before Yan Yongan came in, he thought that they were going to talk about the fake hero again. He didn't expect to be hit by a bolt from the blue and was immediately caught off guard. Yan Yongan's hands couldn't help but tremble. It's all a false accusation. My wife and I are very close. After she slipped and fell off the cliff, I felt that I was better off dead. How could I do such a horrible thing? Deputy Director Zheng's gaze fell on his trembling hands and became more confident. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The prosecutor's office has always been particular about evidence. As he spoke, he asked someone to bring in the evidence and 2 of the witnesses. Yan Yongan stared at the door and then saw a stranger being brought in. Behind the stranger was his brother-in-law, Dumei's younger brother Du Chuan. The first witness was called Wang Fugan. Deputy Director Zheng said, you told the public that it was your wife Dumei who insisted on going to the cliff, but Comrade Wang Fugan heard with his own ears that it was you who insisted on going. Your wife was already very tired and didn't want to go, but you insisted on carrying your wife to the cliff. Wang Fugan nodded, that's right. At the time, I was looking for mushrooms in the forest and collecting some firewood to burn. I was standing behind a big tree, so the couple didn't hear me. I went back after collecting the firewood. Because I lived in the village, I didn't know that the female comrade slipped and fell off the cliff. Later, Su Yueshen went to the small village below the cliff to ask if anyone had gone to the mountain to cut firewood that day and found him. Yan Yongan's lips trembled. I did lie about that. I was worried that if I said that I insisted on going to the cliff, everyone would blame me and the Du family wouldn't let me off easily. But I didn't kill my wife. She fell down by accident. Deputy Director Zheng ignored him and turned to look at Du Chuan. You said that you found out that Yan Yongan put poison in the medicine that he gave your sister? Du Chuan glared at Yan Yongan fiercely. Yes, my sister has been sick since February. I went to the Yan residence to see her. When I entered, I bumped into Yan Yongan who was giving my sister medicine. It was a powder with some strange flakes on it. They were the size of large patches of dandruff and were silvery white in color. I was curious at the time and asked him what it was. He said that it was to nourish the body. Later, I was worried that it would harm my sister's body, so I asked my sister to secretly hide a packet of medicine for me. I asked people to investigate and found out that the white flakes were aluminum. After I found out that it was aluminum, I took some of the flakes from the aluminum products and fed them to the rabbit every day. The rabbit vomited and had diarrhea after eating it. Its symptoms were very similar to my sister's. In less than 10 days, the rabbit died. Xianxia clenched his hands into fists, the veins on the back of his hands popping out. I don't know what you're talking about. The medicine was confirmed by the doctor. As for the aluminum flakes you mentioned, that's nonsense. Even if it was true, who told you that aluminum flakes can kill people? Nowadays, many people's lunchboxes, spatulas, and pots are all made of aluminum. If aluminum can poison people, why didn't anyone else die? In this era, many aluminum utensils were later proven to be harmful to the body before they were stopped. Xianxia could think of using heavy metals to kill people at this time. He was indeed impressive. Duchuan gritted his teeth and glared at him. Xianxia, you can deny my evidence, but do you have the ability to deny it to my sister? Xianxia didn't understand what he meant. The next moment, the door was pushed open and a figure walked in. The woman who walked in was on crutches and limping. Xianxia's gaze moved up from her feet and finally landed on her face. The next moment, he made a strange sound that seemed to come from his throat. The woman limped in and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? Xianxia's body was trembling like a sieve, and there was no trace of blood on his face. Mei, you are still alive? The cliff was more than 800 meters deep. If someone fell down, they would definitely die. Later, he invited more than 10 farmers to search the forest with him, but they only found some bones and Dumei's shoes. Those people said that Dumei's body should have been eaten by wild animals. Of course you didn't want me to be alive. Unfortunately, God has eyes. When I fell down, I landed on a big tree. Later, I was rescued by the villagers at the foot of the mountain, but I was seriously injured and only came back today. Xianxia, Dumei looked at him like a poisonous snake. Xianxia, it's fine that you poisoned me, but you were worried that I would block your way and couldn't wait to push me down the cliff. Xianxia, look at the scars on my face and my legs. These are all because of you. Xianxia kept trembling as if he was having an epileptic seizure. Mei, I didn't do it on purpose. Of course you didn't do it on purpose, because you did it on purpose. Dumei gritted her teeth and said. Dumei didn't pay attention to him after she finished speaking. She turned to Deputy Director Zheng and said, Deputy Director, I want to report Xianxia for trying to take my life. Xianxia wanted to stop Dumei. He stood up and pounced on her, but he was stopped by the 2 officers standing beside him. Behave yourself. At this moment, Xianxia didn't have the dignity of a director. His head was pressed tightly on the table. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Mei, for the sake of us being husband and wife, and for the sake of our 2 children, please forgive me this time. At this point, only by begging Dumei to forgive him and let her give up on reporting him could he live. Otherwise, he would be dead, Dumei said, so you admit that you pushed me off the cliff? Xianxia felt very uncomfortable with his head being pressed down. Saliva kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, making him feel very embarrassed. Mei, I was wrong to push you off the cliff. I was possessed. I really know that I was wrong. For the sake of the children, please make fun of me and report me. Think about Dejun and Xiaojun. If I'm shot, what will happen to them in the future? Dumei spat on his face and turned to look at Deputy Director Zheng. Deputy Director, you heard it. He admitted that he pushed my aunt off the cliff. After saying this, her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. Then she covered her face and cried. Aunt, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, his brain flashed, you're not Dumei, you're not Dumei. Du Zhengzhu stood up with the help of her uncle, Du Chuan. She stared at Xianxia and said, my aunt was killed by you. Of course I'm not her. Because she looked similar to her aunt, she was chosen to pretend to be her aunt to trick Xianxia. Thanks to Comrade Tong Xuelu, because of her superb makeup skills, she looked older by more than 10 years. She also looked like her aunt to the extent that she could pass off as the real one. Xianxia realized that he had fallen into their trap. If he hadn't admitted to pushing Du Mei off the cliff, even if there was evidence from the villager and Du Chuan, he might not have been sentenced. But now, everything was over. Yan Yonglan's body suddenly trembled violently. Then, an unpleasant smell of feces and urine floated from his body. A staff member holding him down said, "Mother *******, Yan Yonggan was so scared that he pooped on his pants." Deputy Director Zheng saw how badly he was twitching and frowned. "Let go of him. I think he might have a stroke." Everyone present was stunned. A stroke at such a young age, but Yan Yonggan really seemed to have a stroke. Not only was he incontinent, but his mouth was also crooked and his eyes were slanted. He couldn't say a word. Everyone, then, Yan Yonggan was sent to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed that he had a stroke due to ischemia. But even if it was a stroke, Yan Yonggan couldn't escape punishment. Punished for several crimes, Yan Yonggan was quickly sentenced to death. Half a month later, he was shot. The news that Yan Yonggan poisoned his wife spread quickly. The whole of Beijing was shocked. The man who loved his wife as much as his life was actually a reincarnated Xianxia. No, he was even scarier than Xianxia. He was a poisonous snake in human skin. Du Mei's 2 children were taken back to the Du family by Du Chuan. The 2 children were raised by Du Mei when they were alive, and their characters were like the Du family. The Yan family was very miserable. In addition to cursing Yan Yonggan, people also went to the Yan family to throw garbage and piss. Yan Yonglan's father and Yan Yonglan's brothers and sisters, as well as their nephews and nieces, were all fired from their work units or factories. With a murderous demon in their family, they would never be able to raise their heads again. His relatives couldn't wait to cut ties with them and said that they would never have any contact with them again. When Feng Jingyuan heard the news, he immediately ran to the Tong family. "Zolv, I heard that you also reported Yan Yonggan. Quickly tell me what happened." Tong Zolv briefly explained what had happened while making the dough for the soup dumplings. Feng Jingyuan's eyes widened. Du Zhenju and Du Mei are 17 or 18 years apart. Can you really make her look 10 years older after you put on makeup and make her look exactly like Du Mei? Tong Xuelu put the buns into the steamer and steamed them. He shook his head and said, "How can they be exactly the same? It's only 70 to 80% similar." At that time, Yan Yonglan's mind was in a mess. One report after another came down. His heart must have been affected. When he suddenly saw Du Mei come back from the dead, he naturally couldn't differentiate carefully. In addition, she purposely made some scars on Du Zhenjin's face. This way, when Yan Yonggan saw her, his eyes would focus on the scars on her face. Feng Jingyuan suddenly blushed and said, "The leader of the Arts and Crafts Department wants to introduce me to someone. Can you help me put on makeup next time?" Tong Xuelu glanced at her. "Sure, but you have to prepare your own makeup. By the way, is there any news from Tong Zhenjin?" After Yan Yonggan was sentenced, Tong Zhenjin was released. She was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Feng Jingyuan curled his lips and said, "She was fired by the Women's Federation. Now she has nothing to do at home. Previously, she became a living Lei Feng. Everyone in the Tong family supported her. Now, I heard that they want to kick her out." Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. "Kick her out? That can't be, right?" Feng Jingyuan nodded. "I heard that it's because she was engaged to Yan Yonggan. The Tong family is afraid that she will affect the family, so they want her to go to the countryside to be an educated youth. Tong Zhenjin doesn't want to go. The Tong family has been quarreling fiercely these few days. Previously, I didn't understand why you suddenly stopped contacting the Tong family. Now I understand that it's a smart decision. The Tong family's way of flattering the strong and stepping on the weak is disgusting." Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched, but he didn't reply to her. In his mind, he was thinking about how to beat Tong Zhenjin up. If there was a way, it would be best to send her to a remote farm to be transformed. While the two of them were talking, the steaming hot soup dumplings were ready. The soup dumplings were as white as jade, and the soup was rich and delicious. The skin of the soup dumplings was thin and tender. When one bit into the soup dumplings, the soup would fill the mouth. It was fresh and fragrant, and the texture was simply wonderful. Feng Jingyuan ate 2 steamers by herself before going back. In the military base, the 3 rookies in love were in a very good mood today. This morning, when Rugi received a Swiss Army knife and an alarm clock from Tong Xuelu. There was also nougat and other snacks inside. When Rugi ate the nougat in his mouth and held the Swiss Army knife in his hand, his eyes were filled with tenderness. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month. He couldn't wait to fly back. When the people in the military base saw the smile on Wenrugi's face, they guessed that he must have received another package from his fiancée. Coincidentally, Zhou Yan was also in a very good mood. My wedding is next week. You have to go no matter what. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Huang Qimin had secretly told him that he would be happy after he got married. Happy, this was a word that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. However, Huang Qimin was in an even better mood. He smiled so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. Zhou Yan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did something good happen to you?" Huang Qimin smiled until the corners of his eyes wrinkled. "I'm going to be a father. My family called today to say that my wife is pregnant." Wenrugi and Zhou Yan were both shocked. "Congratulations, but don't be too happy. I'll be a father soon." Zhou Yan's tone was sour. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to step on Wenrugi's foot. "It's just that Rugue is more pitiful. He still has to wait 2 years before he can get married." Wenrugi, seeing Wenrugi's deflated expression, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin felt as if they had eaten iced watermelon during the hottest days of the summer. It felt so good to win this round. 2 days later, Tong Xuelu received a shocking piece of news from Feng Jingyuan. Tong Zhenjin was going to get married. The person she was going to marry was none other than the gay man that Feng Jingyuan had broken up with, Xianxia. When Tong Xuelu heard the news, he felt that even if Tong Zhenjin wasn't crazy, she was close to it. Even if she didn't know that Xianxia was gay, she should have heard about the conflict between the Xiang and Feng families. Was she afraid that she wouldn't die quickly enough? It had to be said that Tong Zhenjin had good taste. Previously, she liked the crazy wife killer Yan Yangan. Now, she liked the gay marriage scammer Xiangpeng. She was really awesome. Feng Jingyuan drank the sesame paste and said with a pout, "My brother let it slip last time. He said that Xiangpeng likes men. Do you think Tong Zhenjin knows about this?" Tong Xuelu shook his head, "I'm not sure. But don't tell anyone about this. Unless they caught them in the act, it would be easy for the other party to bite them back." Feng Jingyuan, "Don't worry. I'm a tight-lipped person. I won't tell anyone about what you told me. By the way, my brother failed a blind date the day before yesterday. Do you think he won't be able to find a wife for the rest of his life?" Tong Xuelu. "Are you sure you're a tight-lipped person?" After Feng Jingyuan left, Tong Xuelu went to the study to tell the two brothers about Tong Zhenjin. She told them about the incident with Yan Yangan. "Tong Zhenjin probably hates me now. She won't dare to do anything to me. I'm worried that she will come to you guys." Tong Jiasen clenched his fists and said, "If she dares to come, I'll hit her with my fists." Xiao Mianmian waved her little fists and said in a childish voice, "Mianmian, hit her." Tong Xuelu, "Don't be careless. If she finds someone to intercept you, you might not be their match. From tomorrow onwards, go home with your classmates after school. Try not to stay outside, okay?" Xiao Jiaming nodded. "Got it. I'll be back as soon as school ends." Tong Xuelu nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze fell on Tong Jiasen. Tong Jiasen scratched his head guiltily. "But sis, are we going to be like this in the future? Wasn't it too boring to be stuck between school and home every day?" Previously, the weather was very cold, so he hid at home after school. Now that it was getting hotter day by day, he made an appointment with his classmates to go fishing by the river. Tong Xuelu said, "You must do this for at least the next 6 months." She had to think of a way to get rid of Tong Zhenjin within half a year. Otherwise, the threat to the 3 siblings would be too great. Tong Jiasen thought about it and nodded. "All right then. But sis, can I have some hot and sour noodles?" Tong Xuelu rolled his eyes. "You sure know how to take advantage of the situation to raise your conditions. All right, I'll make it for you now." Tong Jiasen jumped up happily and grinned. "Sis, don't worry. I'll be home on time after school ends." Tong Xuelu went to the kitchen and took out the sweet potato noodles from the wooden cabinet. These noodles were already prepared beforehand. Now that they wanted to eat hot and sour noodles, they could just cook them. Next, she used chili oil, ginger, onion, vinegar, pepper, soy sauce, and salt to make seasonings. Then, she minced the pork and fried it with bean paste. Next, she poured the seasonings and minced pork into a bowl of noodles. Then, she sprinkled some chopped green onions, pickled beans, and cilantro. Tong Jessen was already waiting by the side like a greedy cat. He looked at the stove with longing, and his saliva almost dripped all over the floor. Once the noodles were ready, he didn't care if the bowl was hot or not. He picked it up and ran. Hot and sour noodles were spicy, and fragrant. It was sour but not greasy. It was suitable to eat in any season. Tong Jessen slurped down the whole bowl of hot and sour noodles in no time. Wow, it was so delicious. If he could eat hot and sour noodles every day, why would he go fishing? At this moment, Tong Jinjin was in a terrible mood. She stared at Xiangpeng in front of her. Tell me, what do you want me to do? She had been unlucky ever since she was released from the prosecutor's office. First, she was fired by the Women's Federation. Then, she had to endure the sarcasm of her family. Then, she was threatened by Xiangpeng to marry him. This was because he had the letters she wrote to Yan Yonggan. Xiangpeng threatened her that if she didn't do as he said, he would hand those letters over to the prosecutor's office. If that was really the case, not only did she create a fake hero with Yan Yonggan, but she also made a false statement. She would be imprisoned for more than 10 years. Xiangpeng looked at her and said, "You were able to walk out of the prosecutor's office alive because of Minister Yan's kindness. Therefore, you have to dedicate the rest of your life to the Yan family." Tong Jinjin frowned. What do you mean? Xiangpeng said, Minister Yan told me that you can predict the future. He said that you told him that the country will implement economic reforms next year. When that time comes, everyone will be able to do business and the country's economy will soar. Am I right? Tong Jinjin's face darkened. Since you know, why are you still asking me? Xiangpeng walked up to her and pinched her chin. Tong Jinjin, watch your attitude when talking to me. Otherwise, I won't let you live past tomorrow. Tong Jinjin's heart burned with anger. Let go of me. Xiangpeng flung her chin away and took out a handkerchief from his pants to wipe his hands. You and I can't go back to work in the government anymore. Let's get married this year and enter university together. Next year, we'll go to school while doing business. Within 10 years, we'll become the richest people in China. Tong Jinjin was infuriated by his actions of wiping his hands. However, when she heard his words, her eyes lit up. Do you know how to do business? Xiangpeng sneered. At least I know more than you. However, since you can predict the future, you have to cooperate with me. Tong Jinjin sized up Xiangpeng. The man in front of her had handsome features and was tall. He was even better looking than Yan Yonggan. Most importantly, he was younger than Yan Yonggan. Thinking of this, she walked towards Xiangpeng. If you want me to cooperate with you, can't you at least say something nice? As she spoke, she tried to sit on Xiangpeng's lap. However, Xiangpeng pushed her away as if she was the plague. Tong Jinjin took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. Her butt almost split open. Xiangpeng, are you crazy? Xiangpeng looked at her with disgust. Let me tell you. After we get married, we'll only be husband and wife in name. Don't touch me in the future. Tong Jinjin's anger rose again. If you dislike me so much, why did you marry me? Xiangpeng laughed. If I don't marry you, where can I find you if you run away? Tong Jinjin frowned. If we're only husband and wife in name, won't we have children? What's the point of being the richest person if we don't have children? Xiangpeng said, after we become the richest person, we'll transfer all our assets to Minister Yan's 2 sons. In other words, we'll have to serve Minister Yan for the rest of our lives. Tong Jinjin was confused. Minister Yan is going to be executed soon. Why do you still want to serve him? Xiangpeng blushed. Minister Yan is my savior. Anyway, you have to do as I say. Tong Jinjin looked at his blushing face and suddenly thought of something. She looked at him in disbelief and said, You, don't tell me you like men? And the man he liked was Yan Yongan. Xiang Peng's face turned cold again. Shut your mouth. You have to know that I still have something on you. He knew that he didn't like women since he was 18 years old. He hated it when women touched him. However, he didn't know what was wrong with him at that time. It wasn't until he met Yan Yongan, who was only 25 years old at the time, that his heart started to beat faster. He looked forward to seeing him every day. Later on, he was chased by evil dogs. It was Yan Yongan who helped him chase the dogs away. From then on, he decided to give his life to Yan Yongan. Working in a government department might cause him to be pulled down one day. Therefore, Yan Yongan told him Tang Jinjin's secret before the accident happened and arranged everything. Yan Yongan bailed Tang Jinjin out because he wanted to control Tang Jinjin. If Tang Jinjin was sent to the farm, he was worried that Tang Jinjin would use his ability to predict the future to find another powerful person for him. Therefore, Yan Yongan bailed Tang Jinjin out and wanted him to marry Tang Jinjin and wait for him to come out of the farm. However, he didn't expect Sui Weshan to report Yan Yongan for killing his wife. Yan Yongan was going to be executed. He was in more pain than anyone else. He wanted to kill Sui Weshan to avenge Yan Yongan, however, he had no power or influence now. He could only lay low and conserve his energy. He would follow Yan Yongan's plan and marry Tang Jinjin. Then, he would work hard to become the richest man. At that time, it would be time for him to avenge Yan Yongan. Tang Jinjin was so disgusted by her discovery that she felt nauseous. However, she calmed down and thought that if they became the richest man, she could buy Tang Xuelu's life. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up again. I can work with you. However, after you become the richest man, you have to help me deal with Tang Xuelu. Otherwise, I'd rather you kill me now. Xiangpeng sneered. No problem. Tang Jinjin got up from the ground. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Xiangpeng wanted to use her. Wasn't she using Xiangpeng too? After she became the richest man in the future, she would poison Xiangpeng to death. Then, she would be the richest woman in China. As for Yan Yongan's son, haha, he would die together with him. Tang Xuelu didn't know that Tang Jinjin and Xiangpeng had reached an agreement. After she reminded Xiao Jiaming and Tang Jiesin, she told Shen Wanrong when she sent Xiao Mianmian to the Wei family the next morning. Shen Wanrong assured her that she would take good care of Xiao Mianmian. Xiao Mianmian usually stayed at the Wei family's house, so she wasn't worried. Last time, she was invited by the Ministry of Public Security for an investigation. Although the news didn't spread widely, it still affected the restaurant's business. Some people who were worried about being implicated didn't dare to eat at the restaurant for a while. Fortunately, the restaurant's business was good. Even if a small number of people were missing, it wouldn't affect the restaurant's business. It was already the end of May. The college entrance examination would be in December. There wasn't much work to do, so they had to prepare for it. Tang Xuelu brought the mathematics, physics, and chemistry booklet he got from Mother Xiao to the restaurant. Then, he gave a copy to each of the restaurant's employees. If they needed it, they could use it themselves. If not, they could give it to their relatives. The employees felt that this reward was a little strange. However, it was a token of his sincerity. They gratefully accepted the booklet. Tang Jinjin thought that Tang Xuelu's restaurant would be affected and its business would plummet. He might even lose his position as the restaurant's manager. Unexpectedly, the restaurant's business wasn't affected at all. Tang Xuelu was still the manager. She was so angry. Mother Tang came home from work. When she saw the mess in the house, she couldn't help but frown. You don't have a job now. At least you help out at home. Look at what you've done. Ever since Tang Jinjin lost his job, he felt that everyone in the family despised him. When he heard Mother Tang's words, he was unhappy. I've always been like this. You didn't say anything about me in the past. Now that I don't have a job, you don't like me? Mother Tang was furious. What are you talking about? When have I ever disliked you? Tang Jinjin said angrily, don't worry. I'll get married soon. At worst, I won't come back like Tang Xuelu after I get married. Mother Tang was so angry that her face turned red and white. You, Tang Jinjin didn't even look at her. He turned around and ran away. Mother Tong was so angry that she fell onto the sofa. She covered her chest and cried. Evil creatures. They're all evil creatures. God, what did I do in my previous life? Tong Jinjin ran out of the Tong family's house and walked aimlessly on the street for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of Xiao Jiaming and the other siblings. Previously, she was going to marry Yan Yangan and become the wife of a minister. Naturally, she didn't care if the three siblings would become big bosses in the future. At that time, she even put the three of them on the list of people to be destroyed along with Tong Xuelu. However, now that her dream of becoming the wife of a minister was shattered, it was necessary to win the hearts of the three siblings over. Thinking of this, Tong Jinjin turned around and walked in the direction of the school. When she arrived at the school, she couldn't enter because there were guards at the entrance. She could only wait at the entrance. After waiting for more than an hour and squatting until her feet were numb, she finally saw Tong Jessen and a few students walking out of the school happily. When she saw Tong Jessen, she almost couldn't recognize him. When she left the Tong family, Tong Jessen was short, skinny, and swarthy. He looked like an ugly monkey. However, Tong Jessen had grown taller, his skin was fairer, and he was wearing better clothes than the other students. It seemed that Tong Xuelu took good care of the siblings. Tong Jinjin snorted in his heart. He smiled and walked over. Jessen, are you done with school? Tong Jessen was talking to his classmates about the hot and sour noodles he ate last night. He was so engrossed in talking that he didn't hear Tong Jinjin's voice. Tong Jinjin thought that Tong Jessen was deliberately ignoring him. He was furious. His voice was a few decibels higher than before. Tong Jessen, didn't you hear me calling you? This time, Tong Jessen heard him. So did the others. They all looked at Tong Jinjin. Tong Jessen turned his head and saw Tong Jinjin. His eyes widened. Why are you looking for me? Tong Jinjin smiled again. Jessen, I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm here to pick you and your siblings up for dinner at the state-run restaurant. Tong Jessen spat. You're not my sister. My sister is prettier and more capable than you. You're a bad person. I don't want to eat with you. Tong Jinjin was so angry that his face turned red and white. However, he couldn't vent his anger. Jessen, how am I not your sister? I was the one who carried you when you were young. Come here. Tong Jinjin, if you come here again, I'll report you to the police for abducting children. After saying that, Tong Jessen made a face at her and ran away. Tong Jinjin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Tong Jessen ran home quickly. When he saw Tong Jessen at the door, he immediately told him what had happened. Xiao Jiaming said, you did the right thing. You ran away as soon as you saw her. Don't get entangled with her. Tong Jessen scratched his head. I thought sis was making a fuss about nothing when she said that. I didn't expect her to be right. Xiao Jiaming gave him a few words of advice. Then, he went to the Wei family's house to pick up Xiao Mianmian. Tong Jinjin got angrier the more he thought about it on the way home. He thought that Tong Xuelu shouldn't be home yet, so he turned around and went to the Tong family's house. Xiao Jiaming heard someone knocking on the door. He asked from inside, who is it? Tong Jinjin pinched his throat and said, there's a letter for you guys. It's from the northwest. Xiao Jiaming thought that she was the new postman, so he didn't suspect anything and opened the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tong Jinjin's face. Get out of my way. Xiao Jiaming shouted angrily and was about to close the door when Tong Jinjin beat him to it. Jiaming, don't be like this. Sis has been thinking about you guys. Can you let her in? Although Xiao Jiaming was a boy, he was still young. Moreover, it was easier for him to open the door compared to Tong Jinjin. Xiao Jiaming was pushed back 2 steps. Tong Jinjin, you better leave now. Otherwise, I'm going to call for help. Tong Jinjin was furious when he saw that the 2 brothers were difficult to deal with. Jiaming, when mom and dad were still here, we were so close, Xiao Jiaming interrupted her, good your mother's ass. You didn't even show up when mom and dad got into trouble. How dare you say that we were close? Tong Jinjin controlled his anger. Jiaming, you've been bewitched by Tong Xuelu. I'm the one who really cares about you guys. At this moment, Tong Jiasun heard the commotion and ran out. You're a bad person. Why are you here again? Tong Jinjin was so angry that his face turned red. I went to the farm because of Tong Xuelu. Let me tell you, Tong Xuelu is just using you guys. Is that so? Then tell me, what did I use them for? Before Tong Jinjin could finish his sentence, a cold voice came from behind him. Tong Jinjin was so scared that his hands trembled. He turned around and looked at Tong Xuelu. You used your position in the Tong family to climb up the social ladder. Don't tell me how much you love them. If you had any feelings for the Tong family, you would have come back when your mom and dad died. Also, they got into trouble because you didn't want to see them. That's why they got into trouble, slap. Before Tong Jinjin could finish his sentence, Tong Xuelu slapped him across the face. Tong Jinjin's face was burning. He gritted his teeth in anger. B*TCH, how dare you hit me? Tong Xuelu smiled. I'll hit you if I want to. Do I have to choose a date? Tong Jinjin was so angry that he pounced on her. Tong Xuelu waited for her to pounce on him. He twisted her arm and threw her to the ground. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Tong Jinjin was thrown to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his back. Tong Xuelu took the opportunity to sit on top of her. He raised his hand and punched her chest. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? He punched her left chest. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? He punched her right chest. Tong Jinjin screamed in pain. He was like a screaming chicken that was being strangled. Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jiasun brothers, dumbfounded. JPGY, was this scene so familiar? The Wei family heard the commotion and ran over. They were also stunned when they saw the scene. Shen Wanrong asked, Zolv, what's going on? Tong Xuelu said, Grandma Shen, this person is Tong Jinjin. He beat up the Mianmian before. Now, he's bullying the Mianmian siblings. Please help me report this to the police. Shen Wanrong quickly nodded. Okay, I'll ask Zhuzu's grandfather to go. She then turned around and ran away. Tong Jinjin was so scared that her face turned pale. Tong Xuelu, let go of me. You can't report me to the police. She didn't want to go back to the farm no matter what. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, You came here to die. If I don't help you, wouldn't I be letting you down? She was still thinking about how to send Tong Jinjin to the farm. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to kill him. She was so considerate. After saying that, she continued to beat her chest. A woman like Tong Jinjin was in a dilemma. She punched him on the left side of his chest and then on the right side of his chest. He felt so good. Tong Jinjin screamed in pain again. You're crazy. Let go of me. Tong Jinjin struggled with all her might. Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jiasun quickly regained their senses and ran up to her. One of them held her arms while the other held her legs. Tong Jinjin. F***ck, soon, the officers from the police arrived. Of course, when they arrived, they saw Tong Xuelu with disheveled hair and the three siblings in tears. Tong Shui wiped her tears and said, Mr. Public Security, Tong Jinjin injured my sister last time and was sent to the farm. Later, because of the murderer Yan Yangon, she was released. Not only did she not turn over a new leaf, she even came to bully my younger brother and sister again. Please help us. The officers looked at Xiao Jiaming and his siblings. Their eyes were red and their clothes were dirty and messy. It was obvious that they had been beaten up before. Tong Jinjin's mouth was gagged and her hands were tied behind her back. When she heard the officers, she started to struggle. Woo-woo, Shen Wanrong said, I can help. This female comrade came to beat us up. Tong Jiasun wiped his tears and said, she even came to school today to look for me. If you don't believe me, you can ask my classmates. The officer said, don't worry. We will definitely make sure that a bad person like her receives the punishment she deserves. Tong Jinjin shook her head desperately. Woo-woo, let go of her mouth. She was the one who was beaten up, okay? Tong Jiasun and his siblings must have smeared ginger on their eyes, however, the officers didn't give her a chance to speak. They took her back to the police station and locked her in a cell. It was very simple and violent. After the officers left, Shen Wanrong had a look of lingering fear. Zulv, do you want me to accompany you tonight? Tong Xuelu shook her head. It's okay, Grandma Shen. The officers won't let her out easily. Shen Wanrong didn't insist. Wei Zhuzhu wasn't feeling well today, and she was worried about her granddaughter. After Shen Wanrong left, Tong Jessen ran to the tap to wash her eyes. Oh my god, it's so spicy. Xiao Jiaming also quickly took his sister to wash her eyes. Tong Xuelu wiped their eyes with a handkerchief. She was relieved when she saw that their eyes were fine. Tong Jessen was very excited. Sister, your acting just now was amazing. You didn't even need to wipe the ginger and your tears came just like that. Tong Xuelu boasted shamelessly, of course. Before she transmigrated, she was named an Oscar-winning actress. That night, to celebrate Tong Jinjin's imprisonment, Tong Xuelu made mackerel dumplings for the siblings. Mackerel. Dumplings were filled with mackerel. They tasted fresh and chewy, and were very different from ordinary dumplings. The most important part of making mackerel dumplings was removing and stirring the fish meat. Removing the fish meat was not a problem for Tong Xuelu. She deftly removed the fish meat from the mackerel, then added oil and pepper water and stirred it clockwise. Stirring the meat was a strenuous job. Tong Xuelu asked Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen to help. Xiao Mianmian also wanted to help when she saw her sister and brother doing it. However, she was small and weak. Even after using all her strength, she couldn't stir the fish meat. Tong Jessen laughed until his stomach hurt. When the fish meat was stirred into a thick paste, she added chopped shiitake mushrooms, carrots, and salt, then stirred it well. The skin of mackerel dumplings was different from that of other dumplings. It was thinner than dumplings and thicker than wonton wrappers. After it was done, it was put into boiling water. After it was cooked, she sprinkled some chopped green onions. The broth was rich, and the mackerel dumplings were tender and chewy. They tasted very good. Tong Xuelu sent a portion to the Wei family, and the siblings ate until their stomachs were round. At this time, Tong Jinjin's stomach was growling in her cell. The policeman seemed to have forgotten about her existence. No one sent her food or water. She was hungry and thirsty, and her chest was throbbing with pain. Is there anyone? I want to drink water. However, no one came over even after she shouted until her throat was sore. She felt that the policeman must have done it on purpose. She guessed correctly. The policeman did it on purpose. This was the police station in the south of the city, and it happened to be where Piao Jiani was working. Piao Jiani knew that Tong Jinjin was looking for trouble with Tong Xuelu and his siblings again, so she naturally wanted to help. She turned around and told her colleagues not to send Tong Jinjin dinner. She was a criminal, and she was a criminal who was related to Yan Yonggan. Naturally, the policeman would not feel sorry for Tong Jinjin. Therefore, Tong Jinjin starved for an entire night in her cell. Previously, Tong Jinjin was a victim because she was threatened by Yan Yonggan, so the police did not send her back to the farm. However, she was unrepentant, so they naturally could not let her off easily. With the help of several parties, Tong Jinjin was quickly sentenced. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and on the third day, she was sent to the farm for rehabilitation. When the Tong family in the general hospital found out that Tong Jinjin had been sentenced again, they were completely speechless. Tong Jinjin's mother was so angry that her chest hurt. What an evil creature. I only said a few words to her, why did she go and hit people? Moreover, she hit Tong Xuelu and his siblings. Didn't she know that Tong Xuelu's grandfather was a commander? Kai Chunlan spat. What a troublemaker. Why is she so restless every day? Tong Jinjin's behavior last time was not considered serious. If the Tong family wanted to take action, they could have gotten her out. However, this time even if the Tong family wanted to, they were powerless. When Xiangpeng found out that Tong Jinjin had been sentenced, he was so angry that he smashed a few bowls in the house. He told her not to provoke Tong Xuelu, but she refused to listen. She was really an idiot who could not do anything right. However, after thinking about it for a day, he decided to still marry Tong Jinjin. Previously, Xiangpeng's mother and father did not agree with him marrying Tong Jinjin. Now that Tang Jinjin had been sentenced, he still insisted on marrying her. The two of them were so angry that they both went to the hospital. When Tang Jinjin found out that Xiangpeng insisted on marrying her, even though she knew that he liked men, she was still touched. She felt that Xiangpeng was the person who treated her the best in the world. She made up her mind and decided to make Xiangpeng straight. After she was released, they would have a few children together. Then, they would do business together and become the richest people in the world. Then, they would get rid of that B*tch Tong Xuelu together. When she thought about the beautiful days in the future, her heart was filled with hope. During lunch, Fang Jingyuan rode her bicycle to the restaurant. She ran upstairs and curled her lips. Do you think that scumbag Xiangpeng is crazy? Tang Jinjin has been sentenced, but he is still willing to marry her. Tong Xuelu raised his head from his book. He is not crazy. He knew that Tang Jinjin had the ability to predict the future. Fang Jingyuan widened her eyes. If he is not crazy, then what is he? Could it be that Xiangpeng really likes that woman, Tang Jinjin? It was not that she still liked Xiangpeng. She just felt that she was not convinced. She felt that she was prettier than Tang Jinjin, and her family background was better than Tang Jinjin's. Why did Xiangpeng not cherish her but someone like Tang Jinjin? Tang Xuelu took out a bag of beef from the drawer and gave it to her. Why are you angry because of a scumbag? As the female lead of the novel, Tang Jinjin was very lucky. After the death of Yan Yangan, Xiangpeng appeared. It seemed that she had to think of a way to defeat the monster. However, before she could think of a way, a piece of shocking news came from the farm. Tang Jinjin and Xiangpeng were poisoned and died. Today was the wedding day of the love noob, Zhou Yan. Since Zhou Yan was getting married and his work at the base had just finished, when Rugi took 2 days off to come back. However, it was already very late when he came back. The next morning, he went to Zhou Yan's house with Huang Qimin to help out, so he did not meet Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu woke up in the morning and went to work as usual. After shopping, she went to the business department for a meeting. There was no absolute secret in the same circle. Last time, Tang Xuelu was investigated by the Political Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. Many restaurant managers received the news one after another. Some of them were afraid of being implicated, so they deliberately avoided Tang Xuelu during the meeting. Some of them did not even buy the seasoning packs. Now that Tang Xuelu was fine, they came over again. Especially those who knew that Tang Xuelu was the commander's granddaughter, they were even more enthusiastic and smiled like grandchildren. Tang Xuelu saw it clearly. She knew very well whether they were humans or monsters. However, there was a manager with the surname Deng in this group of people. His attitude did not change from the beginning to the end. He was neither flattering nor arrogant, giving people a comfortable feeling. Manager Deng's restaurant was not located in a particularly good location, but he managed the restaurant well. He was obviously a capable person. After Tang Xuelu finished chatting with the others, he walked over and asked politely, "Manager Tang, I want to ask if your restaurant will be releasing new dishes or seasoning packs now that summer is here?" Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "Yes, our restaurant plans to release a series of cold dishes. Cold dishes are refreshing and not greasy. They are more suitable for summer." Manager Deng said, "Then I will come over to try the new dishes when Manager Tang releases them. It would be best if there are seasoning packs like Malatang." Tang Xuelu shook her head. Cold dishes are easy to make and don't need any seasoning packs. However, they have to be safe and hygienic. Some ingredients, such as black fungus, cannot be eaten overnight. Otherwise, it will cause poisoning. Manager Deng was stunned. Black fungus can cause poisoning if eaten overnight? I have never heard of this before. Tang Xuelu nodded. Black fungus will produce toxins if it's soaked for too long. The same goes for white fungus. Not to mention the people of this era who didn't know about it, even many people later on didn't know about it. Manager Deng was deep in thought. Although I've never heard of this before, it's indeed better to be cautious when it comes to health, safety, and human lives. The two of them chatted for a while more before the leader came over. The meeting was long and boring. When the meeting finally ended, Tang Xuelu was about to leave but was stopped by department head Lin. "Manager Tang, please come to my office." When the other managers who had not left heard this, they looked at Tong Xuelu with envy in their eyes. They had been managers for many years, but many of them had never been called to the office by Director Lin. Tong Xuelu couldn't figure out why Minister Lin asked her to stay. The plan to open a factory last time had been shelved. There was still half a year left before the college entrance examination. Opening a factory at this time would be too busy, and she might not have time to manage it. Therefore, she might give up on this plan. When she came to the office, Director Lin said before she could speak, "Manager Tong, have you considered going to the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University? We have a place in the Department of Commerce, and Manager Tong is a rare talent. I would like to recommend you." He asked her to come over just for this. Tong Zolve made an X in her heart, but on the surface, she sighed and said, "Thank you, Director Lin, for your affirmation of my ability. However, Director Lin should know that my parents are no longer around, and my younger siblings are still young. They can't leave my care, so I can only reluctantly give up this opportunity." Director Lin was startled. "I didn't think about this situation. However, what you said makes sense. After you go to the university, you will have to live in the dormitory, go to the factory, and study in the countryside. In this way, you won't be able to take care of your family. What a pity." Tong Xuelu, "Director Lin, if you didn't smile, I would have believed that you really felt sorry for me." Director Lin was indeed very surprised. He gave this opportunity to Tong Xuelu because of her excellent grades. Secondly, she was the granddaughter of the commander. He wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with Commander Xiao. However, he didn't expect that Tong Xuelu would refuse such a good opportunity. In this way, he could give the opportunity to his nephew. Director Lin controlled his joy and coughed. "In this case, I'll let it go this time. With Manager Tong's age, it won't be too late for you to go to the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University in a few years." Tong Xuelu showed a grateful look. "Although I can't go, I still want to thank Director Lin for giving me priority. I'm really touched." Director Lin felt that he had killed two birds with one stone when he saw that Tong Xuelu was so grateful to him. He smiled so widely that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared. Coming out of the office, Secretary Zhua asked her in a low voice, "Manager Tong, did Director Lin tell you about the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes, but I refused." Secretary Zhua was shocked. "Why did you refuse? Are you stupid? It's such a good opportunity. Many people want to go but can't." Tong Xuelv sighed and repeated the reason she had given earlier. Secretary Zhua looked at her with the same look of pity. "That's a pity. But if you don't go, everyone will fight for it." Tong Xuelu smiled but didn't say anything. She knew that the college entrance examination would be reinstated in half a year, but she couldn't tell anyone. Coming out of the Department of Commerce, she had just returned to the restaurant when Piao Jiani came over. Piao Jiani frowned. "Comrade Tong, there's something I have to tell you." Tong Xuelu looked at his serious face and her heart skipped a beat. "Did something happen to Rugue?" Piao Jiani quickly shook his head. "No, it has something to do with Tong Zhenzhen." Tong Xuelv heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. "Then let's talk outside." It was better for a man and a woman to not go to the lounge upstairs. Piao Jiani nodded and turned to walk out of the restaurant with her. When they were outside the restaurant, Piao Jiani told her the purpose of their visit. Xiangpeng and Tong Zhenzhen were poisoned on the farm and died. Tong Xuelu's eyes widened in shock. After a long time, she came back to her senses. How did Tong Zhenzhen die? She was the female lead in the novel and was favored by God. How did she die so quickly? Did she die? Piao Jiani, to be exact, Xiangpeng is dead. Tong Zhenzhen is still hanging on to her last breath. She kept saying that she wanted to see you. I have a friend who works on the farm. He just called me and told me about this. What do you think we should do? What did she say? Tong Xuelu did not expect this to happen. Not long ago, she felt that Tong Zhenzhen was an unkillable cockroach. Even under such circumstances, Yan Yangon still took the initiative to protect her. After Yan Yangon died, Xiangpeng immediately appeared. She was so lucky. She was worried that Tong Zhenzhen was the female lead. She did not expect her to die so suddenly. She said that if you don't go and see her, you will regret it. Piao Jianni's eyes flashed with disgust. How dare she be so arrogant when she is about to die? This is the first time I have seen her. Tong Xuelu laughed softly. Since she wants to see me so badly, I will go and meet her. She also wanted to hear what Tong Jinjin had to say to her. Piao Jianni thought for a while and said, "Wait for me. I will go and get a car. I will go with you." Tong Xuelu nodded and went back to the restaurant to inform the others. Tong Jinjin's farm was a 2-hour drive from the city. When they arrived at the farm, it was already noon. When the farm director saw Piao Jianni, he immediately went up to her. "Captain Piao, why did you come here personally?" Piao Jianni did not have time to joke around with him. She asked directly, "How is Tong Jinjin now? Is he still alive?" The farm director nodded repeatedly. "He is still alive. He is vomiting blood, but he is still not dead." "Piao Jianni, then hurry up and take us there." The farm director nodded and led them to the health center. Before he even stepped into the clinic, an indescribable disgusting smell wafted out from the room. Tong Xuelu almost vomited. What kind of poison did they get? The farm director shook his head. The doctor said he didn't know. It looks like pesticide poisoning, but it doesn't look like it. Also, there are no pesticides in the place where she lives. Tong Xuelu took out a handkerchief from her military bag and covered her nose. Then, she walked in. As soon as she walked in, she saw Tong Jinjin lying on the bed. Her skin was sallow, and upon closer inspection, there were many purplish-red spots on her face and neck. It looked like she was bleeding under the skin. At this time, her eyes were tightly shut. If it weren't for the occasional twitch, she really looked like she was dead. The farm director asked the nurse, "Is she unconscious again?" The nurse who was looking at Tong Jinjin showed a look of disgust. "No, but she is peeing blood and vomiting. It is so disgusting." Tong Xuelu saw a basin under the bed. She did not know what was in it, but a foul smell came from it. She suddenly regretted coming over. At this moment, Tong Jinjin seemed to feel her presence and suddenly opened her eyes. She glanced at the others and finally looked at her. "Tong. Shui. Lu." She was already very ugly with her eyes closed. Now, she looked even scarier with her eyes wide open. Tong Xuelu turned to Piao Jianni and said, "I want to talk to her alone. Is that okay?" Piao Jianni saw that Tong Jinjin was struggling to speak. She was not afraid that she would hurt her, so she nodded and left with the farm director. After they left, the ward suddenly quieted down. Tong Jinjin's breathing became more obvious. Tong Xuelu stood an arm's length away from her. "I am already here. What do you want to talk to me about?" Tong Jinjin's face twitched again. She stared at Tong Xuelu and said, "Are you reborn?" Tong Xuelu nodded and said in a low voice, "Not only am I reborn like you, but I also obtained a big treasure. That thing can help me absorb your good luck. You should have had a smooth life in this life. Not only would you be able to become an outstanding person, but you would also have many children and grandchildren. Unfortunately, your luck has been absorbed by me, so you are about to die." Tong Jinjin was so angry that her internal organs hurt. "You are the one who harmed me, UB*TCH. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Tong Xuelu laughed softly. "If that's the case, then after you die, I will find someone to feed your body to the dogs. Then, I will ask someone to seal your soul so that you can't become a ghost even if you want to." Tong Jinjin widened her eyes. You can't do that, Tong Xuelu. You can't do that." Tong Xuelu blinked. "I didn't remember what happened in my previous life. Thanks to you, I remembered that when Rugi would commit suicide. I have already decided to break off the engagement with him. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for that." Tong Jinjin was so angry that her facial features were distorted. "You can't do this to me. You can't break off the engagement with Wenrugi. Wenrugi's mother will force him to commit suicide. You have to become a widow." Her voice stopped abruptly. Her eyes were still fixed on Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu leaned over and placed his hand under her nose. He could not detect any breath. Tang Jinjin, the female lead of the novel, died just like that. Tang Xuelu glanced at her, turned around, and walked out. The midday sun baked the earth, but at this moment, Tang Zulf's heart was constantly filled with a chill. Ever since she remembered the plot of the novel, she had made many guesses. However, she did not expect that the person who forced Wenrugi to commit suicide would be his mother. She had been with Wenrugi for so long, but she had never heard him mention his mother. There were no good or bad things about her. Old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong had also never mentioned her. At that time, she had guessed that something was wrong. However, she would never have thought that Wenrugi would commit suicide because of her. In this era, divorce was rare. Divorce was even rarer 20 years ago. What exactly happened that year that caused Wenrugi's parents to divorce? Tang Xuelu felt that it was necessary to find out more about this matter. She wanted to see what kind of monster that woman was. When the people outside saw her coming out, their eyes fell on her. Tang Xuelu said Tang Jinjin died after saying a few words. When the farm director and the nurse heard this, they were not surprised at all. Instead, they heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Xuelu said, "Director, do you still have the food that Tang Jinjin ate? Can you bring us there to take a look?" The farm director nodded hurriedly. Yes. I'll bring you there now." Tang Jinjin's dormitory had been sealed up. Nothing inside had been touched. Tang Xuelu and Piao Jiani went in together. There was vomit on the floor inside, and the air was very pungent. There were 2 dishes and 2 bowls of noodles on the table. The 2 dishes were stir-fried cabbage and cold fungus. The noodles were a sour soup with thick noodles. When Tang Xuelu saw the dishes on the table, she immediately understood why Tang Jinjin and Xiangpeng had died. She was just talking about this in the morning. She did not expect that Tang Jinjin and Xiangpeng would be poisoned. Piao Jiani was puzzled. These dishes don't smell like pesticides. How did they die? Tang Xuelu pointed at the cold fungus and the sour soup and said, "These 2 dishes will produce toxins if left for more than 24 hours. If people eat them, they will vomit, have diarrhea, or even vomit blood. The fatality rate is very high. Overnight fungus and sour soup would produce toxins if left for too long. This toxin was very deadly." Piao Jiani's eyes widened. "How do you know?" "I've never heard of this before. My family made cold fungus in summer and left it for the next day, but we were all fine." Tang Xuelu, "That's because you were lucky. Maybe it was because you left it for too short a time, so it didn't produce toxins. That's why you escaped death. However, you still can't do this in the future. I heard this from an old Chinese doctor in a restaurant." Piao Jiani frowned. "I have to go back and do some research on this." "Let's go back." "Okay." In the Tong family's courtyard, there was a wailing sound. Mrs. Tong threw herself on the sofa and cried until she was out of breath. "My dear Jinjin, how could you die? How can you have the heart to let me send off my son?" Although she was angry at Tang Jinjin for always causing trouble, hearing that he was dead made her feel as if her flesh had been scraped. Mr. Tong sat on the side and pursed his lips. His face was full of grief. The neighbors heard the wailing and ran over. When they heard the news that Tang Jinjin had been poisoned to death, they couldn't help but be shocked and sigh. People were strange sometimes. No matter how many bad things a person had done when they were alive, once they died, it was as if all the bad things they had done no longer existed. The people in the Tong family's courtyard had alienated the Tong family because of Tang Jinjin, but now that Tang Jinjin was dead, they all came over to comfort them when they saw Mrs. Tong and Mr. Tong send off their son. Mr. Tong asked his 2 sons to go to the farm to bring Tang Jinjin's body back. However, before they could leave, the Xiang family came knocking on their door. The Xiang family brought a group of relatives and poured urine and feces in front of the Tong family's house without saying a word. Mrs. Xiang was supported by her daughter-in-law and cried until her eyes were swollen like walnuts. "My son, you died so tragically. Tang Jinjin is such a jinx. If it wasn't for him, how could you have died?" The neighbors who came over to comfort them smelled feces and urine in the house and almost vomited. They stood up and ran away without saying a word. The Tong family was furious, but the Xiang family didn't want to fight. They left after splashing feces and urine, leaving a pile of feces in front of the Tong family's house. Some people were happy, while others were sad. At this moment, Zhou Yan was in high spirits and smiled like a fool. When Rugi and Huang Qimin went to the Zhou family's house early in the morning. Then, they went to the Wang family's house with Zhou Yan to pick up the bride. When they came back, they caused a scene for half a day. At this moment, Zhou Yan put his hand on Wenrugi's shoulder and smiled infuriatingly. Rugue, are you envious of us getting married? Wenrugi was speechless. Zhou Yan grinned. When I think of you waiting for 2 years to get married, I feel that it's not easy for you. You're already 26 years old this year. In 2 years, you'll be 28 years old. You'll be an old man. Wenrugi was speechless. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he was dragged away to drink. Wenrugi's eyelashes trembled slightly. He took out 2 bottles of white wine from the house and said to everyone, "There's still wine here. Everyone, let's toast the groom." When everyone saw the white wine, they were immediately excited. They took the bottles and poured them down Zhou Yan's throat. Poor Zhou Yan. His alcohol tolerance was not bad, but there were too many people toasting him. In the end, he got drunk beautifully. On the night of their wedding night, Zhou Yan was as drunk as a dead pig. No matter how hard they pushed him, he wouldn't wake up. Huang Qimin, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. In the past, he thought that Wenrugi was very honest. Now, the honest man had become cunning. The next morning, when Rugi arrived at the Tong family's house. He accompanied Tong Xuelu to work to do some shopping. After shopping, the two of them went shopping together and watched a movie together. Although Wenrugi was very considerate along the way, Tong Xuelu still felt that he was different from usual. When the two of them reached home, she couldn't help but ask, "Is there something on your mind?" Wenrugi looked up at her. "I feel very useless. I'm always not by your side when something happens to you." Tong Xuelu heard this and realized what he was feeling uncomfortable about. She reached out and held his hand. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry." Wenrugi's heart trembled slightly. He held her hand. "No matter what happens, I hope that you can tell me. Even if I can't do anything, I want to be by your side. I don't want you to suffer alone." After he came back, he found out from his grandfather that she was taken in by the Ministry of Public Security's Political Security Bureau for investigation. He also found out that she and Su Yueshan worked together to kill Yan Yonggan. Last night, he also found out from Piao Jiani that they went to the farm to meet Tong Xinxin. He felt very useless. When she needed him, he was always not by her side. This feeling made him feel very depressed. Tong Xuelu leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Okay, I promise you. No matter what happens in the future, I'll tell you." Wenrugi's ears turned red. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and he closed his mouth. Seeing that he was silent, Tong Xuelu thought that he still minded, so she leaned over and kissed him again. Unexpectedly, Wenrugi, who was usually very easy to coax, didn't say anything after kissing him twice. Tong Xuelu felt that she had gone a little overboard. If Wenrugi didn't tell her anything when something happened, she would also be angry. They were already engaged. She really had to learn to adapt to her new identity. Since it was her fault, Tong Xuelu's attitude was very good. She called out, "Rugue." Wenrugi looked up. The next moment, she held his face in her hands. She leaned over and rubbed her nose against the tip of his. Their lips were less than half a centimeter away from each other. Wenrugi looked at her bright eyes and long, fan-like eyelashes. His heart beat wildly again. Tong Xuelu smiled slightly. "Are you still angry?" Wenrugi wanted to answer, but just as he opened his mouth, she bit his lips. While he was still in a daze, Tong Xuelu had already pried open his teeth. Wenrugi's face and neck turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. Tong Xuelu looked at him seductively and said in a low voice, "When no one is around, you can be a little wild." "I like it." Wild. Wenrugi's blood rushed to his face. He remembered what happened on the day of the engagement. It turned out that she liked wild men. Since it was what she liked, he naturally had to do it. When Rugi's face turned red, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, forcing his body towards her. The two of them kept moving back until they were against the wall behind them. Tong Xuelu's back was the cold wall, and in front of her was his hot chest. When Rugi turned the tables shyly and wildly, he captured her lips and started to attack her. He was strong and gentle. These two extremely contradictory auras appeared on him at the same time, making Tong Xuelu feel that he was extremely sexy and charming. Before the two brothers, Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen, came back, they were wild 3 times. In the end, their lips were swollen again. On this day, in order to comfort Wenrugi's hurt heart, Tong Xuelu even cooked a table full of delicious dishes for him. Wenrugi saw that she was busy preparing for him and felt a little guilty. Actually, he was not angry at all just now. He deliberately kept quiet so that she could kiss him a few more times. At first, he just wanted her to kiss his face. He did not expect it to be so wild. Although he felt a little guilty, next time, he would still dare. Wenrugi's side was sweet, but Zhou Yan's face was red and his heart was racing. Last night, he accidentally got drunk and missed the most important night of a man's life. He only had 5 days off. Wasting a day was equivalent to losing a day of happiness. When he woke up, he regretted it. So tonight, when it was dark, he ignored the ambiguous looks of his family and pulled his wife, Wang Xiaoyun, back to the room. Wang Xiaoyun's face was so red that she could fry an egg. Who can sleep when it's dark? It's good that you can't sleep. He, Zhou Yan moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was a pile of clothes on the floor. Wang Xiaoyun covered her eyes and did not dare to look at him. Zhou Yan, you're shameless. Zhou Yan blushed and said, Wife, you can't be shameless when giving birth. Although Wang Xiaoyun was very shy, her mother had blushed and told her about the marriage before, so she didn't resist at this moment. Wang Xiaoyun closed her eyes and was about to endure the upcoming pain when Zhou Yan suddenly pushed her. Xiaoyun, we can't have children like this. Wang Xiaoyun opened her eyes and asked in confusion, why can't we have children? Zhou Yan blushed and scratched his nose. The posture is not right. Wang Xiaoyun was even more confused. Her mother had taught her all her life's experience. This posture was very right. Zhou Yan saw that she did not understand, so he taught her step by step. You've seen Guzi do that, right? Wang Xiaoyun was so angry that her whole body trembled. She bit her lips until they turned white. Zhou Yan was about to approach, but Wang Xiaoyun suddenly turned around and kicked him in the face. Zhou Yan, go to hell. It was so insulting, she did not expect Zhou Yan to be so shameless. What did he think she was? Zhou Yan was caught off guard and was kicked. His whole body fell backward and rolled to the ground. His head hit the ground with a bang. He looked like a turtle that had been turned over. Zhou Yan gasped in pain. Xiaoyun, why did you kick me? Wang Xiaoyun picked up a pillow and threw it at him. With red eyes, she choked and said, Zhou Yan, you bastard. I want to divorce you. Zhou Yan was thunderstruck. Zhou Yan was thunderstruck. Zhou Yan was confused. What did he do wrong? A dong sound came from Zhou Yan's room, followed by Wang Xiaoyun's scolding. The Zhou family members in the living room were stunned for a moment before they all blushed. Wasn't this too big of a commotion? Everyone thought of something inharmonious. They packed up and prepared to go back to their rooms to sleep. Who knew that the door would suddenly be opened at this time? Wang Xiaoyun ran out of the house crying, then rushed out of the house and ran away. Everyone, third brother, what's going on? Why is your wife crying and running away? Father Zhou came back to his senses and ran to Zhou Yan's room. Unexpectedly, he saw Zhou Yan naked. He wanted to poke his own eyes out. Zhou Yan didn't care about being embarrassed. He complained as he put on his clothes, Dad, why didn't you stop Xiaoyun for me? Father Zhou, what happened between you two? Zhou Yan was too embarrassed to say anything. He put on his clothes and chased after her, but Wang Xiaoyun had already disappeared on her bicycle. Zhou Yan was so anxious that he didn't even bother to change his shoes and chased after her on his bicycle. Wang Xiaoyun went back to her parents' house crying, giving her family a fright. Mother Wang went into the room to ask what happened. At first, Wang Xiaoyun didn't say anything. Later, she couldn't hide anymore and told her what happened. After hearing her daughter's words, Mother Wang Xiaoyun didn't notice her mother's expression. She said hatefully, "Mom, don't you think he's too much? He doesn't respect me at all. I don't want to live with him anymore." This was only the second day of their marriage. It would only get worse in the future. After saying that, she looked up and saw her mother's face as red as a cooked shrimp. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mom, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Mother Wang said with a red face, "Go back now." "What divorce? Our Wang family doesn't have the custom of divorcing." Wang Xiaoyun didn't expect that her mother wouldn't stand on her side. Tears immediately gushed out of her eyes. As expected, a married daughter is like spilled water. Once she gets married, she's worthless. Boo-hoo, when Mother Wang saw her crying, she was angry and helpless. "What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Yan didn't disrespect you. Hurry up and go back." Wang Xiaoyun wiped her tears and said, "How can you say that you didn't disrespect him? He even made me do that. He treated me like a beast." Queen Mother of the West, what beast? Husband and wife will use that position after a long time. Wang Xiaoyun was shocked. All of them? Did Mom and Dad use it too? Didn't he pass on his life's experience to her the night before? But at that time, she didn't mention that position. The Queen Mother's face was so red that it was almost burning. How could she have known that her son-in-law would be so impulsive on the first day and her daughter would be so dumb? If she were to impart her experience, she would definitely only talk about the most traditional positions. Could it be that she wanted her to tell her more than 10 positions? The room was silent for a few seconds, and it was extremely awkward. Fortunately, Zhou Yan quickly caught up. In order to stop them from making a fool of themselves, Mother Wang asked Father Wang to pass on his experience to Zhou Yan. When they left the Wang family's house, Zhou Yan and Wang Xiaoyun's faces were as red as a pig's liver. Although they made a fool of themselves, Zhou Yan still turned from a virgin to a big yellow chicken as he wished that night. When Rugi didn't have much time off, so he went back to the base the next day. Not long after Tong Xuelu went to work, Su Yueshan came to the restaurant. "Comrade Tong, I have a presumptuous request." For the first time, Su Yueshan looked embarrassed. "Tong Xuelu, Comrade Su, please go ahead." Ever since Yan Yangon was removed from his position, she hadn't been in contact with the Su family for a while. Su Yueshan seemed to have been busy with Guilan's matters. From this point of view, he was really an infatuated man. "Su Yueshan, little Jiu's mother will be sent to a farm in eastern Guangdong in 2 days to be reformed. Before she left, she said that she wanted to see you." Guilan was actually sent to eastern Guangdong. It was really destined by the heavens. Tong Xuelu nodded, "Sure, when will you go?" Su Yueshan didn't expect her to agree so readily. He said gratefully, "Thank you. I apologize on behalf of Ilan for what she said last time." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu moved away. "Comrade Gu is really lucky to have met you in her life." Su Yueshan's eyes filled with a helpless smile. After this incident, he must have felt resentful and even thought of divorcing her. But when he thought of the Su family's incident, he knew that they were sent to the cowshed. Everyone thought that they would never come back. But the Gu family didn't leave. With Gu Ilan's condition, there were many men who were willing to marry her even if they divorced. But she still chose to wait for him. Although she and the Gu family had done so many stupid things, he couldn't abandon her at this time. That would take her life. On the other hand, it was also for little Jiu. Ever since Guilan's incident, the child often woke up in the middle of the night crying. He hadn't seen the child smile for a long time. Tong Xuelu didn't say much about Su Yueshan and Guilan's relationship before, and he wouldn't now. Relationships were like drinking water. Only the person who drank it would know whether it was warm or cold. After informing the hotel staff, Tong Xuelu and Su Yueshan took the bus to the Political Security Bureau of the Ministry of Public Security. Guilan had been detained there for a while. Su Yueshan had obviously arranged for someone to help them. After their identities were verified, they were quickly taken to the reception room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the metal door creaked open. Guilan, who was wearing a prisoner's uniform, walked in. Tong Xuelu looked up and was shocked. In less than a month, Guilan had lost so much weight that she was almost out of shape. Her eyes, which used to be very big, were now sunken and looked even bigger. In the past, her eyes were innocent and bright, like flowers that hadn't experienced wind and rain. But now, her eyes were full of misery and confusion. When she walked in, her eyes fell on Su Yueshan. Her eyes immediately reddened. Then, she looked at Tong Xuelu with a guilty expression. Su Yueshan saw that she had lost a lot of weight and didn't feel good. He stood up and said, "You talk to Comrade Tong first. I'll come back later." Guilan nodded. Her eyes followed him until he walked out of the reception room. In addition to the two of them, there was also a police officer standing guard in the reception room. Guilan sat down on a chair and rubbed her hands together for a while before she said, "Comrade Tong, thank you for being willing to come and see me. I'm sorry for what happened in the past." Just like Su Yueshan said, she was really stupid. She was so stupid that she couldn't tell the difference between a good person and a bad person. She couldn't tell that Tong Xinjin wanted to get close to her and was even used by her to hurt the person who was sincerely good to her. It was because of her stupidity that Su Yueshan was fired and the Su family ended up in its current state. It was also because of her that she ended up in jail. Tong Xuelu looked at her and didn't say a word. Guilan bit her lip and said, "Other than being sorry, I also owe you a thank you. If you hadn't saved Xiaojiao, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to find him. Thank you." As she spoke, she stood up and bowed 3 times to Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu didn't avoid it. Guilan saw that she didn't say anything and awkwardly said, "It's understandable that Comrade Tong doesn't want to forgive me. I was used by Tong Xinjin because of my stupidity. However, I hope that Comrade Tong won't take out her anger on Xiaojiao because of me. Xiaojiao is a good boy." Speaking of Xiaojiao, she felt like someone had pinched her heart. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Tong Xuelu still didn't comfort her. Guilan sat and cried for a while before she stopped. "Thank you, Comrade Tong. I'll pay you back in my next life." As she spoke, she stood up and bowed to Tong Xuelu again. Then, she turned around and walked out. Tong Xuelu frowned slightly and said to her back, "Don't tell me you're thinking of committing suicide?" Guilan's thin body trembled and she stopped walking. Tong Xuelu said, "Do you think that you won't affect Su Yueshan and cause trouble for Xiaojiao if you die? As the old saying goes, you learn from your mistakes. I thought that you'd become smarter after this lesson. I didn't expect you to become even more stupid." When the police officers heard Tong Xuelu's words, they looked at Guilan with bright eyes. They seemed to be considering whether to report this matter. Guilan didn't say anything and didn't turn around. However, her trembling shoulders showed that she was very emotional. Tong Xuelu continued, "If you commit suicide now, you won't be helping the Su family. You'll be stabbing them in the heart. Xiaojiao is so young. Do you want him to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life? Or do you want him to grow up to be a cowardly and useless person like you? Do you want him to commit suicide whenever he encounters trouble? No, I don't." When Guilan heard this, she couldn't help but turn around and shout emotionally, "I don't want that. I just want my end to bring them back to the good days they had before." Tong Xuelu shrugged. "That's why I said you're stupid. If you're really thinking about them, then you should live well and use your excellent performance to get your sentence reduced. Then, you can reunite with them as soon as possible." Guilan was stunned. "Can I? If I perform well, can I really get my sentence reduced?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "The party and the country are the most just and strict. You have to be punished for breaking the law. However, if you do something that benefits the people and the country will definitely give you a corresponding reward." The punishment for the next few years was actually very messy. However, it would gradually become clearer. As long as Guilan didn't die, with Su Yueshan's ability, he would definitely have a way to get her out in the future. Guilan seemed to have been injected with a dose of cardiac stimulant. Her dark eyes suddenly lit up. "Thank you, Comrade Tong. I will listen to you and live well. I will be a useful person to the country and the people." Tang Xuelu stood up and said, I'll let Comrade Su in to talk to you. Guilan didn't plan to talk to Su Yueshan just now. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it. However, now that she had the intention to live, she subconsciously nodded when she heard this. After Tang Xuelu went out, he briefly told Su Yueshan what he had just said. Su Yueshan's face was full of shock. Clearly, he didn't expect Guilan to have the will to die. After a long time, he came back to his senses. Thank you, Comrade Tang. You saved our Su family again. If Guilan had really committed suicide, number 9 would have been ruined. Tang Xuelu said, You're welcome. I still have something to do at the restaurant. I'll go back first. She then turned and left. Su Yueshan looked at her back view and remembered this favor in his heart. The weather was getting warmer day by day. The cicadas on the trees were chirping incessantly. Tang Xuelu originally wanted to ask old Mr. Wen or Uncle Zong about Wenrugi's mother. Unexpectedly, old Mr. Wen was suddenly hospitalized. However, Wenrugi and Director Jiao had gone to the Northwest Base to do an experiment a few days ago. After finding out, Tang Xuelu hurriedly brought some snacks to the hospital to visit old Mr. Wen. Just as he reached the door of the ward, old Mr. Wen's voice sounded from inside. Little Zong, this porridge is tasteless. Go and buy me some spicy hot pot. I want it from Zulf's restaurant. Uncle Zong said, Commander, the doctor said that you have high blood pressure and coronary heart disease. Hence, you have to eat a bland diet. You were hospitalized because you ate too much oily food these few days. Old Mr. Wen said, the doctor is spouting nonsense. My body is very healthy. Uncle Zong took out his trump card. Commander, if you continue to be like this, I'm going to tell Zulf. Old Mr. Wen was speechless. When Tang Zulf heard this at the door, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as old Mr. Wen was about to speak, he turned around and saw Tang Xuelu walking in. His eyes widened in shock. Lass, when did you come over? Tang Xuelu smiled and said, when you said that you wanted to eat spicy hot pot. Old Mr. Wen was speechless. Uncle Zong hurriedly complained, Zulf, help persuade Commander. Commander is becoming more and more like a child. He knows that his body is weak and yet he still eats so much oily food. Old Mr. Wen's face turned red and he glared at Uncle Zong. Tang Xuelu placed the snacks on the table and said, Grandpa Wen, you have to listen to the doctor. You have to eat less oily food. When your body is better, I'll cook some delicious food for you. Old Mr. Wen smacked his lips and said, Can't I eat now? I feel that my body is very healthy. The doctor and little Zong are making a fuss over nothing. Tang Xuelu shook his head. You can eat now, but you can only eat bland food. Also, Grandpa Wen, you have to listen to Uncle Zong. Otherwise, I won't cook. Uncle Zong could not help but feel smug. Old Mr. Wen looked at him and gritted his teeth. However, for the sake of long-term food, he had no choice but to compromise. Alright, I'll abstain from eating for the time being then. It was said that the older one was, the more childish he became. Tang Xuelu felt that old Mr. Wen was just like a child. Old Mr. Wen fell asleep soon after taking the medicine. After he fell asleep, Tang Xuelu whispered to Uncle Zong, let's talk outside. I have something to ask you. Uncle Zong looked at her solemn face and nodded. Okay. The two of them arrived at the small garden outside. The bright sunlight shone through the trees and the shadows were mottled. Bees were flying around the bushes. Tang Xuelu sat down on the bench and said, Uncle Zong, I actually want to ask you about Rugui's mother. Is it convenient for you to talk about it? Uncle Zong did not expect her to ask such a question. He pursed his dry lips and said, Sure. What do you want to know? Tang Xuelu asked, why did she divorce Rugui's father back then? It's a long story. Back then, Rugui's father and that woman fell in love and got married freely. At first, they were very close. Later on, Rugui's father was transferred to the army in Xinjiang. That woman did not want to go there because she felt that the conditions there were too tough. Hence, she stayed in Beijing with Rugui. Who would have thought that that woman would have no sense of shame at all? Not only did she get together with her university classmate, but she also abused Rugui. She made Rugue kneel on ice in the winter and made him kneel on broken glass in the summer. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. She is worse than a beast. Uncle Zong was so angry that his eyes turned red and the veins on his forehead popped out. Damn, my fists are getting hard. Before hearing Uncle Zong's words, Tong Xuelu thought that it was a love affair between the previous generation. She did not expect that woman to abuse Wenrugi. If that woman was in front of her right now, she would definitely beat her up. Tong Xuelu's chest was burning with anger. She had never wanted to kill someone as much as she did at this moment. Didn't Grandpa Wen know about this? Uncle Zong said. Commander was in the northwest at that time. Who would have thought that that woman would abuse her own son? When he found out, Rugue. Later on, Rugue's father came back and finally found out about that woman's affair. He even found out that she was abusing Rugue. He was so angry that he took out his gun and aimed it at that adulterous couple. However, because that woman was shielding him, the gun missed and only hit the man's arm. After that, they divorced. Although the Wen family was powerful, that adulterous couple was not weak either. The Wen family could not kill them silently. Of course, the adulterous couple's family was forced out of Beijing's political center by the Wen family. They retreated to Jin City and started from scratch. In the past 20 years, because of the Wen family's attacks, those two families did not have any children who could make a name for themselves. They could not regain their power. Tong Xuelu was still very angry. She clenched her fists and her cheeks were red with anger. Uncle Zong looked at her and comforted her. It's all in the past. Don't take it to heart. Commander is watching over that adulterous couple. They can't come back. Tong Xuelu smiled and nodded. However, in her heart, she thought that this matter could not be forgotten. If there was no reform and opening up, that adulterous couple could not come back. However, after the reform and opening up, if they did not take the political route, they could come back to Beijing at any time. Thinking about it, in the novel, Wenrugi's mother should have come back to Beijing like this. However, it was good that they came back. She was not afraid that they would come back. She was afraid that they would not come back. As long as that woman dared to come back, she would not let her come back. Now that the reform and opening up had not happened, that woman would not come back to Beijing for a while. However, it did not matter. She would wait for her. There would be a time when they would meet again. After listening to Uncle Zong's words, Tong Xuelu was so angry that she could not eat for 2 days. She had never felt so sorry for someone. Unfortunately, when Rugi was at the Northwest Experimental Base, she did not even have a way to contact him. Even if she wanted to hear his voice, she could not. After a few days, Su Yueshan brought little Jiu to the Tong family. After Guilan's accident, Tong Xuelu brought Xiao Mianmian and the other siblings to the Su family to see little Jiu a few times. However, little Jiu's mental state was not very good. Compared to half a month ago, he seemed to have lost weight again. His chubby little face could no longer be seen. Su Yueshan handed over the fruits and snacks that he brought over and said, "We are here to say goodbye to you." Tong Xuelu was stunned. "Are you going to Eastern Guangdong?" She was not surprised by Su Yueshan's words at all. Su Yueshan had been fired. It was impossible for him to return to the government in a short period of time. Even if he used his connections to return, he would only be an insignificant official for the rest of his life. With Su Yueshan's character, he would definitely not be willing to accept it. Moreover, Guilan was going to Eastern Guangdong. His family would probably follow him. This was also a good thing. After the economic reform next year, Shenzhen would be selected as the first special economic zone. The economy would develop rapidly. At that time, it would be Su Yueshan's opportunity. Su Yueshan nodded. "I want to go there and see if there is room for development." He was restricted in Beijing. It was difficult for him to show off his skills. Tong Xuelu rubbed little Jiu's head. "It's good to go there. However, I won't be able to see my cute little Jiu in the future." Little Jiu leaned his head on her thigh and rubbed it intimately. Little Jiu will miss Sister Zolve. Tong Xuelu hugged him and kissed him a few times. Then, she asked him to say goodbye to Xiao Mianmian. Little Jiu took out the toys he brought and gave them to Xiao Mianmian. Sister Mian Mian, little Joe is going to a place very, very far away. I won't be able to see you in the future. These things are for you. Xiao Mian Mian blinked her big watery eyes. How far away is very, very far? Little Joe tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he gestured with his hands. It's very, very far away. Grandma said that I won't be able to come over in the future. Xiao Mian Mian looked at him and gestured half a meter away. She pouted. That's very, very far away. Little Joe, I will miss you in the future. As she spoke, she started crying. Little Joe didn't want to cry. However, when he saw her cry, he couldn't help but cry. In the end, the two children hugged their heads and cried. Sister Mian Mian, little Joe will miss you too. Xiao Mian Mian accepted the toys from little Joe. Then, she kicked her short legs back to her room. She took out the doll that Shen Wanrong next door had made for her and gave it to little Joe. Little Joe, this is my favorite doll. I'll give it to you in the future. You have to treat her well, okay? Little Joe nodded like a chick pecking on rice. I know, Sister Mian Mian. I will hug her to sleep in the future. Xiao Mian Mian had an expression that said, then I'm relieved. She pointed at the black marks on the doll and said, I also like to hug her to sleep. Look here and here, there are traces of my saliva. Little Joe looked at her with admiration. Then I will leave saliva on them too. Xiao Mian Mian nodded. Then, she covered her mouth and laughed. Little Joe looked at her and laughed too. Tong Shuelu. She didn't understand the world of children. In the end, the Su family left. On the day they left Beijing, Tong Shuelu brought the siblings to see them off. She also made a lot of food for the Su family to eat on the train. The Su family was very grateful. In order to repay Tong Shuelu, they offered to sell the courtyard house to her at a low price. Tong Shuelu refused and told them not to sell the courtyard house. Su Wuxian thought about it and took her suggestion. Xiao Mian Mian and little Joe hugged each other and cried in front of the train. They promised to meet again in 5 years. After the train left, Xiao Mian Mian looked up and blinked her big eyes. Sister, how long until 5 years? Tong Shuelu rubbed her head. You are 4 years old this year. It will be like more than one of you. Xiao Mian Mian thought for a while. Then, she sighed like an adult. I will be very old by then. Very old. Very old. Old. Tong Shuelu, time flew by in the blink of an eye. In September 1977, a piece of news shocked the whole country. After the Ministry of Education held a recruitment meeting in Beijing, they decided to resume the college entrance examination that had been suspended for 10 years. Tong Shuelu received the news and announced that she would take the college entrance examination and resign from her position as the manager of Dongfeng Hotel. When the news came out, everyone was shocked again. Ever since the news of the college entrance exam being reinstated spread, everyone had been talking about it. At this moment, in the conference room of the Ministry of Commerce, everyone was still talking about the college entrance exam. I didn't expect to see the national college entrance exam being reinstated in my lifetime. That's right. When I heard the news, I didn't react for more than 10 minutes. By the way, how many people in your family are going to take the college entrance exam? A lot. As long as they meet the requirements, they have to take the exam. I counted 7 or 8 people who have signed up. At this moment, Tong Shuelu walked in. Someone asked her, Manager Tong, you won't be taking the exam, right? Do you even need to ask? If Manager Tong wanted to take the exam, she wouldn't have refused to go to the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. Everyone in the conference room looked at Tong Shuelu. Tong Shuelu looked at everyone and smiled faintly. No, I'm going. Everyone? But didn't Manager Tong say that she had to take care of her younger siblings? Don't you need to take care of them now? Someone else said with bad intentions. Manager Tong rejected the recommendation for the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University 3 months ago. Did you hear about it then? Tong Shuelu looked at the last person who spoke. What are you implying? Minister Lin told me about the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University in June. The newspaper reported that the Ministry of Education was discussing the reinstation of the college entrance exam in August. If you're stupid, you should read more books and newspapers. Don't talk so much. Pfft, ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. That person was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't dare to refute. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he turned around and left with a red face. After this incident, no one dared to say anything else. They didn't know if it was their illusion, but everyone felt that Tang Xuelu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Tang Xuelu continued to explain, I rejected it because I had to take care of my younger siblings. I'm going to take the exam now because my grandfather is going to be transferred back to Beijing. Her grandfather's transfer order was finally released half a month ago. He would be transferred to Beijing's army commander next month. But then again, she did play a part in announcing the resumption of the college entrance examination in advance. In history, the resumption of the college entrance examination was only announced in late October. At that time, there was only slightly more than a month left before the college entrance examination. Many people were caught off guard by this news. Without books and revision materials, many people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. If they had received the news in advance, the situation would have been very different. In August, when her grandfather had mentioned the resumption of the college entrance examination to her, she had tactfully told him about it. Later on, her grandfather had used his power and connections to push the news to be announced a month earlier. Of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. When everyone heard that her grandfather was going to be transferred back to the capital to be the commander, their attitude towards her became even more enthusiastic. However, if Manager Tong were to take the college entrance examination, wouldn't he be suspended from his position as the restaurant manager for 4 years? The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. If Tang Xuelu was admitted to university, it meant that someone could replace her position for 4 years. Dongfeng Restaurant was a first-class restaurant. If she could replace her position, even if she couldn't be promoted after 4 years, her salary would increase for the next 4 years. Therefore, many people in the room were excited. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, I have discussed it with my family and decided to resign from my position as the manager. Her words caused a huge commotion. Her words shocked everyone in the room again. Manager Tong, are you joking? Although the government will assign jobs to university students after they graduate, who can guarantee that the assigned jobs will be better than the manager position? That's right. Manager Tong, there is no need to resign from your position as the manager. After you graduate, your starting point will be higher. Why should you start from the bottom? Everyone felt that Tang Xuelu was stupid. Why would she give up such a good position? Tang Xuelu shook her head and said, I have already thought about it. I will tell Director Lin about it later. Most people kept their positions because they were afraid that they would have no way out or wanted to return to the industry after they graduate. However, she knew very well that the state-run restaurant had no future. It would go downhill from the next year and disappear under the impact of the free economy. It would become a product of the times. Since she didn't plan to return to the state-run restaurant, why should she occupy it and not take a shit? It was better to give up her position at this time. She could also accumulate more favorable impressions and connections. Everyone felt that she was stupid when they saw that she had made up her mind. At the same time, they were eager to occupy this position. Soon, the leaders came over. After the meeting, Tang Xuelu told Director Lin about taking the college entrance examination and resigning from her position as the manager. Director Lin was also shocked after hearing her words. Manager Tong, have you thought about it carefully? Tang Xuelu nodded and said, yes, I have. I will send the resignation letter later. Since Manager Tong has thought about it carefully, I will not persuade you anymore. I will give you the compensation for your resignation when the time comes. Director Lin didn't try to persuade her to stay. Since Tang Xuelu had resigned, he could arrange for one of his people to be the manager of Dongfeng Hotel. Tang Xuelu nodded and turned to walk out of the office. The position of a hotel manager couldn't be sold or transferred to others like the position of a waiter. In particular, the position of a first-class hotel manager had to be recommended by the Ministry of Commerce. However, if she resigned from this position, she would be compensated accordingly. After Secretary Zhuan knew that Tang Xuelu was going to take the college entrance examination and resign from her position as the manager, he also felt emotional. After returning to the hotel, Tong Xuelu also told the people in the hotel about her decision. They were also shocked. After the shock, everyone felt a little depressed. Guo Qinyu said, "I don't even know who the Ministry of Commerce will arrange to be the manager. If it weren't for my lack of education, I would definitely take the college entrance examination with you." Other than Tong Xuelu, Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu also decided to take the college entrance examination. Xiao Tian was still hesitating. Master Lei nodded and said, "Exactly. It's a pity that I'm an uncouth man. I'm afraid of studying the most in my life." Master Meng sat on the side and didn't say anything. However, he was also feeling uneasy. In the past, he couldn't get along with Lu Dongchang. It wasn't easy for him to find such a good manager like Tong Xuelu. He didn't expect her to suddenly quit. If she turned out to be a difficult manager, then his life would be difficult. Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu were very grateful to Tong Xuelu for encouraging them to study. Sure enough, opportunities are given to those who are prepared. Tong Xuelu submitted her resignation letter the next day. In less than 3 days, the Ministry of Commerce made arrangements. The person who replaced her was surnamed Mo. He used to work in the Ministry of Commerce and was rumored to be Minister Lin's nephew. Tong Xuelu handed over the job to the other party for 2 days. After receiving the compensation, she officially retired from the Dongfeng Hotel. Before she left, Meng Qingqing and the others pooled their money and gave her a gift. Although the gift wasn't expensive, it still made Tong Xuelu feel very warm. She gave the snacks that she made in advance to everyone so that they could look for her when they were free in the future. Xiao Mianmian was the happiest person when Tong Xuelu resigned from her position as manager. In the past, she was sent to the Wei family. Now that Tong Xuelu didn't have to go to work, she could follow her sister around every day like a little tail. In September, the osmanthus flowers in the courtyard bloomed one after another. Tong Xuelu planned to take advantage of her free time to pick the osmanthus flowers and make osmanthus wine. To make osmanthus wine, one had to use osmanthus flowers that had just bloomed. After careful selection, the flowers were placed in a cool and ventilated place to dry for a day. Then, a jar without water or oil was prepared. After the osmanthus flowers were placed in the jar, a bottle of white wine, a small amount of rock sugar, and wolfberries were poured in. Then, the jar was tightly sealed and stored in a cool place. After 2 or 3 months, the osmanthus wine could be drunk. Tong Xuelu wanted to sterilize Mooncake before, but because everyone pleaded for him, Mooncake was able to keep his testicles for the time being. A few days ago, the Wei family contacted a family with a dog and planned to let Mooncake breed and become the dog's father. Today, after finishing the housework, she planned to give Mooncake a bath so that he could become the groom's dog. Mooncake liked bathing very much. When he heard that Tong Xuelu was going to give him a bath, his tail shook like a propeller. Xiao Mianmian came over to help. She rubbed Mooncake's body with her 2 little paws. Mooncake had grown bigger and bigger. When he stood up, he was even taller than Xiao Mianmian. Although he had white fur all over his body, he looked very fierce. However, he was very gentle to his family. At this time, when Xiao Mianmian tugged at him, he didn't groan in pain. He stood there obediently and didn't move. Tong Xuelu was about to get a basin of water to wash Mooncake. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up, she saw a small bug crawling quickly on Xiao Mianmian's hair. "Mianmian, don't move," she said as she washed her hands clean. Then, she pulled open her hair to catch the bug. Unexpectedly, when she pulled open her hair, she saw that there were many white bug eggs inside. There were also a few bugs crawling quickly on her scalp. Tong Xuelu had goosebumps all over her body. Did Xiao Mianmian's hair have lice? She had heard that many people in this era had lice. After she returned to the Tong family, she paid attention to the hygiene of the 3 siblings. Therefore, in the past year, the 3 siblings had never had lice. However, she had never seen lice before. At this time, she was a little uncertain. Xiao Mianmian blinked her big eyes. "Sister, can Mianmian move? Mianmian's neck is so sore." Mooncake saw that they suddenly stopped and didn't wash her. She turned her head and looked at them with a pair of big eyes. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, just like Xiao Mianmian's. Tong Xuelu inexplicably felt her scalp itch. Sit here and don't move. Sister will go next door and ask Grandma Shen to come over. Xiao Mianmian didn't know what was going on, but she still obediently agreed. Tong Xuelu ran to the Wei family's house and told Shen Wanrong about this. Shen Wanrong said, Mianmian didn't go out to play with other children. You are so clean. How could she have lice? Tong Xuelu controlled the urge to scratch her scalp. I'm not sure either. Grandma Shen, please go over and take a look for me. Shen Wanrong agreed and went over to the Tong family's house with her. They pulled open Xiao Mianmian's hair to take a look. Damn it, it really was lice. Tong Xuelu had goosebumps on her arms again. I didn't notice it when I washed her hair the day before yesterday. How could she suddenly have lice? Shen Wanrong said, I suspect that she has been infected by Zhuzhu. Xiao Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu were very close. Wei Zhuzhu had started going to school this month, but it didn't affect their relationship. She would come over to play with Xiao Mianmian after school. The two sisters ate and slept together. Wei Zhuzhu was most likely to have infected her with lice. Tong Xuelu said, Grandma Shen, hurry up and take a look at me. My scalp suddenly feels itchy. I suspect that I have been infected too. Then squat down quickly. I'll take a look at you. Tong Xuelu immediately squatted down. Shen Wanrong pulled open her hair and checked twice. No. Zhuzhu's hair must have been dyed by a classmate in school. When she came back, she dyed Mianmian's hair. Fortunately, it was discovered early. Otherwise, the children wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Tong Xuelu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, because of the hint in her heart, she still felt that her scalp was very tight. Xiao Mianmian didn't know what had happened. She blinked her grape-like big eyes and asked, Sister, what's wrong with Mianmian's head? Are there bugs? Tong Xuelu nodded. You have lice on your head. Sister has to find a way to get them out for you. Shen Wanrong said, wash her hair first. I'll go home and get a fine-toothed comb and white vinegar. Tong Xuelu nodded in agreement. She went to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water. When she came back, she washed Mooncake and let him dry his hair in the courtyard. After Mooncake finished bathing, he ran around the courtyard like a madman. He even shook his hair from time to time. After running a few rounds, he was so tired that he stuck out his tongue and lay on the ground. Shen Wanrong brought some things over. Then, he helped Xiao Mianmian wash her hair with the red and white vinegar. After washing her hair, he covered it tightly with a towel for about 10 minutes. Then, he washed it again. Tong Xuelu asked, Grandma Shen, is this white vinegar really effective on lice? Shen Wanrong said, it's effective on lice, but it might not be effective on lice eggs. So, we'll have to use a fine-toothed comb to get the eggs out. She could let Tong Xuelu cook delicious food, but she was really scared of lice. Shen Wanrong saw her scared for the first time. He couldn't help but find it funny. If you're scared, just stand aside. I'll help Mianmian. After 3 or 4 rounds, he got 3 or 4 lice and a small number of lice eggs that hadn't been washed clean. Tong Xuelu's scalp started to itch again. Grandma Shen, is this okay? Shen Wanrong said, for the next 3 or 4 days, we'll have to wash her hair with white vinegar. We'll also have to use a fine-toothed comb a few times a day. Good heavens. Tong Xuelu decided to sleep separately from Xiao Mianmian from tonight onwards. When Wei Zhuzhu came back from school in the afternoon, Shen Wanrong opened her hair to check. Sure enough, they were both infected. Tong Xuelu also checked Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen. Fortunately, they weren't infected. At night, Xiao Mianmian was stunned when she saw her little blanket and pillow placed on her small bed. Tong Xuelu felt guilty when she looked at him with her big, watery eyes. However, he still told her the truth. Mianmian, there are lice in your hair. If I sleep with you, I might pass the lice to you. So, you have to sleep alone for the next few days. Can you do it? Xiao Mianmian pursed her red lips and nodded. She said in a childish voice, Mianmian, I can do it. Tong Xuelu subconsciously raised his hand to ruffle her hair. Halfway through, he came back to his senses and pinched her little face instead. Mianmian, you're such a good girl. I'll make osmanthus cake for you tomorrow. Xiao Mianmian felt a little better when she heard that there would be food for her. After a few days, the lice on Xiao Mianmian and Wei Zhuzhu's heads were completely cured. By the time Mooncake came back from the countryside, it was already Tong Xuelu's birthday. The Mid-Autumn Festival was on September 27th. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival was Tong Xuelu's birthday. Because the barbecue during the New Year was very successful, Tong Xuelu thought about it and decided to hold a barbecue for his birthday. Barbecuing was simple and convenient. Everyone gathered together to barbecue, chat, and admire the moon. The atmosphere was very good. On the day of his birthday, everyone except Commander Xiao, who was in the northwest, and Piao Jiani, who was on a business trip, came over. Wen Rugi wanted to come back a day earlier, but he didn't manage to apply for leave. However, on Tong Xuelu's birthday, he came over early. He remembered that they hadn't confirmed their relationship at this time last year. He didn't expect a year to pass so quickly. Last year, when Rugi gave her a military coat. This year, he gave her a pair of women's leather shoes. The style of the leather shoes couldn't be compared to the later ones. Although the quality was good and the material was authentic, the style was really ugly. However, in this era, it was the most fashionable style. When Tong Xuelu saw the leather shoes, she raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Haven't you heard that couples can't give shoes to each other? When Rugi didn't understand. Why can't I give shoes to each other? Tong Zol blinked her eyes. I heard that you can't give umbrellas to each other because the two of you will break up if you do. You also can't give shoes to each other because the other party will run away with shoes. When Rugi's face instantly turned green. I haven't heard of this before. Why? Don't you give me the shoes? I'll give you another gift later. After saying that, he stared at the shoes in her hand with his dark eyes. It was as if he would immediately snatch the shoes and destroy them on the spot if she nodded. When Tong Xuelu saw him looking at the shoes with hatred, she almost laughed out loud. You've already given them to me. It's okay. It's okay. I don't want you to run away with someone else. After saying that, the tips of his ears turned red. Tong Xuelu took out 10 cents from her pocket and handed it to him. Take it. Just treat it as if I bought it from you. This will solve the problem. When Rugi asked suspiciously, can this really solve the problem? He studied physics and science. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods. However, when it came to Tong Xuelu, he would rather believe in her. Tong Xuelu nodded and leaned over to kiss him on the cheek. Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. As expected, when Rugi's face immediately turned red. Although the two of them had been together for more than half a year and had kissed many times, when Rugi was still so shy. Tong Xuelu liked to see him blushing. Every time she saw him like this, all kinds of evil thoughts would surge in her heart. For example, at this moment, she wanted to press him down and bully him. TSK, TSK. The soul of a female hooligan lived in her heart. The others came one after another. Just like during the New Year, they all brought various kinds of meat in their hands. Unlike during the New Year, Xiao Qingping came with them this time. Ever since Xiao Qingping was transferred back to Beijing, he often attended their gatherings uninvited. As for how he found out, it was naturally through Fang Jingyuan. At this moment, the two of them were quarreling. Fang Jingyuan was so angry that her face turned red. Green bean eyes, you're so shameless. Every time you follow me at the gate, I'll go to your unit and tell your leader if you do this again. Xiao Qingping scratched his head. Who said I followed you? The road doesn't belong to you. Besides, Zulf didn't say that I couldn't come. Why are you so angry? Fang Jingyuan didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. She's too kind to chase you out. If you didn't come with me every time, how would you know about the gatherings? Get out of here right now. As she spoke, she reached out to push Xiao Qingping out. Xiao Qingping naturally didn't want to leave, but Fang Jingyuan was a female comrade. He couldn't just push her back, so he kept dodging. All of a sudden, Fang Jingyuan missed her push and fell to the ground. Ah, green bean eyes, save me. Xiao Qingping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She called him green bean eyes at a time like this. However, he couldn't leave her in the lurch. He reached out and grabbed Fang Jingyuan's arm and pulled her towards him. Fang Jingyuan was pulled hard by him. Her whole body fell to him and slammed into his chest. Fang Jingyuan gasped in pain and pushed him away. What's your chest made of? Why is it so hard? A man's chest must be hard. Xiao Qingping's dark skin suddenly turned red, but because it was too dark, it couldn't be seen. In fact, he had the same feeling in shock as Fang Jingyuan. He never knew that a woman's chest could be so soft. When she slammed into him, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His whole body trembled. He didn't know if he had a guilty conscience, but he subconsciously didn't dare to look at her. Fang Jingyuan snorted and glared at him. Nothing good happens every time I see you. Stay away from me. Then she turned and ran to find Tong Xuelu. Xiao Qingping looked at her back and reached out to cover his chest. His chest was beating wildly at this time. This was the first time he felt this way. Thinking of the scene where the two of them collided, his throat moved subconsciously a few times. Then he felt very thirsty. He strode to the living room and poured a large glass of cold water to drink. Only then did he suppress the restlessness in his heart. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he saw Fang Jingyuan standing by the window. She was talking to Xiao Mianmian. She pouted one moment and shook her head the next. He suddenly felt that the way Fang Jingyuan talked was very cute. He even wanted to pinch her round face. What the hell, ***. In addition to the barbecued meat and seasoning, Tong Xuelu also made some osmanthus cakes and sour osmanthus plum soup. However, she didn't greet everyone outside. Instead, she was coaxing Wenrugi in the room. Because Wenrugi was jealous. Just now, Tong Jessen had run home with a package he had brought back from the postman. The package wasn't sent by someone else. It was sent by Xie Guangquan, who had returned to America for half a year. In the package, besides the drawing book for Tong Jessen, there was also a birthday present for her. Wenrugi happened to see the package. Then, the big cutie got angry and ate a bucket of vinegar. Seeing that everyone was in the courtyard, Tong Xuelu gently closed the door. Then, she leaned over and poked his chest with her hand. Tell me the truth. When we were in Yangzhou last time, did you take a cold shower on purpose that day when you caught a cold? Wenrugi's heart skipped a beat. His ears immediately turned red. You found out? Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. So, I guessed right? Wenrugi nodded with a red face. He didn't dare to look her in the eyes. I didn't want you to go out and take photos with Comrade Xia. At that time, he really didn't want to see her with Xie Guangquan. However, he couldn't do anything despicable, so he had to make himself sick. Tong Xuelu was a little suspicious when they were in Yangzhou. However, there were other people around at that time, so she didn't ask him. When she came back, she got busy and forgot about this matter. She didn't expect him to be so excited when he saw Xie Guangquan's package. Only then did she remember what happened in Yangzhou. Tong Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, you don't have to worry. I treat Comrade Xia as a friend. I only have you in my heart. Wenrugi's heart seemed to be blooming with fireworks. For the first time, he felt the meaning of a blooming heart. He looked at her with his ink-black eyes. His eyes were filled with tenderness. I only have you in my heart too. From the beginning until now, it had always been like this. It would also be like this in the future. With that, he gently cupped her face and kissed her rosy lips. At first, his kiss was very gentle. Gradually, he became a domineering little President Wen. Gentle and domineering. 2 minutes later. Tong Xuelu's voice was a little unstable. Rugue, let go of me. You burned me. Wenrugi's body stiffened. His heart almost stopped beating. Tong Xuelu looked at his red face and held back her laughter. I said that I like you to be wild, but you're too wild. Wenrugi felt as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly let go of her waist and said, I'm sorry. Tong Xuelu looked down and whistled in his heart. Yes, it was bulging. It was full of capital. Wenrugi met her misty eyes and felt as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly felt numb. He turned his body slightly to cover it, but it seemed even more. Tong Xuelu was a pervert in his heart, but he pretended to be shy and asked, Do you feel uncomfortable like this? When Rugi blushed and shook his head. No. He lied. In fact, he felt so uncomfortable that he was about to explode. However, he did not dare to say such hooligan words in front of her for fear of scaring her. Tong Xuelu clicked his tongue in his heart and said, "It's good that you don't feel uncomfortable. I'll go out first then." Okay. When Rugi watched her turn and run out of the room, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he did not go out now, he would embarrass himself. He hurriedly opened the window and let the autumn wind blow in, cooling down the mania in his body. More than 10 minutes later, he walked out of the room and almost bumped into old Mr. Wen. Old Mr. Wen glanced at his red and swollen lips and coughed. "Even if you can't bear it, you still have to wait for the guests to leave. Look at you now." When Rugi was speechless, old Mr. Wen saw that he did not say anything and continued to criticize him. "You're such a hooligan. Zulf can tolerate you because he's too naive. If it were someone else, they would have broken up with you long ago." Rugue was speechless. Old Mr. Wen taught him a lesson before leaving in satisfaction. If he knew that the real hooligan was Tong Xuelu, what would his expression be like? The barbecue in the courtyard had already started. With the previous experience, everyone started automatically without Tong Xuelu. The children were eating osmanthus cakes while waiting for the barbecue, while the adults were discussing the college entrance examination. Among them, Wei Ran and Fang Jingyuan were equally confused. Wei Ran had been studying at the Beijing University of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers for a year and a half. Now that the college entrance exam had been reinstated, from this year onwards, the workers, peasants, and soldiers would stop enrolling. His grandfather had asked him to drop out of school and retake the college entrance exam, but his classmates and seniors from other realms had not dropped out, so he was very hesitant. Wei Guizhi said, "What's there to hesitate about? You've been a worker, peasant, and soldier for more than a year, but you haven't learned anything. Now that the country has stopped recruiting, the status of workers, peasants, and soldiers will only become more and more awkward." Wei Ran still couldn't make up his mind. "But it's too late for me to revise now. Wei Guizhi, I remember that on your birthday last year, didn't Zulf give you a book on mathematics and physics? You didn't watch it?" Wei Ran blushed and shook his head. "I don't have time." Although they didn't learn anything in school, they didn't have nothing to do. In addition to political education every day, they also had to go to the factory for internships. Sometimes, they had to go to the countryside to learn how to farm. Wei Guizhi looked at him with disappointment. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, go back to school and tell the teachers that after dropping out, come back and revise. Wei Ran scratched his head. What if I can't pass the college entrance examination? He had basically forgotten all the knowledge he had in junior high and high school. There were only 2 months until the college entrance examination, and he was afraid that he couldn't pass. Wei Guizhi, if you can't pass, you can continue to take the exam next year. Anyway, you're still young. Your grandmother and I won't force you to marry a wife so soon. When he heard that, Wei Ran's face turned even redder. Wei Zhuzhu ran over and was shocked when she saw her brother's face. "Brother, your face is as red as a braised pig's head. It looks scary." Wei Ran glared at her fiercely. Wei Zhuzhu was so scared that she screamed and ran away. Tong Xuelu sat down and roasted some meat. "I think Grandpa Wei is right. If you can't pass the college entrance examination this time, then you should continue to prepare." The older the ginger, the spicier it was. The students who graduated from the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers University were restricted in their work and had an awkward position. However, because they had graduated, they couldn't take the college entrance examination again. If Wei Ran wanted to take the college entrance examination, it would be best for him to drop out now. After 1 or 2 years, it would be impossible for him to start over again. Wei Ran heard everyone's words. He thought for a while and made up his mind. "Okay, then I'll go back to school to complete the withdrawal procedures." As soon as Wei Ran finished speaking, Fang Jingyuan frowned and said, "Zulf, do you think I should take the college entrance examination?" Her current job was in the arts and crafts troupe. She usually performed, sang, or danced. This was a youthful job. If she couldn't be promoted in the future, she would be assigned to some useless position when she got older. However, she didn't have the confidence to take the college entrance examination. After all, she had graduated a few years ago and her grades weren't good. Tang Xuelu said, "Do you have any majors that you want to apply for?" Fang Jingyuan's face flashed with a hint of shyness. "Since I was young, I thought that acting in movies was very interesting." Xiao Qingping suddenly interrupted, "Do you want to be an actor?" The students of the drama academy were usually very good-looking. He suspected that she actually wanted to go there to look at male comrades. "It's none of your business." Fang Jingyuan glared at him and said to Tang Xuelu, "I want to be a director." "Oh, I didn't expect the big-headed girl to have such dreams." Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "If you're afraid that you won't pass the college entrance examination, then don't quit your job in the arts and crafts troupe. Anyway, you won't lose out if you try." If she didn't quit her job in the arts and crafts troupe, she could attack or retreat. This way, she wouldn't feel so much pressure. Fang Jingyuan thought about it and nodded. "You're right. If I don't pass the college entrance examination, at most, I'll be a little embarrassed, but I won't lose anything." When Wei Ran heard this, he suddenly felt the pressure on his shoulders increase. He was the type of person who would have no way out once he dropped out of school. He was the complete opposite of Fang Jingyuan. Among the people who came to Tang Xuelu's birthday party today, besides Tang Xuelu, Wei Ran, and Fang Jingyuan who decided to take the college entrance examination, Jiang Danhong was also there. Jiang Danhong was the oldest among them, but everyone expressed their support for her decision. Actually, Jiang Danhong's situation wasn't strange at all in this era. This year's college entrance examination didn't have a restriction on age or marital status. Therefore, many old educated youths signed up for the college entrance examination. When Rugi walked over and sat down next to Tang Xuelu, he naturally took the barbecued meat in her hands and grilled it. "You go and rest. I'll grill it." Tang Xuelu and he looked at each other and smiled. He stood up and went to the room to take out 2 mathematics, physics, and chemistry books. He gave one to Fang Jingyuan and one to Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong touched the books. Her face was full of appreciation and gratitude. "Thank you, Zulf. This gift is too precious." Fang Jingyuan was even more excited. He jumped up and hugged her. "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to buy the revision materials. This is great. Thank you." Ever since the news of the college entrance examination being reinstated spread, the revision materials were hard to come by. Those who had junior high and high school textbooks at home were also in high demand. Xiao Qingping glanced at Fang Jingyuan, who was bursting with joy, and felt even more irritated. When he heard that Fang Jingyuan was going to take the college entrance examination, he actually wanted his uncle to get him a set of revision materials. He was really sick. What did it have to do with him whether his big head could get into college or not? The night breeze blew, and the courtyard was filled with the aroma of barbecued meat. Everyone was eating barbecued meat and talking about the future. It was pleasant and beautiful. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the moon was full and people were reunited. Tang Xuelu made mooncakes for everyone, just like last year. Then, she took Xiao Jiaming and his 2 siblings to the Wen family to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Xuelu and Uncle Zong were busy in the kitchen. They made a table full of delicious dishes for everyone. Because when Rugi liked to eat fish, she specially made steamed fish for him today. She poured the prepared soy sauce on the fish and sprinkled shredded onions and ginger. Then, she poured hot oil on the steamed fish. With a sizzling sound, a tantalizing aroma floated up and filled the kitchen. After the oil was poured, the fish emitted a layer of light. It looked very fresh and tender. The aroma floated out of the window. When the other families in the courtyard smelled the aroma, they all subconsciously swallowed their saliva and stared straight at the Wen family's house. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Commander Wen, what are you cooking? Why does it smell so good?" "Yeah, I'm almost drooling. Uncle Zong's cooking doesn't smell so good usually." Old Mr. Wen said proudly, "Little Zong's cooking is only SOSO. Today, Ru Gui's girlfriend came over to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with us. She's cooking." "Hey, is Ru Gui's girlfriend the previous manager of Dongfeng Restaurant?" Old Mr. Wen was even more proud. He puffed out his chest and said, yes, she even got a first-class chef certificate. I'm not praising her, but she's really smart and capable. Ordinary people can't compare to her at all. Everyone was speechless. If this wasn't a compliment, then what was? By the way, why did she quit all of a sudden? Ever since she left, the food at Dongfeng restaurant hasn't been that good. I think so too. I used to go there at least once or twice a month. Now, I only eat the same dishes. It's boring. Old Mr. Wen said, she's going to take the college entrance examination. I'm not bragging, but with her intelligence, she'll definitely get into Qing University and Beijing University. Everyone was speechless. Why didn't they realize that old Mr. Wen was so immodest in the past? Was it so easy to get into Qing University and Beijing University? Tang Xuelu might be good at cooking, but they heard that she was only a junior high school graduate. She was bragging a little too much if she wanted to get into Qing University and Beijing University. However, they were too embarrassed to say it directly in front of old Mr. Wen, so they laughed it off and went back. Old Mr. Wen didn't care what they thought and turned to go back to eat. In addition to the steamed fish, Tang Xuelu also made steamed pork ribs with taro, fried buns with vegetable stuffing, and chicken soup with corn radish. The meat of the steamed fish was tender and fragrant. It was a delicacy on the tip of the tongue. The pork ribs were mixed with the flavor of the taro, fresh and chewy. The taro was steamed until it was soft and moist, which was perfect for old Mr. Wen's taste buds. After taking a bite of the fried buns with vegetable stuffing, all kinds of stuffing instantly filled his mouth. The soup spread out, fragrant and crispy. It was actually not inferior to the delicacies at all. Everyone was satisfied with the meal, and their stomachs were bloated. After the meal, old Mr. Wen took the snacks to show off to old Jiang next door, making old Jiang so envious that he teared up. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Tong family was a little tense. Last year, Tang Xuelu didn't come to deliver the gifts because of the rain. However, she still sent the mooncakes the next day. Since it didn't rain during the Mid-Autumn Festival this year, they thought that she would come. However, after waiting for an entire day, she didn't even show up. Kai Chunlan pursed her lips and said, seems like someone has made up her mind to cut off all ties with the Tong family. Second brother Tong glanced at her and said softly, no one will think that you're mute if you don't say anything. Kai Chunlan was very displeased. However, when she looked up and saw her mother-in-law's sullen face, she suddenly felt inexplicably pleased. At this moment, Mrs. Tong felt as if there was a huge rock in her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. She originally thought that if Tang Xuelu came over during the Mid-Autumn Festival, she would take the opportunity to forgive her and re-establish the relationship between the two families. Tang Xuelu's biological grandfather was a commander. She heard that he would be transferred back to Beijing next month. If she could get his help, her two sons would be promoted. However, she didn't expect that Tang Xuelu didn't even come and didn't even send the gifts. She was indeed an ingrate. Kai Chunlan was a talkative person. After a minute of silence, she started talking again. Oh yes, I heard that Tang Xuelu resigned from her position as the restaurant manager and is preparing to take the college entrance examination. I remember that she failed every single exam when she was still in school. Back then, she almost couldn't graduate. How dare she take the college entrance examination with such poor results? What a joke. Everyone was shocked to hear the news. Qin Yueling asked, did she really resign from her position as the restaurant manager? Kai Chunlan smiled and nodded. She mocked, yes, there are many people who take the college entrance examination, but it's rare to see someone as stupid as her to resign. If she can't pass the exam, it will be really embarrassing. Brother Tong frowned and said, she's too impulsive. Everyone else thought the same. They all felt that Tang Xuelu would definitely not be able to pass the college entrance examination. Not only would she be embarrassed, but she would also lose her job. This was not just impulsive, it was completely stupid. When Mrs. Tong heard the news, the huge rock in her chest suddenly disappeared. She immediately ate 2 more bowls of rice. The first college entrance examination was reinstated. There were very few restrictions. Although the registration fee of 50 cents was a little expensive, as long as one graduated from middle school or above, basically everyone took the college entrance examination. Tang Xuelu initially wanted to apply for the economics major. After some consideration, she applied for the English major. Of course, after graduation, she didn't want to work in an English-related industry. She wanted to continue working in a food-related industry. In addition to setting up her own factory and restaurant, she wanted to spread Chinese food to the world. Chinese food culture was the condensation of 5,000 years of civilization and wisdom. The color, fragrance, taste of Chinese food was enough to conquer everyone. In order to spread Chinese food, it was very necessary to master English. Although she had learned English before she transmigrated, she didn't specialize in it. Therefore, she wanted to learn more about English. On this day, she and Fang Jingyuan went to the Ministry of Education to get their admission ticket. The words written on her admission ticket were 1977 Unified College Admission Ticket Exam Area, Beijing Category, Science Name, Tang Xuelu, Additional Subject, English, Serial Number, 254250 Beijing College Admission Committee Office Seal. When Tang Xuelu saw her serial number, the corner of her mouth twitched violently. Do you have to be so mean? 54,250? I'm 250. Damn, Fang Jingyuan came over to look at her admission ticket. He looked envious and said, "Why are your photos so beautiful?" Tang Xuelu boasted shamelessly, "I can't help it. I'm born beautiful." Fang Jingyuan was speechless. When she passed by Xinhua bookstore on the way back, she saw a long line outside. The library was also full of people. Even the windowsills were full of people. Some people who went late didn't get a seat and could only sit on the floor. In the past 10 years, the cultured people had been hit hard. At that time, they even promoted the theory that studying was useless. But now, that era of absurdity was over. The resumption of the college entrance examination gave the cultured people a powerful boost. They were wild with joy and their eyes were full of curiosity. Every time Tang Xuelu saw this scene, she felt excited. After parting ways with Fang Jingyuan, she didn't go straight home. Instead, she went to the printing factory. The guard at the printing factory saw her and smiled. "Comrade Tang, you're here?" Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "I have an appointment with the factory director." "Is he inside?" The guard smiled and wrinkled the corners of his mouth. Yes, please go in." It wasn't the first time Tang Xuelu came here. She didn't need anyone to show her and went straight to the factory director's office. When factory director Zhou saw her, he stood up and smiled. "Comrade Tang, you're finally here. Please take a seat." Tang Xuelu sat down on the sofa. Factory director Zhou asked someone to pour a cup of tea and took out the candies and melon seeds that he had prepared in the morning. "Comrade Tang, please enjoy." Tang Xuelu smiled and expressed her gratitude. Factory director Zhou didn't beat around the bush. He directly took out 2 envelopes from the drawer. "This is the money for the mathematics, physics, and chemistry booklet. The other is a gift from the printing factory to Comrade Tang." The country suddenly announced the resumption of the college entrance examination. Many people couldn't find books or review materials. Even if they had money, they couldn't buy them. The printing factory was also very anxious. The higher-ups gave them a quota and asked them to quickly print the materials. However, they didn't say what materials to print. Everything was too sudden. No one could answer. At this time, the Wen family contacted them and said that they had about 950 booklets in their hands. They also said that the booklets in their hands could be used as review materials. After getting the booklets, they hurried to consult the Education Bureau. After confirming that the booklets could indeed be used as review materials, they were immediately ecstatic. Because they got the review materials earlier than other printing factories, the booklets they printed were quickly sent to bookstores and libraries all over the country. Now their printing factory was famous all over the country and had become a wind vane in the printing industry. All this was thanks to the Wen family. Factory director Zhou and the Wen family were relatives in a roundabout way. However, because they weren't very close, they didn't visit each other often. This time, they got so many booklets through the Wen family. Naturally, their factory wanted to express their gratitude. Factory director Zhou didn't know that these booklets belonged to Tang Xuelu. He only thought that the Wen family sent her to deal with this matter. Therefore, he didn't mention the Wen family at all. These things were done in private and couldn't be made public. Tang Xuelu didn't count the money. She took the envelope and put it in her military satchel. Thank you, Factory Director Zhou. I know you are a cautious person, but I still want to remind you that after I leave this door, we won't know each other anymore. Factory Director Zhou nodded repeatedly. I understand. Comrade Tang came here twice just to consult about printing matters. Tang Xuelu nodded with satisfaction, turned around and walked out of Factory Director Zhou's office. She got 1,000 mathematics, physics, and chemistry booklets from Mother Xiao. At first, she wanted to sell them herself. However, her identity was different from before. Now, she was the granddaughter of a commander. Her fiancé's family background was also different. If she sold them privately, it would be too risky. Therefore, she told Wenrugi about the booklets. Wenrugi contacted Factory Director Zhou with his connections. She sold the booklets to Factory Director Zhou privately at a low price and got rid of the booklets just like that. Because of the Wen family's support, she believed that Factory Director Zhou wouldn't be so stupid to expose this matter. What's more, if he exposed it, he would definitely be punished. After returning home, Tang Xuelu took out the 2 envelopes and opened them. She got a total of 580 yuan from selling the booklets and 200 yuan as a thank you fee. It added up to about 800 yuan. This was her private money. She made a profit. From that day on, Tang Xuelu didn't go out anymore. She focused on studying for the college entrance exam at home. Sometimes, Wei Ran, Fang Jingyuan, and Jiang Danhong would come over to discuss the questions with her. In the blink of an eye, it was November. The weather was getting colder and colder. The preliminary exam was on the 27th. The preliminary exam only tested Chinese and mathematics. Tang Xuelu passed it easily. Only a few people were eliminated from the preliminary exam. Most of them passed. On the 9th of December, it was snowing heavily. The weather was so cold that people's teeth were chattering. Tang Xuelu sat on Wenrugi's bicycle and went to the examination hall to take the college entrance exam. There were many people outside the examination hall. The examinees' eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. However, their bodies were shivering like a sieve. Wenrugi saw that her face was red from the cold and said gently, "Stand here. I'll block the wind for you." Tang Xuelu looked up and smiled at him. "I'm wearing thick clothes. There's also a hot water bottle in my clothes. I'm not cold at all." The whole family was mobilized for the college entrance exam. Because the exam was in December, Wenrugi used his connections to buy her a hot water bottle and gloves from the department store. At this time, she was wearing a military coat, a military cap, woolen gloves, a scarf around her neck, and a hot water bottle in her arms. She was really not cold at all. To say something hateful, she still felt a little hot at this moment. When the crowd saw that she was well equipped, they looked at her with envy and jealousy. Then, they looked at Wenrugi, who was standing beside her. He was cultured, elegant, young, and handsome. He even had a bicycle. The crowd of girls was jealous. The guard walked out and knocked on the gong a few times. Enter the examination hall. The examinees have entered the examination hall. Tang Xuelu stuffed the hot water bottle into Wenrugi's arms. She looked up and smiled. "I'm going in." Wenrugi handed her the cardboard in his hand. "Okay, I'll wait for you outside." When everyone saw the cardboard in Tang Xuelu's hand, they did not know what she was going to do with it. However, when they entered the examination hall, they could not help but feel envious. Some of the desks were full of holes. If there was no cushion on top of them, they could easily tear the exam paper if they were not careful with their writing. As Tang Xuelu was prepared, she did not have to worry about the exam at all. The college entrance exam lasted for 3 days. As Tang Xuelu applied for the English major, she took one more exam than the other examinees. After the examination hall was filled with screams. Many people said that they definitely could not pass the exam. There were additional questions for the Chinese and mathematics exams, but not many people could answer them. Tang Xuelu answered all of them. Those questions were difficult for the examinees of this era. However, for Tang Xuelu, who had transmigrated from a book, they were very easy. For example, the additional question for the mathematics exam was actually a very simple calculus question. However, many people said that they could not understand it. After the exam, the teachers immediately immersed themselves in marking the exam papers. On the 25th of January, the results were finally released to everyone's expectations. The total score was 500 points. Tang Xuelu scored 494 points and 100 points for the English exam. She was ranked first among the examinees in Beijing. When the Tang family in the main logistics compound heard the news, they were stunned. When Kai Chunlan heard the news, she almost dropped the porcelain jar in her hand. What? What? Did you just say that the former manager of Dongfeng restaurant got first place in the city? Her colleague nodded. Yes. Manager Tong scored 494 points and 100 points in English. Not only is she the best in Beijing, but no one in the country can surpass her. This was the first time the college entrance examination was reinstated. The questions were not the same nationwide. Every province had its own questions, and the difficulty of the questions varied. However, according to the statistics, the results of each province were generally not high. It was considered a high score if one scored more than 300 points. Some provinces only had 200 points for admission. However, Manager Tong scored 494 points. This score was really outstanding. Another colleague came over and said, I heard that the leaders and professors of Tsinghua University and Beijing University are fighting for her. The other universities are also trying to recruit her. She must be a genius to have such a high score. Kai Chunlan. Genius? In her impression, Tang Xuelu had nothing to do with a genius. She just laughed at her not long ago. She didn't expect that in less than 3 months, her face would be swollen. At dinner, she couldn't help but tell the news at the dinner table. Have you heard? Tang Xuelu got first place in the city in the college entrance examination and scored 100 points in English. Why can't I believe it? When she said this, the living room was silent for a few seconds. Brother Tong even forgot to chew the meat in his mouth. He said with a shocked face, Is what you said true? Zulf really got first place in the city? Tang Xuelu had always been the last in her class. She actually got into a university, she even got first place in the city. Not only did Kai Chunlan not believe it, but he also couldn't believe his own ears. Kai Chunlan nodded. I heard that several universities from Tsinghua University and Beijing University are fighting for her. Do you think she knew the exam questions in advance? Bang, a loud sound was heard. Father Tong slammed his chopsticks on the table and shouted with a sullen face, Shut your mouth. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you and Tang Xuelu will divorce tomorrow. Everyone was shocked. When they heard the following words, they were so shocked that they didn't dare to breathe. Kai Chunlan's face turned pale. Dad, Father Tong looked at her seriously. I don't care what you're thinking. In short, I'll say it here. If you want to die, go back to your parents' home. Our Tong family can't keep someone like you. Kai Chunlan's face turned red and white. Dad, I know. I won't say anything. Tang Xuelu's father glanced at the others and said, All of you, listen up. The Tong family can't afford any more trouble. If you really want the best for this family, then shut your mouths and don't look for Tang Xuelu. He regretted not helping Tang Xuelu when he was in trouble, but what was done was done. If he were to approach her now, that would be called shameless. He couldn't do such a thing. Big brother Tong and second brother Tong said, Dad, we heard you clearly. Chen Yueling also quickly expressed her position. Only Mother Tong's expression was very ugly. She knew that her husband's words were meant for her to hear. Indeed, there was a moment when she wanted to look for Tang Xuelu. Although Tang Xuelu wasn't her biological daughter, she had raised her for more than 10 years. What right did she have to not acknowledge her? When she heard Kai Chunlan's words later, her heart was also stirred. However, just as this flame was ignited, it was extinguished by her husband's splashing of cold water. At this moment, the Wen family and the Tong family were even happier than during the New Year. Old Mr. Wen had already gone around the military compound to show off, but he was still not satisfied. At this moment, he was like a victorious rooster, puffing out his chest valiantly. I already said that I'm not praising her. My future granddaughter-in-law is indeed smarter than the average person. She's only 6 marks away from full marks. Can your children do this? Everyone was speechless. No, no, no. Old Mr. Wen sighed and said, Ru Gui is so smart. My future granddaughter-in-law is even smarter. I'm now worried that their children will be so smart that they can fly. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know if Ru Gui's children would be so smart, but everyone present could feel that old Mr. Wen's tail was about to fly. Old Mr. Wen smiled and squinted his eyes. In the morning, the principal of Tsinghua University called me and asked me to let Zolv go to Tsinghua University. In the afternoon, the principal of Beijing University also called me. This is really difficult. Everyone was speechless. The more they listened, the more they felt that their children were stupid. Coincidentally, Commander Xiao, who was in the army, was also flushed with pride. Commander Xiao, why are you smiling so happily? Did something good happen? Commander Xiao looked calm and said, It's not anything good. It's just that my granddaughter has been admitted to a university. Admitted to a university? Congratulations, Commander Xiao. May I know which university it is? Commander Xiao said, It hasn't been decided yet. Tsinghua University and Beijing University want my granddaughter to go to their university. They even asked me to help persuade them. I said that I can't make the decision. Everyone was speechless. The principals of Tsinghua University and Beijing University personally came to snatch her granddaughter-in-law. Wasn't this too awesome? Commander Xiao, how many points did your granddaughter score? She must be very outstanding to be able to make the principals of Tsinghua University and Beijing University fight over her. Commander Xiao waved his hand and continued to be modest. She's not very outstanding. Out of a total of 500 points, she only scored 494 points. She can continue to work hard. Everyone was speechless. This was not very outstanding, she only scored 494 points, Commander Xiao, you can continue to show off. Tong Xuelu was receiving the leaders of Tsinghua University and Beijing University at this time. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office said, Comrade Tong, as long as you are willing to go to Tsinghua University, you can ask for anything. We will definitely satisfy you. The head of Beijing University's admissions office said, Comrade Tong, as long as you are willing to come to Beijing University, no matter what conditions Tsinghua University gives you, Beijing University will double them. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office was speechless. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. The two of them argued, and in order to snatch the talent, their saliva almost dried up. With a total score of 500 points, she got full marks in all 3 subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Only politics and Chinese were deducted 6 points, and English also got full marks. This was simply a genius among geniuses. The principal had already given them a task. Such a talent had to be snatched up no matter what. Tong Xuelu's face was black. Can the 2 directors listen to me? The 2 admissions directors immediately stopped arguing. Comrade Tong, please speak. Tong Xuelu said, I applied for the English major in the college entrance examination, so I want to go to Beijing Foreign Languages University to study English. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office, the head of Beijing University's admissions office, what? Their saliva was dry from arguing, but in the end, it was the foreign languages school that benefited them. How could this be? The head of Beijing University's admissions office said, Comrade Tong, why do you want to go to the foreign languages school? The country's foreign languages teachers are concentrated in Beijing University and the foreign languages school, but obviously, Beijing University's teachers are stronger. You can consider our school. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office said, Comrade Tong, are you worried that Tsinghua University doesn't have a foreign languages department? Then you're wrong. Tsinghua University recruited English, Japanese, and German undergraduates in 1965, 1970, and 1974, and trained many foreign language teachers and foreign language translators for the country. Tong Xuelu was stunned. She remembered that the Foreign Languages Department of Tsinghua University was only rebuilt after 1983. She didn't expect that it had not been interrupted. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office saw that she was tempted and hurriedly continued, "Comrade Tong, as long as you are willing to go to our school, our foreign languages department can be rebuilt now." The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office. This was simply too shameless. As long as one was Chinese, they all had a dream of going to Tsinghua University. Tong Xiaolu listened to the other party's words and said that she could consider it if the conditions allowed. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office was ecstatic when he heard this and happily trotted back to make a report. The head of Tsinghua University's admissions office looked depressed and repeatedly asked Tong Xiaolu to reconsider. Who knew that things would turn out this way? Although Tsinghua University wanted to keep Tong Xiaolu as a talent, the college entrance examination had just resumed and the country's teachers were very lacking. It was impossible to immediately rebuild the foreign languages department for her alone. Currently, the foreign language teachers were still concentrated in Tsinghua University and the Beijing Foreign Language Institute. After Tong Xiaolu considered it, she finally chose to go to Tsinghua University. For Tsinghua University, this was simply a glimmer of hope. They thought that there was no hope, but in the end, the talent still fell into their own school. The leaders of Tsinghua University were so happy that they wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. After the professors and teachers of the various departments of Tsinghua University found out, they launched a new round of talent-snatching war. The professor of the mathematics department said, "Student Tong scored 100 points in the mathematics exam and even solved the last additional question. How can such a talent not come to our mathematics department?" The professor of the physics department said, "Student Tong also scored 100 points in physics. I heard that her fiancé is a physics researcher. I think she should come to our physics department. In the future, they can sing together." The professor of the chemistry department said, "Student Tong also scored 100 points in chemistry. Our chemistry department is so short of talents. I think she should come to our chemistry department." The dean of the foreign languages department said, "All of you get lost. I'll fight with anyone who tries to snatch talents from me. Student Tong scored 100 points in English. She is a proper diplomatic talent." Tong Xiaolu found out that the professors and deans of the various departments were fighting for her. She broke out in a cold sweat. She was the only one who knew that she wasn't a talent at all. The reason why she could score so high was entirely because she had a golden finger. The other candidates' results were not high, but it did not mean that they were not smart. People in this era were not stupid at all. They had been delayed for more than 10 years. In addition, there was no learning environment, so their results were worse than hers. Once they entered universities to study, many of these people later became outstanding talents in various fields. In fact, she did not have the talent for mathematics, physics, and chemistry. If she entered those majors, she would only find it more and more difficult to learn. She was very self-aware about this point. Therefore, she firmly chose the English major. In addition to her, Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Danhong were also admitted. Fang Jingyuan was admitted to the Capital City Film Academy. Her results barely passed the admission line and she almost had to retake the exam. Jiang Danhong was admitted to the Capital City Agricultural University. Wei Ran failed the college entrance examination by more than 10 points and was very depressed. After Tong Xiaolu found out, she encouraged him to continue working hard. The second college entrance examination would be held in July this year and time was of the essence. If he continued to be depressed, he was afraid that he would fail the second time. Fortunately, Wei Ran was a determined person. After 2 or 3 days of depression, he pulled himself together again. Old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao both said that they wanted to celebrate, but Tong Xiaolu refused. Her results were already too high profile and many people were paying attention to her. However, she was not a real talent, so it was better to keep a low profile. In the end, after some discussion, they only invited people who were familiar with her to celebrate at home. The day before yesterday, Tong Xiaolu received a telegram informing her to go to the hospital for a physical examination. Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Danhong also received the telegram, so the three of them agreed to go together today. When they arrived at the hospital, they followed the instructions to the service desk to collect the medical examination form. The staff asked them to take out the medical examination notice. Tong Xiaolu and Jiang Danhong took out the medical examination notice and handed it over. Fang Jingyuan looked for it, but found that it was missing. Fang Jingyuan was so anxious that her face turned red. I remember that I put it in my military bag when I went out. How did it disappear? Tong Xuelu said, don't worry, look for it carefully. Also, did you take it out before you came to the hospital? Fang Jingyuan said anxiously, I think I did, but I also don't think so. I can't remember. Upon hearing this, Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes. Ever since she was accepted, Fang Jingyuan had been in a state of excitement for the past few days. It was not the first time that she had forgotten to do things. Jiang Danhong turned and asked the staff, hello, comrade. If there is no medical examination notice, can we take part in the medical examination? The staff curled her lips and said, of course not. Without the medical examination notice, how would I know if you are a university student? Fang Jingyuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Damn it, damn it. If there is no medical examination notice, does that mean I can't take part in the medical examination? Before going to university, the medical examination was mandatory. Now that she had lost the medical examination notice, she was worried that she would have to take the college entrance examination again. Tong Xuelu frowned. Let's go out and look for it. At this moment, a slim female comrade walked over. Did you lose a medical examination notice? Fang Jingyuan's eyes lit up. Yes, I lost it. Did you pick up my medical examination notice? The female comrade said, I did pick one up. Do you think it's yours? Fang Jingyuan took it and looked at it. She jumped up happily. It's mine. Thank you, comrade. I thought I wouldn't be able to take part in the medical examination today. Before the female comrade could say anything, the girl next to her complained, why did you give it to her? You should have asked for her name. What if someone pretended to be you? The female comrade paused and scratched her nose. She smiled and said, I don't think so. Who would pretend to be someone else? Fang Jingyuan quickly took out her work permit and admission ticket. I didn't pretend to be you. Look, my name is Fang Jingyuan. The female comrade smiled even more brightly. Cousin, I told you that no one would pretend to be you. The person who was called cousin pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Fang Jingyuan said gratefully, it's all thanks to you this time. By the way, my name is Fang Jingyuan. What's your name? My name is Jiang Baihui. I'm a student of the English department of Beijing University. What about you? Fang Jingyuan exclaimed, ah, what a coincidence. Jiang Baihui's eyes widened and she looked confused. Are you also students of the English department of the English Department of Foreign Languages? Fang Jingyuan shook her head. No, I'm not. She's my friend. Let me tell you, my friend is amazing. She got first place in Beijing. Jiang Baihui and her cousin were shocked when they heard this. Jiang Baihui was especially excited. Her cheeks turned red. May I ask who your friend is? Fang Jingyuan turned around and pointed at Tong Xuelu. She said proudly, this is my friend. She got 100 points in the English exam. Jiang Baihui looked at Tong Xuelu like a fangirl. Oh my god, so you're comrade Tong. I heard that there was a female comrade in Beijing who got full marks in the exam. I didn't expect you to be so young and so beautiful. Jiang Baihui's cousin also looked at Tong Xuelu with admiration, but she didn't say anything. Fang Jingyuan continued, you may not know this, but Zulva's not only beautiful, but she's also very good at studying. She's also very good at cooking. Have you heard of Dongfeng Restaurant? Jiang Baihui nodded. I've heard of it. Fang Jingyuan puffed out her chest and said proudly, the manager of that restaurant is Zulv. Jiang Baihui screamed again. Oh my god, I'd eaten at Dongfeng Restaurant twice. The spicy hot pot and beef meatballs were so delicious. But when I went there, I didn't see the manager. So it was you. Comrade Tong is so happy to see you. May I shake hands with you? Tong Xuelu was speechless. Jiang Baihui looked like a fan who saw her idol in her previous life. She was all too familiar with that fangirl look. However, when she went back, she still had to warn Fang Jingyuan to stop praising her. Tong Xuelu reached out and shook hands with Jiang Baihui and her cousin. Jiang Baihui was so excited that her face turned red. I don't want to wash my hands when I go back. Tang Xuelu was speechless. Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Baihui became more and more in tune as they chatted. They hit it off right away. Both of them had carefree personalities and didn't seem to be scheming. They both liked good-looking people and liked to eat delicious food. The two of them immediately became close friends. Tang Xuelu didn't say anything. After the physical examination, they went back to their respective homes. In the Wen family's home in the military compound. At this moment, old Mr. Wen's face was no longer as smug as before. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Little Zong, has the news been confirmed?" Uncle Zong nodded and said, "Yes, one of their juniors has been admitted to a university in Beijing. They will be coming to Beijing next year." Upon hearing his words, old Mr. Wen's face grew even more sullen. "Little Zong, I'm afraid we can't stop them this time." When the nation suddenly announced the resumption of the college entrance examinations, he thought of this problem. The resumption of the college entrance examinations was to select and nurture talents for the nation. He didn't want to use despicable means to stop and deal with the two families. Besides, he couldn't stop them anyway. He could stop them once, but could he stop their future generations? Besides, if he really did stop them, it would be equivalent to giving them a hold over him. One day, this hold might turn into a sharp sword and come back at him. He was very happy that the nation had resumed the college entrance examinations. However, he couldn't help but feel anxious at the thought of the two families taking the opportunity to return to Beijing. At the same time, he also felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Uncle Zong replaced the cold tea on the table and said, "Commander, don't worry. Things might not be as bad as you think." Old Mr. Wen sighed and said, "What's bound to happen will happen." However, as long as he was still alive, he wouldn't let that woman destroy the Rugui again. Tang Xuelu initially thought that it would take some time before they could buy the quad that they wanted. However, they didn't expect to suddenly receive news that 3 quads were up for sale before the Lunar New Year. It was a rare opportunity and they hurriedly went to view the houses. The 3 quads were located in the same area and weren't far apart from each other. 2 of them were neighbors. The Wen and Wei families almost got into a fight because they wanted to buy the quad that was next to the Xiao family. In the end, old Mr. Wen won by pretending to be pitiful. The price of a quad was about 8,000 yuan. Although the 3 families could afford it, they had to fork out all their savings. After knowing the price, Tang Xuelu felt that it was too cheap. If not for the fact that she didn't have the money, she would definitely buy one and put her name on it. After buying the quad, they still had to renovate it. Due to the fact that it would be the Lunar New Year in a few days, they could only move in after the Lunar New Year. However, old Mr. Wen was still overjoyed. From now on, he would be living next door to the Xiao family. This meant that he would be able to eat Tang Xuelu's cooking more often. Just thinking about it made him excited. A few days later, the Spring Festival of 1978 came to everyone's anticipation. Before the holidays, when Rugi was called to the office by Director Zhuang. When Rugi asked, "Director, do you have any instructions for me?" Director Zhuang coughed and took a sip of water from the porcelain jar. "I have a mission for you." Upon hearing the word mission, when Rugi's expression became even more serious. "Director, please go ahead." Director Zhuang put down the porcelain jar and said, "I heard that your fiancé has been admitted to a university?" Upon hearing Tang Xuelu's name, when Rugi's expressionless face flashed with a touch of tenderness. He nodded and said, "Yes, she has been admitted to the Foreign Language Department of Beijing University." Director Zhuang said, "Now that you have found someone, you can be considered to have landed on the shore. However, you should know that there are still many bachelors in our base who are still living in an abyss of suffering." When Rugi was speechless. It was just that he didn't have a wife. Did he have to describe it so miserably? Director Zhuang said, "That's why I want you to go back this time and tell your fiancé that when you go back to report to the university, you can ask her to help pay attention to the female university students who don't have a partner. Then you can organize a social gathering with our base. What do you think?" When Rugi was speechless. "Director, aren't you being a bit too shameless? The female university students haven't even reported to the university yet, and you're already thinking about them." Director Zhuang saw that he was silent and threw out the bait. If you are willing to help persuade her, I will give you an extra 5 days off next year. When Rugi's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, 10 days. Director Zhuang said, 7 days. When Rugi said, 12 days. Director Zhuang looked at him in shock. Rugue, when did you become so cunning? When Rugi's ears turned slightly red, but he didn't say anything. In order to get along with his fiancée, he was willing to be cunning. Director Zhuang had no choice but to compromise in the end. 10 days it is. However, you said that you can only take 2 days off. You can't take 10 days off all at once. When? Rugi's lips curled up slightly. I understand. I will tell Zolv when I go back. When he came out of the office, Zhou Yan, who looked like a stray dog, walked towards him. When Rugi asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yan saw that it was him and almost cried. Rugue, I don't think I can make it. When Rugi was speechless, Zhou Yan said, I can't have children. When Rugi was speechless. When Rugi asked in surprise, why do you say that? Zhou Yan pulled a long face. I've been married to Xiaoyun for more than half a year, but there's been no news of her pregnancy. My mother-in-law took her to the hospital for a checkup 2 days ago, and the doctor said that she's in good health. When Rugi looked confused. Isn't that good? Zhou Yan bit his lip. She's fine, but I'm not. The doctor said that the couple hasn't been able to conceive a child. If there's nothing wrong with the woman, then the problem might be with the man. When Rugi finally understood, he looked at Zhou Yan with a trace of sympathy. Zhou Yan met his sympathetic gaze and almost cried like a dog. Rugi, what do you think I should do if there's really something wrong with me? If a woman couldn't have a child, the man would divorce her. If a man couldn't have a child, would his wife divorce him? He didn't want a divorce. When Rugi patted him on the shoulder. I think you shouldn't scare yourself first. Why don't we ask Qiming? He knows more than I do. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan shook his head. We can't let Huang Guden know about this. When Rugi, ? Zhou Yan, Huang Guden's son will be born in the new year. He definitely won't understand the pain of a man who can't have a child. When Rugi. He didn't understand either. Zhou Yan suddenly looked embarrassed. Rugue, I have something to ask of you. What is it? Zhou Yan hesitated. I want you to accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. When Rugi, Zhou Yan put his hands together and begged, Rugue, I'm begging you. I don't have the face to go for a checkup alone. Just treat it as a premarital checkup. I'll clean your house for a month later. When Rugi thought for a moment and said, your sister works in a department store, right? Zhou Yan quickly nodded. Just tell me what you want to buy. When Rugi, quilts, pillows, enamel pots, thermos bottles, basins, buckets, and mosquito nets. I'll give you a list later, and you can buy them for me. Zhou Yan. You're really not polite. Are you buying it for your girlfriend? When Rugi's eyes flashed with tenderness. Yes. Tong Xuelu was going to attend university after the Lunar New Year, so he wanted to prepare everything in advance. Zhou Yan clicked his tongue and said, okay, give me the list. I'll ask my sister to prepare it for you. But after the new year, you have to accompany me to the checkup. When Rugi, why don't you go during the new year? Zhou Yan blushed and said, I want to take advantage of the new year to try again. If my wife can get pregnant, I won't have to go for a checkup. He and his wife did not spend much time together, so it was very likely that she could not get pregnant because they did not spend enough time together. He decided not to go out during the new year and would stay at home. It would be best if she could get pregnant during the new year, then she would not have to go to the hospital for a checkup. When Rugi expressed his understanding, they packed their things in the afternoon and went home to celebrate the new year. The 1978 Lunar New Year was a special Lunar New Year for many people. The college entrance examination was reinstated this year, and more than 200,000 people were admitted to universities. From then on, they embarked on a different life. This year was also very special for Tong Xuelu and his family. At this time, Tong Xuelu was holding a commendation ceremony for the whole family. First of all, we would like to give Grandpa a round of applause and encouragement. He bought a courtyard house for our family. After the new year, we won't have to rent a house anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a round of applause. Xiao Mianmian said in a childish voice, "Grandpa is awesome. We will have a home in the future." Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Tong Xuelu took out a jacket and handed it to him. "Grandpa, this is the jacket I bought for you. There are also 2 gourmet food cards, 4 massage cards, and 2 song request cards. When you want to eat gourmet food, you can use a gourmet food card. If your back hurts, you can use a massage card. If you feel bored and want to listen to songs, you can use a song request card." The gourmet food cards were provided by her, the massage cards were from Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen, and the song request card was from Xiao Mianmian. Looking at the jacket and cards in front of him, Commander Zhao's eyes instantly turned red. Okay. Grandpa will accept it. All these years, he had worked hard in the army. From the beginning to the end, he had only been accompanied by loneliness. But now, he was not lonely anymore. He had 4 extremely filial and adorable grandchildren. Commander Zhao's heart was filled with happiness. Tong Xuelu looked at Xiao Jiaming. "Jiaming has skipped a grade this year. His grades are as good as ever. He will be rewarded with a pair of white sneakers." Xiao Jiaming's eyes lit up, but he restrained himself and said, "Sister, you have already rewarded me with a pair of white sneakers before." Tong Xuelu took out the white sneakers. "That was before. You have not slacked off since you improved. I think your spirit is worthy of praise. Accept it. Continue to work hard in the new year." Xiao Jiaming hugged the white sneakers and felt a lump in his throat. "I know. I will definitely work harder." Tong Jessen saw that his second brother had gotten his second pair of white sneakers. He was so envious that he almost turned into a sour lemon. He stared at his sister with longing. Tong Xuelu said, "Although Jessen's grades are not very good, he has improved a lot compared to before. So, I will also reward you with a pair of white sneakers. I hope that you will continue to work hard next semester. Don't be as lazy as before." As she spoke, she took out the white sneakers. Tong Jessen was overjoyed. He jumped up and cheered. "That's great. I also have white sneakers. Thank you, sister. I will definitely work harder." He had only scored around 60 points in the final exam. He thought that he would not be rewarded. He did not expect that his sister would also buy him a pair of white sneakers. He did not have to pick up his second brother's smelly sneakers anymore. He was so touched. Xiao Mianmian pointed at herself with her chubby finger. "Sister, where is the Mianmian? Where is the Mianmian's reward?" Tong Xuelu looked at her big, watery eyes. She looked like a kitten looking at her with longing. She looked so cute. Tong Xuelu took out a rag doll. In the past year, the Mianmian has been very obedient. Sister and brother can sing for everyone when they are tired. They also learned how to wear their own shoes. So, I will reward you with a rag doll. She had provided the design for the rag doll and asked Tong Jessen to draw it. Then, she asked Shen Wanrong, who lived next door, to help make it. Xiao Mianmian's 2 big eyes turned into crescents. She ran over with her short legs. Rag doll. Mianmian loves rag dolls the most. She had given her previous rag doll to Xiaojiao. She was not used to it. Now, she finally had a new rag doll. It was great. Tong Xuelu looked at his family members laughing. He could not help but smile. Seeing that her hands were empty, Commander Xiao could not help but ask, "Why didn't you buy one for yourself?" As soon as he said this, Xiao Jiaming and his siblings looked over. In the past year, Tong Xuelu was the one who had contributed the most and improved the most. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "I will keep my reward. If I want to buy something in the future, I will buy it." It was not that she did not want to reward herself. It was just that there were too few things in this era. Even if she had money, she could not spend it. When Rogi bought all her clothes and necessities for her, her partner was so considerate that she did not have to worry about anything. Xiao Jiaming ran to the study and took out a few cards. "These are errand running cards. Sister can use them when she wants me to run errands." In fact, even if he did not have these cards, he would definitely run errands for his sister. But at this moment, he felt that he should do something. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Tong Jiasun saw this and followed suit. He also took out a few errand running cards. Xiao Mianmian hugged his sister's leg and said sweetly, Mianmian will give sister a massage and sing for sister. Mianmian is sister's sweet little jacket. Tong Xuelu looked at his brothers and sisters who were scrambling to show their love for him. A warm current flowed through his heart. Commander Xiao hurriedly took out 4 pieces of New Year's money wrapped in red paper from his pocket and said, Come on, this is your New Year's money. Tong Xuelu received 2 of them. According to Commander Xiao, since Tong Xuelu did not give himself a reward, as her grandfather, he had to give her a reward. Xiao Jiaming and his siblings were not jealous at all. Holding the thick pile of New Year's money, they smiled and squinted their eyes. Thank you, Grandpa. I wish Grandpa an auspicious and successful New Year. May you live a long and healthy life. Ha ha ha, good, good. Grandpa also wishes you to take the lead and be successful in your studies. The house was filled with laughter, and snowflakes were falling outside. The snowflakes rustled down. Under the light, the family of 5 was warm and happy. On the first day of the new year, when Rugi came early in the morning with snacks and pork. Last year, when Commander Xiao saw Wenrugi, he thought that Wenrugi had taken his family's cabbage. After a year, he gradually accepted Wenrugi as a pig. Since they were engaged, what could he do if he did not accept it? Commander Xiao disliked Wenrugi. However, Tong Jiasun and Xiao Mianmian liked Wenrugi, their future brother-in-law. Tong Jiasun rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he bowed to Wenrugi and said, Brother-in-law, I wish you a happy new year. I wish you good health and all the best. Brother-in-law. Wenrugi's heart almost skipped a beat when he heard this title. Commander Xiao frowned and said, What are you talking about? Your sister is not married yet. Tong Jiasun scratched his nose and said, But she is engaged to my brother-in-law. They will get married sooner or later. Since he would have to call him brother-in-law sooner or later, he might as well call him brother-in-law sooner rather than later. Maybe his brother-in-law would give him a lot of money. Wenrugi was overjoyed when he heard him call him brother-in-law again and again. He took out 3 red packets of money from his pocket and said, This is for the 3 of you. Study hard in the new year. Thank you, brother-in-law. Tong Jiasun took the New Year's money and called her even more sincerely. Xiao Mianmian looked up and said in a childish voice, Thank you, brother-in-law. Wenrugi, Commander Xiao, after taking the money, Tong Jiasun felt that it was unkind of him to run away. Therefore, he stayed to accompany his future brother-in-law to face his grandfather. Brother-in-law, do you know how sneaky mooncakes are? When they were only 2 months old, they would pretend to be injured and ask my sister to hold them. Xiao Mianmian nodded and said, The mooncakes are bad. I stepped on them and they pretended to be crippled. My sister took pity on them, so she made a lot of biscuits for them. Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered and he said, That's a little sneaky. Tong Jiasun said, Yeah, brother-in-law, but before he could finish, Commander Xiao interrupted him. You too, come with me to the Wei family to pay a New Year's visit. He couldn't stand it anymore. He felt suffocated when he heard Tong Jiasun call him brother-in-law. Tong Jiasun's eyes lit up and he said, Okay, I want to pay a New Year's visit. New Year's visit meant New Year's money. He was willing to kowtow. Xiao Mianmian also knew what New Year's money was. She quickly took her grandfather's hand and went to the Wei family. After the 3 of them left, the living room quieted down. Wenrugi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up and went to the kitchen. Tong Xuelu was making spiced beef. She took the beef that had been marinated for 2 days out of the tank, washed it with clean water and put it in boiling water for a few minutes. When the bloodstains came out, she scooped it up and put it in a pot of cold water. Then, she put the seasoning into the pot and boiled it on high heat. When the soup turned red, she changed the heat to a simmer. She let it simmer for more than 2 hours. When the beef was cooked until it was soft, she took it out of the pot and let it cool. Wenrugi walked in and said, What can I do for you? Tong Xuelu looked up at him and said, Didn't Grandpa want to talk to you? Why are you here? Wenrugi looked at her with his dark eyes and said, Grandpa took Jiasun and the others to the Wei family next door, so I came over. Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "Did Grandpa say anything bad?" Wenrugi shook his head and said, "No." Commander Xiao was an elder. No matter what the other party said, he would listen carefully. Tong Xuelu was not worried that they would quarrel. Wenrugi's personality was too good. He would not quarrel with anyone. If it was Grandpa Wen, it might be possible. Tong Xuelu saw that he wanted to help, so she handed him the knife and said, "Then you slice it and put it on a plate." Wenrugi said, "Okay." He took the knife and cut it skillfully. At this moment, there was a sound from outside. Tong Xuelu ran out quickly. It turned out that Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu came to give her gifts. Meng Qingqing said, "Manager Tong, congratulations on getting into college. I envy you for your good grades." Wu Lizhu sighed and said, "It's a pity that neither of us got in." Tong Xuelu poured a cup of hot tea for each of them and took out the desserts. "You can call me Zulv. I'm not the manager of the restaurant anymore. Since you didn't get in, do you plan to continue with the exam?" Meng Qingqing nodded and said, "My family supports me, so I plan to sell my job and focus on the exam." It was best to have family support. Meng Qingqing was a very lucky girl. Wu Lizhu looked a little depressed when she heard Meng Qingqing's words. Tong Xuelu turned and asked, "Lizhu, what about you? What's your plan?" Wu Lizhu smiled bitterly and said, "I definitely have to work. My family wants me to get married quickly, but I don't want to marry and have children. I want to try again." If she couldn't pass the exam again, she would be too stupid. Then she would listen to her family's arrangements and get married and have children. Tong Xuelu stood up and went into the room to take out his notebook and gave it to them. "This is what I used to review. There are some ideas on how to solve the questions. Take it back and copy it down. Give it back to me later." Wu Lizhu and Meng Qingqing looked at it as if it was a treasure and said, "Thank you, Manager Tong." Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why are you still calling me Manager Tong?" Meng Qingqing stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm used to calling you that. It's hard to change it." Tong Xuelu then asked about the situation of the restaurant. According to them, after she left, the number of customers in Dongfeng restaurant decreased a lot. However, compared to other restaurants, the restaurant was still doing well. After all, many of the signature dishes were still the same. Although the new manager of the restaurant was a serious person, he was still able to distinguish between public and private affairs. He was not like Lu Dongcheng. After the three of them chatted for a while, Meng Qingqing and Wu Lizhu left with the documents. Tong Xuelu tidied up his things and returned to the kitchen. However, as soon as he entered, he saw that Wenrugi's finger was bandaged with gauze. A little blood could be seen on the gauze. Tong Xuelu was shocked. "What happened to your hand? Did you get cut by a knife?" Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered. "Yes." Tong Xuelu held his hand and examined it. "Why do I feel that it's still bleeding? Do you want me to bandage it again?" Wenrugi quickly said, "No, it's okay. It's not bleeding anymore." Tong Xuelu did not insist. "Let's go back to the living room. Let's sit and chat." As she spoke, she brought the lotus seed glutinous rice cake and sesame paste to the living room. Tong Xuelu did not let Wenrugi touch it because he was injured. In the living room, Tong Xuelu brewed a pot of chrysanthemum, wolfberry, and red date tea for the two of them. After pouring a cup for herself and Wenrugi, she picked up a lotus seed glutinous rice cake and was about to eat it when she saw Wenrugi looking at her eagerly. Tong Xuelu asked, "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to eat it?" "My hand is injured." As he spoke, he raised his injured right hand and the tips of his ears turned red. Tong Zulv almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Not to mention that it was only a finger injury. Even if one hand was injured, wouldn't there still be another hand? However, it was rare for him to act spoiled, so Tong Xuelu was very willing to go along with him. She picked up a lotus seed glutinous rice cake and placed it in his mouth. She said in a sweet voice, "Come, good baby. Big sister will feed you." Swoosh. Wenrugi's face and neck were completely red, but he still took a bite of the lotus seed glutinous rice cake. The lotus seed glutinous rice cake was fragrant and delicate. It was soft and sweet with a strong lotus seed fragrance. It was sweet but not greasy. Tang Xuelu looked at him and asked, "Is it delicious?" Wenrugi said, "Yes. It's delicious." Tang Xuelu tilted her head and said, "Really? Let me try it too." After speaking, she leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Thump, 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 Wenrugi's heart was beating like thunder. When he heard Tang Xuelu say that she wanted to try it, he thought that she was going to eat the lotus seed glutinous rice cake that he had taken a bite of. He did not expect her to be wilder than he had imagined. She actually wanted to eat the cake in his mouth. The two of them kissed. Tang Xuelu was afraid that someone would come over and let go of him, so she licked the corner of her mouth and said, "It's sweet. It's quite delicious." Wenrugi looked at her rosy and beautiful face. All the blood in his body rushed to his brain. He leaned over and pressed his lips against hers. Her lips were soft and had the fragrance of lotus seeds. Wenrugi instinctively wanted more. He reached out and hugged her slender waist. He pulled her in front of him so that their bodies were close together. He kissed her sweet lips, pried open her teeth, and forcefully seized her sweetness. Tang Xuelu did not expect him to draw inferences about other things. The corners of her mouth curled up. She reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, bringing the two of them closer. Wenrugi smelled the fragrance that belonged only to her. She leaned against him softly, making him feel as if his whole body had been electrocuted. After kissing for a while, the two of them separated. They were both panting. Tang Xuelu looked at him with her charming eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid that Grandpa and the others will suddenly come back?" As she spoke, she poured herself some tea. The weather was too cold. After a while, the tea in the teapot was already a little cold. Wenrugi blushed and said, "Don't drink it. I'll go get some hot water." As he spoke, he reached out for the teapot. At this moment, an accident happened. He did not know if it was because he was too wild just now, but the gauze on his hand had loosened. When he reached out, the gauze suddenly slipped off, revealing his white and slender fingers. His fingers were clean. There were no wounds or traces of blood. Wenrugi, Tang Xuelu. What happened to being injured? Did he deliberately pretend to be injured so that she would feel sorry for him? Wenrugi used to be so pure. He would blush and his heart would beat faster when he looked at him. Now, he actually learned how to pretend to be pitiful. TSK, TSK, TSK. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Wenrugi's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. I learned it from mooncakes. Tang Xuelu blinked. Mooncakes? Wenrugi told her what Tang Jessen had said about mooncakes. Tang Xuelu immediately exclaimed in her heart. She was indeed a good fellow. She even learned the tricks of a puppy. On this day, Wenrugi's face was still as pale as ever. After Commander Xiao came back from the Wei family's house next door, he saw his face and sized him up suspiciously. Wenrugi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The Spring Festival passed in the blink of an eye. After the Spring Festival, the 3 families began to renovate the courtyard house. Tang Xuelu had not reported to school yet, so she often brought Xiao Jiaming and his siblings over to supervise. However, before the courtyard house was finished, the day to report to school came. Wenrugi wanted to personally send Tang Xuelu to school, but he did not manage to apply for leave. Commander Xiao and old Mr. Wen also wanted to send her to school, but Tang Xuelu refused. It was too high profile to let 2 commanders send her to school. Moreover, the 2 of them were always at loggerheads whenever they met, so she did not dare to let them go. However, if she let one of them go, the other would definitely be unhappy. Hence, Tang Xuelu eventually declined and only let the 2 brothers, Xiao Jiaming and Tang Jessen, send her to school. Because there were a lot of things, Wei Ran, who lived next door, was also asked to do the hard work. They took the bus to school. Fortunately, many things were packed in travel bags, so it did not look cumbersome. The bus arrived at the entrance of Beijing University after 7 or 8 stops. Beijing University was very lively these days. As the first batch of students who were admitted to the college entrance examination, they received a lot of attention. There was a black wooden board in front of the entrance with a line of chalk written on it, "Warmly welcome new students." In addition to the students who came to report to school, There were also senior brothers and sisters who were holding large signs to welcome the new students. However, these senior brothers and sisters were basically workers, peasants, and soldiers. Tang Xuelu noticed that these workers, peasants, and soldiers would look at the new students enviously. Seeing them like this, Tang Xuelu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. These people did not know that in the future, they would be discriminated against in the workplace because of their status as workers, peasants, and soldiers. However, she could not tell them to make a new choice. Even if she did, they might not believe her. However, the foreign languages department was different from other departments. In order to cultivate foreign language talents for the country, the workers, peasants, and soldiers in the foreign languages department had been learning real knowledge. In other words, the workers, peasants, and soldiers in the foreign languages department would face fewer restrictions after graduation. However, this was only relative. If they entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after graduation, their education was obviously not enough. Tang Xuelu's arrival attracted everyone's attention. In this era, most people's skin was darker. Even the educated youths who came back from the countryside had the skin of a farmer. However, Tang Xuelu's skin was like a peeled egg. It was white and tender, with red lips and white teeth. As she stood there, she reminded people of the first blooming winter jasmine on a branch in spring. Everyone was guessing which department she was a student of, especially the boys. They secretly prayed that Tang Xuelu was in the same department as them. Tang Xuelu carried 2 travel bags and walked towards the foreign languages department with 3 little tails behind her. "Hello, I'm a student of the English department. How can I go through the admission procedures?" As soon as she said this, there was a faint sigh behind her. The boy holding the sign said excitedly, "Hello, I'll take you to go through the admission procedures." Tang Zold was just about to respond when a round-faced girl walked over. "Student Wu, you should continue to wait here. I'll bring this junior sister over. After all, you can't enter the female dormitory even if you go." Comrade Wu, the round-faced girl came over and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Yuan. I'm a freshman in the English department. I'm half a year older than you." Although they were all freshmen, they had been in school for half a year. "Hello, my name is Tang Xuelu." Tang Xuelu felt that the name Yuan was very suitable for her. She had a round face and round eyes. Even her figure was a little round. Yuan's eyes widened. "Don't tell me you're the one who scored 494 points in the college entrance exam and full marks in English?" Tang Xuelu nodded. "That's me." "Oh my god." Yuan looked at her as if she was looking at an immortal. "Did you know? The whole school is talking about you now. Last night, we were just discussing what kind of person you were. I didn't expect you to be so good-looking." Tang Xuelu slightly pursed her lips. "Thank you for the compliment. Let's hurry up and go through the admission procedures." Yuan nodded vigorously. Yes, let's hurry up. There will be more and more people later." However, her voice was so loud that the people around her had heard her. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Xuelu again. Everyone was as surprised as Yuan. They didn't expect this girl who was as good-looking as a fairy to be first in the college entrance exam with full marks in all 4 subjects. Her grades were heaven-defying, and she was so good-looking. God was so unfair. Some people were envious, while others were jealous. However, Tang Xuelu ignored their gazes. Under Yuan's lead, she went through the admission procedures and all kinds of registration. Finally, she was taken to the dormitory. Beijing University was indeed a famous school with 100 years of history. The campus was filled with ancient trees that towered into the sky. Every tree and every blade of grass was filled with a rich cultural atmosphere. Compared to the later years, Beijing University had preserved many of the old buildings and had an antique feel to them. When they arrived at the dormitory auntie asked Tang Xuelu and the others to register before letting them in. Tang Xuelu's dormitory was assigned to room 201 on the 2nd floor. There were a total of 6 people in the dormitory. This situation was much better than what Tang Xuelu had imagined. She had thought that 8 or even 10 people would have to share a room. However, there weren't many students admitted this year, so the dormitory was more relaxed. If more students were admitted in the second half of the year, it wouldn't be so comfortable. When she walked into the dormitory, 2 girls had already arrived and were tidying up their beds. One of the girls was tall, and the other was short. The taller girl was wearing a white sweater and had a big braid. Her facial features were very delicate. The shorter girl's skin was a little dark. Her clothes were much more rustic than the taller girl's, and she was wearing worn-out cloth shoes. When they saw Tong Xuelu walk in, the 2 girls paused for a moment. The taller girl's gaze fell on Tong Xuelu's clothes and the travel bag in her hand. In short, she looked her up and down. Then, she said, "You must be from Beijing, right?" Tong Xuelu nodded and said, "Yes." The taller girl smiled and said, "I finally see someone from Beijing. My name is Gao Min." "What's your name?" Tong Xuelu said, "My name is Tong Xuelu." When she said this, the taller and shorter girls exclaimed at the same time. The shorter girl had a low self-esteem and didn't want to speak. Now that she heard Tong Xuelu's name, her gaze fell on Tong Xuelu again and said, "So you are Tong Xuelu. It's nice to meet you. You are really amazing." Tong Xuelu smiled and said, "Thank you." The taller girl wanted to talk to Tong Xuelu, but Tong Xuelu didn't have time to talk to her. She asked Xiao Jiaming and the others to put the things on the 3rd wooden bed on the left. This wasn't the best spot. The best spot was taken by Gao Min. There was a window next to her bed, so the light was the best. However, Tong Xuelu didn't care too much. She was going to stay at home on Saturday and Sunday. Moreover, she was determined to skip a grade. She wouldn't be in school for too long, so she didn't need to care too much about these things. Under Tong Xuelu's command, Xiao Jiaming and the others busied themselves with moving things, filling water and cleaning the table. The shorter girl was envious. Because the train ticket was too expensive, her parents didn't come. She came with her friends from the same hometown. Naturally, she had to clean the bed and clean it alone. After cleaning the bed, Tong Xuelu invited Xiao Jiaming and the others to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, Tong Xuelu went back to the dormitory and told the 2 girls that she would return to school the day after tomorrow. The registration period was 3 days. Tong Xuelu came early, but she didn't plan to stay in the dormitory for the next 3 days. Although Gao Min was from Beijing, her home wasn't in the city. She couldn't go back with Tong Xuelu. Therefore, when the 2 girls heard that Tong Xuelu could stay at home, they couldn't help but be envious. After taking the bus for 2 stops, Tong Xuelu told Xiao Jiaming and the others to go back. She wanted to transfer to Jiangdanhong. Tong Xuelu was about to take the bus when she saw 2 familiar figures on the opposite road. She took a closer look. Weren't they Wenrugi and Zhou Yan? This was very strange. Didn't Wenrugi say that he didn't have time to accompany her to school? Then why did he appear in Beijing? What was even stranger was that he and Zhou Yan were acting sneakily. It was as if they were going to be thieves. Tong Xuelu's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat. She rolled her eyes and secretly followed them. Tong Xuelu was afraid that they would discover her, so she didn't dare to get too close. After walking for half an hour, Wenrugi and Zhou Yan walked into a hospital. This hospital was smaller than other hospitals. It was located in a remote area and had a small flow of people. In short, it looked very dilapidated. Tong Xuelu watched them enter and then quietly followed them. She was very curious. Why did these 2 people come to the hospital so sneakily? They even deliberately chose a small hospital. Could it be that they were here to treat some unmentionable illness? After following them, she saw Wenrugi and Zhou Yan enter the urology department from afar. Tong Xuelu immediately thought of hemorrhoids, anal fissures, and even diseases like syphilis. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. At this time, Zhou Yan, who was in the doctor's office, was blushing like a cooked shrimp. After listening to his symptoms expressionlessly, the doctor asked a few more questions and then took out a glass for him. Zhou Yan looked confused. "Doctor, what is this for?" The doctor, "Put some 4 in it. Put it in for 20 minutes and bring it back for me to take a look." Zhou Yan wanted to ask what they were here for, but the doctor waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and leave. Next." After saying that, he noticed Wenrugi. "Comrade, you can't do it either?" Wenrugi, without waiting for him to answer, the doctor took another glass and handed it over. Ask the nurse outside. She will take you to the room. Wenrugi, Zhou Yan took the glass and pulled Wenrugi out of the office with a red face. Wenrugi, I don't think this hospital and the doctor are very reliable. You can go in. I won't go. Zhou Yan refused to let go. You said you would do anything for your brother. You have to go in with me today. Under Zhou Yan's threat, Wenrugi was pulled into a room with a curtain. After they went in, Tong Xuelu walked over and stuffed 2 milk candies into the nurse's hands. Comrade, is that a ward? The nurse took the milk candies and shook her head like a rattledrum. No, no. Don't go in. After saying that, she was called away by the other patients. Tong Xuelu didn't get any useful information, so he decided to wait at the door. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the door was finally opened with a creak. Wenrugi walked out with a cup of milk-like thing in his hand. He looked up and saw Tong Xuelu's face. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Wenrugi's hands trembled, and the glass in his hand almost fell to the ground. Why are you here? Tong Xuelu didn't answer him, and her eyes fell on the glass in his hand. There was a grayish-white liquid in the glass, and it was about 4 to 5 milliliters. Considering their sneaky behavior and the nurse's words, Tong Xuelu could guess what it was even with her toes. But now she pretended to be very innocent. I was passing by and saw you and Zhou Yan, so I followed you in. What's that in your hand? Wenrugi's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. He subconsciously hid the glass behind him. No, nothing. Tong Xuelu frowned. Nothing? You're obviously holding something in your hand, and you're telling me that it's nothing. Do you think I'm blind? I didn't mean that, he was anxious. Wenrugi walked forward to explain. But Tong Xuelu was possessed by the female protagonist in a second. She covered her ears and looked hurt. I'm not listening. You clearly told me that you didn't have time to accompany me to report to school today, but you secretly came back to Beijing without telling me. Now you're lying through your teeth. Tell me, have you had a change of heart? Wenrugi's face turned pale, and she shook her head like a rattledrum. No, Zolv, I didn't have a change of heart. I came to the hospital because Zhou Yan said that he can't have children and asked me to accompany him for a checkup. This kind of thing concerns a man's dignity. I took Zhou Yan's face into consideration, so I lied to you. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Zhou Yan, who happened to walk out of the room, was speechless. Thank you for taking care of my dignity. Thank you for your family. Seeing Zhou Yan's face as black as the bottom of a pot, Tong Xuelu almost laughed like a pig. Now that she was addicted to acting, she immediately put on an understanding look. So I misunderstood you. Then you can continue with the checkup. I'll wait for you outside. Wenrugi heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she turned around, she saw Zhou Yan's dark face. The atmosphere became awkward again. Then, the two of them brought the glass cup to the old doctor. The old doctor observed it for a moment before taking out a glass rod to touch the liquid that had begun to liquefy. The office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wenrugi and Zhou Yan held their breaths, especially Zhou Yan. His heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. After what seemed like a century, the old doctor raised his head and pointed at the glass with the most volume and asked, "Whose is this?" Wenrugi's ears turned red. "It's mine." The old doctor said, "Yours is normal. The quality is good." Wenrugi was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Good quality equals good fertility. That's great. After the old doctor finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Yan and shook his head. Then, he sighed. Zhou Yan looked at him and his heart skipped a beat. His face seemed to have been drained of blood. Doc, is there something wrong with me?" The old doctor frowned. "Compare these two glasses. Your friend's is 4 or 5 milliliters, but yours is only 1 milliliter. Wenrugi, Zhou Yan, the old doctor said, why is your volume so small? Did you sleep with your wife last night?" Zhou Yan shook his head with a pale face. "No." The old doctor frowned even more. Why is it so small? You can't do this, no. Hearing this, Zhou Yan's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Doc, I can't have children, right? The old doctor said, you're so young, but your volume is so small. Also, not only is your volume small, but it's also thin. It can't even form silk. Zhou Yan's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Question mark. The old doctor smacked his lips and said, you can have children, but it's more difficult than the average person. If the volume was small and thin, it meant that the quality was not good. It was difficult for a woman to get pregnant. Zhou Yan almost fainted. The old doctor said that he didn't have any medicine to give him. He told him not to stay up late and exercise more. If there was a chance, he should find an old Chinese medicine doctor to get some medicine. When he came out of the office, Zhou Yan's soul had left his body. He was completely stunned. When Rugi explained briefly to her, the doctor said that his quality is not good. It's difficult for him to get his wife pregnant. Tang Xuelu was speechless and then raised her eyebrows. What about you? When Rugi blushed. The doctor said, the quality is very good. Oh. If there weren't so many people here, Tang Xuelu really wanted to tease him. She looked at Zhou Yan, who looked as if the sky had fallen, and said, this hospital doesn't seem very reliable. Tell Comrade Zhou not to take it to heart. Later, tell him to go to a big hospital for a checkup. These two people were really unreliable. They were afraid of embarrassing themselves and came to such a small hospital. To determine whether a man's quality was good or not, it wasn't something that could be judged with the naked eye. It required the use of sophisticated equipment. In this era, there was no such equipment. Therefore, it was difficult to make an accurate judgment with the current level of medical equipment. However, this topic was too embarrassing. As an unmarried woman, if she said a lot of things, it would be very shocking. Therefore, she chose to keep quiet. When Rugi nodded. I know. I'll persuade him. I'm sorry for lying to you today. I won't do it again. Tang Xuelu said with a straight face, okay, I'll forgive you this time. However, there won't be a next time. When Rugi immediately nodded like he was pounding garlic. If they weren't outside, he would have sworn an oath. They only had a day off, and now they had to return to the base. Tang Xuelu also had to look for Jiang Danhong. Therefore, after leaving the hospital, they went their separate ways. Tang Xuelu took the bus to Jiang Danhong's house. Jiang Danhong was packing her luggage. When she saw her, she was surprised. Why are you here? Have you reported to school? Tang Xuelu, I just came back from school. When will you report to school? Jiang Danhong poured her a glass of water. Tomorrow. I still have some things to buy. Tang Xuelu took out a stack of tickets from her military bag. Do you not have enough tickets? I still have some here. You can use them first. She came to look for Jiang Danhong because she thought that she was alone and had no one to help her. Jiang Danhong looked at the tickets in her hand. Her eyes were bitter. Thank you. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll pay you back when the school gives out the subsidies. Tang Xuelu waved her hand. There's no rush. What else haven't you bought? I'll go with you. Jiang Danhong looked at the time. Okay. Let's go now. After leaving the house, the two of them went to the department store to buy a wash basin and other daily necessities. Although Jiang Danhong also had these things at home, she only had one set. If she brought them to school, she wouldn't be able to use them at home. After they were done shopping, they walked back with their things. When they passed by an alley, they suddenly heard a little girl crying. I want to find my father. Let go of me. Woo-woo, don't cry. Give us your money and candy. Otherwise, we won't let you go home. Tang Xuelu and Jiang Danhong looked at each other and then ran into the alley. As soon as he entered the alley, he saw a few boys around the age of 8 or 8 surrounding a 6 or 7-year-old girl, not letting her go. The few of them pushed and shoved, and the little girl was pushed to the ground. She immediately cried even louder. Jiang Danhong's face darkened. She shouted sternly, a bunch of brats. What are you doing? When the boys saw the adults coming, they immediately scattered. Tang Xuelu and Jiang Danhong ran over to help the little girl up. Jiang Danhong then realized that the little girl was her student. Dang Xiaojia, why are you here? Dang Xiaojia looked up at her. She wiped her tears and said, Teacher Jiang, I live at my grandmother's house. Jiang Danhong took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Do those boys often bully you? Did you tell your parents? Dang Xiaojia shook her head. I don't have a mother. My father is busy with work. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly vomited. A small part of her vomit splashed onto Jiang Danhong. Jiang Danhong didn't mind at all. She reached out and touched her forehead. She turned to Tang Xuelu and said, Zolv, this is my student. I noticed that her forehead is very hot. I want to take her to the hospital. Tang Xuelu, then take her to the hospital. I'll help you take the things back. Thank you. As she spoke, she handed the key to the house to Tang Zolv. Then, she picked up Dang Xiaojia and headed to the hospital. Tang Xuelu took the things to Jiang Danhong's house. Then, he went to the hospital to look for her. When he arrived at the emergency department, Tang Xuelu saw Jiang Danhong's brother Zheng talking to a man from afar. The man was tall and thin. His back looked familiar. She walked over to take a look. Her eyes widened. Manager Dang, why are you here? The man who was talking to Jiang Danhong was the manager of the state-run hotel. She had met him a few times before. He was a person with good character and ability. Manager Dang was surprised to see her. Hello, Comrade Tang. My daughter has a fever. Fortunately, her teacher discovered it. Tang Xuelu then realized that Manager Dang was Dang Xiaojia's father. After the introductions, Manager Dang knew that Jiang Danhong was Tang Xuelu's friend. He quickly bowed to thank her again. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that Xiaojia was often bullied by other children. You're welcome. However, it's better to take care of the child by your side. Jiang Danhong thought about her background and couldn't help but comment. Manager Dang quickly nodded. I'll take care of the child in the future. After leaving the hospital, Tang Xuelu and Jiang Danhong agreed to help her move her things tomorrow. Then, they went home. Tang Xuelu didn't return to school until the day before school started in the evening. As soon as she entered the dormitory, everyone's gaze turned to her. Unlike the previous 2 days, everyone in the dormitory was present. Gao Min said, Zolv, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, I won't be back in time if I come back tomorrow. The girl who slept in the bed next to Tang Xuelu looked at her with admiration. So you're Tang Xuelu. My name is Xiaoxian. I'm from Behe province. Although they were both from the countryside of other provinces, Xiaoxian was cheerful and generous. She was very confident when she spoke. She was a sharp contrast to the short girl, Lin Lanwan. The other 2 roommates were married. Choi Ruru was 24 years old and had no children. Tian Fingji was 30 years old and had a son and a daughter when she was an educated youth in the countryside. Tian Fingji was the oldest in their dormitory, and Tang Xuelu was the youngest. After everyone introduced themselves, they asked Tang Xuelu how she learned English and why her grades were so good. Tang Xuelu was not stingy with sharing his experience. The most important thing when learning a language is to memorize, listen, and speak. First, you have to memorize words. If you don't have enough vocabulary, you won't be able to communicate with others. Second, you have to speak more. I usually set up some small scenes for myself to practice. Xiaoxian asked with a face full of curiosity, how do you set up the scenes? Can you explain it more clearly? The others nodded in unison. Their eyes and faces were full of desire for knowledge. The educated youths of this era had been delayed for too long and had been suppressed for many years. Now that they finally had the opportunity to learn, they cherished it very much. Their enthusiasm for learning had reached an unprecedented level. Tang Xuelu looked at the eager faces in front of him and couldn't hide anything. The small scenes are very simple. For example, when I came back just now, we all introduced ourselves. Actually, at this time, we can introduce ourselves in English. This way, we can train our listening and speaking skills. Introduce ourselves in English? I can't do that. Xianxia shook her head like a rattledrum. The others also said that they couldn't do it. Although they had applied for the English major and their results were slightly better than the other students, it was only by a little. They knew very few English words. Gao Min was eager to try, but she was afraid of making a fool of herself. Zolv, can you show us something? Tong Xuelu nodded. Sure, my name is. Tong Xuelu gave a simple introduction in English. He expressed his name, age, place of origin, and also briefly mentioned his hobbies. In fact, it was really simple English, but the others in the dormitory were still stunned. They looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Xiaoxian, Zolv, you are really amazing. I didn't understand a single word you said in English just now. Tong Xuelu. Are you sure you are not mocking me? Gao Min originally wanted to introduce herself in English, but seeing that Tong Xuelu had such a good vocabulary and spoke so fluently, she immediately dismissed the idea. Tian Fingji smiled and said, Zolv, your English is so good. We all have to learn from you in the future. The others heard this and nodded in unison. Tong Xuelu said modestly, let's all learn together. Oh right, like the table, the bed, and all the daily necessities around us, we can write down English words on paper and stick them on them. This way, when we see the paper, we can recite them anytime and anywhere. This will help us remember more words. Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. This is a great idea. Let's memorize all the words now, okay? Tian Fingji also agreed. I also think this is a great idea. Why didn't I think of this before? The others in the dormitory all agreed with this idea. So, they worked together to write down all the words in the dormitory on paper and stick them on with paste. During this process, Tong Xuelu also realized that their vocabulary was really limited, and their pronunciation was not accurate. However, no matter how difficult it was not a problem in the face of high enthusiasm for learning. At first, they were embarrassed to speak, but with Tong Xuelu's encouragement, they carefully memorized the pronunciation of the words and then silently recited them. After this activity, the people in the dormitory quickly became familiar with each other and their relationship was quite harmonious. Everyone in the dormitory had different personalities. Gao Min was a little arrogant, Lin Lanwan was a little inferior, and Choi Ruru was beautiful. Her smile was gentle, but she hid her thoughts the deepest. Tian Fingji was the oldest, and her personality was relatively mature. She knew how to take care of people. Xiaoxian was the most cheerful among them. It was just that everyone had a thirsty heart for knowledge, so no one schemed against each other. At least for now, there was no such thing. At night, everyone went to the cafeteria to get food. In this era, it did not cost money to go to university, and the state subsidized it. Every student received 18 yuan per month for food and various kinds of tickets. 18 yuan was actually not a lot in the city. In addition to food and toiletries, one also had to buy books and stationery. Therefore, when they went to the cafeteria, they rarely saw anyone getting meat to eat. Tong Xuelu had been eating meat at home for the past 2 days. At this time, when she saw that everyone was only getting a steamed bun and drinking plain water, she also got a steamed bun. However, she got an extra egg than the others. Gao Min saw that Tong Xuelu got an extra egg, so she also bought an extra egg. The weather was still quite cold. After everyone got their food and was about to go back to the dormitory to eat, a figure rushed out from the dormitory next door just as they reached the entrance. Classmate Tong, you're finally here. Tong Xuelu took a closer look. It turned out to be Jiang Baihui, who had picked up Fang Jingyuan's notice. Tong Xuelu smiled and greeted him. Jiang Baihui followed her back to their dormitory. I was wondering if I could stay in the same dormitory as you. I didn't expect to be assigned to the next dormitory. What a pity. Tong Xuelu smiled, it's the same wherever we live. How is it the same? You're the person I want to learn from. I really want to live with you. As she spoke, she looked up at the others in the dormitory. Hello, I'm Jiang Baihui from the next dormitory. I wonder if any one of you is willing to change dormitories with me? Gao Min rolled her eyes. Why should we change dormitories with you? You want to stay in the same dormitory as Zolv, and so do we. Why should we change dormitories with you? Jiang Baihui was shocked by her fierce look. I'm not saying that you have to change dormitories with me. I'm just asking. If you don't want to, then forget it. The others in the dormitory did not want to change dormitories, especially after the afternoon English practice. It was even more impossible for them to change dormitories. There was a straight-A student in the dormitory who was willing to teach them. Only a fool would change dormitories. After this incident, Jiang Baihui was too embarrassed to stay in their dormitory any longer. He stuck out his tongue at Tong Xuelu and ran away. The next day, everyone was called to the sports field after breakfast. There was a banner hanging on the podium on the sports field that said, "Study, study, study again, unite again, unite again." The weather in March was still very cold. Standing on the sports field without any shelter, everyone's hands and feet were quickly frozen, and their faces were red from the cold. However, no one felt cold at this moment. Everyone's hearts were burning as they listened to the principal's speech on the podium. Just as the principal had said, they were the future hope of the motherland and the backbone of the development of the new society. They must seize this hard-won opportunity to study hard, serve the motherland well, and become useful talents for the country and society. Although Tong Xuelu had not experienced the hardships of most people, she was still moved by the atmosphere. Before she transmigrated, she had heard that the two cohorts of university students who had just resumed the college entrance examination were the most hardworking. Now that she was standing with this group of people, she suddenly felt very lucky. During the principal's impassioned speech, many people probably thought of the difficulties of the past 10 years. Some people's eyes turned red, and some even wiped away their tears. Then the national anthem started to play. Everyone sang along, and the atmosphere reached its peak. After the national anthem was played, the host invited the student representatives to speak on the stage. Tong Xuelu stood up and walked to the podium. The audience was in an uproar. She's Tong Xuelu. She's really beautiful. Oh my God, I'm so envious. Not only is she beautiful, but she also scored full marks in 4 subjects. She's amazing. Yes, she scored full marks in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English. She's a genius. It seems that there are only 2 people in Beijing who scored more than 400 points. Although the other person scored more than 400 points, she scored more than 80 points less than her. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Principal, I heard that Tong Xuelu's grandfather is a commander. I suspect that she knew the exam questions in advance. As soon as these words were spoken, the field fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze fell on Tong Xuelu. Some were suspicious, some were worried for her, and some were gloating. Soon, everyone started whispering to each other. Who's the one who said that? Saying something like that in this kind of situation is a public provocation. That's right. But who knows, he might have some evidence in his hands. What evidence? If he had evidence, he would have reported it long ago. I think he's just jealous. I think it's good that he shouted it out. Actually, many people have the same question in their hearts. Tong Xuelu looked at the boy who walked out from the crowd. He was in his 20s, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. His teeth were sharp, and his eyes looked stupid and fierce. One look and one could tell that he was not a good person. A teacher came back to his senses and pointed at the boy. Student, do you know what you're doing? Wang Jifeng puffed out his chest and said, Hello, teacher. My name is Wang Jifeng. I know very well what I'm doing. If I have any doubts, shouldn't I speak up? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a despicable act to point fingers behind someone's back? Tong Xuelu almost laughed out of anger. So it's a gentleman's act to frame someone in front of him. Then, Student Wang, do you have any evidence that I cheated? Wang Jifeng raised his chin and said, More than 5 million people took the college entrance exam this time. Less than 280,000 people were accepted. The acceptance rate is less than 6%. Among them, there are less than 10 people in the country who scored more than 400 points. Only student Tong scored full marks in 4 subjects. She only needs 6 points to get full marks in all 6 subjects. But from what I know, student Tong is only at the level of a junior high school graduate. She failed all her exams in school and did not go to any school to further her studies after graduation. Under such circumstances, student Tong suddenly scored full marks in 4 subjects. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Once this data was out, the whole field was in an uproar again. It can't be. Is what student Wang said true? If it's true, then it's really suspicious. I thought she was always so smart. Me too. To think that I admire her so much. I didn't expect, Jiang Baihui suddenly jumped out. At this time. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Words have no proof. If you have the ability, show me the evidence. Otherwise, you are framing me. Wang Jifeng turned around and glanced at her. You're so protective of her. Could it be that you're one of the beneficiaries? Jiang Baihui's eyes turned red when he realized that Tong Yan had dragged him into this mess. You're talking nonsense. Comrade Tong and I didn't cheat. Wang Jifeng shrugged. You've said it yourself. Words alone have no proof. Unless you can prove that you didn't cheat, this result won't convince everyone. Jiang Baihui was so anxious that she was about to cry. Tong Xuelu glanced at her and comforted her not to make a sound. Then he turned to Wang Jifeng and said, so after saying so much, you actually don't have any proof. You're just speculating? Wang Jifeng, I'm not trying to slander you. I'm just raising reasonable doubts. Student Tong can prove your ability to us. As long as you can prove your ability, I can apologize to you in public. When the others heard Wang Jifeng's words, not only did they feel that he was reasonable, bold, careful, and gentlemanly. Tong Xuelu was almost disgusted to death. So you can pretend that nothing happened by apologizing after framing me. You can even be called a gentleman. Tong Xuelu chuckled. Look at your pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. I suspect that you're not a human, but the offspring of a mouse and a monkey. If you can prove that you're a human, I can apologize to you in public. Pfft, the field was silent for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Isn't this too mean? But then again, student Wang does look a little like a mouse and a monkey. I thought he looked a little strange before. So he looks like a mouse and a monkey. Haha, student Tong's mouth is too sharp. Listening to the mocking laughter around him, Wang Jifeng's face turned red. Student Tong, you're making a personal attack. Don't go too far. Tong Xuelu, you can slander me, but I can't raise reasonable doubts? Wang Jifeng, your grandfather is a commander. Anyone would find it strange that your grades suddenly became so good. Even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for your grandfather's reputation? Tong Xuelu laughed. You're right. So I suggest we go to the Public Security Bureau and report this to the police. Wang Jifeng's face turned pale. There's no need to go to the Public Security Bureau. Let's settle the school matter here. Tong Xuelu ignored him and turned to the principal and the other leaders. Student Wang not only slandered me for cheating, but he also slandered my grandfather and the entire Ministry of Education for abusing their power for personal gain. If word of this gets out, not only will my grandfather's and my future be ruined, but the reputation and authority of the entire Ministry of Education will also be questioned and shaken. Wang Jifeng's face turned even paler. Student Tong, I already said that this is a personal matter between you and me. Why do you have to involve the Ministry of Education? Tong Xuelu continued to ignore him and looked straight at the principal. Principal Jing said, Student Tong is right. This is not an ordinary matter. This concerns the reputation of the Ministry of Education, Student Tong, and his grandfather. So I agree to report this to the police. Wang Jifeng's legs turned to jelly and he almost fell to the ground. Student Tong, I apologize. I just spoke without thinking. I'm sorry. Wang Jifeng's bravery was inseparable from his personal experience. Before a corporation was crushed in 1976, he was the leader of the school's Red W soldiers. As long as they felt that there was something wrong with someone, the Red W soldiers would not need to go through any organization. They would investigate and criticize that person on the spot and even confiscate their belongings. Countless high-ranking intellectuals and officials had their belongings confiscated and their heads shaved in his hands. Although a corporation was crushed, his high and mighty attitude had long been set. Therefore, he felt that there was something wrong with Tang Xuelu and suspected that she had cheated. Other people did not dare to question her in front of her, but he did. Just like he said before, he thought that in the end, he would at most apologize. Back then, the Red W soldiers had caused such a big ruckus, but in the end, didn't they come out unscathed? Now, he did not criticize her, did not shave her head, and did not confiscate her belongings. All he did was question her. What was the big deal? If he had met someone else, he might have been scared to the point of crying to prove his innocence. But unfortunately, he met Tang Xuelu. As a fighter among green tea fighters, she had never been afraid of scumbags and sluts. Tang Xuelu turned to look at him. It's too late to apologize now. What you said has already spread. Even if you apologize, people will still think that I cheated, and people will still think that my grandfather used his power to let me in through the back door. For the sake of the Ministry of Education, my grandfather, and my personal innocence, we must call the police today. The principal had already instructed the teacher to report to the police. Seeing this, Wang Jifeng's face turned pale and he fell to the ground. The field was silent again. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. They thought for a moment. If it were them, they might not have the courage to call the police. At most, they would use their professional knowledge to prove that they did not cheat. But as Tang Xuelu said, even if she proved her ability today, people would still think that she cheated. Once the rumors spread, no one could guarantee that they would not go astray. Only by calling the police and making the person who framed her pay the price could they completely stop the rumors. After 20 minutes, the teacher came back with 2 police officers. After understanding the situation, the police officers asked the principal and Tang Xuelu how to solve the problem. Tang Xuelu walked up to the podium and picked up the loudspeaker on the table. I know that there are many people who have the same doubts as student Wang, so I am willing to testify in front of everyone today. Whether I am a human or a ghost, I will do a test on the spot to prove it. However, I want to tell everyone here that when you frame someone, it is not something that can be solved with an apology. If I prove my innocence, I want the police officers to enforce the law. Below the podium, Wang Jifeng was drenched in cold sweat. He wanted to faint on the spot. Then, the principal asked someone to bring a portable blackboard over and asked the teachers from different majors to come up with questions on the spot. The questions could not be too simple. During the process of coming up with the questions, Tang Xuelu's back was facing the blackboard. Because the questions were given on the spot, Tang Xuelu had no contact with the teacher who came up with the questions. Therefore, there was no possibility of cheating. Soon, the teachers from the physics and chemistry departments came up with the questions. There was limited space on the blackboard, so Tang Xuelu had to solve these 2 questions first. The students standing in the front row could see the questions too. After seeing the questions, they could not help but talk about it. Oh my God, I can't even understand the physics question. Me too. Although I can understand the chemistry question, I can't solve it in such a short time. If I were student Tang, I would be scared out of my wits. Tang Xuelu looked calm and walked over to read the questions. After thinking for a while, she picked up a piece of chalk and wrote down the process of solving the questions and the answers on the blackboard. When the teachers from the physics and chemistry departments saw that she was done, they came forward too. Take a look. Both of them nodded their heads continuously. Then, they turned to the teachers and students on the field and said, the answers to the 2 questions are correct. If you have any questions, you can ask now. Some of the students who were good in physics and chemistry also answered the questions one step later. Even if they could not solve the questions, they were enlightened when they saw the process of solving the questions. Everyone expressed that they had no questions. Wang Jifeng looked as if his parents had died. He could not say a word. Then, the teachers from the other departments asked questions one after another. Tang Xuelu answered all of them. When the English teacher announced that the last answer was correct, the field was filled with applause. Especially Jiang Baihui, he was so happy that tears came out of his eyes. I told you that student Tang did not cheat. That's great. Tang Xuelu looked at Wang Jifeng and said, this is the first time the country has reinstated the college entrance examination after 10 years. But you accused the Ministry of Education of cheating by selling the questions in advance. If I put it lightly, you are slandering my character. If I put it harshly, you are disrupting the stability of society and trying to prevent the resumption of the college entrance examination. A bad person like you who disrupts the stability of society does not deserve to study in a university. Disrupting the stability of society and trying to prevent the resumption of the college entrance examination. These two accusations were too terrifying. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this, especially Wang Jifeng. He almost fainted. Pa. He raised his hand and slapped himself. Student Tong, I was wrong. I spoke nonsense. I apologize to you. Please forgive me this time. Tong Xuelu looked at him and did not say anything. Wang Jifeng slapped himself a few more times, and his cheeks were swollen all of a sudden. The police officer said, Principal Zheng, what are your plans? If your school is sure to report this, we will take him away now. Principal Zheng nodded. But before you take him away, I want to announce to everyone that from today onwards, Wang Jifeng's student status is revoked. He is no longer a student of Beijing University. Everyone present was in an uproar again. Although they had already guessed this would happen, it was still shocking to see his status revoked. After 10 years, the college entrance examination was reinstated for the first time. Out of more than 5 million people, only 200,000 were admitted. It was not an exaggeration to say that thousands of soldiers and horses were crossing a single wooden bridge. His life was ruined because of one sentence. It was too tragic. However, everyone had learned their lesson. It seemed that some words could not be said carelessly. Two police officers stepped forward, grabbed Wang Jifeng and was about to leave. Wang Jifeng was so scared that he peed on the spot. Student Tong, please forgive me this time. I really know that I was wrong. Please. Wang Jifeng cried as if his parents had died. His tears and snot flowed out together. When everyone saw him like this, they felt that he was disgusting and pitiful at the same time. Some people felt that Tong Xuelu had gone too far. At this moment, Tong Xuelu suddenly sighed and said, Police officers, let him go. I have decided to cancel the report. Everyone was stunned. Wang Jifeng was also stunned. The police officer looked at her and said, Student, have you thought about it carefully? If you cancel the report now, you won't be able to report it later. Tong Xuelu nodded. I have thought about it. Although Wang Jifeng's actions were despicable, we should forgive him whenever possible. If I don't cancel the report, he will definitely be sent to a reform camp. Then, his life will really be ruined. The school has already punished him, so he can forget about the reform camp. I hope that he can learn from this lesson and be a good person from now on. Wang Jifeng came back to his senses. He was so moved that tears and snot flowed out again. Thank you, Student Tong. I really know that I was wrong. I will be a good person from now on. The police officer saw that Tong Xuelu was not going to pursue the matter and quickly left. Principal Zheng and the teachers all praised Tong Xuelu's actions. If this matter was really reported to the police, it would be bad for the school's reputation. Moreover, this matter involved a commander and the entire education bureau. Gossip was a fearful thing. This ending was the best. If it was said that Tong Xuelu's insistence on calling the police had shocked everyone present, then now that she was magnanimous enough to forgive Wang Jifeng, they felt heartfelt admiration and respect for her. Student Tong is really a magnanimous person. If I were her, I might not forgive Wang Jifeng. I felt that Wang Jifeng was a little pitiful just now. Now that Student Tong has really forgiven him, I feel that it is too easy on him. Look at Wang Jifeng. He was so bold just now. I didn't expect him to be so scared that he actually peed his pants. How embarrassing. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Jifeng buried his face in his knees. He was so regretful that he wanted to die. The people in the dormitory and Jiang Baihui all gathered around. Xianxia said, Zolv, you are really too brave. I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. Gao Min said, me too. Zolv, let's go. I heard that the textbooks are going to be distributed soon. Let's hurry over. You guys go first. I still have something to talk to the teacher about. She then turned to Jiang Baihui and said, thank you for standing up for me just now. Jiang Baihui waved his hand and said, "We are friends. He slandered you like that, of course I had to stand up for you. It's just that I was too useless. I couldn't even say a few words before crying." Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "Still, I have to thank you. You guys go first. I will go over later." When the people in the dormitory heard Jiang Baihui's words, they looked embarrassed. As people in the same dormitory, they all knew Tang Xuelu's English level. However, none of them stood up for her just now. After the people in the dormitory left, Tang Xuelu walked over to Wang Jifeng. "Wang Jifeng, I have a few questions for you." Wang Jifeng raised his head and said, "Student Tang, just ask whatever you want." He did not hate Tang Xuelu at all. Instead, he was very grateful to her. If Tang Xuelu did not plead for him just now, his life would have been ruined. Although he was expelled now, he could still find a job when he went back. Tang Xuelu said, "How did you know that my grandfather is a commander?" Wang Jifeng paused and said, "Your grades are too good. The students in the dormitory and class often talk about you. I forgot who mentioned that your grandfather is a commander." Tang Xuelu continued to ask, "Think about it carefully. Did someone say something in front of you? Otherwise, why would you target me for no reason?" This Wang Jifeng looked like an impulsive and brainless person. It was best to use this kind of person as a tool. Wang Jifeng frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he shouted, "I remember. There is a person in the dormitory next to mine called Shi Junmin. He said that his classmate's father is the director of the Revolutionary Committee. He got a lot of insider information during the college entrance examination. I was very angry when I heard that. I asked him why he did not report it. He said that his family has no power and no influence, so he did not dare to report it. Later, he said that the world is like this and that it is unfair everywhere. I asked him what else was unfair. He said that he heard that your grades were not good since you were young. You only graduated from junior high school, but you got full marks. For 4 subjects. Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows and said, "So he said that I cheated?" Wang Jifeng blushed and shook his head. "He didn't say that. I thought wrongly. I heard that your grades were not good and you only graduated from junior high school. I thought that it was impossible for you to get such grades, so he was indeed an idiot." At this time, he still did not know that he was being used as a tool. Tang Xuelu said, "That person with the surname sh*t, where is he from?" Wang Jifeng, Jin City. Jin City. Tang Xuelu's mouth curved slightly. He thought of Wenrugi's mother. Coincidentally, Wenrugi's mother married a man with the surname Shi. "Classmate Wang, I hope that you will remember today's lesson and turn over a new leaf." Tang Xuelu did not plan to tell him that he was being used by Shi Junmin. Such an idiot would not be able to do anything right. He would not be Shi Junmin's opponent at all. Wang Jifeng nodded like he was pounding garlic. "I know. Thank you for pleading for me just now. Oh right, what I asked you just now, don't mention it to anyone else. Otherwise, people will think that you are trying to shirk responsibility. Thank you for reminding me." "Thank you, classmate Tong. I must have been blinded by lard to frame you." He was so moved that he cried. Tang Xuelu's mouth twitched. Then, he walked towards the classroom. If she guessed correctly, this Shi Junmin should be from Wenrugi's mother's adulterer's family. She was still thinking about how to deal with those 2 families, but they came knocking on her door. Very good, very good. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before dealing with Shi Junmin, she had to investigate him. Next, it was the week-long military training. Tang Xuelu was tanned, but compared to the other students, she was still as fair as tofu. The other students were already tanned. After the military training, some of them were as tanned as charcoal. Previously, some people suspected that Tang Xuelu had put on makeup. However, after the military training, they finally understood what it meant to be a natural beauty. It had to be said that the students of this era were really hardworking. Every day, their backs were sore from the military training. After returning to the dormitory, they still had to pick up books to study. The school stipulated that the lights in the dormitory were to be turned off at 10:30 p.m. However, many students went to the toilet or the roadside to continue studying at night in order to study for a while longer. They were already so hardworking before classes even started. What would happen when classes started in the future? Compared to them, Tang Xuelu felt that she was just a salted fish. No matter what, she couldn't do something like going to the toilet to study while smelling feces and urine. However, after seeing how hardworking everyone was, she asked for everyone's opinion and suggested to the school that the lights be turned off for an hour later. The school leaders were very happy to see that the students were so enthusiastic about studying, so they quickly agreed to their request. Everyone's attention was focused on their studies. Even if there were occasional conflicts in life, they were quickly forgotten. No one schemed against each other. It was the weekend after the military training ended. Tang Xuelu packed her things and prepared to go home. The courtyard house had been renovated, so they were going to move this weekend. The people in the dormitory were very envious that Tang Xuelu could go home. Tang Xuelu smiled and said goodbye to them. She promised to bring them delicious food on Sunday. Because the three families were moving together, there were a lot of things. Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Danhong offered to help. On Saturday, Fang Jingyuan came out of her house. When she passed by the training ground, she suddenly heard someone calling her. She turned her head and saw Xiao Qingping grinning at her. Fang Jingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you calling me?" Xiao Qingping said, "Please tell Zul that I can't take the day off to help her move today." Fang Jingyuan snorted and said, "You're not available when we need you to move. Usually, you're more enthusiastic than anyone when it comes to treating people to meals." Xiao Qingping looked at her, rolling her eyes and pouting her lips. His heart was pounding. What the hell? He actually thought that she was good-looking when she looked like this. He remembered that Tang Xuelu was snatched away by Wenrugi because he didn't make a move. So this time, no matter what, he couldn't let anyone take the initiative. Xiao Qingping took a deep breath. The tips of his ears were slightly red and he said, "Fang Jingyuan, I have something to ask you." Fang Jingyuan said, "If you have something to say, say it." Xiao Qingping felt that he was really crazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't think that she was cute when she swore. He stammered and said, "I want to ask you, are you blind?" Fang Jingyuan glared at him and said, "Xiao Qingping, do you want to die? You're the blind one." Xiao Qingping nodded and said, "I also think that I'm blind. Otherwise, I wouldn't think that you look cute with your nostrils flared." Fang Jingyuan. After Xiao Qingping finished speaking, he looked at Fang Jingyuan with bright eyes. His heart was beating like thunder. He felt that he was blind to have fallen in love with her. Shouldn't she also be blind to fall in love with him? Fang Jingyuan's face turned red and white as if she had knocked over a die shop. She was so angry that she let out a cold laugh. Haha. Xiao Qingping saw her blushing face and was immediately overjoyed. Seeing her smiling so happily and blushing so shyly, he knew that she must be interested in him. She was so cute. Fang Jingyuan saw his grinning face and became even angrier. She waved at him and said, "Come here." Xiao Qingping brushed his hair and walked over. "If you think it's suitable, from today onwards, we can start dating." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Jingyuan pointed to the sky and said, "Look, there's a bird." Xiao Qingping looked up in the direction she was pointing. At that moment, in the blink of an eye, Fang Jingyuan raised her leg and kicked at his calf. Xiao Qingping sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up like a frog while hugging his calf. However, the initiator ran away after kicking him. Her angry voice could be heard in the wind. "Xiao Qingping, listen to me. I, Fang Jingyuan, would never fall in love with you even if I was blind." Xiao Qingping hugged his calf in pain and grievance. Why, was he not handsome enough or manly enough? Fang Jingyuan rushed to Tang Xuelu's house angrily. The anger on her face had not dissipated. Tang Xuelu asked, "What's wrong with you? Who made you angry?" Fang Jingyuan looked around and said in a low voice, "It's that mung bean-eyed Xiao Qingping. With his ugly face, he actually dared to say that he was blind to fall in love with me. Bah, do you think I care about his blindness?" Tang Xuelu, Xiao Qingping's words of love made it clear that he was single based on his own ability. Jiang Danhong looked up while helping to pack the things. "Comrade Xiao is probably confessing to you, right?" It's just that his words are a little unpleasant to hear. Fang Jingyuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What do you mean by a little unpleasant? It's very unpleasant. He must be blind to fall in love with me. He's making it sound like I'm a loser and I need him to take pity on me. I'm so angry. If he had known earlier, he would have kicked him a few more times. It was too easy on him. Tang Xuelu looked at her angry face and suddenly felt that she and Xiao Qingping were a quarrelsome couple. Outside, when Rugi and Piao Jiani were helping to move the big things, but there weren't many things. The bed and table were bought by Wenrugi. Now that they had moved to the Sihiyuan, Grandpa had already asked someone to build a new bed, board and table in advance, so they only had to move some trivial things. However, they were reluctant to leave the vegetables and fruit trees in the courtyard. Tang Xuelu decided to dig up the fruit trees later. Otherwise, there would be no one living here and they might wither and die. With so many people, it was easy to pack. When Rugi borrowed a jeep and came over to take the things to the new house. After the big things were moved into the jeep, everyone was ready to carry the small things with their hands. Tang Xuelu asked everyone to leave first. She stayed behind to check if they had left anything behind. She walked through the house one by one. Everything had been moved away, and it felt as if the house was empty. She ran her hands over the glass window and the table. Suddenly, she felt a surge of reluctance. The door was dark, and when Rugi walked in with his long legs. Don't worry, I won't sell this house. In the future, we can come back and live here. Tang Xuelu turned around and looked at him. If we move here, do you want Grandpa to live in the Sihiyuan alone? Based on the Wen family's situation, they would definitely have to live with Grandpa and Uncle Zong after they got married. When Rugi's ears turned red. What I mean is, the two of us can come and stay here for a day or two occasionally. Wow. He actually came up with such a romantic idea. Tang Xuelu walked over and poked his chest. Where did you learn this from? You're becoming more and more of a rogue. When Rugi panicked. If you don't like it, I won't be like this in the future. Tang Xuelu's hand drew circles on his chest and looked up at him. Don't be nervous. I didn't say that I don't like it, but you can only do this to me. Do you understand? When Rugi nodded and stared at her with his dark eyes. Don't worry. In this lifetime, I'll only be a rogue to you. Tang Xuelu almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard these cheesy words. By the way, how's your colleague, Zhou Yan? Her words reminded Wenrugi of the embarrassing scene that day, and his face turned red again. He said that he'll go back and find an old Chinese doctor. After Qimin found out about this, he gave his son's 1-month-old diapers to him. Tang Xuelu looked confused. What's the use of this? Wenrugi said, I heard that it can benefit Zhou Yan and give birth to a son. They're all going to have a son. Do you want a son too? If I give birth to a daughter in the future, will you dislike her? Tang Xuelu frowned when she heard him mention the word son. Wenrugi's gaze was fixed on her face. He immediately noticed her frown. No, it doesn't matter if it's a son or a daughter. As long as it's your child, I'll like it. Tang Xuelu licked his lips and said with a hint of unwillingness, what if I can't give birth to a child? What will you do? Wenrugi held her hand. If you can't give birth to a child, then don't. If you don't want to, then don't. Anyway, he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, not with a child. If they had a child, then they would enjoy the happiness of a family. If they didn't, then they would just spend time alone. Her figure was reflected in his eyes, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. Tang Xuelu's heart skipped a beat. She held his hand and intertwined their fingers. Let's go. Don't make everyone wait for us. When Rugi looked at their intertwined hands, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Okay. There were a lot of things to pack when they arrived at the courtyard house. By the time the three families had finished packing, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Tang Xuelu said, thank you so much for today. I'll treat everyone to a meal at the state-run restaurant. The kitchen wasn't fully prepared yet, and she was so tired that she really didn't want to cook. Although everyone felt that it was a pity that they couldn't eat the food that she cooked, no one would ask for too much at this time. Jiang Danhong said, I know a state-run restaurant that tastes good. Let me show you the way. Tong Xuelu's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at her quietly. They used to live in the south of the city, and now the courtyard house was in the north of the city. Naturally, the state-run restaurant they were going to was not the Dongfeng restaurant. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant and saw manager Deng's face, Tong Xuelu felt that it was as expected. When manager Deng saw Jiang Danhong and a group of people coming over, he was stunned. Teacher Jiang, Comrade Tong, are you here to eat? Jiang Danhong looked at him and smiled. Yes. Is there anything left in the restaurant? Manager Deng welcomed them in and nodded. Yes, yes. Come in and have a seat. When they entered the restaurant, everyone looked around. It was not as big as the Dongfeng restaurant, but it was very clean. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no dust in the corners. There were only 2 waiters in the restaurant, and they could not serve everyone at once. Jiang Danhong helped to serve everyone. Tong Xuelu saw this scene, but he did not say anything. To reward everyone, Tong Xuelu told everyone not to save money for her. They could order whatever they wanted to eat. Even so, the state-run restaurant had a limited supply. In the end, they only ordered 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 3 plates of dumplings. Piao Jiani picked up a piece of braised pork and tasted it. The taste is average. It can't be compared to Zulf's. As soon as he said this, Jiang Danhong looked at him. Can't you stuff your mouth when there's food to eat? Piao Jiani was speechless. Piao Jiani felt that he had been scolded unjustly. However, he was pursuing Jiao Yunshi, and Jiang Danhong was Jiao Yunshi's good friend. Therefore, he could only swallow this insult. Halfway through the meal, a little girl ran in. When she saw Jiang Danhong, she called out in a crisp voice, Ms. Jiang. Jiang Danhong turned around and rubbed the little girl's head with a smile. Xiaojia, are you done with school? Deng Xiaojia nodded obediently. Yes. Ms. Jiang, I have a question that I don't know how to do. Can you explain it to me? Jiang Danhong hurriedly said, What question? Quickly show it to me. Manager Deng walked out of the kitchen and said in disapproval, Xiaojia, Teacher Jiang is eating. If you ask questions now, you will disturb her. Deng Xiaojia pouted and lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Jiang Danhong said, Manager Deng, don't scold her. Homework is more important. Besides, I'm already full. As she spoke, she pulled Deng Xiaojia to the next table to help her with her homework. Fang Jingyuan leaned over to Tong Xuelu and said in a low voice, Don't you think Sister Danhong is a little strange? Tong Xuelu gave her a piece of very fat braised pork. Eat more meat. Fang Jingyuan looked at the trembling fat and grinned. You know me best. I like to eat fat. After speaking, she ate the fat and greasy pork in one bite. Tong Xuelu was speechless. After the meal, everyone went back to their own homes. On the way back, when Rugi saw her frowning slightly and asked in a low voice, Are you worried about Comrade Jiang? Tong Xuelu looked up. You can tell? When Rugi nodded. You look at Comrade Jiang more often than you look at me. These words sounded aggrieved, like a jealous child. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. She blinked at him and said, Then from now on, I'll only look at you? When Rugi's face turned red, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He nodded gently and said, Yes. Tong Xuelv felt that he was too cute like this. Comrade Jiang is an adult. She has the freedom to be with whomever she wants. But personally, I don't think it's easy to be a stepmother. Manager. Deng's character and ability were good, but he had a 6 or 7-year-old child. It wasn't easy to be a stepmother. Moreover, Jiang Danhong was married and had a child. She didn't know if Jiang Danhong could accept her past. When Rugi said, We'll cross that bridge when we get there. You said that she's an adult. She'll definitely handle these things well. Tong Xuelu nodded. Although Jiang Danhong yearned for family warmth, she was a person who would rather go without than have something substandard. She was more assertive than many women. If Manager Deng wasn't suitable for her, she definitely wouldn't be obsessed with him. After thinking it through, Tong Xuelu threw his worries to the back of his mind. On Sunday, Tong Xuelu brought red date cake and green bean cake back to the dormitory. Her roommates thought she was just joking. They didn't expect her to really bring food back. Xianxia picked up the red date cake and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. It's delicious. This red date cake is soft and sticky. It's sweet but not greasy. It's the best I've ever eaten. The others hurriedly picked it up and tasted it, praising it one after another. Gao Min said, "Zolv, I heard that you used to be the manager of Dongfeng restaurant. I also heard that you have a first-class chef certificate. I didn't expect it to be true. The food you cook is really delicious." The others were shocked. "Zolv is such a good cook?" Gao Min nodded proudly. "That's right. You're not from Beijing, so you might not know. Zolv's beef meatballs and malatang were very popular in Beijing for a while." Choi Ruru elegantly took a bite of the green bean cake and glanced at her. "Since it's so popular, why haven't you tried it since you're from Beijing?" Gao Min blushed and glared at her. "What does it have to do with you?" Choi Ruru sneered and put the green bean cake into her mouth. She clapped her hands and stood up. Then she turned around and went back to her bed. Gao Min stared at her back and silently cursed, "Slut." Tong Xuelu was a little confused. When she left on Friday, they were on good terms. How did it become like this 2 days later? Xiaoxian winked at her and tilted her lips towards the door. Tong Xuelu understood immediately and quickly found an excuse to leave. When she went outside, Xiaoxian followed her out. "Zolv, are you curious about what happened between Gao Min and Choi Ruru?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Did they quarrel?" Xiaoxian scratched her chin. "I guess so." This afternoon, Gao Min's cousin came to see her. Her cousin brought a male classmate with him. Gao Min was very enthusiastic about that male classmate. They had a good chat at first. Later, Choi Ruru came back. Choi Ruru took the initiative to chat with that male classmate. It seemed that she neglected Gao Min. When he left, Gao Min called Choi Ruru a vixen. Tong Xuelu did not expect so many things to happen after she left for 2 days. Isn't Choi Ruru married? Could it be that Gao Min is too sensitive? Xiaoxian scratched her head. "I don't know, but that male classmate is quite good-looking." Tong Xuelu suddenly had an idea. She asked calmly, "What's that male classmate's name?" "Xiaoxian, I only know that his surname is Sure." "I don't know his name." Tong Xuelu's pupils shrank. "By the way, what department is Gao Min's cousin in?" "Xiaoxian, Chinese department." "I wanted to apply for the Chinese department, but the competition was too fierce. Chinese, history, mathematics, physics, and chemistry were popular after the college entrance exams were reinstated. Their admission scores were higher than other departments." Tong Xuelu sneered in her heart when she heard the words Chinese department. It seemed like Shi Junmin was more anxious than she thought. He actually snuck into her dormitory while she was away. Suddenly, she knew that something was wrong. She said calmly, "Let's go back and read." Xiaoxian nodded. Tong Xuelu returned to her dormitory. She glanced at the books on her bed and table. First, she changed her pillowcase and quilt cover. When her roommates saw her like this, they could not help but feel strange. "Zolv, are you going to wash your quilt? Isn't it a little late now?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "I'll wash it tomorrow. I'll change now." "Gao Min, you've only slept with this quilt for less than 2 weeks. Why are you changing it so quickly? You're too clean, aren't you?" "Tong Xuelu, I sweated so much during the military training. I should have changed it a long time ago. But I'm in a hurry to go back on Friday. Also, I'm a bit of a clean freak. Other than being too clean, I don't like other people touching my things." When she said this, her roommates looked at each other. Gao Min suddenly looked at Xiaoxian. "Xiaoyan, did you say something to Zolv?" "Xiaoxian, what did I say?" "I said that you brought your cousin and your male classmate over. Isn't that the truth?" Gao Min glared at her. She turned around and explained to Tong Xuelu, "Zolv, don't misunderstand. My cousin came over. They sat on the stools and did not touch your bed. Also, they only stayed for a while before leaving." Tong Xuelu looked up and smiled at her. Don't worry. I'm not talking about you. I'm just telling everyone that I don't like other people touching my things. Tong Xuelu tidied up her bed and went to tidy up her books. Just as she finished tidying up, she suddenly heard chaotic footsteps in the corridor outside. Then, someone knocked on the dormitory door. The girls in the dormitory were all shocked. Xianxia almost fell off her bed. Room 201, open the door. The person who knocked on the door was very rough and banged on the wooden door. Tian Fingji hurriedly ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the dormitory auntie and 2 female teachers rushed in. One of them was a tall woman with high cheekbones. She glanced at them and said, "All of you, stand to the side. Don't move." The girls in the dormitory were frightened by the teacher's appearance. Lin Lanwan was especially scared. Her face was pale and she was about to cry. Tong Xuelu was the calmest of them all. She looked at the teacher and said, "Teacher, we can do as you say. But can you tell us what happened?" As Tong Xuelu had spoken as the student representative and caused such a big commotion that day, the female teachers naturally recognized Tong Xuelu. Her tone was a little better than before. "We received a report that illegal things were hidden in your dormitory. We want to search the dormitory." Tong Xuelu nodded. "I see. Teachers, go ahead." After saying that, she stood to the side and didn't move. Xiaoxian and the others also stood to the side when they saw her like this. The female teacher was quite satisfied with Tong Xuelu and the others' understanding of the situation. She led the dormitory auntie and the other teacher to start rummaging through the rooms. Wardrobes, blankets, pillows, and books. Everything that could be hidden was searched. Everything was in a mess. It was as if a house had been raided. The female teacher searched back and forth twice, but she didn't find anything illegal. Her gaze fell on the girls and she frowned. "If you're hiding illegal things, take them out now. If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you resist, you'll be punished severely. I advise you not to resist." The girls looked at each other. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Lin Lanwan started sobbing at the side. The female teacher shouted, "Why are you crying? Did you hide illegal things?" Lin Lanwan's legs went weak and she almost fainted. "I didn't. Teacher, I didn't," the female teacher glared at her. "If you didn't, then why are you crying? You're obviously guilty." As she spoke, she walked over and searched Lin Lanwan's pockets. Lin Lanwan bit her lip. She was clearly humiliated, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Then, they searched the other girls. When it was Tong Xuelu's turn, she directly took out her pockets. "Teacher, can I ask what you're searching for? If you want to search, we're willing to cooperate. But if you want to search our bodies without any evidence, you're obviously treating us as criminals. If this gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good for our school's reputation." When the female teacher heard her words, her hands trembled. She immediately retracted her hands that were about to reach out to her. "It's nothing. It's just some illegal things. Since you didn't find anything, that's the best." After speaking, she didn't apologize and left with her people. The dormitory was a mess. Books fell to the ground. Pillows and blankets were in a mess. Gao Min's blankets fell to the ground during the search. They were stepped on a few times and looked dirty. The clothes in the wardrobe were also pulled out. Her underwear fell to the ground, but she didn't pick it up. Seeing all this, the girls in the dormitory were so angry that their eyes turned red and tears fell. The people from the other dormitory stood outside and watched, pointing at their dormitory. "You said that the teacher was searching for illegal things? How would I know? But it's not good. Otherwise, why would she only search their dormitory? You're right. I think we should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we'll be implicated." When everyone heard this, they all left. Only Jiang Baihui didn't leave. He ran in and asked with concern, "Zulv, are you okay? Why did the teacher search your dormitory?" Tong Xuelu shook her head. "I'm fine. As for why the teacher wanted to search our dormitory, I don't know either." Jiang Baihui helped her tidy up her books and blankets. "It's really strange. But it's a good thing that she didn't find anything." Tang Xuelu smiled at her and picked up the flattened mung bean cake and red date cake. I'm sorry. I brought these two for you. It seems that they can't be eaten now. Jiang Baihui's heart ached when she heard that they were for her. Fortunately, they were wrapped in paper and weren't dirty. They can still be eaten. As she spoke, she picked up a lump of mung bean flour and put it into her mouth. Her eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. They're delicious. Although they're flattened, they're still delicious. Tang Xuelu looked at her silly smile and smiled. I'll bring more for you next time. Jiang Baihui's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Really? I'll remember that. Tang Xuelu nodded and continued to tidy up. After tidying up, Jiang Baihui went back to her dormitory. The atmosphere in the dormitory was very heavy. No one spoke. Tang Xuelu looked at everyone. Although we don't know who reported us today, and we don't know what the teacher wanted to find, I suggest that we don't bring anyone back to the dormitory in the future. What do you think? Gao Men looked up at her. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that we were reported because of my cousin and his classmate? Tang Xuelu said expressionlessly, I didn't say anything. I just don't want outsiders to come to our dormitory again. Xianxia said, I agree with Tang Xuelu. Choi Ruru said, I agree too. Tian Fingji and Lin Lanwan also agreed. No one said that Gao Min's cousin reported them. After all, her cousin wouldn't do something like that to his own cousin. But it was too much of a coincidence. It was better not to bring anyone back in the future. Gao Min was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her feet and didn't say anything. In that case, the minority obeys the majority. In the future, no one should bring outsiders back to the dormitory. After Tang Xuelu finished speaking, she took her toothbrush and enamel jar and went to wash up. When she came back, she went to bed. The other people in the dormitory usually studied until late at night. But after this incident, no one was in the mood to study. After washing up, they all went to bed. When the breathing in the dormitory gradually calmed down, Tang Xuelu opened her eyes. She took out a piece of paper from her underwear. Her eyes were burning with anger. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand. It was filled with all kinds of reactionary words. Not only were there words about the leader of the opposition party, but there were also words that cursed the supreme leader. If this kind of thing was found, she was afraid that she would lose her life here. At that time, even if her grandfather was the commander, he might not be able to save her. He might even be implicated by her. Very good, Shi Junmin. You have succeeded in provoking me. The corners of Tang Zulf's mouth curled up coldly. If she didn't kill him, she would change Tang Xuelu's surname to Shit. The next day, the atmosphere in the dormitory was still heavy. It was no longer as relaxed and harmonious as before. Gao Men pulled a long face in the morning because of Tang Xuelu's words last night. It was as if someone owed her 5 million yuan. After washing up, she suddenly took the initiative to hold Lin Lanjuan's hand and said, let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Before, Gao Min was arrogant and looked down on the villagers. She even ignored Lin Lanwan. Now that she suddenly took the initiative to show her goodwill, the other people in the dormitory immediately looked at them. Lin Lanwan was very flattered. She was stunned for a moment and nodded repeatedly, okay, let's go. Gao Men held her hand and walked past the others like a victorious rooster. Choi Ruru saw this and rolled her eyes at the ceiling and sneered. Gao Men heard this laughter and gritted her teeth. She was about to turn around and scold her for laughing, but she thought of something and didn't turn around in the end. Then Choi Ruru and Tian Fingji left, leaving Tang Xuelu and Xiaxian in the dormitory. Xiaxian breathed a sigh of relief and said, I was scared to death. I thought they were going to fight. Tang Xuelu glanced at her and said, if they want to fight, then let them fight. What are you afraid of? Xiaxian widened her eyes and said, of course I'm afraid. Did you forget that every dormitory has to be graded? If they fight, our dormitory will definitely lose points. Tang Xuelu was speechless. She really forgot about this. Although dormitory grades in this era were not included in the grades, if the dormitory's grade was too low, it would definitely affect the scholarship. No wonder Gao Min didn't do anything just now. It turned out that she was worried about this. This was also good. At least there was something to restrain them. It would prevent the whole dormitory from scheming against each other every day. It would be like a harem. After packing up, Tang Xuelu locked the door and walked to the cafeteria with Xiaoxian. By the way, how did Gao Min's cousin get into the dormitory? These days, dormitory management was still quite strict. Under normal circumstances, boys were not allowed to enter the dormitory. Xiaoxian's eyes widened. Didn't you notice? Gao Min changed her desk. Yesterday, her cousin and that male classmate moved a desk over. Because of this, the dormitory auntie let them come up. Tang Xuelu understood. I see. Xiaoxian looked envious. Gao Min's cousin treats her so well. The table we're using now is full of holes, especially mine, which has been eaten by worms. It's so disgusting. The table her cousin brought over is half new. Tang Xuelu answered absent-mindedly, whom the breakfast in the canteen wasn't as sumptuous as it was later. There were only cornbread, steamed buns, and eggs. There was only soy milk for drinks. In this era, there was milk, but it was limited. Only babies and critically ill patients could buy a bottle of milk a day with a hospital certificate. However, it was not bad to have soy milk. Tang Xuelu used food stamps and money to buy a bowl of soy milk, a steamed bun, and an egg. It cost a total of 4 taels of food stamps and 28 cents. Xiaoxian bought 2 cornbread and boiled water. After breakfast, they went to the classroom. This year, there was only one class of English majors. There were 41 students in the class. When Tang Xuelu and Xiaoxian arrived at the classroom, there were already many students in the class. When they saw Tang Xuelu coming over, many of them took the initiative to greet her. Student Tang, I heard that you have a special English learning secret. Can you share it with us? Learning English is really difficult. It would be best if student Tang could teach us. Tang Xuelu said modestly, I can't say that I can teach. Everyone is here to learn and improve together. I've already shared the learning methods with my roommates. If there's anything you don't know, I can tell you now. Some people who didn't know hurriedly said, I don't know. Student Tang, thank you for sharing. You're really a generous and fat person. Generous and fat, forget about being fat. Before the teacher arrived, Tang Xuelu passed on some English learning methods to everyone. In addition to the methods she taught in the dormitory last time, she also taught them a method to memorize words. For example, the word transportation. It seems very long and difficult to remember, but if we separate it, there will be a sport in the middle, which means sports. If we add a prefix, it will become transport, which means transportation and transportation. If we add a suffix, it will become transportation, which means transportation means or transportation system. There are many similar examples. If we separate them or combine them, it will help us remember more words. It will also make English words more vivid. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Tang Xuelu finished speaking, there was a round of applause at the door. The head of the faculty, Professor Yin, walked in. Student Tang's method is very novel and practical. What's more, she is willing to share such a good method with everyone. Everyone, please give her a round of applause to encourage her. Professor Yin was not only the head of the faculty, but he was also a teacher of oral English. He had a doctorate in the United States and his English pronunciation was very standard. He had a deep understanding of Western literature and had been helping universities and countries cultivate diplomatic and translation talents. The classroom was filled with enthusiastic applause. Tang Xuelu looked a little embarrassed. In fact, the methods she mentioned were nothing in the future. There were countless of similar learning methods. Professor Yin said, Student Tang, I would like you to be the class monitor. Are you willing? Tang Xuelu declined. The class monitor has to help the students in all aspects. However, I will be home on Saturday and Sunday. I'm afraid I won't be able to take up this position. I think it's better to hand it over to a more capable student. Professor Yin said regretfully, if that's the case, then you will be the English class representative. You can help the students learn English. This was a good idea. Tang Xuelu nodded generously. Then, Professor Yin started the class. Professor Yin was humorous and witty in class. He was very active and had a very deep cultural knowledge. He was very different from the traditional way of teaching. The students found it novel and interesting. Professor Yin was also good at encouraging students. Some students were too afraid to speak English because of their poor pronunciation. Under Professor Yin's encouragement, these students mustered up the courage to introduce themselves or answer questions in English. The teachers were very supportive. The students also cherished this rare learning opportunity. During the class, no one was absent-minded or sleeping. After the morning class, the homeroom teacher, Teacher Huang, came over. After a simple self-introduction, she asked the students to vote for the class committee. Gao Min was the first to run up and recommend herself to be the class monitor. "Hello everyone, I'm Gao Min. I would like to recommend myself to be the class monitor. If I can be the class monitor, I will wholeheartedly cooperate with the teachers and help every student in the class wholeheartedly. In school, from elementary school to high school, I have always been the class monitor. Therefore, I have a lot of experience in being a class monitor. If you all choose me to be the class monitor, I am very confident that I can unite all the forces that can be united and lead our class to become the best class in the whole school. Thank you, everyone. Please vote for me." Gao Min's speech was very interesting. Unfortunately, she lost to a female student named Xianxia by 1 vote. In the end, she could only be the group secretary. Gao Min was so angry that her face was like an old cucumber. She fiercely glared at Tong Xuelu and Xiaxian. After class, she angrily chased after Tong Xuelu and said with a cold face, "Why didn't you vote for me just now?" Tong Xuelu blinked and said with an innocent face, "Didn't the homeroom teacher ask us to vote for the most capable person? I think that Xianxia is very capable. Don't tell me you want me to cheat? You should have said so earlier." Gao Min choked for a moment. A gust of air was stuck in her chest, unable to go up or down. It was extremely uncomfortable. She definitely couldn't say that she wanted the other party to cheat. In the end, she fiercely glared at Tong Xuelu and angrily walked away. Xiaxian looked at Gao Min's back and said with some worry, "I can foresee that our dorm won't be peaceful in the future." Tong Xuelu shrugged and continued to say innocently, "I hope that Gao Min won't be so stubborn. I came to school to study, not to engage in political struggles." Xiaxian nodded in agreement. "That's right. You worked so hard to get into a university. Who would be willing to spend their time on political struggles?" Tong Xuelu smiled and didn't say anything. She deliberately didn't choose Gao Min. The class monitor position wasn't a small position and she had a lot of power. Moreover, Gao Min's cousin was Shi Juanmin's friend. Naturally, she wouldn't let her become the class monitor. More importantly, after yesterday's incident, she felt that Gao Min was probably a lovey-dovey type. Even if she won over this kind of person, it would be useless. As long as the man hooked his finger, she would rush over. Therefore, she gave up on trying to win over Gao Min. Xiaxian said, "I'm going to the library. Do you want to come with me?" Tong Xuelu shook her head. "No, I have to buy some stationery." Xiaxian nodded and the two of them went their separate ways. Tong Xuelu didn't buy any stationery. She walked around the campus and threw a complaint letter into the complaint box when no one was looking. Then, she returned to the dorm. 2 days later, a notice was posted at the entrance of the dorm building. It said that from today onwards, the management of outsiders in the dorm would be stricter. If boys or students' parents wanted to enter the dorm, they had to register their names and couldn't stay in the dorm for more than 2 minutes. Boys had to be accompanied by the dorm manager. When the students saw the notice, they immediately started to discuss it. Some people guessed that it had something to do with the search of room 201. Some people guessed that someone had lost something. After seeing the notice, Gao Min's face turned red and white. At the same time, she was worried that her daily life would be affected because she brought someone back to the dorm last time. After returning to the dorm, she pretended to ask casually, "Did you all see the notice below?" The others didn't say anything. Only Lin Lanwan nodded. "I saw it." Gao Min glanced at everyone. "I don't know why there was such a notice out of the blue." Xiaxian said, "I think it's good. Boys shouldn't be in the female dorm." Tong Xuelu stared at her textbook and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. Today's notice was the result of her report 2 days ago. Although she had suggested that everyone not bring Shi Junmin back to the dorm, this verbal agreement didn't have any binding effect. In order to prevent Shi Junmin from entering the dorm again, she had no choice but to block the source. As the saying goes, you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If she didn't do this, Shi Junmin might come in again and give her a note without her knowing. She wouldn't be able to guard against that. After the search last time, Shi Junmin didn't make any moves for the time being. However, Tang Xuelu had always wanted to meet this person. Soon, the opportunity came. There was a student in the Chinese department who came from a very poor family. His father and grandmother were both paralyzed, and his mother was the only one who raised the family. Although he didn't need money to get into university, he still received subsidies from the state. However, he sent back half of his monthly allowance of 18 yuan, leaving only 9 yuan for food and living expenses. This amount of money wasn't enough at all. Therefore, he only ate 1 meal a day and only 1 cornbread for each meal. After Tang Xuelu found out about this situation from other people, she immediately asked her classmates to donate money. As the one who proposed the donation, she donated 54 yuan for 3 months of allowance. The other students who didn't have money gave 1 or 2 yuan, while the slightly more generous ones gave 5 or 10 yuan. In total, the total donation was 189 yuan. After registering the donation, Tang Xuelu, the class monitor, Shi Zhenru, and Gao Min went to the Chinese department together. When they arrived, the Chinese department's Class 1 students were about to end their class. When they saw them, they all looked confused. Tang Xuelu walked in and said, "Hello, students. I'm Tang Xuelu from the English department's Class 1. By chance, I heard from my classmates that there's a student in the Chinese department with the surname Huang who comes from a very poor family. He only eats 1 cornbread every day. When I found out about this situation, I felt very sad. The body is the foundation of learning. If you don't have a good body, how can you learn effectively? Therefore, I organized the students in the class to donate money. I hope that this money can help this student and his family get through this difficult time." As soon as she said this, the class was in an uproar. At the same time, they felt ashamed. They all knew about student Huang's situation, but they never thought of donating money or helping him. They didn't expect that it would be a student from another department who would help him. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 hadn't left yet. After hearing Tang Xuelu's words, she also felt ashamed. "Student, I thank you for your kindness on behalf of student Huang. This matter should have been handled by our own department and class, but we neglected it." Tang Xuelu smiled and said, "Teacher, you don't have to blame yourself. There are more students in the Chinese department. As a teacher, you have to be responsible for several classes. It's understandable that you can't take care of every student. At times like this, it's up to the class monitor to fulfill his responsibility. Take our class monitor for example. He knows the situation of every student in the class like the back of his hand and truly serves his classmates wholeheartedly." Shi Zhenru's face flushed red when he was suddenly praised. However, there was someone whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This person was none other than Shi Junmin. Because he was the class monitor of Class 1. Tang Xuelu's words were tantamount to giving him a resounding slap in the face in front of everyone. As the class monitor of Class 1, he didn't even know that his classmates were in trouble. Or rather, he was indifferent even if he knew. How could he say that he was wholeheartedly serving his classmates? Sure enough, as soon as Tang Xuelu's words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Shi Junmin. Even the homeroom teacher turned his head to look at him. Shi Junmin's hands were clenched into fists under the table. His heart was burning with anger. Tang Xuelu's gaze swept across everyone. "Is student Huang Sini here?" The homeroom teacher said, "Student Huang is on sick leave today." Tang Xuelu showed a timely expression of concern. "Ah, student Huang is sick? I don't know if he has the money to see a doctor or buy medicine. May I know who your class monitor is? Can you help us send the money to student Huang now? I'm really worried about student Huang." The homeroom teacher felt even more ashamed. He looked at Shi Junmin and said, "Student Shi, send the money to student Huang now. You must make it clear that this is a token of our goodwill." Also, if student Huang's condition is not good, you have to quickly accompany him to see the school doctor. The homeroom teacher's tone was obviously reproachful. As the homeroom teacher, he was negligent. However, he taught several classes and had a lot of responsibilities. In addition, he didn't live with the students, so naturally, he couldn't take care of everything. The class committee was chosen to share the teacher's responsibilities. Sure, Junmin had made it sound so nice, but he didn't want to be all talk and no action. Yes, teacher. I will take good care of student Huang. Sure, Junmin's face alternated between red and white. His eyes were filled with suppressed anger. Tong Xuelu calmly sized up the man who had repeatedly attacked him. Sure, Junmin looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. His facial features were delicate, and he wore glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looked cultured and refined. Tong Xuelu thought of an idiom, refined scum. Sure, Junmin walked over and looked at Tong Xuelu with a fake smile. Student Tong, I thank you for your kindness on behalf of student Huang. Tong Xuelu met his gaze. You're welcome. As students of the same school, it's natural for us to help each other. It's also the responsibility of the class committee to care for each other. Sure, Junmin, the homeroom teacher, took the lead and applauded. I hope that the students in our class will learn from the students of the Foreign Languages Department in the future and help each other and care for each other. The students in the class also applauded. The louder the applause, the greater the force of the slap on Sure Junmin's face. Gao Min walked out of the school building with an ugly expression. Student Tong, you shouldn't have deliberately embarrassed the class monitor. Tong Xuelu looked at him innocently. What do you mean? What did I say to make you misunderstand me? Before Gao Min could say anything, Shi Zhenru frowned and looked at her. Student Gao, there's something wrong with your thinking. The class monitor didn't fulfill his responsibility to take care of his classmates. This is his dereliction of duty. If he made a mistake, he should correct it. Do you want everyone to pretend that they didn't know anything? Besides, student Tong didn't blame him at all. Why are you blaming student Tong? Gao Min, but before she could say anything, Tong Xuelu covered his face and cried. I only wanted to help student Huang, who has a difficult family. I didn't expect that I would become a bad person in your eyes. I'm so sad. Shi Zhenru saw Tong Xuelu crying and couldn't help but feel anxious. Student Tong, don't cry. You didn't do anything wrong. Student Gao is the one who has a problem with her thinking. I must report this to the homeroom teacher. Gao Min, Tong Xuelu wiped his tears and said, forget it. The class monitor and student Gao know each other. It's understandable that she would side with him. I just didn't expect her to say that about me. Shi Zhenru frowned even harder. No wonder you would speak up for the class monitor. So they know each other. Then student Gao's thinking is even more wrong. This is bending the law for personal gain and not distinguishing between public and private interests. I think student Gao is not qualified for the position of the group secretary. I must report this to the homeroom teacher. Gao Min, after he finished speaking, Shi Zhenru turned around and strode towards the teacher's office. Student Shi, wait for me. Gao Min was angry and scared. She quickly chased after him. After the two of them left, Tong Xuelu wiped his tears and went to the library to write an article. When he came out, he submitted the article to the school news agency. Although Gao Min chased after him, he couldn't stop Shi Zhenru from complaining in the end. Shi Zhenru told the homeroom teacher about Tong Xuelu spontaneously donating money to help the needy students, as well as how Gao Min slandered Tong Xuelu and made her cry. The homeroom teacher didn't know about the donation before this. When he found out that Tong Xuelu had actually donated 3 months' worth of allowance, he couldn't help but feel shocked and touched. After hearing Gao Min criticize Tong Xuelu in turn, he suddenly felt that Gao Min didn't have enough self-awareness. The homeroom teacher looked at Gao Min solemnly. Student Tong has always wanted to help the needy students. Even if you can't reach her level, you can't invert right and wrong. Gao Min's face turned pale. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. The homeroom teacher waved his hand. In the end, you still don't have enough self-awareness. Give up the position of the group secretary to another student. Gao Min's eyes turned red, and 2 streams of tears fell down. She was dismissed by the teacher because of her lack of self-awareness. This meant that for the next 4 years, it would be very difficult for her to be a class leader again. She was done for. A few days later, the article Tang Xuelu submitted to the news agency was published. In the article, she wrote about student Huang Xinyi's difficulties. Then, she wrote in detail about how the foreign languages department knew about his difficulties and how they donated money to help him. Of course, she didn't mention that she had donated 3 months' worth of allowance. Instead, she used more of the article to praise the other students' spirit of unity, friendship, and helping each other. After the foreign languages department's teachers and leaders read the article, they immediately felt that their faces were glowing, and they walked with confidence. On the other hand, the Chinese department's teachers and leaders felt as if they had been slapped in the face. They didn't even know that it was their own department's students, and they had to wait for students from other departments to donate money to them. This was too embarrassing. Someone had to take responsibility for this matter. Of course, the person responsible couldn't be a leader, nor could it be the head teacher. In the end, they could only push Shi Junmin out as the class leader. What's more, after Tang Xuelu had donated money to their class, everyone had begun to doubt Shi Junmin's ability. Some people even heard that Shi Junmin had given a table to a girl in the foreign languages department. He didn't have time to care about his classmates, but he had time to chase girls. After the article in the newspaper fermented, the head teacher finally decided to remove Shi Junmin from his position as class leader. After Shi Junmin received the notice, he was so angry that he almost broke his silver teeth. Being a class leader was very important to a student's resume. It also played a crucial role in whether a sophomore or junior could be recommended to join the party. He had originally planned to apply for the party in his sophomore year, but now that there was such a stain, his chances of joining the party were gone. If he couldn't join the party, he wouldn't be assigned the best job when he graduated. Unless he made greater contributions or had outstanding grades, it would be very difficult for him to be re-elected as a class leader or be approved to join the party. In other words, Tang Xuelu's move seemed insignificant, but in fact, it was a drastic measure. Shi Junmin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After Tang Xuelu heard the news from Huang Xinyi, who had thanked her, her face was indifferent. After Huang Xinyi left, the corners of her mouth curled up. The game had just begun. On Friday, Tang Xuelu packed up her things and went home. When she got home, no one was home. However, she heard a sound coming from the Wen family's house next door. Because the two families were next to each other, and because Tang Xuelu and Wen Rugi were engaged, the two families opened a door in the wall to make it easier for them to come and go. Tang Xuelu heard the sound and walked towards the Wen family's house. The sound came from Wen Rugi's room. She picked up a stick and tiptoed over, only to hear a sound that made her blush and her heart beat faster. Tang Xuelu thought that a thief had broken in. She didn't expect Wen Rugi to come back and do such a thing in the house. Tang Xuelu's mouth twitched. She was about to pretend that she didn't hear anything. However, just as she turned around, she kicked the metal bucket next to her. The metal bucket made a clang sound, which disturbed Wen Rugi in the house. Wen Rugi was applying medicine to his injured hand. He was shocked when he heard the sound outside. His elbow hit the cup on the table, and the water flowed down and splashed on his pants, making a large wet patch. Wen Rugi asked loudly, "Who's outside?" Tang Xuelu stuck out her tongue and said, "It's me." Wen Rugi's eyes lit up when he heard her voice. He walked out with his long legs. "You're back?" The door creaked open and Wen Rugi appeared at the door. Tang Xuelu looked up at him. Her cheeks were pink and her pants were wet. "What were you doing in the house just now?" Wen Rugi's eyelashes fluttered. "Nothing." "Nothing much?" Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "Don't lie to me." "I heard everything just now." Wen Rugi looked confused. "What did you hear?" Tang Xuelu, "The sound you made." Wen Rugi was even more confused. Tang Xuelu didn't want to cover up for him when she saw that he was still pretending. She imitated his voice and made 2 sounds. Then, she coughed and said, "I understand that you have needs, but it's not good for your health to do this too much. You should take it easy." Wen Rugi, who was hit by the flying pot, was speechless. Wen Rugi blushed and said, "You misunderstood me. I didn't do such a thing. Tong Xuelu glanced at his pants and said, shouldn't you cover your pants when you say that? Wenrugi then remembered that his pants were wet. His ears turned red and he said, it was caused by touching the cup on the table. Then what were you doing in there just now? Why did you make such a strange sound? Tong Xuelu felt that although Wenrugi had learned how to lie to gain her favor, he was not the kind of person who would do it during the day. Even if he did, he would usually tell her the truth when she asked. Wenrugi's eyelashes fluttered. He was about to say nothing when Tong Xuelu said fiercely, you better tell me the truth. Wenrugi then took out his hand from behind his back and said, my hand is injured. I was cleaning the wound just now. Tong Xuelu looked over and saw that the back of his hand was red and swollen. There were even blisters on it. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but be shocked. What happened to your hand? Wenrugi looked shy and apologetic. I thought that you would be coming back today, so I came back early to make roast duck for you. I didn't expect that I would be so clumsy and accidentally hit. The boiling water, Tong Xuelu could imagine the danger just by listening to his story. She suddenly felt sorry for him and said, you are really clumsy. Have you cooled the wound with water? Wenrugi shook his head. Tong Zul threw the wooden stick aside and walked over to pull his other hand to wash it under the faucet. Wash it under the faucet for 15 minutes. Also, don't poke this blister. Let it heal on its own. Wenrugi nodded and looked very obedient. He was like a child who had done something wrong. After nodding, he looked at her worriedly and asked carefully, are you angry? Noticing his mood, Tong Xuelu looked up at him and said, why should I be angry? Wenrugi thought about it and said dryly, because I'm too clumsy? Tong Xuelu sighed in his heart and reached out to tug at his clothes. Lower your head. It's tiring for me to look up and talk to you. Wenrugi was very obedient. He bent over slightly and leaned his head forward. Tong Xuelu hooked her arm around his neck. Her limpid eyes danced with blatant seduction. Silly, I'm not angry. I just feel sorry for you. After saying that, she leaned over and pressed her lips against his warm ones. Wenrugi did not expect that she would suddenly kiss him. His mind went blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he subconsciously wanted to hug her waist. Tong Xuelu gently bit his lips. Don't move. Continue to wash your hands under the tap. Wenrugi's lips hurt, and his heart beat like thunder. His ears turned red under the sunlight. Okay. After a while, Tong Xuelu blinked. Does it still hurt? Wenrugi was about to shake his head. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and he changed his words. It still hurts a little. Tong Xuelu's eyes flashed with a smile. I see. Then I'll continue to act like a hooligan? Wenrugi used his uninjured hand to grab her slender waist. Okay. If getting hurt could make her act like a hooligan, he did not mind getting hurt a few more times. After a while, Tong Xuelu gently pushed him away. Her lips were bright red. Don't be so careless in the future. If you do, I'll restrict you from acting like a hooligan for 3 months. Wenrugi, who had thought that it was okay to get hurt a few more times, was obviously frightened by her words. He hesitated for a moment and said, don't worry. I won't let myself get hurt again in the future. Tong Xuelu smiled and turned to look at his hand under the tap. It did not look as red and swollen as before. Continue to rinse your hand. I'll go home and get some burn ointment. Nowadays, after getting burned, many people just applied toothpaste, soy sauce, or vegetable oil. In fact, this was not scientific. Later, she asked Grandpa to buy some burn ointment from the military doctor and put it at home in case of emergency. After Wenrugi rinsed his hand, Tong Xuelu carefully wiped it clean and applied the burn ointment. You don't need to bandage it to avoid a second burn. Take this burn ointment and apply it 2 or 3 times a day. Wenrugi looked at her with his dark eyes. Won't you apply it for me later? Tong Xuelu smiled. Are you trying to push your luck? Grandpa will come back later. Are you sure you want me to apply it for you? Thinking of Commander Zhao's incorruptible face, Wenrugi shook his head honestly. Then I'll do it myself. If Commander Zhao saw this, he was afraid that he would have a hard time in the next 2 days. Tong Shualu laughed. Are you that afraid of Grandpa? Wenrugi licked his lips and did not say anything. Tong Shualu rubbed his soft hair. You stay at home and rest. I'll cook the rest of the roast duck in case it turns ugly. Wenrugi stood up. I'll help you. Tong Shualu's eyes fell on his hand. Are you sure? Although his hand could not help, it was rare for them to see each other. Wenrugi did not want to go back to his room to sleep. He followed Tong Shualu to the kitchen like a little tail. The setting sun shone into the kitchen through the porch. Wenrugi stood in the afterglow and looked at her. He could not get enough of her. Tong Shualu quickly processed the dead duck. When she looked up, she saw him standing at the door, blocking a large part of the setting sun. The sunset shone on him, giving his hair and clothes a layer of light. His eyes were gentle and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tong Shualu blinked at him. Comrade Wen, are you thinking about being a hooligan at this moment? If you don't say it, I'll take it as a yes. Hooligan. Asterisk. Tong Shualu made roast duck, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed fish, and stir-fried 2 vegetables. They could eat when they came back. Old Mr. Wen knew that Wenrugi's hand was injured. He was distressed and disdainful. How can you be so careless at your age? Those who know you will know that you dote on your wife, but those who don't will think that you are useless. When he said this, he deliberately looked at Commander Xiao. Commander Xiao snorted. Isn't he useless? He injured himself just by cooking. Zol will have to take care of him later. Old Mr. Wen defended his son. Old fogey, there is something wrong with your way of thinking. The two of them are loving each other. Why do you think that everything is bad when you say it? Zolva's a good girl, but you may not be able to find a grandson-in-law as good as Rugue in this world. Commander Xiao rolled his eyes and picked up 2 pieces of duck meat, dipped them in Tong Shualu's sauce, and put them into the pancake. He then picked up some scallions and cucumbers, rolled them up, and took a big bite. Seeing that he did not say anything, old Mr. Wen was satisfied and rolled the duck pancake to eat as well. Tong Shualu personally rolled one for Wenrugi. For the next week, don't eat too much mutton and spicy food. Although the wound is not very serious, it can't leave a scar. His hands were slender and fair, and his knuckles were well defined. They were better looking than the hands of an artist. She did not want to leave any scars on them. Looking at her bright eyes, Wenrugi picked up the red and translucent sweet and sour pork ribs and put them in her bowl. Eat more. You've lost weight. Tong Shualu tilted his head. Have I lost weight? Why don't I feel that way? She handed over the rolled duck meat pancake, picked up the sweet and sour pork ribs with her chopsticks, and put them into her mouth. The sweet and sour taste immediately filled her entire mouth, and the smooth and delicious soup burst in her mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. Everyone preferred Tong Shualu's roast duck. The duck skin was bright red, as if it was smeared with a layer of red oil. The duck skin was crispy, and the duck meat was tender and refreshing. It was fat but not greasy, and did not lose to Quanjud's roast duck at all. She wrapped the sliced duck meat in the pancake and added the crispy and sweet cucumber to remove the greasiness of the duck meat. It was so fragrant that it made people want to eat their own tongues. Sister, when it's my birthday, can you make roast duck for me too? Tong Jessen's mouth was stuffed full, but he did not forget to make a request. Of course. Tong Shualu nodded. Tong Jessen was about to jump in joy when Tong Shualu continued, if you can get 70 marks in both subjects in the midterm exams. Tong Jessen, just as they finished eating, a figure rushed in from outside like a small firecracker. Everyone focused their eyes and looked. Wasn't that Wei Zhuzhu? Wei Zhuzhu's cheeks were red from running. She panted and said, Sister Zulv, when my big brother comes over later, you can tell him that you didn't see me. As she spoke, she crouched down and hid under the table. The table was covered with a tablecloth, so her small body was hidden. As expected, Wei Ran gritted his teeth and chased after her after a while. Although he was very angry, he still greeted her politely. Then, he asked, did Zhuzhu come over? Tong Shualu was about to say no when Tong Jessen pointed under the table and said, Brother Wei Ran, Zhuzhu is under the table. Wei Zhuzhu. Everyone, Wei Ran lifted the tablecloth and said angrily, Wei Zhuzhu, come out. Wei Zhuzhu was furious. He glared at Tong Jessen and said, Tong Jessen, you are a pig. I don't want to play with you anymore. How dare you betray me? Tong Jessen chewed on the duck meat and said shamelessly, I didn't promise you that I wouldn't tell you, so it doesn't constitute betrayal. Besides, boys were not supposed to play with girls, so this threat did not affect him at all. Wei Zhuzhu snorted at him and hid under the table, refusing to come out. Wei Ran said, Wei Zhuzhu, I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will go back and throw all your treasures out. Wei Zhuzhu was anxious. Don't you dare. If you dare to throw my things, I will ask Grandpa to beat you. Wei Ran looked at her with an expression that said, let's see if I dare or not. Commander Xiao said, Wei Ran, you are her brother. You should give in to your sister. Wei Zhuzhu nodded under the table. Grandpa Xiao is right. You should give in to me. Wei Ran said, Grandpa Xiao, it is not that I don't want to give in to her, but she is too much. She made Douya poop on my bed. Everyone, Commander Xiao coughed and continued to uphold justice. Zhuzhu, this is your fault. Come out and apologize to your brother. Wei Zhuzhu crawled out from under the table and said with a red face, I didn't do it on purpose. I was carrying Douya to sleep on your bed when Douya suddenly struggled. I thought it was cold, so I held it and didn't let it move. Who knew that it would poop on your bed after a while? Everyone, Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched. Zhuzhu, Douya didn't struggle because it was cold. It wanted to get out of bed to poop. If you encounter such a situation in the future, you can't carry it. You have to carry it outside. Douya was Mooncake's daughter. She was less than 2 months old. Mooncake seemed to know that Douya was its daughter and doted on it. When the family made delicious food for it, Mooncake would ask for more for Douya. If there wasn't any, Mooncake would rather not eat it and leave it for its daughter. Wei Zhuzhu scratched his head. I know now. I'm sorry, brother. Wei Ran said, it's no use apologizing. Go back and clean up Douya's poop. As he spoke, he lifted Wei Zhuzhu up, and the 2 siblings cursed as they went home. After they left, Tong Xuelu asked Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen to wash the dishes. Then, he asked Xiao Mianmian to walk the mooncakes in the yard. After the children left, Tong Xuelu said, Grandpa Wen, I have something to tell you. Then, she told them about how she was suspected of cheating in the college entrance exam and how her dormitory was searched. Of course, she also told them about her counterattack. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Old Mr. Wen slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. This is outrageous. Those 2 families must be tired of living. How dare they lay a finger on you? Uncle Zong hurriedly tried to calm old Mr. Wen down. Commander, don't be angry. Hurry and drink some water. Tong Xuelu hurriedly comforted him. Grandpa Wen, don't worry. They didn't hurt me. When Rugi's mother's surname was Qing while the adulterer's family's surname was Shi. Due to the fact that old Mr. Wen detested them too much, he would either refer to them as those 2 families or those families. Turning red with anger, Commander Xiao said, they didn't hurt you this time because you were smart. If you didn't react in time, wouldn't you have fallen into their trap? He then glared at Wen Rugi and said, I told you that the Wen family is unreliable. Look, they've implicated you even before you're married. Wen Rugi clenched his fists and said in a low and hoarse voice, I'm sorry. You should have told me about this earlier. Tong Xuelu reached out to hold his hand and squeezed it gently. This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize to me. Why doesn't it have anything to do with him? That woman is. Commander Xiao said angrily. Grandpa. Tong Xuelu raised his voice and interrupted him. At this time, we should be united and not blame each other. Ru Gui is also a victim. The 2 families could use such vicious means to deal with her. However, they must have used even more despicable means to deal with Wen Rugi in her previous life. No matter how despicable Qing Shouyun was, she was still Wen Rugi's biological mother. On one hand, Wen Rugi would be humiliated and suffer because of such a mother. On the other hand, he would be blamed for having such a mother. She didn't want him to suffer such pain and helplessness for the rest of his life. Commander Xiao didn't want to blame Wenrugi. He was just too worried about his granddaughter, so he didn't think before speaking. Now that he was reminded by Tong Xuelu, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Tong Xuelu continued, Grandpa, I think that the two families must have done this to take revenge on the Wen family for suppressing them all these years. This is a feud between the three families. Commander Xiao said, no, it's now 4 families, including the Xiao family. A bunch of bastards. How dare they lay their hands on my precious granddaughter? They must be tired of living. If it were a few decades back, he would have shot them dead. Old Mr. Wen nodded. That's right. It's a feud between the 4 families now. Zolv, Rugue, you two don't have to worry. Old Square and I will handle this matter. Tong Xuelu asked, Grandpas, what do you plan to do? Commander Xiao and old Mr. Wen looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't have a clue yet, but I'll think of a way. Tong Xuelu shook his head. I know what you're thinking. You want to use your power to suppress them, but things are different now. I don't agree with you using your power to suppress them. Old Mr. Wen asked, Zolv, do you have a solution? Tong Xuelu nodded. Ever since Shi Junmin urged others to accuse me of cheating in the college entrance examination, I've been keeping an eye on the 2 brothers. At most, there will be 2 people from the 2 families who will come to Beijing for the college entrance examination. Shi Junmin is in the Chinese language department, and Xianxia is in the School of Education of Beijing University. Xianxia didn't do very well in the college entrance examination, but he scored full marks for mathematics and physics. I heard that the professor of the normal university wanted him to transfer to the mathematics department, but he refused. It's not strange that he refused. What's strange is that when the normal university held a mathematics competition, the professor of the mathematics department wanted him to participate. Xianxia agreed, but he scalded his hand the day before the exam. Old Mr. Wen stroked his beard and said, Are you trying to say that Xianxia deliberately avoided the competition? The eyes of several people in the room fell on Tong Zolv, and they chose to turn a blind eye to her and Wenrugi's clasped hands. Tong Xuelu nodded. The 5 majors of Chinese history, mathematics, physics, and chemistry are the most popular majors now, especially mathematics and physics. These 2 majors are the focus of the country's training. The country is in urgent need of talents in these 2 fields. If Xianxia didn't have the ability to do so, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, he scored full marks in mathematics and physics. Logically speaking, he should be very talented and interested in these 2 subjects. However, he didn't choose to study in these 2 majors. Instead, he chose to study in a relatively weaker major. So I suspect he impersonated someone else's college entrance examination results. As soon as she said this, the living room fell silent for a few seconds. Uncle Zong suddenly broke the silence. That shouldn't be possible. How would they dare to do that? Tong Xuelu's lips curled up coldly. Why wouldn't they dare? At most, these 2 families have been suppressed for 10 years. They are desperate to make a comeback. The college entrance examination is their only way out. Based on how desperate these 2 families are to make a comeback, if Xianxia is really good at mathematics and physics, he wouldn't refuse to study in the mathematics department. After going to the Ministry of Education, after graduation, one would be assigned to be a teacher. The treatment of a teacher couldn't be compared to that of a mathematics department teacher. Genius students from the mathematics department were very likely to be recruited by the country's research institutes. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Even if they couldn't be recruited, they would be assigned to a better unit than being a teacher. She had her suspicions after learning about this. Moreover, in the 1970s and 1980s, there were many cases of people impersonating others' college entrance examination results. Wenrugi remained silent for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and said, Grandpa Xiao, I think Xuelu's analysis makes sense. Xianxia might have impersonated someone else's college entrance examination results. Upon hearing his words, old Mr. Wen looked at him worriedly. Xianxia was the son of Wenrugi's second uncle. In terms of blood relations, he should be Wenrugi's cousin. Wenrugi looked down and said, Grandpa, go ahead. Don't worry about me. After a moment of silence, old Mr. Wen nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, I'll get someone to investigate tomorrow." Commander Xiao said, "I'll get someone to help too." Before he could even finish speaking, old Mr. Wen interjected, "Old fogey, don't move for the time being. I have fixed contacts here to monitor the two families. Your position is too eye-catching. Once you move, you'll attract the attention of others." Commander Xiao humped and said, "Can you do it? If your people are useful, why didn't they find anything strange?" Old Mr. Wen glowered at him and said, "Anyway, don't get involved in this matter. You can do it if I can't handle it." Commander Xiao smiled and said, "Sure, I'll wait for you to beg me." Old Mr. Wen was speechless. Old Mr. Wen returned to the room next door with Uncle Zong. Commander Xiao went to the study to tutor and supervise Xiao Jiaming and the other siblings. He mainly supervised Tong Jessen. Wen Rugi and Tong Xuelu were the only ones left in the living room. It was the end of spring and the beginning of summer, and the evening breeze was gentle. The white moonlight shone on the courtyard and the shadows of the trees were cast on the ground. Unknown bugs were chirping in the cracks of the stones. Wen Rugi's eyes were deep and apologetic. "It's all my fault. I've frightened you." Tong Xuelu leaned over and rubbed the tip of his nose. "I told you, it's not your fault. Don't say sorry again." As she spoke, she lowered her head and bit him hard on the lips. Wen Rugi gasped in pain and subconsciously leaned over to kiss her soft lips. "Do you know about my mother's matter?" Tong Xuelu nodded and said, "I asked Uncle Zong before." "Do you blame me for asking about her without your permission?" Wen Rugi shook his head and said, "No, I'll tell you as long as you want to know." It didn't matter who she asked. He never guarded against her. Tong Xuelu sat on his lap and put her arms around his neck. "If we have to face them one day, what will you do?" Wen Rugi looked at her and said after a long while, "I'll do whatever I have to do." Tong Xuelu looked up. After a long time, she leaned over and kissed his chin gently. She said in a low voice, "Rugue, no matter what happens in the future, you must remember that I'm by your side. Don't go to a dead end." Wen Rugi didn't know what she was hinting at. He leaned over and kissed her gently on the lips. "Okay, I'll remember." Fong Jingyuan went home for the holidays. Her bangs were long and her hair was shapeless. She wanted to find Tong Xuelu and ask her to accompany her to get a haircut. Halfway there, she suddenly felt something wrong with her lower body. A familiar pain came from her stomach, followed by a gush of blood. She looked around and reached behind her. Sure enough, her hand was wet. Damn it. Her period came at this time. Fong Jingyuan's face turned red. She wanted to turn around and go home. Unfortunately, the workers were off work and a large group of people poured out of the factory. Fong Jingyuan had to retreat to the side and lean against the wall. She wanted to wait for these people to leave before going back. At this moment, Xiao Qingping passed by on his bicycle. When he saw her, he slammed on the brakes. "Fong Jingyuan, what are you doing here?" Fong Jingyuan desperately winked at him. "Hurry up and leave." Xiao Qingping saw that she kept winking at him. He grinned and said, "Fong Jingyuan, what's wrong with your eyes?" Was she trying to make eyes at him? The more Xiao Qingping thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He quickly got off the bicycle and came over. "Let's go. I'll give you a ride home." Fong Jingyuan was so angry that her face turned red. "Xiao Qingping, you green bean eyes. Hurry up and leave. I don't need you to meddle in other people's business." After saying that, she suddenly felt a pain in her stomach. Her face seemed to be drained of blood and she squatted on the ground in pain. Xiao Qingping was so scared that his face turned pale. "Big head, what's wrong with you?" His eyes suddenly noticed that there were traces of blood on the wall where she was standing. He suddenly became more anxious. "Big head, where are you hurt? I'll take you to the hospital." As he said that, he carried Fong Jingyuan in a princess carry. At the same time, his hands were stained with blood. Fong Jingyuan was so ashamed that she wanted to slap him to death. "I'm not hurt. Hurry up and put me down." Xiao Qingping said anxiously, "You're bleeding. Why aren't you hurt?" "Don't worry. I'll take you to the hospital." As he said that, he carried her to the back seat of the bicycle. Fang Jingyuan saw that everyone was looking at her and didn't dare to move. But when Xiao Qingping turned to ride to the hospital, she gritted her teeth. I'm on my period. Take me home immediately. Xiao Qingping. When Xiao Qingping heard Fang Jingyuan's words, his bike tilted to the side and almost hit the electric pole on the side of the road. His face looked as if he had kicked over a bucket of red dye. Even his neck was red. The atmosphere was very awkward. The two of them did not speak on the way back. Xiao Qingping turned the awkwardness into strength and stared hard at the bike. When the security guard saw Fang Jingyuan coming back on Xiao Qingping's bike, his eyes widened in shock. Big head, are you and Comrade Xiao dating? Dating? When Xiao Qingping heard these 3 words, his heart rippled and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. However, Fang Jingyuan was so frightened that he almost fell off the back seat. He hurriedly said, Sir, you misunderstood. I sprained my ankle and Comrade Xiao sent me home. We are not dating. Xiao Qingping, the security guard rubbed his chin and nodded. So that's how it is. I'm curious. You clearly said that you don't like men with small eyes. Comrade Xiao is not bad, but his eyes are as small as mung beans. Xiao Qingping, when Fang Jingyuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sir, you're right. If you don't pay attention to Comrade Zhao's eyes, you'll think that he squints his eyes all day long. The security guard, exactly. Even my newborn grandson's eyes are bigger than his. Xiao Qingping, the two of them echoed each other and Xiao Qingping's scalp went numb. He pedaled hard and the bike immediately went far away. The security guard looked at their backs and said reluctantly, they have a big head and small eyes. Actually, it's quite suitable. When the bike drove into the courtyard, Fang Jingyuan's mother happened to see it. Fang Jingyuan's mother was as surprised as the security guard. Jingyuan, didn't you say that you were going to get a haircut from Zolf? Why did you come back with Comrade Xiao? Did the two of them suddenly fall in love with each other? Fang Jingyuan jumped down from the back of the bicycle, covered his butt, and ran into the house. Xiao Qingping glanced at the bloodstains on her pants and blushed again. Auntie Fang, Comrade Fang isn't feeling well. I met her by the roadside and sent her home. I'll leave now. Fang Qiu's mother also realized that something was wrong. She nodded slowly, oh, okay. Thank you for Qingping. Xiao Qingping turned the bike around and pedaled away. Fang Jingyuan's mother watched him disappear from the courtyard before she went back to ask Fang Jingyuan. Fang Jingyuan had changed his pants and was lying on the bed with a pale face, crying out, ouch, ouch. Mother Fang looked at her and frowned. What's wrong with you? Does your stomach hurt? Fang Jingyuan said weakly, Mom, my period came early. Mother Fang's frown deepened. Why is it so early? Fang Jingyuan felt hurt and wronged. Why do women have to have their periods? Why don't men have to suffer like this? It's so unfair. Mom, when will I stop having pain? Mother Fang walked to the bed and warmed her hands. Then, she put them on her stomach and gently rubbed it. I told you to get married and have children quickly, but you didn't listen to me. As long as a woman has children, she won't have menstrual cramps anymore. Fang Jingyuan rolled her eyes. Mom, what you said is unscientific. Zolf said that many women still have menstrual cramps after giving birth. Don't use this excuse to trick me into getting married. Mother Fang poked her forehead with her hand. I told you to get married and have children early for your own good. How did it become a lie when it came to you? I think Qingping is a good man. He was rejected by you, but he was still willing to send you home. Fang Jingyuan curled her lips. Don't mention him. If it weren't for him, how could I have made a fool of myself? She didn't have to let him see her bloody underwear. It was all because of Small Eye's meddling. Mother Fang poked her again. When did you become so ungrateful? Qingping kindly sent you home. Did he send you home wrongly? Fang Jingyuan's head hurt. That's right, that's right. Mom, stop poking me. It hurts. Anyway, don't even think about it. Xiao Qingping and I are impossible. He has seen my most embarrassing side now. It's even more impossible for me to be with him. Mother Fang, Didn't you say that you wanted to find someone who could tolerate all your flaws? Qingping has seen your most embarrassing side and still doesn't dislike you. Isn't this the person you're looking for? Fang Jingyuan was stunned. It sounded very reasonable. Mother Fang wanted to continue persuading her, but suddenly, Xiao Qingping's voice came from outside the door. Mother Fang looked at her, stood up, and walked out. Qingping, why did you turn around? Did you leave something behind? Xiao Qingping was holding a packet of brown sugar and a handful of ginger. Her face was red as she said, Auntie Fang, my mom said that drinking brown sugar and ginger water will make my stomachache go away. Mother Fang smiled until the wrinkles in the corners of her eyes appeared. Thank you, Qingping. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Xiao Qingping quickly waved her hand. No, it's okay. I still have things to do. Auntie Fang, I'm leaving. Mother Fang smiled. Okay. Come over when you have time. Xiao Qingping nodded and rode away on his bicycle. Mother Fang waited until his figure disappeared from the courtyard before returning to Fang Jingyuan's room. Look at how much Qingping cares about you. He even brought you brown sugar and ginger. If you don't want a man like him, don't regret it when someone else takes him away. Fang Jingyuan covered her face with the blanket and pretended not to say anything. Mother Fang sighed when she saw her like this. She turned around and went to the kitchen to make ginger water. After Mother Fang left, Fang Jingyuan poked her face out from under the blanket. She pouted and said in a low voice, "Who needs his concern?" Tong Xuelu stayed at home until Sunday afternoon before going back to school. Unlike before, she didn't bring anything for her roommates to eat this time. It wasn't just because their relationship was bad now. Even if she didn't, she couldn't bring something back every time. This saying was applicable no matter which era one was in. When she returned to the dormitory, Gao Min was combing her hair. She had combed her long black hair into 2 braids and changed into a red and blue floral dress. In this era where clothes were gray, Gao Min's floral dress was very eye-catching. However, it was the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The weather was still a little cold, so it wasn't the season to wear dresses yet. However, Gao Min was very proud. She pulled the floral dress around and asked Lin Lanwan, do I look good in this? Lin Lanwan looked up from her book and her eyes fell on her floral dress. She immediately exclaimed, it looks good. Gao Min, you look so good in this floral dress. Tong Xuelu rarely saw colorful and floral dresses in the city. Lin Lanwan, who had always lived in the countryside, had never seen one before. Now that she looked at Gao Min's dress, her face and eyes were full of undisguised envy and desire. The other people in the dormitory heard the conversation and looked up. Tian Fengji also nodded and praised, it looks good. This dress suits you very well. Gao Min's chest was as high as a peacock's when she heard this. Her face blushed and she said, my boyfriend gave it to me. There was a sudden clap of thunder. Gao Min's words were like a ladle of water poured into a pot of oil. The dormitory suddenly exploded. Lin Lanwan said with a startled face, Gao Min, you have a boyfriend? When did this happen? The others also stared at Gao Min without blinking. Gao Min said shyly, on Friday, your classmate came to find me and then confessed to me. Your classmate? Lin Lanwan was startled, is he the male classmate who came with your cousin last time? Gao Min nodded, yes, he said that he wanted to be a revolutionary comrade with me. This morning, he gave me a dress. I didn't want to accept it, but he insisted that I accept it. Lin Lanwan was even more envious, your classmate is so good to you. Gao Min's face was filled with shyness and pride. She glanced at Choi Ruru and said, he is indeed very good to me. Choi Ruru's lips curled into a smile. She sneered silently and lowered her head to continue reading. Gao Min thought that she was jealous of her and became even more proud. After Gao Min left, Xiaxia leaned over to Tong Xuelu and whispered, I didn't expect her to be with that guy from the Chinese department. She was a little envious when she saw Gao Min's floral dress, but when she heard that it was given to her by Shi Junmin, she was no longer envious. One of them was asked to resign from her position as the group secretary, while the other was asked to resign from her position as class monitor. She felt that there was something strange about the two of them being together. Tong Xuelu's red lips curled up, what's so strange about it? Have you memorized the words? Xianxia hurriedly said, not yet, I'll recite it now. Tang Xuelu opened her textbook and started reading. She was not surprised that Shi Junmin and Gao Min were together. Shi Junmin had suffered because of her, so he would definitely not let it go. The best way was to work with Gao Min, who had also suffered because of her. However, he would deal with whatever came his way. He wasn't afraid of any demons or ghosts. But he still had to be on guard against them. She went to buy 2 locks and locked her important things in the cupboard. Then, she bought a bag of flour and placed it in the dormitory. Every time she went out, she would sprinkle a little flour on her books and bedside. As long as someone touched her things, there would be traces. Perhaps because Shi Junmin had been asked to resign from his position as class monitor, he did not dare to make any obvious moves for the time being. Just like that, a week passed peacefully. Tang Xuelu returned home during the weekend and heard the good news from old Mr. Wen. Zolv, you were right. There's indeed something wrong with those 2 families. Tang Xuelu was shocked. Grandpa Wen, what's the situation? Hurry and tell me. Old Mr. Wen said with a flushed face, Xianxia's grades in school are considered above average, but his mathematics and physics results are not particularly good. I didn't expect him to score full marks in both subjects this time. But because some people do well in exams, no one suspects anything. If you didn't mention it previously, they would have really gotten away with it. I got someone to investigate further and found out that there's a boy named Xianxia in their school who usually does well in mathematics and physics. But this time, he didn't do well in the exams. Tang Xuelu was stunned. Do they have the same name? Shaking his head, old Mr. Wen answered, no, the one who didn't do well is called Xianxia, but the rascal from the Xianxia family is called Xianxia. He probably changed his name when he impersonated Xianxia's name. Because their names are too similar, the person in charge of the investigation didn't notice it. Tang Xuelu frowned and asked, then where's the real Xianxia now? The real Xianxia's parents are both dead. Previously, his grandfather was the one who provided for him to study. Now that he can't pass the exams, his uncle's family is determined to stop him from studying. They want him to return to the production team to farm. After a moment of silence, Tang Xuelu said, I suspect that Xianxia's uncle's family might have been bribed by those 2 families. In other words, his uncle was the one who sold the college entrance examination notice to those 2 families. Old Mr. Wen nodded and said, Little Zong and I came to the same conclusion just now. I've already sent someone to contact the real Xianxia. You don't have to worry, there should be news soon. Tang Xuelu smiled and said, okay, I'm not worried. On Sunday afternoon, she returned to school again. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, she immediately realized that something was amiss. She looked up at everyone and asked, I'd like to ask, did anyone touch my bed when I was not in the dormitory? Xianxia looked up and shook her head. No, what's the matter? Everyone else also said no. Gao Min was the only one who was so nervous that her palms were sweating. However, she denied it like everyone else. Tang Xuelu said, someone touched my bed. I'm going to report it to the dormitory manager. Everyone was shocked to hear her words. Gao Min jumped up like a frightened rabbit and said, Tang Xuelu, aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Tang Xuelu looked at her and said, what do you mean I'm making a fuss over nothing? Did you forget about the last time you searched my dormitory? Now that someone has touched my things without my consent, who knows what they might have put on my bed? She turned around and was about to leave. Gao Min quickly went forward to stop her. Tang Xuelu flung Gao Min's head hard against the wardrobe. Her forehead immediately turned red. Tang Xuelu, how can you be so sure that someone touched your bed? We're the only ones in the dormitory on Saturday and Sunday. Are you implying that we're thieves? Gao Min wanted to drag everyone in the dormitory down with her. Sure enough, when she said this, everyone in the dormitory did not look happy. When the dormitory manager came over, no one could say for sure. In the end, would everyone's marks be deducted? Tang Xuelu smiled and said, you don't have to worry. I sprinkled some Chinese medicine powder on my bed. The person's fingerprints are now on it. Everyone's fingerprints are different. When the time comes, we'll be able to find out who did something bad. Everyone was shocked again. Firstly, they did not expect Tang Xuelu to sprinkle Chinese medicine powder on her bed. Secondly, they did not expect that someone really touched her things on her bed. Gao Min's face seemed to have been drawn away in an instant. She blocked Tang Xuelu's way again and said, "Tang Xuelu, don't go. It's me. I touched your bed." When she said this, the dormitory was silent for a few seconds. Tang Xuelu looked at her from the corner of his eyes and said, "Why did you touch my things? What did you do to my bed?" Everyone in the dormitory looked at Gao Min. Gao Min was so nervous that she almost fainted. I didn't do anything. I just brought you a love letter on behalf of someone. My partner has a friend who admires you a lot. He kept begging me. I think he's quite outstanding and is a good match for you." Slap. Tang Xuelu slapped her and then covered her face and cried, "You're too much. I already have a partner. How could you give me a love letter without my consent? Are you still holding a grudge against me for being fired as the group secretary? Is that why you're framing me like this?" Gao Min was caught off guard. Her face was slapped and the left side of her face became red and swollen. However, she could not get angry or hit back. She had to explain nicely, "I didn't want to frame you. I didn't even know that you had a partner. You didn't even tell us, I didn't tell you, and you didn't ask me. Why are you so sure that I don't have a partner?" Tang Xuelu interrupted her. "You said that you didn't want to frame me. If other people saw this love letter, what would they think of me? They would definitely think that I'm fooling around. You have ulterior motives." When the others in the dormitory heard this, they all looked at Gao Min with condemnation. Xianxia said, "Gao Min, you're really ridiculous. Even if the other party admires Zulv, you should have at least asked Zulv before you helped to bring the letter. You shouldn't have secretly put the letter on Zulv's bed and not admit it." There was obviously something fishy going on. Although the others in the dormitory didn't say anything, they all thought the same thing. Jiang Baihui from the dormitory next door heard the commotion and ran over. When she found out what had happened, she immediately ran downstairs to report it to the dormitory manager. Gao Min didn't expect her to be so nosy. She couldn't stop her even if she wanted to. When the dormitory manager came, she found the love letter from Tang Xuelu's pillow. The love letter was written very boldly and passionately, and the words were very ambiguous. If Tang Xuelu hadn't taken the initiative to expose it, people who didn't know the truth would have thought that they were dating. Tang Xuelu's eyes were red. "Dormitory manager, I have to report this to the department head. This matter can't be left unsettled. Also, I don't dare to live in the same dormitory as Gao Min in the future. She can give me a love letter this time, but who knows what she will do next time." Gao Min was so scared that her face turned pale. "Tang Xuelu, please forgive me this time. I really didn't know that you had a girlfriend." If I had known, Tang Xuelu didn't give her a chance to explain. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. I fainted. I was faking it. When Tang Xuelu fainted, everyone present was shocked and the dormitory became chaotic. When Tang Xuelu woke up again, she was sent to the school doctor's office. Xianxia was sitting next to her and taking care of her. Tang Xuelu blinked her eyes. Where am I?" Xianxia saw that she had woken up and was pleasantly surprised. "You're finally awake. You're in the school doctor's office now. Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Xuelu pretended to be confused and was stunned for a while before she reacted. "I remember now. Gao Min made me so angry that I fainted." "Xianxia, don't be angry anymore. The department head already knows about this. I heard that they will all be given demerits." Tang Xuelu was disappointed. She didn't expect that it would only be a demerit. However, it was understandable. She didn't mention that she had a girlfriend before. As long as the other party insisted on this point, they would have the excuse of being innocent because they didn't know. However, on the surface, she revealed a worried expression. "Oh my God, they will actually be given a demerit. Is this not a good thing?" "Xianxia, what's not a good thing? They obviously went overboard. If they wanted to give you a love letter, why didn't they give it to you openly? She even denied it after you found out. I feel that she has a guilty conscience. Also, after this incident, no one in the dormitory wants to stay in the same dormitory as her. She will probably be transferred to another dormitory. Tang Xuelu clutched her chest. I sprinkled Chinese medicine powder on my bed because my skin is allergic. That's why I sprinkled Chinese medicine powder on my bed. I didn't expect it to come in handy in this aspect. Xianxia suddenly understood. So that's what happened. I was wondering why you sprinkled Chinese medicine powder on your bed for no reason. The department head handled the matter very quickly. Soon, someone came to inform Tang Xuelu to go to the department's office. The department head's decision was similar to what Xianxia had said. Only Gao Min alone would be given a demerit. Shi Junmen and the male student who wrote the love letter would be given a demerit. Both of them claimed that they didn't know that Gao Min would secretly hide the love letter under Tang Xuelu's pillow. At the same time, they also didn't know that Tang Xuelu had a girlfriend. Gao Min also took all the blame. She said that she wanted to give Tang Xuelu a surprise at that time, but she didn't expect to make a fool of herself. In addition, Gao Min was transferred to the dormitory next door and switched with Jiang Baihui. When she came out of the office, Shi Junmin supported Gao Min. Her eyes were red from crying and swollen like walnuts. Shi Junmin stared at Tang Xuelu and the corners of his mouth curled up coldly. Tang Xuelu, I'm really sorry. Tang Xuelu met his cold gaze. If sorry is useful, why do we still need laws and regulations? After saying that, she walked away. Shi Junmin looked at her back, his eyes burning with anger. Gao Min cried in a low voice. What should I do now? I've been given a demerit. If my parents find out, they'll definitely scold me to death. Shi Junmin said, your parents don't like you because of this. They don't like you because you're not beautiful or smart enough. Moreover, you're not a boy and can't carry on the family line. Gao Min, you have to remember that in this world, I'm the only one who's really good to you. Gao Min raised her red and swollen eyes and looked at him. I took the blame for you this time. Shi Junmin nodded. I know. I'll remember everything you've done for me. Look, your eyes are swollen from crying. You look even uglier now. I'm the only one who can accept you. Gao Min's heart tightened. She quickly wiped her tears away. The dormitory next door was very dissatisfied with Gao Min's arrival. However, since the leader had already made the arrangements, they didn't dare to resist. They could only isolate Gao Min. Gao Min originally wanted to build a good relationship with her new roommates. However, she didn't expect them to be like this. She couldn't help but feel that in this world, only Shi Junmin would be good to her. In contrast to Gao Min, Jiang Baihui's face was flushed with happiness. Zolv, this is great. I'm finally in the same dormitory as you. My dream has come true. Tang Xuelu looked at her silly smile and the corners of his mouth curled up. After driving out Gao Min, a potentially dangerous person, she wouldn't have to live in fear every day. Xianxia curiously asked, by the way, Zolv, when did you have a girlfriend? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Tang Xuelu, I've been engaged to my girlfriend for almost a year. They were engaged. When her roommates heard the news, they couldn't help but be shocked. They all asked her what her boyfriend did and what he looked like. Tang Xuelu didn't hide anything and told them everything she could. However, she didn't tell them about Wenrugi's background. A few days later, a young visiting professor came to the school. It was said that the professor was not only young, talented, elegant, and handsome, but also knowledgeable. All the students who attended his lectures, regardless of gender, were conquered by him. Especially the girls, they all secretly asked if the professor was married or had a girlfriend. The whole school was in an uproar. Many students from different faculties were discussing this matter. Xianxia said regretfully, I heard that the visiting professor is very handsome. It's a pity that our faculty doesn't have a physics class. Otherwise, I would definitely be the first to take the position. Jiang Baihui was also very regretful. That's right. I heard from students from other faculties that Professor Wen isn't married yet. Oh my god, I saw him outside the window that day. He's really handsome. Professor Wen, Tang Xuelu was originally not interested in this kind of thing. However, when she heard the 3 words Professor Wen, she couldn't help but raise her head. What does this Professor Wen do? Xianxia, how come you don't know anything? Professor Wen is a visiting professor that our school recently hired. He comes over to give 1 or 2 lectures to the students of the physics department every month. The lectures are secondary. The key is that he's young and good-looking. Even his voice is so beautiful. Jiang Baihui nodded fiercely. I heard that he's been a genius since he was a child. He was admitted to Qing University before he was 12 years old. Now, he's not even 30 years old, but he's already at the level of a professor. The more Tong Xuelu listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Why were his qualifications so similar to Wenrugi's? At this time, Wenrugi came out of the classroom and was stopped by a male student. Cousin Wen, do you still remember me? Wenrugi looked at the person in front of him and said expressionlessly, Sure Junmin, you're still the same as when you were a child. You still have a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. Of course I remember you. Also, you're not my relative. Please don't call me cousin. It makes me feel disgusted. Sure Junmin choked and his face turned red with anger. Apart from being angry, he also felt an indescribable sense of shock and strangeness in his heart. Wenrugi's personality was very different from when he was a child. When he was a child, Wenrugi was shy. Even if he was beaten by his cousins, he didn't dare to complain to them. Sure Junmin didn't expect him to become so sharp-tongued and speak so harshly. Sure Junmin came back to his senses and said, Cousin Wen, the Wen family is very prosperous now. The Sure family, on the other hand, has been living in an abyss of suffering for more than 10 years because of you. Don't you feel sorry for us? Wenrugi said, the man who seduced a married woman isn't a member of the Wen family. Don't you know why the Sure family has become like this? Sure Junmin smiled strangely. Aren't you afraid that I'll announce it to the public? As long as I say it out loud, everyone will know that you have an unfaithful mother. By then, your reputation will be ruined. Wenrugi looked at him coldly. You shameless, dirty things aren't afraid of me. But, speaking of this, he suddenly took a step forward and closed in on Sure Junmin. He raised his hand and grabbed Sure Junmin's neck. I advise you to stop harassing my fiancé. Otherwise, I will crucify you on the pillar of shame and make you regret it. Sure Junmin was suddenly grabbed by the throat. He immediately had difficulty breathing and his face turned red. He subconsciously resisted and tried to pull away Wenrugi's hand. However, Wenrugi was too strong. He used both hands, but he couldn't pull away one hand. His heart trembled when he met Wenrugi's cold eyes. He was so scared that he even forgot to shout for help. Just when Sure Junmin thought he was going to suffocate, Wenrugi let go of his neck and said, Remember what I said. Then he left coldly. Sure Junmin touched his sore throat. His eyes were filled with poison. But soon, he panicked. Xianxia had been found to have impersonated the results of the college entrance examination. The Qing family was doomed. After listening to Xiaoxian and Jiang Baihui's conversation, Tong Xuelu had a very strange feeling in her heart. The professor when they were talking about was too similar to Wenrugi. However, if this person was really Wenrugi, why did he suddenly become a professor at the university? More importantly, he didn't mention this at all when they were on the phone. The more Tong Xuelu thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She decided to try her luck at the office and see if she could meet this legendary Panin Professor Wen. However, it was easy to say, but not easy to put into practice. She didn't even know where Professor Wen's office was. If she rashly ran to the physics department to look for him, it would be too eye-catching. Tong Xuelu walked around the university but didn't find anything. Just as she was about to go back to study, a group of foreign language girls walked towards her. The girl walking in the middle of the group was the most eye-catching. She was wearing a white dress with the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. Her hair wasn't tied into a braid like many girls in this era. Instead, it was casually draped over her shoulders, but it didn't look messy at all. Tong Xuelu recognized this girl. In this era, there was no such thing as a campus belle or department belle. If there was, this girl would be the belle of the French department, Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze also fell on Tong Xuelu. She sized her up with a pair of watery eyes. Although Tong Xuelu had met her a few times, they weren't familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly stopped when she walked past her. Hello, Tong Xuelu. My name is Xianxia. Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment, then immediately greeted her. Hello, Xianxia. Xianxia's red lips curved slightly. From now on, we will be classmates. Tong Xuelu was stunned again, but quickly reacted. Xianxia, did you transfer to another department? Xianxia nodded and extended a fair hand. I just completed the procedures. From now on, I will be a student of the English department. Please take care of me. Tong Xuelu held her hand. Welcome. After the greetings, Xianxia left with a smile. Tong Xuelu could still hear their conversation. Xian, why do you want to transfer? Yes, our country has established diplomatic relations with France, and your parents are ambassadors in France. Wouldn't it be better for you to learn French? Xianxia, I personally like French very much. I used to want to learn French well, hoping that I could become an ambassador to France like my father. But recently, I found that I lost interest in French. I couldn't learn it no matter how hard I tried. After struggling for a long time, I had no choice but to change my major. So that's the case. That's a pity. Your French pronunciation is so accurate. I wanted to learn from you. Me too. English and French are two completely different languages. I really admire you for daring to start from scratch. Xianxia, although I transferred to the English department, we will still live together. If you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can still ask me. After they walked away, Tong Xuelu couldn't hear their conversation. But she felt that Xianxia wasn't telling the truth. At the end of 1978, the country and the United States would resume diplomatic relations. At that time, English would be greatly promoted, and French would be a minority language. In this era, many students who studied French would be sent to Africa to help foreign countries after graduation. They would dedicate their precious youth and beautiful years to Africa. Xianxia suddenly transferred to another major. Her family must have heard something and guessed that learning English would be more useful in the future. So, they let Xianxia transfer to another major. But for some reason, Xianxia didn't tell everyone the truth. Of course, this was only her guess. It had nothing to do with her. Tong Xuelu returned to the dormitory and continued to study. Then, she went to class with her roommates. At night, she washed up and was about to go to bed. Suddenly, a girl from another dormitory came to look for her. Tong Xuelu, there's someone downstairs who claims to be your brother. He's looking for you. Brother? Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. Since when did she have a brother? Her roommates were also curious. Zulv, do you have a brother studying at Beijing University? Why didn't you mention him before? Tong Xuelu had already guessed a little. She smiled and said, it's a distant relative. I only recently found out that he was admitted to Beijing University. I'll go down and take a look. When everyone heard her explanation, they immediately lost interest. They lowered their heads and continued to study in a race against time. Tong Xuelu changed her clothes and went downstairs. From afar, she saw a tall figure standing under a tree. There wasn't much moonlight tonight, so the street lights couldn't shine in that direction. But with her excellent eyesight, Tong Xuelu recognized Wenrugi at a glance. Wenrugi's eyes lit up when he saw her. He took 2 steps forward with his long legs. But he seemed to be worried about something and didn't continue to walk forward. Tong Xuelu wasn't in a hurry after knowing that it was Wenrugi. She slowly walked towards him. It wasn't a long distance, but she walked at the speed of a turtle. It was very deliberate. Arriving under the tree, Tong Xuelu stood a meter away from him. She sized him up and said, could it be that you are the elegant and handsome Professor Wen who is popular throughout the entire school? I wonder why you're looking for me. Wenrugi stared at her with his inky black eyes. He said carefully, are you angry with me? Tong Xuelu tilted her head and looked at him. About 80% of the people in school know that Professor Wen has come to Beijing University to be a visiting professor. I'm the only one who's kept in the dark. Don't you think I should be angry? Wenrugi took 2 steps forward and wanted to grab her hand. But he was afraid that someone would pass by and see it. It would affect her negatively. Zulv, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I came to school to give a speech 3 days ago. I wanted to contact you, but because it was my first day as a visiting professor, the leader of the physics department invited me for a meal. After the meal, we discussed a lot about the physics topic. I didn't have time to find you until I returned to the base. Today is the second time I've come to give a speech. I didn't expect so many people in school to be talking about me. I was worried that it would affect you, so I delayed it until now. Please don't be angry, okay? At this moment, Wenrugi was like a child who had done something wrong. He anxiously tried to explain himself. His careful look was completely different from when he had strangled Shi Junmin during the day. If Shi Junmin were here, he would be so shocked that his eyes would fall out of their sockets. Tong Xuelu crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then why did you suddenly become a visiting professor in our school? Why didn't you mention it before? When I heard you say that you were bullied by Shi Junmin at school, I had this idea. We live so far away from each other, and I can't protect you if something happens to you. So I thought that if I can work at your school, I can take care of you more. Wenrugi quietly took another step forward and shortened the distance between them until there was only half an arm between them. I didn't tell you because I wasn't sure if my application would be approved. Also, I wanted to give you a surprise. When he found out that she had been framed by Shi Junmin time and time again, he was angry and blamed himself. She was put in a difficult position by Shi Junmin because of him. Later, he thought that if he could become a visiting professor at Beijing University, he could secretly protect her and give Shi Junmin a warning. However, he couldn't become a visiting professor just because he wanted to. First, he had to get approval from the base. After submitting his application, he had to go through all kinds of reviews. If he didn't pass any of the procedures, he wouldn't be able to come. Therefore, he didn't mention it before because he didn't want to disappoint her. When Tong Xuelu heard his explanation, it was as if someone had stuffed a mouth full of sugar. The sugar melted, and it was sweet. Then, have you mentioned our relationship to the school's leaders? When Wenrugi saw that her expression had softened, he boldly stepped forward and secretly held her hand. Of course I have, but the leaders said that it's best not to publicize it. Although the visiting professor wasn't a teacher of the school and they were engaged a long time ago, the problem was that they were too famous and attracted too much attention. If the news that they were dating spread, people who didn't know the truth would think that the professors in the school were in a relationship with a student. Of course, the leaders didn't ask him to hide it. He couldn't deliberately publicize it or hide it, but he still had to pay attention to his image during the school period. Tong Xuelu thought for a moment. In fact, teacher-student relationships weren't prohibited in this era. They were only banned after the 1990s, and strictly speaking, they weren't considered teacher-student relationships at all. However, since Wenrugi was in the limelight now, she didn't want to be surrounded by people like a monkey. Thinking of this, she nodded. I know. By the way, have you seen Shi Junmin? Wenrugi nodded and told her what happened today. When Tong Xuelu heard this, she gently hooked her finger in his palm. She blinked and smiled. Professor Wen, I didn't expect you to be so wild. Wenrugi's palm was tickled, and it felt soft and itchy, as if a feather had gently tickled it. However, it wasn't just his palm that was tickled, but his heart as well. He looked at the bright red mole at the corner of her eye, and his heart beat like thunder. His throat moved a few times. Zulv, I want to. Before he could finish speaking, he saw two students walking over from afar. Tong Xuelu hurriedly shook him off and said loudly, Brother, I know what Grandpa asked me to do. You can go back now. She then turned and left. Wenrugi, who wanted to take the opportunity to give her a hug, was speechless. Tong Xuelu ran a long distance before she turned around and saw Wenrugi standing under a tree with a dumbfounded expression. She couldn't help but smile. Humph, who asked him to call himself her brother? He was asking for trouble. As a guest professor, Wenrugi came over to give lectures from time to time. His main focus was still on the research at the base. He returned to the base the next day. The day after he left, a piece of news exploded on all the campuses. Beijing Normal University was exposed as someone impersonating another student's college entrance exam results. The Public Security Bureau, the Education Department, and the school had jointly investigated the truth and quickly made a decision. The impersonator was expelled from Beijing Normal University on the spot. In order to punish him for his behavior, the Education Department had blacklisted him and banned him from taking the college entrance exam in the future. In addition, all the people who participated in the impersonation were punished. When Tang Xuelu heard the news, she was packing up and preparing to go home. Jiang Baihui ran in and said with a shocked expression, "Did you hear? Someone from Beijing Normal University was caught impersonating someone else's college entrance exam results." Xianxia dropped the book in her hand on the table. "There's actually such a thing? Tell us quickly." Jiang Baihui told her the details. "I didn't expect someone to be so daring as to impersonate someone else. I heard that many schools are investigating thoroughly now." Everyone in the dormitory was shocked on the spot. Tian Fingji frowned and said, "Hearing you say that, I remember an educated youth who was in the production team with us. He said he did very well after the exam, but he didn't receive an admission letter until I left the production team. I don't know if he was impersonated as well." Jiang Baihui said, "It's very possible. If you can contact him, why don't you remind him and let him investigate?" Tian Fingji nodded. "I'll discuss it with my wife later." Everyone in the dormitory was chattering non-stop. Only Tang Xuelu was very calm. Xie Xiaoyan looked at her and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zolv, aren't you shocked to hear this?" Tang Xuelu sighed and pretended to be very upset. "Of course I'm shocked. But I feel more upset for those impersonators. If they hadn't been found out this time, the impersonator might not have known for the rest of his life. He might have even lost the opportunity to stand out because of this. This person was lucky to be found out, but I don't know how many people haven't been found out yet. I think impersonating someone else's college entrance exam results is a crime. The punishment now is too light. Most people in this era didn't come from wealthy families. If they didn't pass the college entrance exam, most people wouldn't take the exam a second time because they didn't have the financial means. Therefore, many people might get married, have children, or work after realizing that they couldn't pass the exam. Their lives would be ruined just like that. Only disqualification from the college entrance exam was too light a punishment. It was too easy for the Qing family. Jiang Baihui nodded heavily. "You're right. Impersonation is a crime. The Ministry of Education only disqualified the impersonator from the college entrance exam. This punishment is too light. Do you think we should jointly protest to the school and the Ministry of Education and ask them to increase the punishment?" University students were all hot-blooded youths. If they put themselves in Jiang Baihui's shoes, they would definitely explode with anger. Therefore, when they heard what she said, everyone in the dormitory nodded. "I think Baihui's suggestion is very good. We can't just let the criminal off like this," Xie Xiaoyan said. Choi Ruru also nodded. "If you want to jointly protest, count me in." Tian Fingji was the most cautious person. But now that everyone had expressed their opinions, she also quickly expressed her support. Tang Xuelu said, "I think the power of our dormitory is too small. It's better to let the student council handle this. It would be best if we could cooperate with other universities." Jiang Baihui's eyes lit up. "You're right. I'll contact the student council president now." She then turned around and ran away. Tang Xuelu lowered her head and continued to pack her things. The corners of her lips curled upwards. Jiang Baihui was the kind of person who was very good at socializing. It had only been a month since school started and her connections had already spread to the student council of various faculties. It was best for her to handle this matter. She packed her things and went home. When she reached home, she heard more details from old Mr. Wen. The Qing family was able to impersonate Xianxia's results this time because Xianxia's sister is in a relationship with the son of the Public Security Bureau. In order to please the Qing family, her boyfriend agreed to help change Xianxia's name and household registration information. If you didn't realize that something was amiss, they would have been able to deceive everyone. Old Mr. Wen stroked his beard and said smugly, "This time, the Qing family is completely done for. Xianxia's father has been removed from his position and his sister's boyfriend has also broken up." Xianxia's father was Wenrugi's uncle. He used to be the head of a small department in the education department. Now that he had been removed from his position, he would probably never be able to make a comeback. Tang Xuelu asked, "What about the Shi family? Weren't they implicated?" Old Mr. Wen frowned and shook his head. No, the Qing family took all the blame. The people supervising the investigation didn't manage to find any evidence of the Shi family's involvement. Tang Xuelu blinked and said, "That's such a pity. Given the relationship between the two families, even if the Shi family wasn't involved, they would definitely know about it. It was expected that the Qing family would sacrifice the Qing family. However, it didn't matter. Bringing down the Qing family was equivalent to chopping off one of their arms. It was a huge blow to them. Now that the Qing family was done for, the Shi family wouldn't be far behind." At this moment, the sound of a slap could be heard in an alley. There was a handprint on Shi Juanmin's left cheek. He lowered his head and bit his lower lip without saying a word. He didn't even try to resist. Qing Wenyao glared at Shi Junmin and scolded, "Before you and Jia came to Beijing, I told your father many times to keep a low profile. Why did you make the decision to provoke the Wen family?" Shi Junmin stared at the ground with bloodshot eyes and didn't say a word. Qing Wenyao was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. "It's because of your decision that the Wen family retaliated. Now, not only has Jia lost the right to take the college entrance exam, but I've also been implicated. The Qing family was completely done for. According to the original plan, they had planned to let Shi Junmin and Qing Jia pass the college entrance exam and return to Beijing. This would pave the way for the Qing and Shi families to return to Beijing. Once the two of them were admitted to Beijing University, they would definitely be able to work in Beijing as long as their results were good. This way, the Wen family wouldn't be able to stop them from returning to Beijing. In addition, his daughter was dating the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau. As long as they got married, the Qing family's connections would be strengthened. As long as they kept a low profile for a few more years, they would be able to compete with the Wen family when the time came. He didn't want all of this to be ruined by that bastard Shi Junmin. How could he not be angry? Qing Shouyun whispered, "Junmin, why don't you say something? Why did you do this?" Shi Junmin raised his head. His eyes were red. "Auntie, I can't accept this. Our Shi and Qing families have been suppressed by the Wen family for more than 10 years. As long as my father, uncle, and the Qing family made any achievements, the Wen family would destroy them at all costs. I still remember how glorious our Shi family was when we were in Beijing. Everyone else had to curry favor with us. But later, we were driven out of Beijing like rats. We lived in a tube-shaped apartment in Jin City and had to kneel down before our parents. I can't accept this." When he left Beijing, he was 9 years old. He could already remember. It could be said that he had personally witnessed the decline of the Shi and Qing families. Step by step, they were driven out of Beijing and forced to struggle bitterly in Jin City. The more glorious the past, the more miserable the future. The contrast was too tragic. All of this was deeply engraved in his heart and made him extremely angry. Therefore, when he returned to Beijing, he couldn't help but take action against Tang Xuelu even though he knew that he shouldn't act on his own. He chose to take action against Tang Xuelu because she was a defenseless woman. In his mind, women were useless and would only cry when faced with trouble. He thought that his plan was flawless and that he could trample Tang Xuelu to death as soon as he took action. But he didn't expect that Tang Xuelu was as cunning as a fox and saw through his plan again and again. He also didn't expect that Tang Xuelu would make him suffer a great loss as soon as he took action. Later on, the situation was completely out of his control. The Wen family actually found out that Qing Jia had impersonated someone else's college entrance exam results. He had underestimated her. If he had known that she was so cunning, he would have been more careful and hidden his plan better. He didn't regret taking action. He only regretted that he had underestimated her. After Shi Junmin spoke, Qing Wenyao and Qing Shouyun both fell silent. Their eyes flashed with unwillingness. How could Shi Juanmin's unwillingness not be the same as their unwillingness? For more than 10 years, they had kept a low profile and carefully avoided the Wen family. Were they willing to accept this? No, they were unwilling. They were even more unwilling than Shi Junmin. However, they were still no match for the Wen family. They had to lay low. After a while, Qing Wenyao said, I'm afraid the Wen family won't stop here. Xiuyun, this time you need to step in. Qing Xiuyun tucked her hair behind her ears and nodded elegantly. I know. I'll meet Rugue. I haven't seen him in so many years. I really want to meet him. Qing Wenyao shook her head. No, I think you shouldn't rush to meet Rugue. You should meet his fiancée, Tong Xuelu. Qing Xiuyun was stunned. Why? Qing Wenyao said, according to Jun Min, Rugue's personality has changed greatly. Firstly, you don't understand his personality. Secondly, if you meet him rashly, I'm afraid old man Wen will retaliate even more. So, why don't you meet Rugue's fiancée first and see if you can make use of her? When Rugue was old man Wen's lifeblood. If they met him rashly, old man Wen would attack the Qing and Shi families regardless of the consequences. Besides, when Rugue was their last trump card. They couldn't use this trump card casually. Qing Xiuyun thought for a while and said elegantly, okay, then I'll meet Rugue's fiancée, my future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing their conversation, Shi Junmin frowned and said, when Rugue's fiancée is a cunning little fox. I think you'd better not meet her. Even if they wanted to meet her, they shouldn't have underestimated her. However, Qing Wenyao and Qing Xiuyun didn't take his words to heart. She's just a teenage girl. What's there to be afraid of? Qing Wenyao glanced at him and said, your plan was exposed because you weren't careful enough and were too impetuous. Qing Wenyao was angry at the mention of this topic. If he hadn't acted on his own initiative, he and his son wouldn't have been caught red-handed. Now, even their wealthy son-in-law had been scared away. They had really suffered a double loss. They had even lost their weapon. Their Qing family had been ruined by that bastard Shi Junmin. If the interests of the two families hadn't been tied together, he would have slapped him to death. Shi Junmin met Qing Wenyao's disdainful gaze and couldn't help but feel angry. I admit that I did something wrong, but I was defeated because I underestimated my enemy. That's why I don't want you to follow in my footsteps. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel, Qing Xiuyun hurriedly said, all right. We're all family. We should be united against the enemy at this time. If we split up, wouldn't we fall into the enemy's trap? Qing Wenyao and Shi Junmin calmed down when they heard this. However, it was impossible for them to listen to Shi Junmin. Qing Xiuyun smiled and comforted Shi Junmin. Don't worry. I'll pay attention to what you said. I'm just going to meet her. I won't do anything else. Now was the time for trouble. The Qing family had just been in trouble. She definitely wouldn't do anything to Tong Xuelu or Wenrugi at this time. She just wanted to meet Wenrugi's fiancé. If she was an innocent little girl, she would find a way to pull her to her side. If she was really as cunning as Shi Junmin said, then they could be on guard against her in the future. Shi Junmin knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he stopped talking. After Qing Wenyao and Qing Xiuyun left, Shi Junmin waited outside until the handprint on his face disappeared before he went back to school. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked into the dormitory, he saw his roommate walk in excitedly from outside and say loudly, students, Beijing Normal University has an imposter student. Have you heard about this matter? Except for Shi Junmin, the others nodded in agreement. I heard that the imposter was expelled from school and was disqualified from taking the college entrance exam. His roommate nodded. That's right, but don't you think this punishment is too light? Put yourself in their shoes and think about it. If someone impersonated your results and you knew that the other party was only expelled, would you be willing to accept it? The others in the dormitory thought about it and shook their heads. Of course not. But what can we do? This matter was decided by the Ministry of Education and Beijing Normal University. What can we do? His roommate said, that's why we have to jointly protest and ask the Ministry of Education to increase the punishment. We can't just let the imposter off. Hearing this, Shi Junmin dropped the enamel jar in his hand, spilling water all over the floor. He stared at his roommate with wide eyes. What did you just say? Jointly protest? His roommate nodded repeatedly. That's right. The entire student union is discussing this matter now. They're preparing to mobilize the students of the university to jointly protest. The External Affairs Department will also join forces with other universities to protest. As long as this matter is made public, the Ministry of Education will definitely see the will of our students. Let me tell you, don't think that this matter has nothing to do with you. If you let the imposter off so easily today, who knows if someone will impersonate your family or relatives in the future. People like this must be punished with the criminal law. The others in the dormitory nodded again. You're right. We can't let the imposter off so easily. When will the protest be? Remember to count me in when the time comes. Count me in too. Sure, Juanmin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if all the blood had been sucked out of his face in an instant. If Xianxia was really sent to a labor camp, the Qing family would definitely be dissatisfied and even bear a grudge against him. At that time, the alliance between the Shi and Qing families would be ruined. Tang Xuelu's face suddenly appeared in his mind. For some reason, he felt that this matter had something to do with Tang Xuelu. If she was really the one who did it, then her scheming was simply too terrifying. She already had such means at her age. If she married into the Wen family in the future, would the Shi and Qing families still be able to overthrow the Wen family? Thinking of this, he picked up the enamel jar and put it on the table. Then, he strode out of the dormitory with a frown. Tang Xuelu returned to school on Sunday. Along the way, he heard a lot of people discussing the joint protest. The student union was very efficient. At this time, they had moved a table on campus and even got a blackboard to publicize this matter. After the passing students heard about it, they expressed their support. Looking at the vigorous publicity, the corners of Tang Xuelu's mouth curled up. Then, he walked over and signed his name. Although the power of the students was small, when several universities jointly protested, it was possible that the Ministry of Education would increase the severity of the punishment. Even if it didn't work, he had nothing to lose. When he returned to the dormitory, except for Jiang Baihui, everyone else was reading in the dormitory. Ever since Gao Min changed dormitory, the atmosphere in the dormitory had improved a lot. Jiang Baihui and Xie Xiaoyan were extroverts. Choi Ruru and Tian Fingji were more scheming, but they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Only Lin Lanwan was still with Gao Min. However, Lin Lanwan had an inferiority complex and was timid. Even if Gao Min instigated her behind her back, she might not dare to cause trouble. Therefore, the dormitory seemed to have a lot of harmony. Even if there were occasional conflicts, they were quickly forgotten. Everyone put their minds back on their studies. The next day, during the English translation class, the homeroom teacher introduced a new student to everyone. This is Qian Saixin, who transferred here. She will be studying with everyone in the future. Everyone, please give her a warm welcome. The class suddenly burst into applause. Qian Saixin walked to the podium in her long skirt and smiled, showing her white teeth. Hello, students of the English class. My name is Qian Saixin. Qian as in Qian Zhongshu, Kai as in Kai Wenji, and Xian as in Xian Xingxiang Rong. You can call me Xin from now on. I was a freshman in the French department. My parents were diplomats in France. I have a lot of experience in learning French. If you want to learn French in the future, feel free to look for me. I hope that in the coming days, I can learn and improve with everyone and become the successor of socialism. Clap, clap, clap. After Qian Saixin finished her self-introduction, the classroom burst into applause again. God, no wonder I felt that she was different from the others. How should I put it? I felt that she had a scholarly aura. It turns out that her parents were diplomats in France. I've heard of her before. Even the teachers in the French department praised her for her perfect pronunciation. If her French is so good, why did she transfer to our English department? I know this, the homeroom teacher patted the table. Okay, quiet down. Qian Saixin, find a seat and we'll start class. Qian Saixin smiled and nodded. Her gaze fell on the seat next to Tang Xuelu, and then she walked over to her with her long legs. Tang Xuelu, we meet again. Do you mind if I sit next to you? Tang Xuelu looked up at her and said, No, I don't mind. Qian Saixin smiled and sat down next to her. The homeroom teacher started the class. Tang Xuelu was considered the most beautiful female student in the English department. Now that another beautiful female student had joined the class, the two beautiful girls sat together. Everyone couldn't help but glance at them. It was very pleasing to the eye. Even the homeroom teacher couldn't help but pay attention to them a few more times. She even asked them to stand up and answer questions. Tong Xuelu didn't take it to heart and focused on her studies. She had been speeding up her studies recently. She planned to start studying the second-year textbooks next semester and then apply to the department to skip a grade. Xianxia sat next to Tong Xuelu. Her gaze seemed to fall on her. Seeing that Tong Xuelu was so serious in class, she immediately focused on her studies. After class, Tong Xuelu was dragged to the restroom by Xiaxian. Xianxia went to get something from the French class. When she came back, she heard her classmates talking about her. Who do you think is prettier, Tong Xuelu or the newcomer, Xianxia? I think it's Xianxia. She has such a good temperament. Also, I really like the dress she wears. It's so beautiful. I also think Xianxia is prettier. I don't know where she bought her dresses. It would be great if I could have one. When Xianxia heard this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Her eyes flashed with a smug smile. However, in the next moment, someone in the class retorted, I'm asking who is prettier, not whose dress is prettier. In my opinion, Tong Xuelu is the prettiest. If we're talking about facial features, Tong Xuelu is definitely prettier. Her facial features are so beautiful. She looks like a character in a painting. Yes, yes. I was stunned when I saw her for the first time. I didn't expect that there would be someone so beautiful in real life. Also, her skin is so white. I can't see a single blemish on her face. I'm also envious of her skin. Although Xianxia is pretty, her skin is a little darker. Also, there are a few spots on her face. The smile on Xianxia's face suddenly froze. She exerted force in her hand. Pa! The stationery box in her hand was actually broken by her. A few people in the class heard the sound and turned their heads. They were stunned when they saw Xianxia unable to hide her anger. The class was silent for a few seconds. It was very awkward. Xianxia immediately suppressed her anger and revealed a bright smile. What are you guys talking about? You don't know how unlucky I am. I accidentally broke my stationery box when I was walking back. My father specially had someone bring this stationery box back from France. Everyone saw that her face was no longer angry. Moreover, she seemed to have no idea what they were talking about. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, they changed the topic to the stationery box. Stationery brought back from France. I haven't seen it yet. It's such a pity that it broke. Can it be fixed? Xianxia looked unconcerned. I don't know if it can be fixed. But it doesn't matter if it can't be fixed. When the time comes, I'll ask my father to send another one back. When everyone heard this, they suddenly made all kinds of envious voices. You have a father who is a diplomat. How enviable. Saixin, have you been to France? Xianxia shook her head. No, but my parents sent back a lot of postcards and photos of France. I know a lot of places of interest in France like the back of my hand. Also, my parents said that before I graduate, they will find a way for me to travel abroad once. Oh my God, I'm so envious of you. I heard that the scenery in France is very beautiful. The French also look completely different from us. I heard that too. I heard that the moon in France is rounder and bigger than in our country. Tong Xuelu, who had just walked in and heard this, was speechless. The corner of her mouth twitched twice, but she didn't correct that idiot. When Xianxia saw Tong Xuelu come back, her gaze fell on her fair and tender face that was like a peeled egg. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Tong Xuelu, your face is so pale. Did you apply something? Tong Xuelu didn't expect her to ask this question. She was stunned for a moment and shook her head. No. Xianxia didn't believe her. You must have applied something. Otherwise, how could your skin be so fair? Tell us quickly. Tong Xuelu cast a sidelong glance at her. My skin is so fair because I was born beautiful. Xianxia was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia came back to her senses and the corner of her mouth twitched. Tong Xuelu is so confident. This is the first time I've met someone who praises herself like this. Tong Xuelu rolled her eyes. Isn't it good to be confident? Don't tell me that when people praise you for being beautiful, you're going to belittle yourself and say that you're ugly like the older generation? Xianxia choked. Jiang Baihui suddenly laughed. I admire Zulf's confident attitude. If someone praises me in the future, I'll generously admit it. Xie thought for a moment and nodded. Although it's a little embarrassing to admit it, I also think that Tong Xuelu's confident attitude is very good compared to the older generation who would belittle their own family members when they receive praise. The class monitor and the others turned around and talked about their experiences of being belittled by their family members when they were young. They were clearly good-looking, but their family members insisted that they were ugly. Their grades were clearly good, but when they were praised, they were called stupid or naughty. In short, they were all bad. Hey, don't say that. That's why I'm not confident. Me too. In the future, I'll learn from Tong Xuelu and become more confident. Me too. Hearing the students suddenly praise Tong Xuelu, Xianxi's hands clenched into fists. Her eyes were red with jealousy. 2 days later, the school sent out a notice that the school would hold a welcoming event for the new students on Women's Day. Each faculty would have to come up with a performance. The homeroom teacher brought the news over and asked everyone to brainstorm what they should perform. Tong Xuelu was not very interested in this kind of event. She ignored the chatter around her and silently recited the words in her heart. Xianxia looked at her, raised her hand, and stood up. Teacher Huang, I'd like to recommend myself to be the person in charge of this event. I've been a class leader since I was young, so I have a lot of experience in organizing events. In addition, my aunt is the director of the arts and crafts troupe. I've watched her rehearse since I was young. I'm very confident that our performance will stand out. The homeroom teacher's eyes lit up. She looked at her with admiration. Very good. I admire Xianxi's self-confidence. Then you'll be the person in charge of this performance. Xianxia puffed out her chest like a proud peacock. Yes, Teacher Huang. I won't let you down. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the homeroom teacher say, I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it alone. Why don't we have another person to be in charge? Tong Xuelu, are you willing to be the other person in charge? Xianxi's smile froze. Tong Xuelu came back to her senses. Teacher, I'm very honored that you've given me such a task. However, I'm already the class representative. I'm willing to give this opportunity to other students. I think Jiang Baihui is very good at organizing events. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher looked at Tong Xuelu with admiration. Tong Xuelu's spirit of giving in is very worthy of learning. Then we'll do as you say and let Jiang Baihui be the other person in charge. Jiang Baihui, do you have the confidence to be in charge? Jiang Baihui was suddenly called out. He was so excited that his face turned red. Yes, I have the confidence. Thank you, Teacher Huang. Thank you, Zulf. The other students in the class also praised Tong Xuelu's spirit of thinking for the other students. No one noticed that Xianxi's face had turned into a pufferfish. The performance couldn't be decided immediately. The homeroom teacher gave this task to Xianxia and Jiang Baihui to discuss. Before the performance was confirmed, the joint protest finally reached the offices of the leaders of the various schools. The Ministry of Education also received the news. After a meeting and discussion, everyone agreed that this kind of atmosphere must be suppressed. If the person who impersonated someone else's college entrance exam results was only disqualified, many people wouldn't be vigilant at all. Many people would still take the risk out of desperation. Therefore, after discussion, the Ministry of Education decided to send Xianxia to the Public Security Bureau and report him for stealing other people's college entrance exam results and forging a false identity. After the trial, Xianxia was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Xianxia's father, Qing Wenyao, and the director of the Public Security Bureau were arrested for forging government documents. In the end, they were each sentenced to 3 years in prison. Faced with this sudden change, the Qing family was completely dumbfounded. Qing Wenyao and Xianxia were arrested by the Public Security Bureau. Qing Xiuyun was so scared that her legs turned to jelly and she fell to the ground. She originally wanted to wait until the weekend to meet Tong Xuelu outside of school. If there was a conflict, it wouldn't affect Shi Junmin. But now, she couldn't wait any longer. She locked the door and stumbled to Beijing University to look for Tong Xuelu. She had to persuade Tong Xuelu to go back and persuade the Wen family to let go of Qing Wenyao and Xianxia. When the girl from the dorm next door came to inform Tong Xuelu, she was about to take a nap. She looked at the person who brought the message and raised her eyebrows slightly. "You said that a woman with the surname Qing came to look for me?" The girl nodded. "She said that you know her. That auntie is dressed very elegantly and doesn't look like an ordinary person." Tong Xuelu immediately guessed the other party's identity. Her red lips curved slightly. "I got it. I'll go down now. Thank you." She tidied up her appearance, then took out a bag from the drawer and stuffed it into her military bag. She turned and walked out of the dorm. As soon as she walked out of the dorm building, she saw a woman standing under the tree where Wenrugi stood last time. She was looking in the direction of the dorm. Tong Xuelu walked over slowly. The woman's gaze swept over her, then moved back to the entrance of the dorm. Obviously, she didn't know what Tong Xuelu looked like. Tong Xuelu sized her up. She sized up the woman who had forced Wenrugi into a desperate situation in her previous life. Qing Xiuyun was 46 years old this year, but she looked at most in her 30s. Her skin was fair and her facial features were delicate. She didn't look like a mother with a 26-year-old son at all. Wenrugi looked a little like her, especially the nose. However, other than that, Wenrugi looked more like his father. Objectively speaking, Qing Xiuyun was indeed a beauty. Even at her age, even if she was wearing gray clothes, it couldn't hide her elegance. If she didn't know the contents of the book, she wouldn't have been able to associate the beauty in front of her with the vicious woman in the book. Qing Xiuyun finally noticed Tong Xuelu's gaze. She turned her head and looked at her. "You are Tong Xuelu, right? Ruguay's fiancé?" Her gentle and pleasant voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate. There wasn't any aggressive expression on her face. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up for her thick skin. Tong Xuelu stopped sizing her up and looked nervous and shy. "Auntie, are you Ruguay's mother?" Qing Xiuyun looked at her flushed face. A hint of mockery flashed across her eyes. She said cordially, "Yes, I am Ruguay's mother. I heard that Ruguay was engaged. I wanted to come back to see you, but," at this point, she suddenly covered her mouth and started sobbing softly. Tong Xuelu pretended to be anxious. "Auntie, why are you crying?" Qing Xiuyun took out her handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were red. "Zulv, Auntie's heart is bitter. Auntie and Ruguay's father divorced a long time ago. I wanted to remarry with Ruguay, but his grandfather refused. What's worse is that old Mr. Wen didn't allow me to see Ruguay. He even told Ruguay that I hit him since he was young and that I was a bad woman. My heart feels like it's soaked in bitter water." Tong Xuelu covered her mouth and pretended to be shocked. "I didn't expect things to be like this. I heard Grandpa Wen mention you before, and I was very dissatisfied with you. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Isn't Grandpa Wen too much?" Seeing how innocent Tong Xuelu was, Qing Xiuyun immediately forgot about Shi Junmin's words. "Good child, I'm very happy that you can understand me. Let's sit down by the lake and talk slowly." Tong Xuelu nodded obediently. "I was just about to say that. It's not convenient to talk here." Thus, the two of them hit it off and walked towards Green Lake. It was lunch break, so there was no one around Green Lake. It was very quiet. Qing Xiuyun held Tong Xuelu's hand. "Good child, how's your relationship with Ruguay? Is he good to you?" Tong Xuelu pretended to be shy. "Yes, Ruguay is very good to me. He's willing to listen to whatever I say." Qing Xiuyun's eyes lit up. "Ruguay has been obedient since he was a child. I'm relieved to see that you two have such a good relationship." Tong Xuelu's expression suddenly changed. She interrupted her and said, "Since Ruguay has been obedient since he was a child, why are you still abusing him?" As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Why are you worse than an animal? Qing Shuyan was not used to Tong Xuelu's sudden change in expression. She was startled. Good child, what are you talking about? Didn't I tell you just now? Ru Gui's grandfather framed me. Tong Xuelu smiled coldly. I hate people who abuse their children the most. A woman like you is not qualified to be Ru Gui's mother. As she spoke, she grabbed Qing Shuyan's wrist and took out a bag of things from her military bag. Then, she opened Qing Shuyan's mouth and poured the contents into it. Qing Shuyan struggled fiercely. What are you doing? Woo-woo. What did you pour? Ugh. Go eat sh*t. Tong Zol poured the dried dog poop into the dog's mouth and closed it. Qing Shuyan's face turned green when she smelled the stench of sh*t. However, she could not resist at all. After watching Qing Shuyan swallow the dog sh*t, Tong Xuelu let go of her chin and took 2 steps back. Then, she lifted her leg and gave a side kick. Go wash your animal smell in the river while you're at it. Dong. Qing Shuyan was kicked in the abdomen and took a few steps back. She happened to be standing by the lake, so she fell into the lake when she took a step back. Help. I can't swim. As soon as Qing Shuyan opened her mouth, the smell of dog sh*t rushed up from her throat. She was so disgusted that she vomited. Then, she drank a lot of lake water. Tong Xuelu enjoyed the sight of her struggling. After a while, he covered his face and ran out. Help! Someone jumped into the lake. There was no one around Lake Qing at the moment, and there were a few big trees blocking their view. This was also the reason why Tong Xuelu dared to make a move just now. However, when she ran out, she saw 2 students sitting on a stone bench reading a book. She hurriedly ran over and pretended to be frightened. Students, someone jumped into the lake. Can I trouble you to save her? The 2 boys were hot-blooded youths. When they heard that someone jumped into the lake, they hurriedly ran over. It was already summer. The 2 boys took off their shirts and jumped into the water. Then, they carried Qing Shuyan back to the shore. Although Qing Shuyan drank a few mouthfuls of water, she did not drown. When she reached the shore, she could still spit out water while staring at Tong Xuelu. After the 2 boys saved her, they picked up the clothes on the ground and were about to leave. Tong Xuelu hurriedly said, Students, thank you. Can you tell me which department and class you are from, as well as your names? When I get back, I will write a report about this incident and submit it to the school news agency. It will be used to publicize your willingness to help others. The 2 boys originally wanted to say that there was no need to thank them, but when they heard the last part, they could not help but be moved. If they were given material objects to thank them, they would definitely refuse. However, if they could be praised for their good deeds, it would be helpful to their school. The 2 boys thought about it and were a little embarrassed to tell Tong Xuelu their names and other information. After Qing Shuyan finished spitting out water, she saw that the 2 boys were about to leave. She hurriedly straightened her back and shouted, Students, don't. Before she could finish, Tong Xuelu turned around and grabbed her hand. He warned her in a low voice, I advise you to shut up. Otherwise, I will tell your unit about your affair. Qing Shuyan glared at him. The 2 boys heard the sound and turned around to look at them. Is there anything else? Tong Xuelu shook his head. No, this auntie is a little emotional. I will talk to her. Hurry up and go back to change your clothes. The 2 boys nodded and turned around to leave. Qing Shuyan flung Tong Xuelu's hand away and said through gritted teeth, I really underestimated you. Previously, when Shi Junmin reminded them that Tong Xuelu was very cunning, she didn't believe him. After all, if she was really cunning, she wouldn't have let go of Wang Jifeng, who accused her of cheating in the college entrance examination. But she didn't expect this little girl to be so good at acting at such a young age. She also didn't expect her to be so arrogant, hitting her as soon as she came up and even feeding her dog poop. Qing Shuyan's face turned green again at the thought of the dog poop powder he spat out. Tong Xuelu shook his head. You're not underestimating me. You're overestimating yourself. Do you think I'll believe you just because you cry? Who gave you that confidence? Qing Shuyan probably used a lot of White Lotus tricks to confuse people around her in her daily life. She also gained a lot of benefits because of this. That's why her self-confidence was inflated. She thought that she could convince everyone in the world just by crying. According to Uncle Zong, Ching Xiuyun used this trick many times to deceive the neighbors. At that time, the neighbors found that Wen Rugi was often injured, but Ching Xiuyun covered it up with her acting skills. That's why Wen Rugi was abused for a whole year. When she thought about how Wen Rugi was abused by his own mother when he was only 4 or 5 years old, she felt that she didn't hit him enough. But there were people coming over at any time, so she didn't dare to hit him again. Ching Xiuyun tucked her hair behind her ears and straightened her back to look at Tong Xuelu. It seems that you're very loyal to the Wen family and Rugue. Since that's the case, you shouldn't treat me like this. If my infidelity is exposed, do you think Rugue won't be hurt? She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person. Tong Xuelu was so angry that he almost laughed at Ching Xiuyun's shamelessness. Then you can expose it. Back then, the Wen family let you go because they were worried that Rugue would be hurt. But now that Rugue is an adult, do you think he will be sad because of a mother like you? Back then, the Wen family let the Shi and Qing families go not because they were merciful, but because they had made a decision for the long-term impact. Of course, they could expose Ching Xiuyun's affair with the adulterer and let them be criticized and sent to reform through labor. But this couldn't change the fact that Ching Xiuyun was Wen Rugi's biological mother. Having a mother who cheated on him was too harmful to Wen Rugi. Once this matter was exposed, it meant that Wen Rugi would have to live in gossip for the rest of his life. Those gossips, whether they were malicious mockery or kind sympathy, would turn into sharp knives that would carve on the young Wen Rugi. Moreover, the Wen family was also concerned about their reputation. Wen Rugi's father had been cuckolded. For a lieutenant colonel, it was a shameful thing. The afternoon sun shone through the leaves. Ching Xiuyun stood under the mottled shadow of the trees. She was in a mess, but at this time, she had already regained her previous calmness. She tugged at her wrinkled clothes. You are indeed very smart, but don't be too proud. We will meet again. After saying that, she turned and left. Ching Xiuyun couldn't help but shiver when the sun shone on her body. She frowned slightly. She had lost her mind for a moment just now. That was why she had run to Tong Xuelu in a panic, thinking that she could persuade him with a few words. She had indeed underestimated the enemy. This lesson also reminded her that the Shi and Qing families were still no match for the Wen family. If they didn't want to be suppressed for the rest of their lives, they had to find other ways to fight back. Looking at Ching Xiuyun's graceful back, Tong Xuelu also became vigilant. Ching Xiuyun was indeed a character to be able to calm down so quickly after being humiliated by her. However, no matter what kind of monster she was, she would definitely not let her hurt Wen Rugi and the Wen family. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already past nap time. Tong Xuelu packed his things and went to class with his roommates. On the way to the classroom, Jiang Baihui asked, Zolv, who was looking for you just now? Why did he come looking for you in the afternoon? Tong Xuelu said, it was a former neighbor. He came to ask me about the college entrance examination. Jiang Baihui was just about to speak when she saw a boy running towards them. He ran in front of them and looked at Jiang Baihui with a red face. Student Jiang, I remember that you said that you wanted to read the original version of a foreign language book. Anna Karenina has been reprinted recently. I passed by Xinhua bookstore and saw that it was on sale, so I bought it and gave it to you. Anna Karenina was one of the representative works of the Russian writer Leo Tolstoy. In the past decade, many literary works had been criticized and banned. It was only in the middle and late period that books were published again. However, books like Anna Karenina had only been reprinted recently. In the past few days, many students had been discussing this matter. Many people had even gotten up early in the morning to line up at Xinhua bookstore to buy the book. This boy must have been lying when he said that he happened to see it on sale. If they wanted to buy the book, they had to line up at Xinhua bookstore. Sure enough, after hearing this boy's words, the other people in the dormitory looked at him and Jiang Baihui. Choi Ruru even winked at Jiang Baihui and said, Yesterday, I told Fingji that I wanted to line up to buy the book. Baihui, your classmate gave the book to me at the right time. Can I borrow it from you later? Jiang Baihui blushed. She looked at the boy with a red face and said, I can't accept such an expensive book. You can take it back. I'll line up to buy it myself later. The boy was anxious. I've already bought it. Why do you still want to buy it? How about this? I'm lending it to you. You can return it to me after you finish reading it. That way, you won't have to waste money buying it. A book cost a few yuan. The monthly allowance for college students was only 18 yuan. Naturally, they would save as much as they could. Jiang Baihui thought for a while and took the book. Then I'll take it as borrowing it from you. Thank you, student Liang. Liang Tiany's delicate face was as red as a cooked shrimp. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "You're welcome. I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. However, before he could run 2 steps, he staggered and almost fell on his face. The girls in the dormitory couldn't help but laugh. When Liang Tiany heard the laughter, his face turned even redder. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. After he ran away, Xiaxian elbowed Jiang Baihui and said, "If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you don't, you'll be punished severely. Tell us the truth. Who is the student Liang to you? Why did he give you the book?" Jiang Baihui's face was as red as an apple. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just ordinary classmates." Choi Ruru joined the crowd and said, "Ordinary classmates? Why don't you have an ordinary male classmate to line up for me to buy the book?" Tian Fingji saw that Jiang Baihui's head was almost buried up to her neck. She patted her and said, "You're married. If a male classmate dares to line up for you to buy the book, both of you will be finished." Pfft. The other people in the dormitory couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Tong Xuelu said, "Let's hurry up. We don't want to be late." When the other people in the dormitory heard this, they stopped joking and quickened their pace towards the school building. Jiang Baihui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She looked at Tong Xuelu gratefully and held the book Anna Karenina in her hands. Her heart was pounding. After class, Qian Saixin walked up to the podium with his long legs. He clapped his hands and said, "Students, please be quiet. After some discussion, we've decided to create a stage play related to English." When they heard the stage play, the students in the class started to talk about it. What stage play? Is there a script? Does everyone have to perform? Or do we have to choose the actors? We also have to consider the props and costumes for the stage play. Won't that be too troublesome? Yes. If we don't do these things, it will be neither fish nor fowl. Qian Saixin clapped his hands and said, "Students, listen to me. We have chosen the script The White-Haired Girl. Since The White-Haired Girl was created in 1945, it has been adapted into movies, Beijing opera, and stage plays many times. However, there is no English version so far. Therefore, we want to take this opportunity to adapt it into an English stage play." When he said this, the class was silent for a few seconds. Then, there was an uproar again. "Then who will translate the English version of the script? Don't tell me you want us to do it? We don't have the ability to do it." "Yes, I want to, but I don't have the ability. I don't even know a few words. How can I translate a book?" Qian Saixin smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. After the teachers heard my plan, they agreed to work with the teachers in the department. They plan to translate The White-Haired Girl into English within a week. When the time comes, we will rehearse according to the script." Hearing that there were so many teachers and professors in the department translating the script, the students were relieved. Tong Xuelu looked at Qian Saixin on the podium and felt that she was indeed a leader in this area. Personally translating the script into English and letting all the teachers and students participate in it was more meaningful than using foreign literature as a stage play. It also allowed everyone to participate. Qian Saixin continued, "As for the props and costumes, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I will ask my aunt to borrow them from the arts department." Clap, clap, clap. The classroom was filled with applause. Qian Saixin, the teacher made the right choice to choose you as the person in charge of this activity. Other than you, no one else can borrow the props and costumes. Yes, Saixin. When the time comes, can you ask your aunt to come over and teach us? After all, we have never acted in a stage play before. I'm afraid we won't do well. Xianxia nodded and said, of course, no problem. I will tell my aunt later. She loves me the most. She will definitely agree. When the students heard this, they started to praise her again. I'm so envious of Xianxia. Her parents are diplomats and her aunt is the director of the arts department. I'm so envious. That's right. Luckily, Xianxia transferred to our English department. Otherwise, our performance wouldn't be so exciting. When Xianxia heard the students' praises, she glanced at Tong Xuelu proudly. Tong Xuelu happened to meet her gaze and couldn't help but feel a little confused. However, she didn't think too much about it. Xianxia said, the script, props, and costumes have been settled. The next step is to select the performers. I hope that all of you will participate. When they heard this news, many students rushed forward to sign up. Xiaxian was eager to try. However, when she saw that her roommates didn't sign up, she couldn't help but ask, are you guys not going to participate? Tian Fingji waved her hand and said, I can't. I'm usually afraid of people staring at me. I'm worried that I will be too nervous to speak on stage. Lin Lanwan nodded frantically. She really wanted to participate, but she got nervous too easily. She was worried that she would mess up the stage play. She was even more worried that she wouldn't be selected if she signed up. That would be very embarrassing. Choi Ruru said that her husband was coming to Beijing soon. She might not have time to attend the rehearsal. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Tong Xuelu. I don't know how to act. Xiaoyan, if you want to participate, you should sign up. This is a good opportunity to train. Tong Xuelu thought that the idea of a stage play was great, but she didn't want to participate. In order to skip a grade, she spent all her free time memorizing vocabulary, doing test questions, and memorizing textbooks. She also had to go home to spend time with her family on Saturday and Sunday. She really couldn't squeeze out any time. Xianxia had been paying attention to them. When he heard Tong Xuelu's words, he immediately walked over and said, Miss Tong, your English results were the best in the entire grade during the college entrance examination. You are also so beautiful. It would be a pity if you don't participate. What's more, this activity is related to the honor of our entire class and faculty. Every student shouldn't ignore it. Instead, they should actively participate. Don't you think so, Miss Tong? Tong Xuelu looked up at her and said, You're right. I'll sign up too. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Xianxia had a vague hostility towards her. However, she was very sure that she and Xianxia had never met before. The Wen and Xiao families also didn't have any grudges against the Qian family. Was she jealous that she was prettier than her and had better grades than her? Tong Xuelu couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it anymore. It was very common for people to be jealous of each other. It was understandable for people to be jealous. As long as the other party didn't use underhanded means, she wouldn't take it too seriously. When he heard that Tong Xuelu had agreed to participate, Xianxia smiled and wrote down her name on the list of candidates. After a round of selection, Tong Xuelu was selected. However, she wasn't the main character, Shi-er. Instead, she almost became Shi-er's grandmother's neighbor. It was very ridiculous. However, Tong Xuelu had no intention of fighting for this honor. If she wanted to play the role of an aunt, so be it. As for the main character, Xianxia was unsurprisingly selected. On the weekend, Tong Xuelu packed her things and went home. As soon as she entered the house, Mooncake wagged its tail and surrounded her. It jumped around her happily. When Tong Xuelu saw it, she thought of Qing Xiuyun, who had eaten its poop. She silently lit a candle for her. The dog poop was actually dried by Tong Jessen. Recently, it was popular in their school to use dog poop pellets as slingshots to play games or catch birds. Last weekend, when she came home, she saw him drying dog poop. She was nosy and asked about it. When she found out, she was disgusted. After thinking about it, she felt that it was an excellent biological weapon. Therefore, she asked Tong Jessen to dry some dog poop pellets and turn them into pellets the size of rat poop. The dried dog poop didn't have a bad smell. She prepared it to deal with Shi Junmin. Shi Junmin had tried to hurt her several times. Although she had retaliated, he was still active on campus. She thought that if Shi Junmin dared to hurt her again, she would treat him to dog poop. Unexpectedly, Shi Junmin didn't use it, but Qing Xiuyun did. She could only say that she was too lucky. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. According to Tong Jiasen, the two grandpas' appetites weren't very good these days. Tong Xuelu thought about it and went to the kitchen to make cold noodles, water chestnut cakes, and sour plum soup. The cold noodles were smooth and chewy. When sprinkled with vinegar and chili, it was spicy and fragrant. It was sour and spicy at the same time. The water chestnut cakes were soft and sweet. They were sweet but not greasy and were very suitable for summer. The sour plum soup was made with dried orange peel, hawthorn, dark plum, osmanthus, rock sugar, licorice, and other ingredients. It had the effect of appetizing and relieving the heat. Both Old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao liked it very much. Old Mr. Wen rubbed his belly and sighed. Zulf's cooking is still the best for me. When she's not at home, I don't eat much. Uncle Zong nodded. That's right. Zulf's culinary skills can't even be compared to the chefs in restaurants. Commander Xiao had the same feeling. However, when he heard the two old men praising his granddaughter, he couldn't help but smile proudly. After Xiao Jiaming and the others went to the study, Tong Xuelu told them about how Qing Xiuyun went to look for her in school and was fed dog poop by her. After she finished speaking, the living room went silent for a few seconds. Old Mr. Wen was shocked. Zulf, did you really feed her dog poop? Tong Xuelu nodded. I thought about how she abused Ru Gui and wanted to teach her a lesson. She could easily guess why Qing Xiuyun came to look for her. She didn't want to woo a woman who could drive her own son to death, nor did she want to argue with her. She didn't want to reason with her either. She just wanted to beat her up to vent her anger. It was rare for her to come looking for death. She had to seize this opportunity. The living room went silent for a few seconds and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're indeed my granddaughter. You have a fiery temper just like me. Commander Xiao laughed so hard that his chest was shaking. Old Mr. Wen came to his senses and laughed too. You did the right thing. If she wasn't a woman, I would have beaten her up long ago. Back then, Qing Xiuyun not only cheated on his son but also abused Ru Gui. In the end, his son returned to the army gloomily and died on a mission not long after. Whenever he thought about how his son lived in pain and grief every day, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He even suspected that his son died because of his mood. However, he blamed the Shi and Qing families for letting him die before his own son and for causing Ru Gui to lose his father at a young age. If it weren't for Ru Gui, he would have shot Qing Xiuyun dead. Now that Tong Xuelv had helped her vent her anger, it was simply too satisfying. Tong Xuelu looked at old Mr. Wen's teary eyes and felt a little sad. Oh yes, Grandpa Wen, why are the Shi and Qing families so protective of Qing Xiuyun? If such a family member appeared in an ordinary family, it was very likely that they would give up Qing Xiuyun and the adulterer for the sake of the whole family. However, the Shi and Qing families didn't. They even went against the Wen family for them. This went on for more than 10 years. Tong Xuelu was very curious. Old Mr. Wen snorted and said, Qing Xiuyun is the only daughter in the 2 generations of the Qing family. Old Madame Qing didn't have a son and her sons didn't have a granddaughter either. It was only when Qing Xiuyun was born that the Qing family had a daughter. Therefore, she was spoiled since she was young. When Ru Gui's father wanted to marry her, I didn't agree. She was spoiled since she was young. It was obvious that she couldn't share weal and woe with others. Later on, my words were confirmed. I should have been more firm in my opposition. Seeing that old Mr. Wen was blaming himself again, Tong Xuelu hurriedly comforted him. Grandpa Wen, if that's really the case, there won't be any Ru Gui. Old Mr. Wen nodded. You're right. If that's the case, there won't be any Ru Gui. As for Shi Xiongning, he is Qing Xiuyun's adulterer and the only son of the Shi family's 3rd son. Shi Xiongning has 5 older sisters and only has this one son. Do you think they won't want this son? In the beginning, it was because of these 2 reasons. Later on, it became a family feud. Now, they only want to destroy the Wen family. Tong Xuelu was speechless. The combination of these 2 people was really amazing. Commander Xiao said, I'll let it go this time. If she comes looking for you again, you'd better not meet her, lest you fall into her trap. Old Mr. Wen hurriedly said, yes, your grandpa is right. You still have to be careful of that woman. Tong Xuelu nodded. Got it. Grandpas, don't worry. I'll be careful. At the military base. 2 yellow chicks and a love-struck chicken were eating together. Zhou Yan was dejected. He only ate half of his meal and could not eat any more. When Rugi and Huang Qimin looked at each other, they both knew why he was like this. Zhou Yan finally found an old Chinese doctor to take a look at his body. The doctor said that his body was indeed weak and that he had to take good care of his body before giving birth. Ever since he found out that it was difficult to give birth, he had become like this. Huang Qimin thought for a moment and said, Zhou Yan, don't be too depressed. The doctor said that you can give birth after taking good care of your body. Zhou Yan pulled a long face. I'm just worried that Xiao Yun will despise me. If I can't give birth to a child, will she divorce me? When Rugi was speechless, Huang Qimin was speechless as well. After a few seconds of silence, Huang Qimin said, since you're lacking in this area, you should treat your wife better. She won't bear to divorce you if you treat her well. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. Then how should I treat her well? He gave all his salary to his wife and listened to everything she said. He could not think of any other way to treat her well. Huang Qimin looked very experienced. Life is boring. You need to be surprised. Although you're married, you still have to surprise your partner from time to time. For example? Zhou Yan and Wenrugi looked at him eagerly. Huang Qimin, for example, if you suddenly appear in front of your wife or partner without greeting them and give them food and drinks, that's a surprise. Wenrugi and Zhou Yan thought for a moment and nodded. They understood. Monday. Tong Xuelu had just returned from self-study in the classroom when an unfamiliar girl came to find her. She said that someone who claimed to be her brother was looking for her downstairs. Brother. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows and nodded. Okay, I got it. Xianxia was curious. Zulv, your distant brother is looking for you again. Tong Xuelu smiled. Yeah, I don't know what he's looking for. I'll go down and take a look. Thinking that she would be able to see Wenrugi soon, her footsteps became lighter. When she arrived at the dormitory, she saw Wenrugi standing under the same big tree. She ran over and asked, Are you going to give a speech tomorrow? Wenrugi did not answer. He suddenly took out a bouquet of flowers from behind his back and handed it to her. For you. Tong Xuelu did not expect such a surprise. Her eyes lit up. Where did you get these flowers? Wenrugi looked at her smiling face. I picked them at the base. Tong Xuelu was startled. Does the base allow it? Wenrugi's ears turned red. I'll tell the director when we get back. The flowers were planted by the director. Now that he and Zhou Yan had picked all of them, he would probably scold them. However, if he could make his partner happy, he was willing to be scolded later. Tong Xuelu's almond-shaped eyes turned. She hooked her finger on his palm. Let's go and find a small bush to do something naughty. Do something naughty? Wenrugi's eyes lit up. His heart suddenly thundered. End of chapter 120. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.